In the East Blue, a luxurious passenger liner laden with high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants sailed across the sea. Inside the cabins a grand ball was in full swing, lively and boisterous as members of high society held their wine glasses and exchanged pleasantries. Amid the crowd a girl with short orange hair was leaning against the railing staring intently at the vast ocean outside. The Alvida pirates, they should be arriving soon, right? Nami stared at the sea that had just calmed down, calculating silently in her heart. She had heard that the Alvida pirates had set their sights on this passenger liner, so she had changed into an evening gown in advance and infiltrated the ship. Once those pirates made their move, she would take advantage of the chaos to steal all their treasures. She was a thief who specialized in robbing pirates. Beautiful lady, may I have this dance? A light chuckle sounded from behind her. Nami turned around to see a handsome young man smiling at her. With pleasure, she replied. Nami smiled faintly and placed her hand in his. That giant whirlpool just now made quite a commotion, she said. Raisen led Nami into the dance floor. Looking at this future heroine of the original story before him, he felt secretly delighted. Yes, it scared me half to death, he replied. Nami followed his lead in conversation and returned his words with a bright smile. Raisen smiled back without saying much more, silently reciting in his heart, read traits. A semi-transparent screen appeared before his eyes. System prompt: Nami's traits: Pirate, Thief, Blue, Navigation, Art, Deep Purple, Climate Sense, Pale Gold. Pirate, Thief, Blue, a kind-hearted thief who specializes in stealing the treasures of villainous pirates, possessing exceptionally strong stealth and lockpicking skills. Navigation: Art, Deep Purple, exceptionally outstanding navigation skills able to ensure safe voyages across the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Climate Sense: Pale Gold, a powerful innate gift allowing her body to precisely perceive changes in the weather. As expected of the future navigator of the Straw Hat crew, she already possessed one Deep Purple and one Pale Gold trait at the very beginning. Raisen secretly marveled in his heart. Raisen was a transmigrator. 1 month ago he had come from Earth to this world of One Piece. Just as he was fretting over this land filled with monsters, he awakened his golden finger, a cheat named the strongest trait system. As the name suggested, Raisen could view other people's abilities as traits, and he could directly strip or equip those traits. Traits were divided into 4 ranks: white, blue, purple, and gold. Simple and clear, just like a gacha game back on Earth. White and blue traits were not subdivided, and were as common as the junk rewards in a draw. Purple and gold traits, however, were different. Each rank had 3 tiers: pale, deep, and ultimate. Even while working as a mere thief who specialized in robbing pirates in this weakest of seas, the East Blue, Nami's navigation art had already reached Deep Purple, and her innate climate sense was pale gold. Once she joined the Straw Hat crew and entered the Grand Line in the future, these 2 traits would probably advance even faster. Indeed, traits were not fixed, they could be upgraded. While others had to rely on talent and relentless training, Raisen could rely on the system to directly strip and upgrade traits. System prompt: Raisen's trait. He possessed only a single pitiable blue trait. Compared to Nami's divine set of traits, it did indeed seem rather shabby. However, Raisen had arrived only a month ago, and this trait had been acquired by chance when he encountered a dead wild beast and picked it up for free. This bestial brute strength blue had been stripped from that dead beast. One must not underestimate this blue trait. Ordinary pirate grunts at most had a few white traits, or even no decent traits at all. They were nowhere near a match for Raisen. Relying on this trait, Raisen had managed to survive safely in these pirate-infested seas up to now. Not long ago, he had finally located this passenger liner where the story began and slipped aboard. System prompt: trait ship of origin, the passenger liner where the story of One Piece begins. Such a trait did not even qualify as white, it was purely a piece of background information. With this trait as his guide, Raisen did not have to worry about boarding the wrong ship. As for why he had gone out of his way to find this particular vessel, it was naturally to harvest more high-level traits. After all, a pile of precious traits would soon appear on this ship. Raisen's lips moved slightly as a trace of anticipation surfaced there. Whoosh. Ding Ci took 2 steps forward. A barrage of cannonballs rained down from the sea, and the deafening explosions instantly plunged the entire passenger liner into chaos. In the distance, a pirate ship flying a Jolly Roger adorned with a heart motif was rapidly drawing near. Help! Pirates! Don't panic. Everyone stay calm. The terrified screams of the passengers and the captain's shouts to maintain order melded into a cacophony on the deck, yet under the very real threat of cannon fire no one could truly remain calm. You came at just the right time. Nami watched the Alvida pirate's ship draw ever closer, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. But very soon she sensed that something was off. The young man who had just danced with her did not seem flustered in the slightest. Like her, he was staring at the approaching pirate ship, his eyes practically shining. This guy, could he be a thief as well? Nami instantly grew wary. It seems you miss have serious business of your own. In that case, shall we each mind our own? Raisen released Nami's hand and smiled. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and walked out of the ballroom. He doesn't seem like someone in the same trade. What a strange man, Nami muttered inwardly as she watched his retreating back filled with doubts. Clearly, though, just like her, he had his own little schemes for boarding this ship. Nami had no time to dwell on it. Time was pressing and allowed no delay. Nami tore off the evening gown in one swift motion, revealing the practical thief's outfit she wore beneath. She hid in the shadows, watching as the Alvida pirates began boarding. Once all their grunts had rushed onto the passenger liner's deck, Nami pulled out a grappling hook and snapped her wrist with practiced ease. Her body swung up into the air, arcing across the gap straight toward the now empty pirate ship. The barrel Luffy is hiding in. I found it. Raisen casually tossed aside the lifeless body of a pirate grunt and walked toward the depths of the ship's interior. By this time the pirates who had stormed aboard had already driven the passengers and crew together and were ransacking the place for treasure. The unfortunate soul from earlier had simply run into Raisen by sheer bad luck. With bestial brute strength, dealing with him had been as easy as crushing an ant. System prompt trait: barrel the barrel containing Monkey D. Luffy. A nearby storeroom lit up with the glow of a trait, its description simple and direct. Raisen stepped toward that room. Deep within the hijacked passenger liner in a remote storage room, a short pink-haired boy with thick glasses and a terrified face was pushing a large wooden barrel when he was stopped by 3 pirate underlings. One as thin as a bamboo pole, one obese, and another dark-skinned. Look what the coward has brought back. Finally useful for something, Koby. We're thirsty as it happens, the bamboo-thin pirate taunted with a sinister smile. Thighs. This is the crew's loot. If Lady Alvida finds out, she'll kill us. Koby stammered, trembling as he looked at the 3 men. As long as you don't tell, how would she know, right, Koby? The dark-skinned pirate grinned widely, his tone threatening. Yes, you're absolutely right. Facing the threat, Koby hastily put on a fawning, obedient expression. All right, let me smash this thing open. The fat underling raised his fist, about to smash the barrel open. Crack. A pair of fists burst from inside the barrel, striking the fat underling squarely on the chin and knocking him out cold. What a great sleep. A boy wearing a straw hat leaped out of the barrel, grinning broadly. Hooah. The remaining bamboo-thin and dark-skinned pirates shouted in shock and anger. Why is he lying on the ground sleeping? Hell, catch a cold, the straw hat boy said, looking curiously at the fallen pirate. It's all because of you, you idiot. The 2 pirates' faces flushed with rage roared. You little brat. Knowing full well we're pirates, you still dare to pick a fight. The bamboo-thin pirate drew his sword, pointing it at the straw hat boy. Got any meat? I'm starving, the boy said, ignoring him and turning to ask the dumbfounded Koby. Listen when someone's talking to you, the bamboo pirate roared. The bamboo pirate roared. Damn it. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. He bellowed, swinging his blade at the boy. The straw hat boy tilted his head, about to strike, when, boom. A violent crushing force slammed into the bamboo pirate, hurling him backward. The sharp crack of breaking bones resounded as he crashed heavily against the bulkhead and lay still. You bastard. The last remaining dark-skinned pirate stared at the handsome youth who had appeared out of nowhere, his face turning ashen. Koby collapsed to the floor, paralyzed with terror. A single punch had silenced that pirate underling completely, the dull thud of snapping bones still echoing in the air. This power was even more terrifying than Lady Alvida's iron club. Who are you? Pretty strong. Why did you help me? The straw hat boy asked with a grin. Raisen, a passenger on this ship. Since pirates have hijacked it, I thought I'd clear them out while I'm at it. Raisen smiled, gazing at the legendary figure before him, Monkey D. Luffy, just as in the original story. Then his eyes shifted to Koby, who was huddled in the corner. Found you at last. A faint, barely perceptible smile crept onto Raisen's face. Raisen. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to meet you. Luffy said with a laugh. Likewise. Raisen responded with a smile. Just as the 2 were talking, the dark-skinned pirate shrieked, grabbed his companion, and fled in a panic. Oh no. If he goes to get reinforcements, you 2 are dead. Seeing the pirate flee, Koby shouted in a panic. I'm hungry, Luffy muttered, patting his stomach, completely unconcerned by Koby's outcry. Raisen smiled and produced some food. I happen to have brought some food from the party upstairs. Want some meat? Raisen smiled and produced the food he had prepared. Meat? Luffy's eyes lit up and he immediately began wolfing it down with relish. Raisen, you're a great guy. Bang, 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 bang. Several shadow clones disintegrated into a brilliant golden light flashed. Luffy's traits: supernatural physique, deep purple, Conqueror's Haki, unawakened light, gold, heaven-defying connections, special sun god supreme, gold, rubber fruit, disguised, deep purple, human fruit, mythical, Zoan model Nika, unawakened supreme gold. Supernatural physique, deep purple, possesses a physical constitution far beyond normal humans, able to rapidly absorb large amounts of nutrients to strengthen the body. Abundant stamina, provides an endless fuel source for devil fruit abilities. Physical type traits upgrade as the host's body grows stronger. Conqueror's Haki, unawakened light, gold, king's disposition, possessed by only 1 in a million. Cannot be obtained through training. At the initial stage, one can use sheer willpower to knock out those with weak spirits. With further mastery, it can reach the Conqueror's infusion deep gold stage. If fully mastered along with sufficient kingly resolve, one can dominate the sea's supreme gold. Heaven-defying connections, special, possesses the most expansive network of relationships in the world. When facing a critical crisis, there is a probability of turning danger into safety. When pushed into a corner, the following effects may randomly trigger: Fire Fist, Port Gas D. Ace rushes in at full strength, Hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp intervenes with his Fist of Love, Revolutionary Army Chief, Monkey D. Dragon appears, red-haired, Shanks arrives with the entire Red Hair Pirates crew. Special traits cannot be upgraded. Sun God Supreme, gold, the sun god of this generation, a warrior who brings hope to people. As long as people's hope remains, he can keep rising and growing stronger, fighting without end. Rubber fruit, disguised, deep purple, human fruit, mythical, Zoan model Nika, unawakened supreme gold. On the surface, it is a paramecia type rubber fruit, deep purple, but in reality, it is the legendary animal type, mythical, Zoan model Nika supreme gold. Golden legend. This status panel is outrageously luxurious. Although Raisen had been mentally prepared, seeing this row of attributes up close still stirred envy within him. This was Luffy just as he set sail. Compared to other pirates, he was literally born with a golden spoon in his mouth. However, the Sun God Supreme Gold trait was currently the only Supreme Gold trait in an activated state. Abilities like the Nika form itself or a fully mastered Conqueror's infusion were still dormant. As for the Sun God's effect, as long as people's hope remains, he can keep rising and growing stronger, fighting without end. No wonder in the original story when fighting Kaido this guy could stand up again no matter how many times he was knocked down. Raisen suddenly understood this ability was truly absurdly overpowered. But when he saw the heaven-defying connections special, even though he knew the plot inside out, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This was his first time seeing a special trait. Indeed, it is the adventure tale of a top-tier second-generation protagonist with even a feature like summon all members of the red-haired pirates written on the panel. Regardless of whether he can defeat Luffy, just forcing him into a corner could trigger this trait, summoning Garp, Dracula, Mihawk, and Shanks to the scene at the same time. I fear even the peak Whitebeard would find it overwhelming. However, there is someone else in Raisen's sights. You two are a subordinate of Yalada, aren't you? Raisen gazed at the cornered Koby, who would later be hailed as a hero, and spoke calmly. He scrutinized Koby, the jester who was despised by countless people, yet would later be called a hero, pondering to himself, reading traits. Raisen gazed at the cornered Koby, who would later be hailed as a hero, and spoke calmly. He scrutinized Koby, the jester, even having anticipated it. Raisen still cursed inwardly. A rare trait, yet another peculiar thing. One exceptional, one light golden, and one peak. Moreover, that peak golden trait is already in an activated state. This is practically the same treatment as Luffy. Could it be that this jester is the author's own child? Generally speaking, the threshold for top-tier golden combat traits is equivalent to the strength of a marine admiral or a guaranteed potential to reach that level. Of course, the standards for non-combat traits like Nami's deep purple navigation and light golden weather sense differ. This means that possessing an extreme golden combat potential trait is akin to holding a ticket to become a top powerhouse, guaranteeing at least admiral level strength. But does Koby deserve that? Ironically, this weakling actually possesses Conqueror's Haki, a king's qualification. Looking at Koby, who wore thick glasses and had a face full of cowardice, Raisen felt a wave of disgust. He quickly skimmed through the descriptions of the traits. Navigation white, basic navigation technique suitable for sailing in calm waters. Conqueror's Haki, unawakened light golden, a king's qualification possessed by 1 in a million. It cannot be acquired through training. In its primary stage, it can cause the mentally weak to faint with sheer will. Camp betrayal special, at critical moments it will lead to actions that betray the affiliated camp, causing significant losses to the camp. Special traits cannot be upgraded. Camp Fortune Extreme Golden, when the iconic powerhouse of the affiliated camp falls, their fortune and legacy will transfer to the host, greatly enhancing the host's strength. Must be in the vicinity of the target when they fall. After reading these descriptions, Raisen decided to retract his earlier question about the author's child. This trash is clearly the author's own father. No wonder. No wonder this pitiful brat could become the so-called new marine hero in a muddled way. No wonder when Garp met his end on Fang's Island, this jester Kobe's strength suddenly skyrocketed for no apparent reason. It turns out it's all because of this Camp Fortune trait. This fellow has clearly siphoned off the remnants of Garp's marine hero legacy to strengthen himself. Here, fall does not necessarily mean death. It more so represents the end of an era on the seas. As long as Koby was present when it occurred, he could seize the opponent's fortune. Luffy's breakthrough on Onigashima, after all, came only after being smashed repeatedly by Kaido's Thunder Bagua, awakening with the help of the Sun God trait. But what about Koby? With the Camp Fortune trait, he only needs to stand by when a powerhouse from his own camp falls to gain a terrifying boost out of nowhere. Coupled with the Camp Betrayal trait, this is simply a perfect match. Raisen finally understood. Oh, no wonder this jester dared to step in against Akainu during the Marineford War, and no wonder the iron-fisted Akainu tolerated this fool's cries, wasting precious pursuit time. This was clearly influenced by the trait's dulling effect. Camp Betrayal special, at critical moments it will cause severe losses to the affiliated camp. From the Navy's perspective, that delay directly allowed the red-haired pirates to arrive, enabling Luffy to escape smoothly and allowing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. Isn't that a significant loss? Later, it was also because of this traitor Koby that the era of Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp was completely brought to a close. Then Koby logically siphoned off Garp's legacy, using Camp Fortune to enhance himself. Back then, Raisen cursed the author countless times while watching this plot on Earth. But now, for Raisen, the stronger Kobe's traits, the more pleased he became. He stared at Koby, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Is he also one of theirs? Luffy, with his mouth full of food, turned to Koby while chewing. I am, but there's a reason. Koby stammered in defense. Since you're a subordinate of Yalada, just lie down for me. Raisen had no intention of listening to this jester's defense. Using his brute beast strength, he swept his leg out, knocking Koby unconscious on the spot. Raisen, he clearly didn't intend to fight back. Why did you kick him? Luffy asked, looking at the unconscious Koby after swallowing his food. Because he betrayed his companions. Raisen's expression was serious as he stared into Luffy's eyes. Luffy is not the type to be a soft-hearted fool. He simply does not bully the unprepared. This is likely influenced by Shanks. Betraying companions. Luffy blinked. That's right. Since he has joined the Yalata pirates, yet turns around to warn us, this act of betraying one's comrades is the most shameless behavior on the seas. Companions are those who can support each other's lives and deaths. Raisen stated firmly. Regardless of whether Koby was forced to join, at least for now, he nominally belongs to the Yalada pirates. On the surface he is obedient and compliant with Yalada, but secretly he is always thinking about backstabbing the pirates and defecting to the Marines. But once he joins the Marines, he will still betray them at critical moments, causing severe losses to his own camp. This is simply the ultimate jester. In the Navy, Akainu might be disliked by many for his extreme justice, but he is definitely not a clown. A strong person can be evil, cruel, and radical, but cannot be a jester. Koby's existence is clearly meant to be a source of disgust. Oh, I see. Hearing Raisen's passionate speech about companions, Luffy nodded in agreement. After all, Raisen had provided a large amount of food when he was starving. Moreover, Raisen's definition of companions resonated greatly with Luffy. As for Koby, at this moment Luffy had merely met Koby for the first time. Under Raisen's intervention, they hadn't even exchanged 2 words. Luffy's previous question was purely influenced by Shanks, who didn't wish to bully the unprepared. Now understanding Raisen's reason for acting, Luffy even felt like applauding. Betraying one's companions has always been the type of person Luffy most wanted to beat up. Plunder. Raisen fixed his gaze on the unconscious Koby, his eyes narrowing as he thought about forcibly seizing the traits. How could a despicable person like you be worthy of possessing these traits? Give it to me. Buzz. In Raisen's unique vision, the traits from Koby's body were stripped away, continuously merging into his own body. It was a success. Raisen couldn't help but smile to himself. Raisen's traits: navigation white, beastly strength blue, conquerors Haki, awakening not yet light, golden faction luck, ultimate gold. The surge in power was astonishing, truly a rebirth. Previously he had only a solitary blue beastly strength, but now he possessed both a light golden and a peak golden trait. As for the faction betrayal trait, Raisen naturally looked down upon it. As he had thought a strong person could be brutal or wicked, but they must never behave like a clown. That trait was nauseating. With the strongest trait system, Raisen had no need for such despicable means to gain power. Moreover, special traits could not serve as enhancement materials, making them utterly useless to him. However, the white navigation trait might prove useful after setting sail. Detected the first plunder of a golden level trait, issuing awakening rewards. Conqueror's Haki light gold has awakened, a system prompt visible only to him materialized in the void, a delightful surprise. Raisen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Check traits. Raisen silently chanted in his heart, examining the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, his heart racing. Raisen's traits: navigation white, beastly strength blue, conquerors Haki, awaken light gold, faction luck, ultimate gold, conquerors Haki, awaken light gold. The basic application of conquerors Haki allows precise control of pressure, causing the mentally weak to faint instantly. Weaklings do not even have the qualification to gaze upon a king. Raisen closed his eyes, feeling the vast and already tamed power within him. With just a thought he could release this aura, rendering weak individuals unconscious. He hadn't expected that obtaining his first golden trait would come with such additional benefits. Not only had Conqueror's Haki awakened, but he also skipped the stage that Luffy had to train for 2 years with Rayleigh to master. He could already wield Conqueror's Haki proficiently. Generally, when Conqueror's Haki first awakens, it is uncontrollable, similar to Luffy's early rampages where indiscriminate mental pressure could affect allies. Only through rigorous training could one learn to control it, avoiding collateral damage to companions, a level achieved only after Luffy's 2 years of training with Dark King Rayleigh. However, since both stages fundamentally rely on using Haki to intimidate the weak, the trait itself had not fundamentally transformed, remaining at the light gold level. Only by advancing further reach. Fortunately, Raisen had already obtained this ticket to the peak of the mountain. With the strongest trait system aiding him, mastering the Conqueror's Haki infusion was merely a matter of time. I'm full, that feels great. At that moment, Luffy finished off all the food that Raisen had passed to him, patted his belly, and grinned widely. With his extraordinary physique, deep purple trait, this amount of food was far from enough to fully satisfy Luffy. However, this trait allowed him to digest and absorb a large amount of nutrition quickly to strengthen himself, also giving him an incredible appetite. Yet if it was merely about filling his stomach and alleviating hunger, this food was already sufficient. Hey Raisen, are you a pirate? Luffy asked him, looking curious. Not yet, I'm just a passenger on this ship, Raisen replied truthfully, not hiding anything. Then do you want to join my pirate crew? Be my companion, Luffy said with a smile. Raisen had just demonstrated remarkable power. However, Luffy's selection of companions was never just based on strength. What truly prompted Luffy to extend an invitation was Raisen's earlier remarks about companionship, deeply resonating with him, influenced by Shanks. Luffy valued his companions above all else. Oh, you are a pirate too? Raisen asked, knowingly, a hint of a smile on his face. As expected, he invited me. Preparing meat in advance and throwing out the strategy of companionship truly worked. This not only avoided the influence of Koby, but also significantly closed the distance between him and Luffy. So should he accept the invitation from this future emperor, the current sun god? Raisen's gaze shifted slightly as he pondered. That's right. I am the man who will become the pirate king, Luffy declared loudly, revealing his trademark radiant smile with sparkling white teeth. Detected an invitation to join from Monkey D. Luffy, do you accept? Upon acceptance, you can equip the traits of your shipmate. Upon acceptance, the faction luck ultimate gold corresponding to your faction will update to pirate faction. A panel visible only to Raisen appeared before him, prompting him to blink, instinctively thinking he must have seen it wrong. After careful and repeated scrutiny, confirming there were no mistakes even after acquiring many high-tier traits, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Raisen's eyes. This was an unexpected benefit he could hardly have dreamed of. To say he wasn't envious of Luffy's traits would be a lie. This could be considered one of the most top-tier configurations in the entire One Piece world. But to plunder it directly, that was simply impossible even if this was Luffy who had just set sail and had yet to awaken the power of Nika. Moreover, his rubber fruit had yet to develop into advanced techniques. It remained at the deep purple level, indicating proficiency in basic attributes. However, Luffy possessed a kingly aura, making the probability of stunning him solely through Conqueror's Haki exceedingly slim. Furthermore, even if Raisen were to succeed by sheer luck, how could he possibly contend with the overwhelming wrath of Carp Dorag and the red-haired Shanks with his currently feeble strength? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. There was no need to thrust himself into such a life-threatening predicament to gain formidable traits. Yet now, the situation had changed. He never anticipated that the system would actually allow him to equip the traits of his shipmates. As long as he joined the Straw Hat Pirates, he would have the opportunity to acquire Luffy's terrifying traits. The effect of the faction's luck trait was just as he had anticipated. Upon becoming a pirate, his faction would shift to the pirate faction. This meant that whenever a prominent figure of the pirate faction fell, as long as Raisen was present, he could absorb their luck to greatly enhance himself. The most representative figures of the pirate faction were undoubtedly the four emperors, and even those like the 7 warlords of the sea, who nominally belonged to the world government, but actually carved out their own territories, while legally plundering, should also be categorized under the pirate faction. What quicker path could there be to engage with the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and other pirate overlords than joining the Straw Hat Pirates? Whether it was to equip Luffy's super traits or to profit from the fall of powerful pirates through faction luck, joining the Straw Hat crew was undoubtedly the best choice. Furthermore, Luffy himself was a worthwhile ally. Raisen had previously listed joining the Straw Hats as an option. Given that he was still inexperienced and the Grand Line was filled with uncertainties, sailing alongside the main characters was evidently the most stable path to becoming stronger. With such a great benefit laid out before him, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. Alright then, I look forward to working with you, Luffy. Raisen extended his right hand towards Luffy, a genuine joy radiating from his smile. Looking at Luffy, Raisen could already envision those astonishing traits slowly becoming a part of himself, and he couldn't help but smile even more broadly. Koby's traits combined with Monkey D. Luffy's traits. The future of his pirate journey was indeed exciting. I also look forward to working with you, Raisen. Luffy was similarly unable to contain his smile. Raisen had become his first companion since setting sail. Detected acceptance of the invitation to join by Monkey D. Luffy, you have become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The faction Luck Extreme Gold has changed its affiliation to Pirate Faction. You can now begin to equip the traits of the Straw Hat Pirates members. Current selectable target captain of the Straw Hats, Monkey D. Luffy. Current keepable traits: Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple Sun God, Extreme Gold Rubber Fruit, Disguised Deep Purple. Would you like to equip? After Raisen confirmed his acceptance of the invitation, a system panel appeared visible only to him. It was quite user-friendly, listing Luffy's 3 keepable traits along with an equip option next to each. The Heavenly Background Special could not be equipped since it was unique to Luffy, but as Luffy's companion, Raisen would indirectly enjoy its protection in the future, which was not a significant loss. After contemplating for a moment, Raisen chose yes for Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple, and Sun God Extreme Gold, opting not to equip Rubber Fruit, Disguised Deep Purple. Before awakening the human fruit, mythical beast Nika formed the standard Rubber Fruit, could only be considered middling among the Paramecia types. To unleash significant power, the host needed to develop 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gears. However, based on the original work's information, using these levels required consuming the host's lifespan, which was not worth it for Raisen, who could direct Sun God Extreme Gold equipping. It was simple and straightforward, but compared to direct plundering, this equipment progress bar was evidently much slower. Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple was manageable after a short, while the progress bar slightly twitched, indicating some change. But what about Sun God Extreme Gold? The progress bar didn't budge at all. At least in Raisen's eyes, there was no change whatsoever. Well, that was understandable. After all, this was an extreme gold trait. To fully equip it would likely require a long passage of time. Fortunately, Raisen had joined the crew, allowing ample time for the equipment process to run. He was not in a hurry. Being able to equip these abilities was already 1,000 times better than merely watching helplessly before. These traits would eventually belong to him. He could test later to see if there was any way to accelerate the equipment speed. Alright, set sail. First we need to find a small boat. My original ship was swept away by that massive whirlpool. Luffy tugged at his straw hat, grinning widely. With his first companion on board, Luffy was in high spirits. If we can find a small boat, I actually know some basic navigation techniques. Raisen replied with a smile. This was also the purpose behind Raisen's earlier plundering of Koby's navigation white trait. Raisen did not forget that in the original work, before Nami joined as the navigator, Luffy was essentially adrift without direction. In the story, it was Koby's simple navigation knowledge that guided Luffy to Zoro. Now that Raisen had kicked Koby out, he naturally needed to take on this trait and temporarily play the role of the Straw Hat Pirate's helmsman. You can actually navigate. That's amazing. It's fantastic to have you join my crew, Raisen. Luffy exclaimed, his face filled with surprise and delight. Actually, it's just a bit of superficial knowledge. I can't really call myself a true navigator. I can manage sailing in these calm seas, but once we hit the Grand Line it won't be of much use. Luffy, you want to become the Pirate King, right? That perilous route is a must to conquer. Raisen smiled. Of course. To become the Pirate King, one must conquer. I made a promise to someone. Luffy clutched his straw hat tightly, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Raisen understood that Luffy was referring to his promise with the 4 emperors' red-haired shanks. In that case, finding a navigator who can handle that devilish sea is the only logical choice, said Raisen, the image of a dancing figure flashing in his mind. As for companions, I'm sure he'll find more. I absolutely will. Luffy exclaimed as he put his straw hat back on, laughing cheerfully. At that moment, a stout figure crashed through the ceiling of the deck, hitting the ground with boar-like force right in front of Raisen and Luffy. Are you two little brats causing me trouble? A grotesquely ugly amorphous woman wielding a heavy iron rod shouted with bared teeth, revealing a mouth as deep as an abyss. A number of pirate lackeys were peering through the gaping hole in the deck above. You don't look like the pirate hunter Zoro. Eureka glanced at Luffy, and Raisen, a malicious smile twisting her ugly face. Zoro. Luffy was bewildered. You useless trash. Are you still alive? Eureka yelled at Koby, who was lying nearby, and when she received no response, her boar-like face twisted in annoyance. She didn't care about Koby's life or death. She was just irritated by not hearing the usual flattering praise. Who is this rude old hag? Luffy pointed at Eureka and asked curiously. The pirate lackeys peering through the hole turned pale with fear, not daring to breathe. Huh. She is the Iron Rod Eureka with a bounty of 500,000 berries, Raisen chuckled. Reading traits. Raisen then focused his gaze on Eureka. Eureka's traits: Iron Rod Wielder Blue, extremely thick skin blue. Iron Rod Wielder Blue can easily swing a heavy iron rod that ordinary people cannot lift. Extremely thick skin blue, even if falling from a 10-story building, the thick boar-like fatty armor can protect her safely. Seeing Eureka's traits, Raisen couldn't help but laugh. Super thick skin, indeed a fitting description. Luffy's remarks combined with Raisen's laughter were a tremendous insult in Eureka's eyes. You will pay for this. You two little brats. Eureka roared, swinging the massive iron rod toward the two. Whoosh. Raisen pushed off the ground with beastly strength, leaping agilely alongside Luffy, passing through the gap Eureka had created and landing steadily on the main deck. I'm not a little brat. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Please take care of me. Luffy grinned widely. Who cares what a little kid like you is called? Eureka jumped up after him. What a terrifying old hag, Luffy sighed. You little brat. Eureka's eyes turned crimson, reaching a peak of rage. The lackeys below knew it was time to act. If they didn't show some effort, the furious Eureka would surely smash their heads in with her iron rod. Amid the battle cries, the lackeys surrounded Luffy and Raisen, attempting to win through sheer numbers. Hey, it's unfair to take on more with fewer, Luffy shouted, just as he prepared to counter with his rubber powers. Leave it to me. Raisen reached out to stop Luffy. A flicker of dark red light flashed in his eyes. Can you handle so many of them? Luffy asked, looking at Raisen as he faced Eureka's pirate crew. Don't worry dealing with scum like my efficiency is far higher than yours, Luffy, Raisen replied with a smile, the dark red light in his eyes seeming to flicker. Scum. Eureka sneered, her forehead veins bulging, and with her boar-like appearance, she looked even more repulsive. At this moment, the name Pirate Hunter Zoro was ringing loudly in the East Blue pirate circles. Even those with bounties over 10 million berries were apprehensive when mentioning him. Zoro. Of course not, but. Raisen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then the deep red light in his eyes solidified into a tangible force, violently erupting outward. Remember this name, the King Raisen. In the future, I will stand above all. Buzz. The Conqueror's Haki erupted explosively. The crimson-black thunderous current roared through the air. All members of Eureka's pirate crew, including Eureka herself, displayed expressions of sheer terror, their bodies frozen in place. The next moment, they all rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Thud, thud. Bodies fell awkwardly onto the deck. The entire pirate crew was wiped out in an instant. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, the weak didn't even have the qualification to gaze at the king. The crimson halo in Raisen's eyes gradually diminished. So powerful. Luffy was left speechless, staring blankly as Raisen dispatched everyone, including that rude old hag, with just a glance. His eyes widened, and he began to cheer excitedly. Luffy was undeniably skilled at providing positive emotional value to his companions. Looking at Luffy's exaggerated expressions along with the exhilaration of unleashing the Conqueror's Haki for the first time, Raisen felt quite satisfied. However, I feel like I've seen this kind of power somewhere before. When I was younger, something similar happened. After the excitement faded, Luffy rested his chin on his hand, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. He recalled a time in his childhood when he and his brothers were captured by local thugs, and just as they were in danger, those thugs suddenly fainted. This is Conqueror's Haki, those with weak wills will faint before it. Raisen looked at Luffy and calmly explained. The scene in Luffy's memory was likely when Fire Fist, Portgas D. Ace first awakened his Conqueror's Haki to protect the young Luffy from danger. However, after that, Ace sealed this power forever due to his deep hatred for the bloodline flowing through him, that of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Raisen wouldn't comment on Ace's actions. He was an Ace and hadn't experienced the painful past that Ace had. He wouldn't stand on the sidelines casually declaring, it's foolish to not use your power. After all, for Ace, his mother died because of the Navy's brutal pursuit of Roger's bloodline, and his childhood was cursed by this bloodline, as if he shouldn't have been born at all. In Raisen's past life, this was a classic case of childhood trauma caused by family background. Ace just wanted to escape that shadow. But if he hadn't sealed his Conqueror's Haki back then with his potential, he might not have met such a tragic fate in the original story. Ultimately, Ace still lacked the regal aura that a king should possess. However, for Raisen, Ace's choices and the impending war on the summit were incredibly advantageous. Whitebeard, the man hailed as the strongest in the world, undoubtedly represented the current pirate faction. When his era comes to an end, how powerful can Raisen become, leveraging the faction's luck extreme golden traits? He was filled with anticipation. Moreover, Raisen was determined to obtain Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. The gap between a top-tier devil fruit and a mediocre one was more profound than the difference between man and pig. The saying that there are no useless fruits, only useless users, had long been shattered by the facts revealed later in the story. The strength limits of a devil fruit's abilities were clearly established from the outset. Ultimately, the fruit's power depended on its intrinsic nature, at most limited by the user's stamina and constitution. After all, activating abilities consumes the host's energy. After Sabo consumed the flame fruit, he was able to unleash combat power comparable to, or even surpassing, Ace's, serving as the best testament. Yet for any fruit user, the potential reached at the moment of consumption was already predetermined, with subsequent growth reliant on the cultivation of Haki and physical techniques. A powerful devil fruit once consumed Koby, the Heavenly King Raisen. What a lovely nickname. Luffy shouted, still unaware of the true meaning of Conqueror's Haki. Instead, he was more interested in Raisen's declaration. The Pirate King's right-hand man, the one known as the right arm of the Pirate King, nicknamed Dark King. Since you aim to be the Pirate King, I think Heavenly King suits me as your partner. Raisen explained with a smile. This wasn't Raisen's deliberate pursuit of a middle school fantasy, it was his first appearance on the world stage. Everyone knew that in the world of One Piece, the cameras of the World Economic News Agency were everywhere. Naturally, Raisen hoped to have a rather cool nickname. Otherwise, who knows what strange monikers the Navy might bestow upon him in the future. Raisen's method for choosing a nickname was simple. The Pirate King's right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh, was nicknamed Dark King. Meanwhile, the three ancient weapons in the One Piece world are Dark King, Sea King, and Heavenly King. Dark King was already taken by Rayleigh, and Sea King belonged to someone else. Hence, only Heavenly King remained. It sounded nice. His declaration about standing atop the heavens in the future perfectly explained the origin of this nickname. Additionally, this was also an attempt by Raisen. Detected an increase in bond with the target equipment trait. Equipment progress improved. A panel prompt appeared in the void, bringing a smile to Raisen's face. As expected, so that's how it is. Heavenly King, this nickname is really super cool. After hearing Raisen's explanation of this nickname, Luffy beamed with joy. Becoming the Pirate King was Luffy's only goal in setting sail. As his first partner, Raisen's strong support for his dream naturally made Luffy feel genuinely happy. Detected an increase in bond with the target equipment trait. Equipment progress improved. Seeing a panel prompt visible only to himself, Raisen's gaze flickered. As I guess there is indeed a way to accelerate the progress of the trait equipment. Bonds, huh? This aligns perfectly with the underlying logic of this world. Noticing that the progress bar for superhuman physique, Deep Purple, had surged significantly, and that the Sun God Extreme Golden Progress had finally started to crawl, Raisen couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. Choosing the title Heavenly King was not merely to fit the tone of the One Piece world, satisfying Raisen's obsession with being cool in his past life. More importantly, using this as a pretext to explain his nickname served as a means for Raisen to test the speed of the trait equipment. Since Luffy's ideal was to become the Pirate King, Raisen's statement naturally deepened their connection. And since Luffy was the target for the trait equipment, Raisen needed to see if drawing closer would accelerate this process. It seems this tactic has indeed been effective. Had this slightly middle school fantasy speech was not in vain. Raisen gazed up at the sky, finding no trace of the news birds. However, in the world. Alright, these foes are dealt with. Time to find a ship and set sail. Luffy grinned, surveying the deck littered with fallen members of the Alvida pirates. Boom, boom. No sooner had Luffy spoken than cannonballs slammed into Alvida's pirate vessel. Gazing into the distance, a marine warship surged forward at full speed. The Marines are here. As pirates, we better make a clean getaway. Let's go, Raisen. Luffy shouted. He clearly knew marine warships well. After all, his grandfather commanded vessels far grander than this one. Understood. Raisen smiled faintly. He had no intention whatsoever of seizing Alvida's extremely thick-skinned trait. Fat held no allure for him. Whoa, jackpot. Nami muttered under her breath as she emptied the Alvida pirates' treasure hoard. She loaded the heavy sack onto a small dinghy. Spotting the approaching marine warship, she prepared to vanish. Splash. Ripples exploded across the sea as a lifeboat plummeted from the passenger ship's deck into the water. Whoa. Nami shielded her face from the spray and turned. There in the dinghy sat the Straw Hat Boy and another figure eerily familiar. It's you. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the same man she'd briefly encountered aboard the passenger ship? So the legendary thief maiden has already claimed her prize. Raisen observed Nami, now clad in thief's garb and clutching her treasure sack tightly, and offered a gentle greeting. Instinctively, Nami drew the sack closer to her chest. Raisen, you know her. Luffy blinked, curious. We've crossed paths once, Raisen replied casually. Oh, I see. But we'd better get moving. Luffy pointed urgently toward the closing warship. Full speed ahead. Until we meet again, Miss Thief. I am Raisen. Raisen addressed Nami directly, well aware that now was no time for idle chatter, and besides, their next destination aligned. Pushing too hard would only breed resistance. Without awaiting her reply, he activated the previously acquired navigation white trait and expertly guided the dinghy away, evading the marine vessel with practiced ease. Raisen. Nami whispered the name softly before steering her own dinghy away with masterful seamanship. As for Raisen's parting words, "Until we meet again," she dismissed them without a second thought. The Grand Line stretched vast and boundless, chance encounters were rare indeed. Ha ha ha, what fun! Once clear of the Marines, Luffy roared with unrestrained laughter. Raisen, what do you know about that bounty hunter the old hag mentioned? Luffy asked. I've heard the name. A fearsome swordsman, called a beast in human form. Raisen chuckled. Sounds incredible. Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement. Interested in him. Raisen feigned ignorance. Koby, the grotesque clown, had long been discarded from the equation. Thus the Zoro arc now required Raisen's direct intervention. With no Koby to guide the way, Raisen saw no harm in stepping into the role of narrative catalyst. I aim to become king of the pirates, so I must sail the Grand Line. And besides you, Raisen, I seek stronger comrades. If this man truly possesses such power, I want him aboard my crew. Luffy declared with unvarnished sincerity. Then let's go have a look. He's currently imprisoned in Shell's Town. Raisen unfurled a nautical chart he'd quietly taken from the passenger ship. Yay. Target locked. Full steam ahead, Raisen. Roger that. Raisen smiled, his anticipation mounting. Roronoa Zoro, the man hailed as the backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates. What extraordinary traits might he possess, worthy of acquisition? World Economic News Agency Headquarters. News. Is there truly nothing momentous worth reporting? Morgans, the agency's director, normally appeared in his half-bird, half-human form, a manifestation of the Tori Tori no Me model phoenix. Yet now his agitation bordered on frenzy. To hell with balance. To hell with the world government. To hell with the 7 warlords of the sea. Morgans roared, slamming his massive wings against his desk. Ever since the accursed system of the 7 warlords of the sea was instituted, establishing an artificial equilibrium among the Marines, the warlords, and the 4 emperors, the ocean had grown barren of compelling news, dwindling almost to extinction. Most warlords retreated to secluded domains, building private pirate kingdoms. Granted legal impunity to plunder by the world government, they remained untouched by marine pursuit. Meanwhile, the 4 emperors carved out sovereign territories in the New World, monolithic powers the Marines dared not provoke. Consequently, routine marine operations targeted only insignificant low-tier pirates, hardly worthy of mention. The high-bounty pirates either joined the warlords, swore fealty to an emperor, or vanished entirely, living in obscurity. This suffocating stagnant sea had grown unbearably dull. And what of the One Piece, the great treasure left behind by Gold? Roger. How many pirates today still pursued it with genuine conviction, clinging to that distant shimmering dream? Morgans had long grown weary of this journalistic drought. Another tip. The East Blue, the weakest sea. Could it possibly yield news worthy of my personal attention? Upon seeing the location of the incident in the report, Morgan's lethargy vanished instantly. As the globe-spanning titan of journalism, the World Economic News Agency maintained an immense internal structure. To ensure no lead escaped notice, Morgans deployed undercover agents worldwide. Though most were concentrated along the Grand Line, covert operatives also operated discreetly across the 4 seas. When agents in the 4 seas captured sensational imagery, reports ascended through rigorous editorial tiers. Only those deemed exceptional reached Morgan's desk. This file's arrival signaled unanimous editorial consensus. The East Blue incident warranted the director's scrutiny. This is truly. Morgan shot upright as he examined the photographs and testimony detailing the young man who styled himself Heavenly King Raisen and his awe-inspiring power. A cascade of perfectly timed snapshots paired with meticulous narration delivered visual impact rivaling live footage. There's no mistaking it. This is Conqueror's Haki. Every cell in Morgan's body trembled with exhilaration. At last, a new sovereign presence had emerged upon this stagnant sea, to claim the throne of the heavens in the future. What an arrogant assertion. The more audacious the better. Such boldness is indeed worthy of a major news story. Morgan's laughter boomed. If it were merely some ignorant fool spouting nonsense, he would have scoffed. Every year, countless cannon fodder emerge from these waters, unaware of their own insignificance. However, when someone possessing the Conqueror's Haki utters such words, especially a youth who can precisely control this power, it reveals true imperial ambition and grandeur. This is absolutely worth reporting. No, it should headline the front page. This is an unprecedented major news flash. The last newcomer who excited him this much was Fire Fist Portgasty, Ace, who has now joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the captain of the 2nd Division. Back then, Morgan extracted quite a few eye-catching headlines from Ace. The unfortunate part was after Ace was taken under Whitebeard's wing, his source of information was completely cut off. After that, the sea fell back into a deathly silence. But now, Morgan's gaze was fixed on the photo of Raisen, almost sparkling with anticipation. Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, he is a newcomer capable of such precise control at such a young age. Coupled with such a disdainful declaration, this is undoubtedly more newsworthy than Fire Fist Ace from back in the day, deserving of extensive coverage. Furthermore, there are more juicy details to dig into. Morgan glanced at the report featuring the boy in a straw hat who had introduced himself Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the pirate crew that Raisen has joined. Monkey D. Haha. Morgan's face revealed a curious yet sinister smile. As the mouthpiece of world opinion, he was all too familiar with that surname. Wasn't it the family name of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp and the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon? From his age, this straw hat brat is most likely Dragon's son and Garp's grandson. That old relic Garp, while his son has become a leader of the Revolutionary Army, now his grandson is setting sail as a pirate. Moreover, among this grandson's crew there is even a monster who has awakened Conqueror's Haki and calls himself King. Isn't that clearly challenging the moniker of Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? Could it be that this little brat is aiming for the throne of the Pirate King? The grandson of Navy hero Garp aspiring to become the Pirate King. This family across 3 generations is truly fascinating. The material here is simply endless. Absolutely worth amplifying. Regarding the Straw Hat Brat's news, it can be put on hold for now. The priority is to report on Raisen with full force. One must take their time while devouring a meal, just as major news should be gradually unveiled. Morgan had been hungry for too long, and now he had finally hooked a big fish, one that seemed capable of providing a continuous stream of follow-up stories. He must hold on tightly and extract all its value. Compared to the shocking impact of Conqueror's Haki, the means displayed by the Straw Hat Brat are not yet eye-catching enough. What is the essence of news? It is to capture everyone's attention at once. And what could garner more attention than a supernova declaring he will rise to the heavens, self-styling himself as king while possessing Conqueror's Haki? As long as all eyes are drawn to this point, follow-up reports about this pirate crew can unfold naturally. Moreover, with the surname Monkey D involved, Morgan need not worry too much about excessive hype leading to misfortune causing this emerging pirate crew to falter, thus cutting off his material. Garp would never allow such a thing to happen. He hadn't encountered news that he could promote recklessly for a long time. A greedy light flickered in Morgan's eyes. Send this photo to every corner of the world. Let the name of King Raisen resonate across this planet. Inform those lost dreams and rotting fish in the sea that a new ruler is about to be born. This long-dormant sea is finally about to boil again. Ha ha ha. Morgan roared with laughter. On his desk lay a close-up shot of Raisen, in which Raisen's eyes burned with a terrifying radiance of disdain precisely at the moment he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Soon the front-page newspaper about Raisen was printed with bold headlines declaring, "I will rise to the heavens." Of course, the news of the Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy's departure was also included. Morgan had even underlined the words Monkey D. heavily. Under the wings of countless newsbirds, this report would soon spread to every corner of the world. The long silent sea was about to unleash a tremendous wave. Meanwhile, Raisen was unaware that his goal had already been achieved, nor did he know that the newspaper featuring his headline was about to spread worldwide. At this moment, he was skillfully navigating the sea with the white navigation technique alongside Luffy. Land ahead, that is our destination, Shell's Town. Raisen smiled as he compared the gradually clear outline of the land with the sea chart in his hand. After sailing on the sea for so long, there is nothing more comforting than seeing land. If this land happens to be their destination, the joy would naturally double. Thanks to Raisen preparing supplies in advance on the passenger ship, Luffy was not as starved as in the original story, with his stomach sticking to his back. Additionally, the winds and waves in the East Sea were calm, and under Raisen's control with the white navigation technique, this journey was relatively peaceful. We're arriving so quickly. It seems that a navigator is absolutely necessary for the Grand Line. By the way, a musician is also needed. Luffy exclaimed excitedly before Raisen joined. Luffy's experience at sea was basically just drifting in a small broken barrel from Windmill Village. After only trying a precise navigation, once he completely fell in love with the feeling. However, since Raisen mentioned that his half-baked skills would not suffice for that treacherous sea, finding a reliable navigator naturally ranked very high on Luffy's to-do list. Of course, a musician still remained a top priority. A musician, huh? That's a pretty good idea. Raisen chuckled, finding Luffy's peculiar obsession amusing. Luffy's fixation on musicians was evident throughout, as in the original story, the Straw Hat crew only welcomed Brook after their battle with the warlord Moonlight Moria. Raisen had confirmed through the system during his voyage the 7 warlords, although ostensibly hired by the world government, were fundamentally pirates belonging to the pirate faction. Within this faction, their status was only second to the 4 emperors. Defeating a 7 warlord would activate Raisen's faction luck extreme golden quality, making it a lucrative opportunity to deal with Moria. Currently, Moria was considered the weakest among the 7 warlords, practically a gift delivered to them. However, before confronting Moria, they had to overcome another tricky opponent, the Sand Fruit user Crocodile. Raisen narrowed his eyes. Even among the Logia type, the Sand Fruit was undoubtedly a top-tier devil fruit. Its inherent abilities alone were enough to sustain a baseline strength at the 7 warlords level. With advanced Haki, reaching the heights of a vice admiral, or even a candidate for admiral, would not be difficult. Of course, what Raisen truly yearned for him. However, before achieving these grand ambitions, Raisen needed to solidify his current foundation. After all, in the future, both Crocodile and Enel would largely be defeated due to Luffy's protagonist aura in the original story. Raisen preferred to take fate into his own hands. Additionally, wielding devil fruit abilities required substantial stamina and a resilient physique for support, therefore a trait that could enhance physical strength was the missing piece that Raisen urgently needed. Coincidentally, in the Straw Hat Pirates, aside from Luffy, there would also be a formidable man with the most terrifying physique on the seas, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. It was uncertain what valuable traits this man, known as the backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates, would possess. Raisen steered his small boat toward the shore, gazing at the town of shells ahead, a playful smile appearing on his face. Strange, why do the townspeople react so fearfully to the name of the naval colonel? While searching for Zoro, Luffy, with his outgoing personality, directly asked passersby for directions. It was understandable that people felt fear at the mention of Zoro's name, but when they heard the local naval Colonel Monka's name, the townspeople displayed even more terror. For civilians, the Navy does not necessarily represent justice. A corrupt naval scoundrel can cause far greater harm than ordinary pirates. Raisen followed closely, casually remarking. Being well-versed in the plot, he understood that this reaction was due to the local Colonel Monka's tyrannical rule brutally exploiting the townspeople. For civilians, while pirates were certainly vile, most pirates were not like Luffy and his crew. They were essentially a group of adventurers pursuing their dreams. However, aside from a few ruthless scoundrels who committed heinous acts, most pirates engaged in plundering mainly for wealth. Ultimately, the more evil one committed, the higher the bounty, leading to stronger Navy crackdowns and bounty hunters' covetousness. While seeking wealth was equally reprehensible, at least it left a trail to follow. In comparison to Monka, who exploited civilians with his power, pirates seemed trivial. Not to mention scoundrels like Colonel Mouse, who allowed the dragon to act recklessly in Nami's hometown. That was the real nightmare. Civilians could hope for a good Navy to uphold justice when encounter. That guy must be the person we are looking for. Raisen followed Luffy and swiftly climbed up the high wall overlooking the Navy base's courtyard. He gazed down at the man tied to the post. Even though the man had his head drooped at the moment, he still exuded a tangible aura of pressure akin to that of a beast. For Raisen, who possessed the beastly strength blue trait, this sense of presence felt even more pronounced. No wonder he was dubbed a human devil right from the start of his journey. Raisen silently praised Zoro's might in his heart, and then whispered in his mind, check traits. Zoro's traits: 3-sword style, deep purple demon physique, deep purple Ashura aura, special Conqueror's Haki, unawakened light gold, 3-sword style, deep purple, a unique sword technique, where he wields 2 swords in his hands and bites down on a 3rd sword with jaw strength surpassing that of an adult hyena, demon physique, deep purple, a body of a Rakshasa draped in human skin, capable of fully repairing and transforming into something even stronger regardless of how extreme the training is or the extent of damage to bones and muscles. Ashura aura special, a unique godlike power that when infused into techniques can unleash destruction far beyond ordinary limits. Indeed, Zoro possessed Conqueror's Haki. Looking at the panel listing Conqueror's Haki, unawakened light gold, Raisen silently nodded. As one of the 3 main pillars of the Straw Hat Pirates and recognized as the second-in-command in the original story, Zoro was inherently aligned with the Pirate King's first mate Silver's Rayleigh. Moreover, Zoro's familial heritage and bloodline are not to be underestimated, otherwise how could he possess the Ashura aura special, a strange and mighty force that allows him to transform into a 3-headed 6-armed phantom wielding 9 sharp blades. For someone like him, awakening the Conqueror's Haki is only natural. The special trait of the Ashura aura is classified as special because it primarily enhances the user's swordsmanship, thus amplifying the upper limits of destruction. Ultimately, the effectiveness in battle still hinges on the user's fundamental strength. However, when he saw the description in the 3-sword style deep purple about bite force exceeding that of an adult hyena, Rayleigh nearly burst into laughter. Yet the fact remains, Zoro's renowned finishing moves are almost invariably executed with Wado Ikamanji, one of the 3 swords he bites in his mouth. The sheer destructive power demonstrated in those formidable attacks is shocking, and the explosive strength of his jaw muscles is indeed far beyond that of a mere hyena. At this point, Zoro has yet to grasp the threshold of the sword hero's iron-cutting realm, and primarily relies on brute force in his swordsmanship. Therefore, his 3-sword style is currently R. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. No wonder. No wonder Zoro was able to endure such inhumane overload training in the future without suffering any hidden ailments. According to official data, Zoro sleeps only 3 hours a day. Most of his waking hours are spent in what can only be described as self-abusive weightlifting and training. If an ordinary person dared to push themselves like that, they would likely have their bones and muscles completely destroyed and die of exhaustion. Yet Zoro not only remains unscathed, but actually grows stronger, his physique developing to an extraordinarily formidable extent. All of this is thanks to the passive enhancement of his Oni Physique. Furthermore, during the upcoming battle on Onigashima, Zoro even managed to briefly withstand a joint attack from Kaido and Big Mom, 2 of the 4 emperors. That was a dual emperor assault laced with the murderous intent of 2 peak Conqueror's Haki users. Even though he only held out for a moment, the result was that he not only survived, but did so at the cost of sustaining multiple fractures and muscle tears. If any of the other supernovas were in his place, they would have presumably turned to dust in an instant. After receiving herbal treatment, Zoro even managed to win a battle in a state where his bones were shattered, defeating the top signature of the Beast Pirates, Flame Calamity Kinemon. While there were certainly factors of special healing medicines involved, the Oni Physique, Deep Purple, clearly played a pivotal role. This heaven-defying physique, which allows one to grow stronger through the destruction of bones and flesh, undoubtedly possesses immense potential to reach the golden tier. However, since Zoro has only recently set sail and has yet to refine his body to the terrifying later stages, he currently remains at the same deep purple level as Luffy's extraordinary physique. The most crucial point is that this Oni Physique trait does not conflict with Luffy's extraordinary physique, but can even be described as a perfect match. Luffy's extraordinary physique allows him to consume food far exceeding the capacity of an ordinary stomach and rapidly digest and absorb massive nutrients to nourish his body. In contrast, Zoro's Oni Physique enables him to hone his bones and muscles through countless self-destructive training sessions, creating a process of destruction and rebirth. If he could have access to the vast nutritional supply brought by the extraordinary physique, the repair and strengthening process of the Oni Physique would undoubtedly accelerate at a terrifying pace. Moreover, the immense energy would be sufficient to support the Oni Physique in undertaking even more extreme and the combination of the two is tantamount to merging the most outstanding physical advantages of both Luffy and Zoro. In terms of the potential of this body, could it not contend with Kaido's beast-like physique? In fact, in terms of pure potential limits, it could even rival the innate physical freak that is Charlotte Lin Although among the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, due to her long-term pampered lifestyle and lack of training combined with her insanity from a lifelong obsession with food and her frustratingly low battle IQ has led to her overall combat power and achievements being at the bottom. When it comes to basic physical strength, she is undoubtedly one of the most despair-inducing monsters in the world of One Piece. Even as a child, she could severely injure adult giants solely with her monstrous strength. Her invulnerable defense even surpasses that of Kaido before he consumed the Uoo Nomi, a mythical Zoan fruit, in the form of a dragon. In their individual states, the extraordinary physique and Oni Physique naturally cannot compare to Linlin's innate genetic monstrosity. But what if these two could merge? That limitless complementary potential might truly enable one to break free from the shackles of humanity in the later stages, transforming into a being capable of contending with that innate freak of nature. With both physiques combined, it is akin to receiving a ticket to enter the realm of true monsters. Rayleigh's eyes burned with intense greed. This trait, I must acquire it. As for how to obtain it, the method is quite convenient. Simply have Luffy invite Zoro to join the crew. Once the other party joins, Rayleigh will be able to start harnessing Zoro's traits. Hey, you two. As Rayleigh and Luffy pointed down at the man, the swordsman, who had originally been hanging his head, slowly raised it, revealing a pair of fierce eyes akin to those of a wild beast. You're too loud. Zoro spoke coldly. Hee. This guy actually has some personality. If we untie these ropes, can we let him go? Luffy grinned widely, showing no concern for the fierce, beastly gaze emanating from Zoro. After all, growing up, Luffy was often thrown into piles of wild beasts by his unreliable grandfather Garp for training, making him all too familiar with such looks. This was indeed the unique gaze of a fierce beast. In fact, Zoro's eyes at this moment were sharper than those of the beasts he remembered. Although Luffy had yet to witness Zoro's abilities firsthand, his wild instincts told him that this guy was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Just then a ladder was suddenly leaned against the wooden wall, and a little girl climbed up, placing a finger against her lips and giving a particularly cute gesture for silence to Rayleigh and Luffy. Shoo! The little girl signaled for them to be quiet, then swiftly slid down the high wall and ran towards Zoro, who was bound to a pillar. What are you doing here? Zoro spoke upon hearing the noise, and upon seeing the approaching little girl, his fierce gaze noticeably softened. Although his tone was no longer cold and hard, it still carried a hint of impatience. Big brother, you must be starving, right? I brought you some rice balls. The little girl looked up at him with an exceptionally innocent smile, tightly holding a bundle of rice balls wrapped carefully in cloth against her chest. This is the first time I've made rice balls, but I put a lot of heart into them. Brett, are you asking for death? Hurry and get lost. Zoro unhesitatingly refused. Even though he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 20 days, the moment he saw the food, his expression remained unsoftened. His harsh reprimand was actually meant to protect her, to prevent her from being bullied by those Navy men. Even if you don't want to involve her, you don't need to push her away with such harsh words. A calm male voice leisurely sounded. Who are you? I've already said you are really annoying. Zoro's gaze darkened as he watched Rayleigh float down from the wall, snorting coldly. This is a child's sincere intention. The sincerity of a child is sometimes more precious than gold. Rayleigh stepped forward, gently stroking the little girl's hair. Seeing her look upset because Zoro refused to eat, he softly comforted her. Rayleigh did not want this kind-hearted girl's goodwill to be trampled by that scoundrel Bellamy. Well said, Rayleigh. Luffy shouted in approval and jumped down from the wall to stand next to Rayleigh. Although he wanted to observe Zoro a bit longer, after all, Luffy's criteria for choosing companions wasn't just about combat power, but since his first mate had decided to intervene, Luffy naturally would not stand by idly. He always unconditionally supported his companion's decisions. So you are Zoro. Luffy grinned as he examined the bound swordsman. What are you two up to? Zoro retorted indifferently. After hearing Rayleigh's earlier words, the cold mask on his face had melted slightly, but his tone still couldn't be described as friendly. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy proudly patted his chest and laughed as he introduced himself. Rayleigh, Luffy's first mate. Rayleigh nodded, a hint of an elusive smile on his face. Pirate King. Are you an idiot? Zoro raised an eyebrow, looking at Luffy with an expressionless sideways glance. But Rayleigh, what did you mean by that? Why did you say Zoro doesn't want to involve this little sister? Luffy turned his head and curiously asked. It's simple. Just look at the fearful reaction of the townsfolk when they mention the Navy captain. You can tell that the officers here are definitely not good people, and Zoro the pirate hunter's name has now resonated throughout the East Sea. With his reputation, if he wasn't willing, how could he possibly be tied up here like a mere wooden post? Rayleigh analyzed calmly. Although he couldn't directly reveal that he was a time traveler, combining the current situation and providing a logical deduction was easy for him. Rayleigh then leaned down to look at the little girl. However, can you tell us the specific situation? Since you took the risk to come and deliver food, this matter should involve you, right? Rayleigh gently inquired. Big brother, my name. The girl politely introduced herself in a soft voice, then proceeded to reveal the truth. It turned out that the local Navy Captain Monka's son Bellamy often paraded around the streets with a fierce dog. One day the vicious dog charged into the tavern where Lika and her mother depended on for a living, recklessly driving off customers and causing a ruckus. Lika bravely stepped forward to stop it, angering Bellamy. At a critical moment Zoro intervened, swiftly dealing with Bellamy and the vicious dog. To quell the situation, Zoro made an agreement with Bellamy. He would voluntarily be bound at the base for a month without food or drink, and if he could endure it, Bellamy would let Lika and everyone else go. Today happened to be the 20th day. Wow, you are truly amazing. If I went 3 days without eating, I'd definitely starve to death. Luffy exclaimed. After hearing this story, he had already determined in his heart that Zoro was the companion he was looking for. My willpower is not something a guy like you can compare to. I will definitely survive. Zoro's expression was fierce, a hint of ruthless determination on his face. Indeed a tough bone. It would be too unfortunate to die in a place like this. Rayleigh spoke approvingly. In terms of willpower, Zoro was undoubtedly among the best in the entire storyline. In the future, he would endure the pain from the pain inflicted by Bartholomew Kuma's devil fruit ability, which was enough to make one suffer unbearable agony. Yet when faced with Sanji's questioning, he could stand there covered in blood and calmly reply nothing happened. Dying here. What nonsense are you talking about? I only have 10 days left to fulfill my promise. I will definitely make it through. Zoro thought Rayleigh was questioning his limits, and immediately retorted coldly. I am not questioning your survival ability. Oh, I am questioning your naivete in believing that trash would keep its promises. Rayleigh replied with a calm expression. Huh. He's not wrong. Just then an exceptionally harsh and eerie laugh rang out in the courtyard. A young man dressed in finery with an arrogant demeanor swaggered over, followed by 2 armed Navy soldiers. Bellamy. Zoro's pupils constricted, and upon recognizing the visitor his gaze grew even colder. I originally planned to tell you tomorrow right before the execution, but since someone has clarified it for me, it doesn't matter if I send you off today. Bellamy laughed mockingly, gleefully looking at the bound Zoro. You bastard. Zoro's temples throbbed, and he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Ha. The infamous pirate hunter is actually going to die at my hands. My name Bellamy will soon be known throughout the seas. Ha ha. Bellamy placed his hands on his hips, losing himself in glee. Whoosh. Bang. Just as Bellamy was laughing uproariously, a suddenly elongated fist with a piercing sound as it cut through the air slammed into his arrogant face, sending him flying backwards. What a disgrace. Luffy retracted his long rubber arm with a cold expression, spitting out. What kind of monster are you? Witnessing this completely inhuman scene, Zoro gaped in shock. Luffy is a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. Rayleigh smiled lightly, his expression calm. Rubber fruit. Rubber man. Zoro stared at Luffy in disbelief, wondering if the legendary devil fruit truly exists. You bastard. How dare you hit me? My father will definitely kill you. Bellamy screamed hoarsely, covering his rapidly bang, bang. In response, Luffy unleashed another round of punches. Stop. Don't hit me anymore. If you keep this up, you'll really lose your lives. The 2 Marines nearby were initially stunned by Luffy's rubbery abilities, but as they saw Bellamy on the verge of unconsciousness, they finally snapped out of their daze and rushed to intervene. Could you please not interfere with our captain's business? Raisen spoke calmly, a dark flash of Haki briefly flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, an invisible wave of mental energy rippled out from him, sweeping over the 2 Marines, who immediately rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground unconscious. What just happened? Zoro watched in astonishment as this man, named Raisen, merely squinted his eyes. His honed instincts warned him of a terrifying power sweeping across, causing the 2 sturdy Marines to faint instantly. Zoro had never witnessed such a horrifying technique before. His mind was in turmoil. This is known as Conqueror's Haki. Those unable to withstand its pressure cannot even remain conscious. Raisen explained lightly, the blood-red glint in his eyes gradually fading. Conqueror's Haki. Zoro quietly mulled over this entirely unfamiliar term. Ever since he set sail, he had to become a bounty hunter to survive, relying on capturing pirates to exchange for bounties to cover his daily expenses. Although he had earned the title of pirate hunter, through his formidable strength, he had never encountered such strange power before, whether it was Luffy's incredible rubber body or Raisen's mysterious pressure. This vast sea was indeed boundless. Oh, much better. This kind of scum needs to be dealt with. Luffy clapped his hands in satisfaction, grinning at the collapsed Bellamy, who looked like a dead dog. Raisen focused his attention on the unconscious Bellamy, silently calculating his traits. Bellamy's trait, turned around light purple, possesses the potential for redemption, and after a complete change of heart their strength will grow. Even someone of his lowly caliber has a light purple trait. Moreover, this guy has committed all sorts of heinous acts in town relying on Monka's power. Such a scoundrel can actually turn over a new leaf and become stronger. The author's logic can sometimes be baffling. However, even if this is a light purple trait, it is utterly useless to me. Just as Raisen thought of this, a new prompt appeared on the system panel. Traits of purple grade or above can be converted into corresponding grade upgrade materials. Upgrade materials can be used to enhance equipped traits. Looking at the instructions on the screen, Raisen grasped the process, a knowing smile appearing on his face. So this is how the system's upgrade function works. It's quite resourceful without waste. Plundering Bellamy's trait was immediately absorbed by Raisen, transformed as he locked onto the turned around light purple trait for disassembly. Conversion complete, currently possessing a potential type light purple upgrade material. After experiencing this new function, Raisen understood the mechanics. In simple terms, he could convert unnecessary redundant traits into upgrade items to nourish and strengthen the traits he needed. However, traits of white and blue grades could not be converted, and only traits acquired through plundering could be used as materials for disassembly. Traits mirrored from companions could be freely equipped and used without limitation, but could not serve as upgrade fuel. Only the purple grade traits and above that he personally acquired could be used to enhance his core abilities. Combat-related traits in the system were divided into potential type and strength type. For example, the faction Luck Ultimate Gold he forcibly seized from Koby is a potential type trait, while Luffy's Sun God Ultimate Gold also belongs to potential type. Raisen's awakened Conqueror's Haki Light Gold, because it can directly enhance combat, is categorized as a strength type trait. Meanwhile, Luffy's Extraordinary Kingly Demeanor enhanced the intensity of Conqueror's Haki increased. Another line of prompts flashed through his mind, confirming his suspicions that the strength of Conqueror's Haki is entirely bound to the theory of Kingly Aura from the original work. Raisen silently committed it to memory. This further confirmed that his bold decision to set sail and proclaim himself the King of the Seas was utterly justified. In the world of One Piece, only by forging a fearsome reputation through blood and bones of formidable foes could one cultivate the sovereign aura capable of eclipsing all rivals. Clearly, his future endeavors would need to be even more audacious, drawing the Navy's attention with an enticing bounty. After all, with powerful patrons shielding him behind Luffy, he need not overly fear direct pursuit by admirals until his strength reached its zenith. Raisen thus established the guiding principle for his path ahead. Having clarified his thoughts, he resumed scrutinizing the upgrade interface's description. Enhancing a trait required 10 materials of identical rank to advance the targeted ability by a single tier. For instance, the pale purple potential type material he had just extracted from Bellamy could, when accumulated in 10. You're pirates, aren't you? Why wade into this murky affair? Zoro asked, his brows knotted tightly as he gazed at the two figures before him. Because seeing scum like him makes me furious. I just want to beat him senseless. Luffy grinned broadly, utterly unbothered, then locked his unwavering gaze onto Zoro. Hey you, will you join my Luffy issued the invitation without preamble. Why on earth would I become a criminal? Zoro blinked, momentarily baffled by Luffy's wildly unconventional logic. But I've already decided. You are my comrade. Luffy's tone brooked no dissent. Hey, are you even listening while someone's speaking? A vein throbbed violently at Zoro's temple. Then again, if you refuse, you'll simply die here, won't you? A man of your indomitable spirit must harbor an ambition worth dying for. Would you truly accept perishing at the hands? Raisen crossed his arms and interjected calmly. Zoro fell instantly silent. Die here? How could he possibly? Had he not endured 20 agonizing days without water or food, sustained solely by sheer unyielding, to become the world's greatest swordsman, to have his name echo through the heavens? That was the vow he'd sworn with his childhood friend Ka, now gone. That vow was the sole reason he still drew breath. All right, you're a swordsman, aren't you? Where's your sword? Luffy suddenly slapped his forehead and blurted out. That guy took it. Zoro jerked his chin toward Bellamy, lying unconscious on the ground. Huh, then I'll go get it back for you right now. Once I retrieve your sword, you have to join my crew. Luffy flashed a wide grin, bent down, seized Bellamy by one leg with a single hand, and began dragging him toward the door. Hey, wake up. Where did you stash Zoro's sword? If you don't talk, I'll punch you again. Luffy smacked Bellamy's cheeks rhythmically as he marched. Luffy, the Marine base office building lies in that direction, Raisen said, pointing firmly in the opposite direction. Oh right, thanks Raisen. Luffy pivoted instantly and charged off with renewed fervor. That guy doesn't listen to a word anyone says. Zoro watched Luffy's retreating figure, his eye twitching violently. How can you possibly endorse such an utterly unreliable man as your captain? Zoro turned to face Raisen, who remained behind. Luffy may seem scatterbrained most of the time, but when it truly matters, he is unquestionably the sturdiest shelter aboard our ship. Raisen replied with a gentle smile, then glanced tenderly at Licca, standing nearby, timid and hesitant. Licca, go home now. The Marine base won't remain peaceful much longer. Raisen softly stroked her head. But Licca hesitated, glancing down at the rice ball in her hands, now slightly cooled. Give it to me. Zoro spoke up. Licca paused, then broke into an exceptionally radiant smile. Here you go, big brother. Watching Zoro devour the rice ball she'd shaped with her own hands, Licca's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Delicious, I'm full. Zoro swallowed the last bite and offered a rare warm smile. Very good. Thank you, big brother. Yay? Thank you, big brother. Licca cheered, then turned gratefully toward Raisen, her keen intuition recognizing that it was Raisen's quiet words that had softened the proud swordsman's resistance. See, I told you so. A child's sincerity at times is more precious than gold. Raisen watched the scene unfold, his smile deepening. Oh. Zoro laughed genuinely, his expression relaxed and unburdened. Boom. At that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted from within the base building. The colossal blast reverberated across the entire Marine base. Raisen and Zoro turned toward the source, only to witness a massive stone statue plummeting from the pinnacle of the Marine headquarters, crashing violently onto the hard-packed earth and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. That couldn't possibly be. Zoro's eye twitched violently as he stared transfixed at the shattered remains. The statue's features unmistakably belonged to the base's commanding officer, Captain Monkey D. Garp. Zoro had been imprisoned here for 20 days, during which he'd watched Marines labor day and night to erect that monument. Captain Garp's obsession with it had been palpable. Looks like Luffy got lost again. Raisen murmured, barely suppressing a chuckle. In the original chronicle, Luffy had demolished the statue while chasing Bellamy. But this time, though Bellamy had been hauled away early, the statue still met its ruinous fate. Perhaps it was fitting men like Garp were never worthy of being enshrined in reverence. Raisen, may I ask you something? Zoro hesitated, his gaze shifting toward Licca before he spoke, voice strained with reluctant vulnerability. To seek help was far harder for the proud swordsman than anyone imagined. Rest assured, Licca will be safe. Raisen reassured him with unwavering confidence, his calm, reassuring smile unfolding as he subtly stepped sideways to shield the little girl behind his back. Traitor! At that instant, a flood of Marines surged forward, led by a towering, broad-shouldered man radiating raw menace. His most striking feature was his right arm entirely replaced by a massive battle-worn axe. Captain Monkey D. Garp, the axe-wielding commander of the Marine base. You lot, are you comrades of that straw hat brat? And you Roronoa Zoro, do you dare conspire rebellion? That ends now. All of you stand accused of treason. I hereby pronounce your immediate execution. Montblanc's temples throbbed with bulging veins, his eyes burned crimson with unbridled fury. Raisen, at least get Licca out of here. Zoro roared in desperate urgency. Think you can flee? All troops, draw your firearms at once. Montblanc raised his battle-axe high. Click, click. Under Montblanc's long-standing tyranny and brutality, the Marines reluctantly raised their rifles, hands trembling. So this is truly the hour of my death. As death loomed ever closer, no fear flickered in Zoro's gaze. Only profound, suffocating frustration. He had yet to fulfill his vow to Kana, to become the world's greatest swordsman. Instead, he had dragged innocent Licca, and Raisen, a stranger met only moments ago, into ruin. How noisy. Raisen stood firmly before Licca, his obsidian-black Conqueror's Haki blazing wildly within his pupils. Have you overestimated yourself so greatly? Merely a commodore of a branch base. Raisen's voice rang through the courtyard like glacial ice millennia old. A crushing, mountain-shattering pressure descended without warning, engulfing every Marine poised to pull their triggers. The next instant, bang, bang, bang. Dozens upon dozens of Marines collapsed in unison, eyes rolling back as they sank into deep unconsciousness. That power again. Can he wield it so freely without restraint? Zoro stared stunned at the sea of fallen Marines sprawled across the courtyard. Raisen, it's coming back to me. A recent report. A mysterious, extraordinary warrior has recently emerged in the East Blue. Without lifting a finger, he obliterated the entire Alvida pirates solely through the sheer force of his presence. The man who declared he would stand above the heavens. You are Heavenly King Raisen. Montblanc broke out in cold sweat, witnessing the impossible spectacle firsthand, and hearing Zoro utter that name, his speech faltered into stammering disarray. In that moment, the front-page headlines flooding the East Blue coalesced with the silver-haired youth before him. The World Economic News Agency, in breathless hyperbolic prose, had crowned this man Heavenly King, heralding his arrival as the dawn of a new sovereign rising upon the Grand Line. To Montblanc, who placed rank and hierarchy above all else, the very aura of such a legendary monster stirred visceral, bone-deep dread. And having just felt that unfathomable tyrannical power firsthand, standing above the heavens, Heavenly King Raisen, Zoro's gaze sharpened as he studied Raisen's broad back. What an audacious title. Yet after witnessing that overwhelming might, perhaps this man possessed not arrogance, but the undeniable right to it. Oh, even someone like you has heard word of it. So the news agency's efficiency isn't entirely wasted. Raisen nodded, inwardly pleased. At least now he needn't worry about the Navy bestowing some absurd, laughable epithet upon him. Majestic aura enhanced, Conqueror's Haki intensified. Indeed, the earlier hypothesis had been confirmed once more. Renown upon the Grand Line amplified prestige directly strengthened one's king's aura, and thus one's Conqueror's Haki. Why? A subtle resonant intuition stirred in Raisen's mind, especially as he watched Montblanc moments ago, imperious and arrogant, now drenched in terror at merely hearing his name. Yes, that sensation was undeniably exquisite. Goma Goma no. Rocket. At that instant, a familiar bellow pierced the air, and Luffy launched himself from the rooftop of the Marine barracks like a cannonball, landing squarely in the center of the courtyard. Whoa, Raisen, you moved so fast. You've already taken down all these guys. Luffy grinned broadly, surveying the legion of Marines strewn across the ground. Straw hat brat. Montblanc's eyes flared blood red at the sight of Luffy. That statue, my priceless monument, shattered by you. Today that debt shall be repaid in full. Yet, casting a sidelong glance toward Raisen, cold sweat streamed down Montblanc's nape. Advance. Kill them, every last one. All of them, slaughter them utterly. Montblanc shrieked hysterically at the few remaining Marines beside him. Sir, facing that monster, we're doomed. He's no man, he's a demon. The surviving Marines trembled violently, their courage shattered by Raisen's earlier feat of felling hundreds with mere presence. This is an order. Defy it, and I'll execute you on the spot, for treason. Montblanc raged, swinging his axe toward a hesitant subordinate. What's going on? Luffy scratched his chin, baffled, then shrugged off the bizarre scene. Unsheathing 3 swords from his back, he asked casually. Only found these 3 inside that room. Whose are they, oi? Zoro, still bound, replied calmly. All 3 are mine. I'm a 3-sword style swordsman. Excellent. Then I'll cut your bonds right now. Will you join my crew or stay here to be hacked into 8 pieces by the Marines? Luffy flashed a dazzling grin. Fine. Rather than die here, I'd sooner become a notorious pirate. Zoro sighed, then erupted into a wild feral grin. A cornered beast fights far more fiercely than one at ease. Fantastic. Another new comrade. Luffy punched the air in jubilation. Now that we're clear, hurry up and untie these blasted ropes. Zoro bellowed impatiently, watching Mont-Blanc coerce the quivering remnants of his men into a final desperate charge. But these knots are tied too tight. Luffy fumbled frantically at the ropes, until Zoro roared, "Give me a blade." Under Luffy's astonished gaze, Zoro seized one sword's hilt between his teeth. Shink. A crisp, sharp whistle split the air. The thick ropes binding Zoro snapped clean apart. Freed, he seized two swords in his hands, clenched the Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, spun, and stepped before Luffy's steel gleaming to meet the onrushing enemy. Roronoa Zoro has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. List of available trait targets updated. Available trait target Roronoa Zoro. A translucent interface shimmered before Raisen's eyes. He had deliberately left Mont-Blanc and the last few Marines untouched, not with mercy, but to grant Zoro his stage. This was Zoro's first battle as a Straw Hat, a declaration to the world the past severed the future forged in piracy, and Zoro's peerless legendary trait. It now lay tantalizingly within reach. Gazing at the system notification floating before him, Raisen hesitated not for a moment, and silently recited in his heart, "Equip Demon Physique, Deep Purple, and Ashura, Aura Special." As for the three-sword style, and that peculiar-sounding, biting blade strength, he decided to leave them intact for Zolan. Watching the progress bar of Zolan's Demon Physique, Deep Purple, advancing steadily in the window, and seeing that Luffy's Transcendent Physique, Deep Purple, was nearly one-third loaded, a smile crept onto Raisen's face. Soon this path to becoming a true monster would be entirely in my hands. So magnificent. Luffy stared intently at Zolan's unique three-sword stance, shouting excitedly. He had always been irresistibly drawn to such novel and fascinating things. Taking on the Navy. It seems I truly have become a villain now, but... Zolan slowly raised his head, revealing a wild, beast-like grin as he stared fiercely at Luffy. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you dare obstruct my ambition, prepare to commit seppuku and apologize to me. Hee. A companion of the future pirate king lacking such ambition would truly be a headache for me. Luffy grinned broadly, utterly unfazed. Zolan, lower your head. Rubber. Whip. Luffy's thighs suddenly elongated like a whip, sweeping precisely and flinging all the Marines rushing behind Zolan away. Traitors. Seeing that the dreaded Heavenly King, Raisen, had no intention of intervening from the start, Monka's hatred surged wildly. With a furious roar, he lunged forward, his massive axe drawing a harsh gust through the air. Three-sword style. Demon Slash. Swish. Blood rained as Zolan moved with swift precision, unleashing one of his most powerful techniques at this stage, the Demon Slash. Thud. After taking the Demon Slash squarely, Monka's eyes rolled back as his massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Victory. Hee. Luffy jubilantly danced about. Your colonel has been defeated. Who else dares to fight? Luffy rolled up his sleeves and shouted loudly. Colonel Monka has been defeated. The few remaining Marines exchanged uncertain glances, doubt etched across their faces. Then suddenly clang. They decisively threw their weapons to the ground. Wonderful. Monka has fallen. We are free. The Marines on the training ground erupted in overwhelming cheers, and even began celebrating. Their leader was beaten, and they're so happy. Luffy scratched the back of his head in disbelief. After all, in these times, most who join the Navy initially hold the pure desire to protect civilians. Scum like Monka are merely exceptions, and do not represent the entire Navy. Raisen explained. Even though he had now resolved to become a pirate, he would not dismiss the entire naval system. For ordinary civilians amidst chaos, the Navy remains an indispensable refuge. Figures like Luffy, despite bearing the pirate title, are rare adventurers who roam with chivalry. Moreover, pirates lack a fixed abode, offering no lasting stability. This is why many nations later chose to ally under the banners of the Four Emperors, for only by possessing a fixed domain could they provide their people genuine security. Well said, hee. Luffy smiled in agreement. You two are quite different from the notorious villains rumored about. Zolan gave a somewhat surprised remark, raising his eyebrows. He was a man who valued promises deeply. Having agreed to join the crew, he would not renege. It was a comfort to join a team not steeped in villainy. Besides being driven by circumstances and chasing dreams, Zolan's intuition told him these two were fundamentally different from the brutal pirates who only knew plunder. Especially Raisen, who could say a child's sincerity is more precious than gold, could not be inherently malevolent. Furthermore, this man wielded the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki. A captain recognized by such a man as Raisen must possess extraordinary qualities. Looking back now, his intuition was undoubtedly spot on. Bond with Zolan deepened, trait loading progress increased. Raisen's eyes flickered with a smile as the system panel flashed before him, confirming that this mechanism for boosting favor was indeed effective. Starving. At that moment, Zolan's body suddenly swayed and collapsed weakly. After 20 days without food or water, that stunning Demon Slash was only possible thanks to the few rice balls Rika had given him, barely keeping him alive as his body teetered on the brink of collapse. Big brother. Come eat at my place. Rika exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. Meat? Can we come too? Luffy's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of food. Of course. Big brothers are the heroes who saved our entire town. Rika beamed. Raisen, let's go. It's time for meat. Luffy turned to urge. You guys go ahead. I heard there's a Grand Line map in this naval base. He'll go get it first, Raisen said, gazing at the nearby Navy building. Alright, well go ahead then. Luffy responded, carelessly bending down and grabbing Zolan's ankle. Hey, you idiot. You wouldn't be thinking. Zolan lay on the ground, unable to move, even a finger, his mouth twitching violently, as a foreboding feeling rose. It's mealtime. Luffy shouted, lifting Zolan with his right hand and cradling little Rika in his left arm as he sprinted off in the direction Rika pointed. Dragged along the ground, Zolan's back made intimate contact with the earth, leaving a long scratch in the dirt. You bastard. Let go. At least carry me properly. Zolan's furious roar was quickly drowned out by Luffy's excited yells. Meat. Once I regain my strength, I will definitely kill you, you fool. Raisen watched this comical scene, perfectly reenacting a famous moment from the original story, and could not help but chuckle softly. Then, guided by the system's sensing, he easily located Monka's office. Indeed, they got ahead of us, and even locked the safe again. Truly worthy of being members of the timid trio, they are quite cautious in their actions. Raisen looked at a piece of paper in his hand, chuckling to himself. The paper depicted a comical clown pirate emblem accompanied by a neat line of handwriting. I've taken the sea chart, thank you for your hospitality. The system's hint regarding the safe was trait safe, a box that was pried open by Nami, and then locked again. The sea chart was taken first, likely a diversion left by Nami to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. Raisen wasn't too disappointed. After all, before mastering the observation Haki, it was unrealistic to corner a top thief in such a large branch. Moreover, he wasn't worried about losing track of the opponent, as they would soon meet that fellow named Buggy again. The clown. Buggy. Raisen scrutinized the note, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The person who once interned on Gold Roger's ship and was on par with the current 4 Emperor red-haired Shanks. It is said that during the battle between Roger's pirates and Whitebeard's pirates, Buggy left an even deeper impression on Whitebeard than Shanks did. What unknown secrets does this man hide? This had always been an unsolved mystery for Raisen during his previous life. After all, in the original work, Buggy later became a Shichibukai largely due to his background as a former member of Roger's crew, which attracted many powerful followers, and also by chance during the Marineford War. Later, he inadvertently became one of the 4 emperors with the support of Mihawk and Crocodile. If one only considers his combat performance, his record is atrocious. However, now facing Raisen, who possesses the strong trait system, whatever peculiar traits Buggy has will be completely exposed. Surely someone valued by Roger cannot truly be a worthless fool. I hope you won't disappoint me, Buggy. Raisen tucked the note away and turned towards the restaurant of Rika's family. Raisen, you're back. Did you get the siege? Thanks to the convenience of the system map, Raisen easily found Rika's tavern without asking anyone for directions. At that moment, Luffy, with his mouth stuffed full of food, looked at Raisen as he entered and mumbled a question before swallowing. It was taken by Buggy. Raisen unfolded the piece of paper in his hand and presented it to Luffy. Buggy. Who's that? Is he strong? Luffy blinked curiously, inquiring. A pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. In the East Sea, that's quite a decent little character. Raisen chuckled lightly and responded calmly, 15 million berries. If we take him down, would my bounty increase to that? Upon hearing the bounty amount, Luffy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Maybe. Raisen couldn't help but chuckle. Great, the fish has bitten the bait. Alright, let's go beat up that guy named Buggy and get the sea chart back. Luffy shouted, enthusiastically filled with fiery fighting spirit. Are we really going to fight an entire pirate crew just for a bounty? Zoro, listening from the side, was somewhat dumbfounded, feeling a sense of absurdity, as if he had boarded a pirate ship by mistake. Before Raisen returned, he had already confirmed with Luffy that apart from Raisen, he was the second companion on this ship. Their pirate ship was merely that pitiful little wooden boat docked at the port. But now were they really going to set sail with such a small boat to confront Buggy's crew? Although he wasn't afraid, Luffy's recklessness seemed too rash. He hardly looked like a captain should. This isn't just a matter of bounty. Without the sea chart, we can't reach that Devil Sea at all. You want to become the world's greatest? Staying in the East Sea won't fulfill your ambitions. Only by reaching that Devil's Sea can you complete your vow. Raisen met Zoro's gaze calmly and analyzed slowly. Alright. They'll take Buggy's head. Zoro slammed the table, his fighting spirit ignited in an instant. How would a pair of easily fooled guys? Raisen quietly chuckled to himself. After setting their next sailing goal, Raisen enjoyed a hearty meal at Rika's family restaurant. Thanks to his trait, beastly strength blew Raisen's appetite, while not comparable to Luffy's bottomless pit, far exceeded that of an average civilian. Fortunately, the townsfolk, grateful for Raisen and his companions defeating Monka and saving the town, enthusiastically brought their home-cooked ingredients to the tavern. Raisen, of course, wouldn't be polite in such a situation. Being overly courteous would only seem distant. Watching Raisen devour the food brought by everyone, the townspeople displayed satisfied smiles. After the meal, just as in the original work, the Marines who had been knocked unconscious by Raisen's Conqueror's Haki finally woke up. They came to the tavern to express their gratitude, stating they wouldn't arrest them, but politely. Luffy stood at the narrow bow of the boat, shouting boisterously, while Zoro begrudgingly gripped maneuvering the small boat slowly out of the port. Raisen held the makeshift sea chart in his hand, guiding their direction. As the small wooden boat gradually drifted away, the port's Marines lined up voluntarily, saluting solemnly, to bid farewell to the benefactor who saved their town. How much longer until we can see land? I'm about to puke from eating apples. I want meat. Luffy weakly leaned against the side of the boat, gazing eagerly at Raisen, who was studying the sea chart, and complained aggrievedly. Stop complaining. If it weren't for Raisen's meticulousness, we wouldn't even have apples to eat. I can't believe you who keep saying you want to be the pirate king didn't even prepare any supplies for going to sea. Zoro, rowing the oars, expressed his sincere disdain for this unreliable captain. Don't look at me. I'm no professional navigator. On a sea where the winds and waves are fickle, I cannot accurately calculate the precise hour of our arrival. Raisen bit into an apple and replied offhandedly. His trait sailing technique, white, only allowed him to keep from losing his way in calm waters. To forecast a voyage with any precision would require a prodigious professional like Nami. After Menka's fall, the supplies of Zierzi town had long since been squandered under past tyranny. Moreover, their shabby little vessel had no means of preserving provisions, so hoarding meat was out of the question. On a long voyage, preventing sepsis by supplementing vitamins is paramount. Cheap, long-lasting, and nutritious apples were by far the best choice for now. Got it. Eat that one. Suddenly Luffy craned his neck skyward and shouted with exhilaration. Sualong and Raisen followed his gaze and saw a brooding bird circling above them. Huh, I can't fly. How am I supposed to bring that thing down and roast it? Sualong's mouth twitched in helplessness. Watch me. Rubber. Rocket. Luffy planted his hands against the mast, stretched his arms, and using the elasticity of his body flung himself into the air like a launched projectile. Sualong finally remembered that his erratic captain possessed the power of a devil fruit. It seemed the man had at least one useful talent, particularly when it came to improving the crew's food. Yet Raisen wore a cryptic, meaningful smile. The next instant, snap. The bird in midair seized Luffy's head with surgical precision. Aya, help! Luffy's frantic screams drifted down from the sky. You idiot! What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Sualong's face contorted as he roared in fury, furiously rowing after the bird that carried Luffy away. He had intended to catch the bird to improve their rations. Instead, he found himself becoming the bird's mark. In Raisen's field of vision, there flickered a line of system text above the departing foul trait. Plot bird, a bird destined to propel the plot forward. Hey, that ship over there. Stop. As Sualong desperately pursued the bird, three figures floating on the sea suddenly cried out for help. Raisen watched those bobbing bodies with a broader smile. These were likely the lackeys of the Baji pirate crew, the very ruffians from whom Nami had cunningly seized a ship and its treasure. Seriously, you show up at a time like this expecting aid. Hey, I have no time to stop for you. Pull yourselves aboard. Sualong bellowed as he hammered the oars. The three unlucky henchmen braced themselves as the little boat bore down like a charging beast. Terrified, they scrambled, and at the moment the hull brushed past them, flailed, and hauled themselves onto the deck. You tried to ram us to our deaths. The three, still shaken, berated Sualong. Count yourselves lucky to be alive, Sualong. You brat. We serve under the great Captain Baji. Surrender this boat at once. It belongs to us now. The leader glared savagely and drew a long knife at his waist. Sualong slowly ceased rowing, turned, and his face darkened. His stare became as fearsome as a revenant. Moments later, ha. You fools failed to recognize the illustrious pirate hunter Sualong. And the world-renowned Raisen. We're doomed. The three beaten members of Baji's crew, faces bruised and black-eyed, now sat at the stern and rowed for Sualong, their expressions full of obsequiousness. No more nonsense, Sualong ordered coldly. If your delay causes me to lose the captain, I'll skin you alive. Row properly. Yes, Boss Sualong. They cried. Don't worry, they're heading exactly where we are bound. Raisen pointed ahead and smiled over the chart. Everything followed the trajectory in his memory. Even though he had thoughtfully prepared apples to keep Luffy from starving, the inertia of the plot still led that greedy captain straight into the jaws of the giant bird. The creature's destination, of course, was the current stronghold of the Baji pirate crew, Zierzi town. This town, famed for its oranges, had become the Baji pirate crew's base of operations. Finally within reach. A slender figure clutching a chart was sprinting with all her might. It was Nami, who had just stolen the Vita Honglu chart from Baji's men. Behind her, Baji's subordinates gave chase. Aya, help! High above, the great bird still flew on its beak, clamped tightly around Luffy. Captain Baji, there seems to be an unidentified object above the harbor. Inside the vast tent erected above Zierzi town, a man with a conspicuous red nose opened his eyes. Baji gave the order without pity. Cannon fire thundered. The projectile struck the bird true. Luffy was freed and plummeted toward the ground, landing squarely between Nami and her pursuers in a dust-filled pit. Well, what happened? Nami stared into the dust-raised crater. Ah, we're saved. What an interesting journey. Luffy sprang from the hole, brushed his straw hat back, and grinned. Who are you? Nami studied Luffy. Something about his face seemed familiar. A flash of recollection stirred. The handsome face she had danced with aboard the luxury liner, the man who had told her, until we meet again. His name had been Raisen, she thought. The boy before her wearing a straw hat was the very person who had been aboard the ship when Raisen had made his escape. Nami hastily scanned the crowd, but could not find Raisen anywhere. Hey, so it's you. Luffy then noticed Nami and showed a look of surprise. He remembered her after all. Just as Nami prepared to speak, Luffy cocked his head, puzzled, a question seeming to blossom above him. Who are you? Nami's lips twitched violently. If you don't remember me, then why did you look so surprised when you first saw me? Captain, it's me, the one who knows Raisen. Seeing hesitation among Baji's men in pursuit, Nami quickly composed herself and called out with a smile. Oh, you're the thief Raisen mentioned. At the sound of Raisen's name, Luffy finally recalled. That's right. You are here to save me, right? Then leave those guys to you. Nami, not caring about Luffy's address, pointed at the subordinates of Buggy's pirate crew and quickly made her escape. If you are the captain of that woman, then we will capture you first. Then shall have to hand over the sea chart. The lackeys of Buggy's pirate crew shifted their target to Luffy. Luffy complained, holding his stomach, looking weak and powerless. Bastard. I'm talking to you. One of the pirates roared, angrily punching Luffy's straw hat off his head. Don't touch my treasure. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched out to reclaim his hat, his gaze turning fierce. Angering Luffy, these lackeys were naturally dealt with easily. Wow, you are really strong. Nami, who was secretly observing from a nearby rooftop, exclaimed in surprise after witnessing Luffy's power. Am Nami a thief specializing in stealing from pirates? Do you want to team up? Seeing Luffy's abilities, Nami, who initially only wanted the sea chart of the Grand Line, now also set her sights on the treasures of Buggy's pirate crew. No, I don't want to team up with you. Luffy glanced at Nami and turned to leave. Don't say that. They'll treat you to a meal. Nami displayed a gentle smile. Really? Luffy's face lit up with joy. Delicious. In a nearby building, Luffy swallowed a hamburger in one bite, grinning widely. Do you live alone in such a big place? As Luffy curiously surveyed his surroundings, he asked Nami. No, I'm not from this town. Everyone fled because they were afraid of— Nami explained. So you just barged in? Luffy, being straightforward, as always, said whatever came to mind. How rude. I'm a thief who specializes in stealing from pirates. Don't confuse me with ordinary thieves. Nami retorted indignantly. But a thief is still a thief, right? Luffy chewed his food, casually responding, I must save up 100 million berries. With this sea chart of the Grand Line, I can definitely do it. Nami spoke firmly, her expression resolute. Sea chart? Are you a navigator? Hearing this, Luffy's expression changed instantly. I'm much stronger than an ordinary navigator. Speaking of his sailing skills, Nami was full of confidence. Then join my pirate crew as our navigator. Recalling what Rayleigh had said before about needing an excellent navigator to explore these vast seas, Luffy immediately extended an invitation. Absolutely not. So you're a pirate too? I hate pirates the most. Nami's expression darkened instantly. The image of Rayleigh flashed through her mind. Initially, she thought Rayleigh's strange behavior on the ship indicated he was a fellow traveler, but unexpectedly that guy was actually a pirate. Oh, I see. Luffy did not press the issue, continuing to devour his food. After learning that Luffy was a pirate, Nami also dropped the topic of cooperation and prepared to leave. But when she reached the window and saw Buggy's pirates patrolling outside, an idea flashed in her mind. She turned to Luffy and said, but if you agree to one condition, I might consider it. Nami smiled slyly. Really? I'll agree to any condition. Luffy shouted excitedly. Alright, then you have to accompany me to meet Buggy. Nami took out a rope and skillfully tied Luffy up. Why are you tying me up? Luffy looked puzzled. Is there a problem? Seeing Luffy securely tied up, Nami's eyes curled up. Nami was essentially a good person, otherwise she wouldn't specifically target pirates to gather 100 million berries. However, when it came to deceiving pirates, she felt no guilt whatsoever. No problem. I also want to meet pirates. Let's go. Luffy grinned widely, his smile surprisingly carefree. Meanwhile, Buggy was furious that the thief had not yet been caught. Captain Buggy. A pirate subordinate crawled over in a panic, shouting loudly. What happened? Buggy scolded angrily. The theft of the sea chart made him especially furious, as that thing was crucial to him. That thief. She came back by herself. The subordinate shouted. What did you say? Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. Following the direction of the voice, he saw that the thief was leading a bound boy wearing a straw hat towards them. It's them. It's that woman who stole the sea chart. Another pirate from Buggy's crew pointed at Nami and shouted. Smack. Nami remained unfazed, pushing the tied-up Luffy to the ground. I brought the thief back to you, Captain Buggy. And I also returned the sea chart. Nami raised the sea chart in her hand. You went through the trouble to bring it back, but why did you suddenly change your mind? Buggy took the sea chart, revealing a strange cold. I had a falling out with my captain. I'm fed up with him. Please let me join Buggy's pirate crew. Nami feigned enthusiasm. This was Nami's on-the-spot improvisation. Surrounded by Buggy's men, escaping was impossible, so she decided to use this pirate and the sea chart to gain Buggy's trust, and then find an opportunity to steal back the sea chart and escape. Hearing her words, a sudden fury ignited in Buggy's eyes. Buggy is angry. He's going to use his devil fruit ability. The surrounding Buggy pirates looked fearful. Devil fruit ability. Luffy, lying on the ground, blinked. Could it be that this guy named Buggy was also a devil fruit user? Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Buggy burst into laughter instead. Can't stand that guy, huh? You are quite an interesting woman. Alright, I allow you to join. Buggy laughed heartily. Nami's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled sweetly. Pirates are indeed simple-minded and easily deceived. Soon Buggy's subordinates took Luffy away, locking him in an iron cage. Why are you locking me up? Luffy shouted, but no one paid him any mind. Today I'm in a good mood. Woman, what's your name? Buggy asked Nami. Nami. She replied with a smile. Good. You all throw a welcome party for Nami. Host a grand celebration. Buggy opened his arms and laughed loudly. Oh. The subordinates of Buggy cheered in unison. The venue was soon filled with food and drinks as pirates celebrate with feasts and revelry. What's wrong? Hurry up and eat. This is your welcome banquet. Buggy urged Nami, who was sitting opposite him. Okay, thank you so much. Nami replied with a smile. Having successfully infiltrated, Nami was already plotting how to steal back the sea chart, including all the treasures accumulated by Buggy. The Buggy pirates are notorious in the East Sea, and Buggy himself is famous for his greed. If one could steal his treasure trove, it would lead to great wealth. Delightful. My crew prepare the special Buggy bomb. After a few drinks, Buggy burst into laughter. What are you all up to? Watching Buggy's subordinates roll out a cannon and load a uniquely shaped shell, Nami was left bewildered. Watch closely. This is the power of the special Buggy bomb. Fire. Buggy revealed a sinister smile, and a deafening sound echoed as the special Buggy bomb was launched, creating a massive explosion that tore through the town center, the violent shockwave reducing countless houses to ruins. What was that explosion just now? Zoro, who had already reached the shore, stared at the blinding firelight in the distance. That must be Captain Buggy's ultimate technique. One of the 3 Buggy pirates requisitioned by Raisen and Zoro was wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he explained nervously the Buggy bomb. Zoro repeated, "Let's go. Luffy is probably over there. He has a natural talent for attracting trouble." Raisen looked in the direction of the Buggy bomb's launch with a hint of a smile. "So how was that? Isn't it spectacular? With the Buggy bomb and my devil fruit powers, I can definitely conquer this grand line. Right, Nami?" Buggy, overwhelmed with pride at the destruction caused by the Buggy bomb, exclaimed, "Yes, yes, Captain Buggy." Nami replied, reluctantly suppressing the turmoil within her, thankful that the residents had already evacuated, leading to no casualties. "Huh. I am the one destined to conquer the Grand Line. I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Hearing Buggy brag, Luffy shouted defiantly from his cage, "Huh." Buggy's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He sneered coldly, finding it absurd that such a little brat dared to claim he would become the Pirate King. "Are you dumbfounded? He is just a naive kid who has never seen the world. That is why I don't want to continue following him." Nami hurriedly added, forcing herself to play along. "Very well. As a reward, I will let you fire the cannon yourself. Blast your former captain into the sky." Buggy grinned maliciously. "This will also be the best proof of your loyalty to me. This is the true initiation ceremony, Nami." Click. A new Buggy bomb was pushed into the cannon, aimed directly at the iron cage where Luffy was. Fire. Fire. The surrounding Buggy pirates went wild. A box of matches was forcibly shoved into Nami's hand, but her trembling hand wouldn't stop shaking. She knew very well that if she didn't fire, Buggy would definitely kill her. But how could she become an accomplice of these ruthless pirates? "What's wrong? Your hand is shaking." Luffy suddenly spoke up, causing Nami to shiver all over. "That's because you didn't prepare yourself to gamble your life, and casually came to provoke a pirate. That's why it's come to this." "Awareness? What awareness? To kill at whim? Is this the awareness of a pirate?" Nami couldn't help but retort, biting her lip as painful memories surged back. "No, it's the awareness of risking one's own life." Luffy replied, his usual carefree expression gone, revealing a hint of true regal demeanor. "Forget it. Let me light it." Seeing Nami hesitating, a Buggy subordinate snatched the matches, preparing to light the fuse. Whoosh. Just as he was about to ignite it, Nami suddenly drew out a collapsible staff and fiercely knocked the pirate to the ground. "Nami, what do you think you're doing?" Buggy's expression darkened. "Sorry." Nami blurted out instinctively, her long-standing cautious nature making her bow and apologize loudly. "Do you think one sorry is enough?" Buggy roared, his face turning exceptionally furious. "What the hell? Are you here to save me now?" Luffy was left bewildered by Nami's actions. "Don't get ahead of yourself. It was just an impulse. I just don't want to become like those brutal pirates," Nami argued, gripping her staff tightly as the surrounding Buggy pirates closed in with wary expressions. "Oh, just Luffy's tone was somewhat disappointed. He thought Nami was finally going to join them. "Pirates took the life of my most beloved who would want to have anything to do with pirates?" Driven to a dead end, Nami finally released the long-suppressed truth. "Ah, so that's how it is." Luffy finally understood why Nami's attitude had been kind at first, but drastically changed upon learning that he was a pirate. At that moment, the sound of the burning fuse rang out. "Ah, the fuse is lit." Luffy panicked. His rubbery body could withstand punches, but not cannon fire. "Ungrateful little girl. Kill her. Make a show of it." Buggy was completely enraged, his eyes bloodshot, prepared to eliminate her spectacularly. Several Buggy pirates rushed towards Nami, eager to show off in front of their captain. Nami agilely dodged, and then lunged at the burning fuse. "Water. Where's the water?" Luffy frantically looked around. "Damn it. There's no time." As the fuse was about to burn down, Nami gritted her teeth and tightly clasped the wire with both hands. Aw. The intense burning pain from the fuse made Nami cry out. "You." Luffy's eyes widened in shock as the fuse slowly extinguished in Nami's hands. "Die." However, the crisis was not over. The Buggy pirates behind them swung their weapons, their faces twisted in rage, and Nami closed her eyes in despair, clang. A group of big men attacking a defenseless woman. How disgraceful. A mocking voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Seeing Zoro appear and deflect the attack, Luffy shouted happily, "Good to see you again, little thief girl." Then a familiar voice filled with mirth reached Nami's ears. She looked toward the source, and the figure she had danced with on the luxurious cruise was slowly walking towards her. "Raisen. How did you find this place?" Luffy asked excitedly. "Raisen. It's been a while." Nami responded instinctively, never expecting that in this vast ocean they would indeed meet again, and under such circumstances. Check the traits. At this moment, Raisen had no time for idle chit-chat. His gaze was firmly fixed on Buggy, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, revealing that this guy indeed harbored a monumental secret. Raisin's eyes were filled with anticipation. Buggy's traits: mastery of cannonballs, blue chop fruit, deep purple heavenly background, special conquerors, Haki, unawakened light, gold, sun of the sea, ultimate gold, now invalid. A brilliant golden light as dazzling as Luffy's sun god trait flashed through the void and quickly dimmed ominously. At this moment, Buggy's panel was fully displayed before Raisin's eyes. Mastery of Cannonballs Blue represented Buggy's talent for creating special buggy bombs, while the Chop Chop Fruit Deep Purple was likewise unimpressive to Raisen. Just like the current Luffy Buggy could only utilize the most basic abilities of this Paramecia-type Devil Fruit to sever his body for offense and defense. For now the fruit's effect seemed quite ordinary, as it only granted Buggy immunity to slashing attacks. Even in the future when awakened, its potential appeared limited to disintegrating the surrounding environment, such as rapidly dismantling a massive warship. Although the awakened Chop Chop Fruit might serve well in chaotic battles, this level of Devil Fruit did not warrant Raisen's excessive attention. Unsurprisingly, Buggy, like his fellow apprentice in the Roger Pirates Shanks, Son of the Sea Ultimate Gold, now invalid born for the sea, possesses unparalleled swimming talent dominating all waters, and merely swimming in the sea allows for the continuous enhancement of one's kingly aura, thus infinitely strengthening Haki. Invalid due to being rejected by the sea after consuming a Devil Fruit. Raisen stared at this trait, his eyes nearly bleeding with excitement. This was an unimaginably growth-type ultimate gold trait. Its upper limit was even more terrifying than Luffy's Sun God. No wonder Buggy was able to be an apprentice alongside Shanks on the Pirate King's ship, and no wonder he left such a deep impression on Whitebeard. Even Dark King Rayleigh once stated that Buggy's swimming ability would even surpass his own in the future. Before consuming the Devil Fruit, the young Buggy was so arrogant that he dared to provoke Whitebeard to his face, claiming he would dye Whitebeard's mustache red, all because of his confidence. The reason for everything lies within this Son of the Sea trait. In the pirate world, the significance of the sea is self-evident, and the kingly aura of a strong individual is the core key to the strength of their Haki. This trait not only grants Buggy unparalleled swimming talent, but also allows him to continuously enhance his kingly aura simply by soaking in seawater, thereby boosting his Haki. If we say armament Haki relies on the physical body and observation Haki relies on the mind, then Conqueror's Haki, which cannot be strengthened through acquired training, is almost only tempered through constant experiences on the sea and defeating strong enemies in the original work. It is a cruel transformation process built on the blood and bones of countless failures. However, this Son of the Sea trait allows the possessor to grow stronger simply by swimming in the sea. This is simply an unfathomable cheat. If Buggy had not eaten that Devil Fruit, if this trait had not become invalid, perhaps the man hailed as having the strongest Haki on the seas today would not be Shanks, but Buggy. This is undoubtedly a trait tailor-made for cultivating Haki. It is entirely reasonable for Buggy to have been so arrogant before eating the fruit. In a world dominated by the sea, possessing such a trait would make it absurd not to be proud. Alas, the sea brought him both fortune and misfortune. From the moment he consumed the Chop Chop Fruit and was rejected by the sea, this trait was forcibly stripped away. The once limitless pride and aura turned against Buggy himself when the trait was obliterated. That spirited apprentice pirate thus became the weak clown Buggy who had once displayed such fearlessness and valor during his conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Yet merely months after eating the fruit during the battle at Ite Wall between the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates, Buggy transformed into a coward who only knew to cry out for escape. This drastic shift in personality within just a few months was entirely due to the soul backlash from the nullification of the Son of the Sea trait. Everything makes sense now. Raisen's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on Buggy. This trait he Raisen. In terms of physique, once he equipped Luffy's extraordinary physique and Zoro's demon physique, Raisen's physical potential would rival Kaido, and he might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the innate monster Charlotte Lin Lin in the future. As for Devil Fruits, with the trait Plundering System, he need not worry about lacking powerful abilities. And if he could acquire this Son of the Sea trait, then in the realm of Haki, Raisen would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, the key point is that Raisen possesses the trait system, meaning when he utilizes the abilities of the Plunder Devil Fruits, he does not suffer any side effects. This means that even if Raisen acquires the fruit's abilities, he will not be rejected by the sea, nor will it lead to the loss of the Son of the Sea trait's efficacy. Physique Haki Fruit. These represent the three dimensions at the pinnacle of the pirate world's power system. In every field, Raisen will possess astonishing potential that surpasses all others. Buggy, you truly have not disappointed me. This trait, I accept it. Buggy suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The man before him had eyes as red as blood, a gaze that seemed ready to devour him. His name seemed to be Raisen. Wait a minute. King Raisen. Raisen, are you the King Raisen? Buggy's expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on the man before him. Recently, the hottest topic on the seas was the article published by the World Economic Journal about the birth of a new king in the East Sea. That person's title was King Raisen. That's right, Captain Buggy. This guy is the King Raisen, and the green-haired person beside him is the pirate hunter Zoro. One of Buggy's subordinates trembled as he unfolded the newspaper for comparison, unable to suppress a gulp. The one possessing Conqueror's Haki. Even Buggy was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. If it were the pirate hunter Zoro, Buggy wouldn't fear the swordsman due to his fragmentation fruit abilities. However, the nature of Conqueror's Haki was entirely different. As a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, apart from missing Raftel due to illness, he had followed Roger to conquer the entire Grand Line. In the East Sea, no one understood what Conqueror's Haki represented better than Buggy. That was undoubtedly the quality of a king. Those who can awaken such power would be a hero, even in the new world where strong warriors abound. Yet how could such a terrifying being appear in the weakest East Sea? Wait. Suddenly a thought flashed through Buggy's mind like a lightning bolt as he looked incredulously at Luffy, who was trapped in the iron cage. This guy named Raisen. Is he a crew member of this Straw Hat Kid? That king title. Could it be because this kid claimed he would become the Pirate King, thus mimicking Rayleigh's former title of... So this awakened user of Conqueror's Haki truly believes that this reckless kid can rise to become the Pirate King. A loudmouth brat, and a future Pirate King recognized and supported by an awakened user of Conqueror's Haki. There's simply no comparison between the two. But why, eh? Why would someone with the qualities of a king submit to such a foolish guy? Bucky's eyes turned bloodshot. Nami murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. For the past few days she had been entirely focused on stealing the sea chart, and had no time to buy the latest issue of the newspaper. Even without having seen the report, just the weight of the title king, and the fearful reaction of Bucky, who had a bounty of 15 million berries, as the East Sea's great overlord spoke volumes. Just hearing the opponent's name made someone like Bucky so tense. How formidable must this man be? Nami stood dazed, staring blankly at Raisen, who stood in front of her. As the aura of kingship rose, and the intensity of Conqueror's Haki increased, another system notification echoed in Raisen's mind. Noticing the cold sweat on Bucky's face when he heard his name, and the shock evident in Nami's expression, Raisen was aware. The admiration of ordinary minions could not provide him with an aura boost, but feedback from crucial narrative characters like Bucky and Nami still offered him significant enhancements. The refinement of Haki in the world of pirates is akin to sifting through sand. It requires the blood and ruins of the defeated to forge a stronger presence. Likewise, the reputation of the strong is built upon the countless defeats of their opponents. Thus, to continuously grow stronger through reputation, Raisen needed to spread his bounty and renown far and wide. The most direct manifestation of fame, of course, is the number representing the bounty. However, solely relying on Re. Just as Bucky was about to speak, a hint of ferocity flashed in Raisen's black-red pupils. The next moment, boom. A wave of overwhelming pressure suddenly spread, engulfing all of Bucky's crew present. In an instant, the numerous minions stiffened, followed by a simultaneous rolling of their eyes as they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Thud, thud. The dull sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. Conqueror's Haki cleared the field. In front of a true king, even the weak do not have the qualification to remain conscious. Incredible. Raisen, Luffy shouted with unrestrained joy, offering the most fitting praise. What an unreasonable... Zoro sheathed his sword, his expression tinged with awe. No matter how many times he saw it, this grand method left one in rapture. What just happened? Nami looked on in horror at the scene, though judging by their reactions, it was clearly Raisen's doing. Yet he hadn't even moved a finger, just by releasing his aura nearly 100 elite pirates had all fainted. What kind of sorcery is this? The physical strength of the evil dragon is undoubtedly powerful, but at least it is tangible and understandable. Yet everything happening before her had thoroughly shattered Nami's understanding of battle. She stared blankly at Raisen, who stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. Conquerors. Haki. Sweat beads gathered on Bucky's forehead. Although he was already aware of Raisen possessing such power, directly enduring its pressure was no laughing matter. If it weren't for his previous experiences on Roger's ship, having seen countless storms, perhaps that last shock would have directly incapacitated him. Mastery over Conqueror's Haki such as this is truly superb. How could such a monster be lurking in the East Sea, and willingly be someone else's subordinate? It's simply too absurd. To not have fallen, you've not disappointed me. Raisen looked at Bucky, who was gritting his teeth to hold on, feeling a bit regretful. However, the other party had indeed been a trainee on the Roger pirates, witnessing the enigmatic clashes of Conqueror's Haki between Roger and Whitebeard. Although Bucky had not yet awakened his Haki, it was indeed unrealistic to think of knocking him out with a mere ordinary Conqueror's Haki shock. Since that's the case, then let's execute the backup plan. The task of knocking Bucky out must be completed. Zoro. Raisen glanced sideways at Zoro. Leave it to me. Zoro, understanding Raisen's intent, swiftly moved towards the nearby cannon that had been loaded. Before coming here, he had heard Raisen mention that Bucky possessed a special ability to negate slashing attacks, making sword strikes useless against him. Fire. Under Bucky's horrified gaze, Zoro exerted force with one hand, directly turning the heavy cannon to aim at Bucky. Stop. What's inside is a specially made Bucky bomb. Bucky screamed. The next moment, flames erupted, the cannon roared, and the hard cannonball exploded precisely at Bucky's feet. The crimson flames, accompanied by a violent explosion, engulfed Bucky along with the surrounding bricks. Thief girl, I have a request for you. Can you help our captain open the iron cage? Raisen smiled at Nami and said the bazooka alone cannot defeat Bucky. Currently, the only truly threatening means of attack Raisen possesses is his Conqueror's Haki. Relying solely on brute force, the blue one, to defeat Bucky, who possesses the chop chop fruit ability, is akin to daydreaming. Although Raisen's Conqueror's Haki is nearly invincible in the East Sea, they have no choice but to rely on Luffy to break the deadlock against an opponent who cannot be knocked out by Haki's impact. Raisen remembers that in the original story, Nami successfully obtained the key to the cage, but it was swallowed by a little dog named Choo Choo. It's time for Luffy to lend a hand and help him acquire Buggy's traits. My name is Nami, you can just call me by my name. Nami replied. Though Raisen and his crew are pirates, she still feels grateful for their actions in saving her. Stay here. Nami tossed out a sentence and quickly vanished, using subordinates as meat shields. Buggy. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Buggy's silhouette re-emerged. His hands had long since split off, holding two henchmen in front of him to absorb the violent impact of the bazooka. At such a young age possessing such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Your future is indeed fearsome, but now facing me, who has the chop fruit, you are still not my match. Buggy declared, loudly stimulated by the recent explosion. He had completely awakened from the shock of Conqueror's Haki. Although Conqueror's Haki represents royal potential, without mastering the technique of binding it can only be used to intimidate and clear out minor enemies. Few in the East Sea can withstand this pressure, but coincidentally Buggy, who had followed Roger to witness the New World, is one of them. Once he withstood the impact of Conqueror's Haki, the ensuing battle would entirely depend on physical strength. In this regard, Buggy, who had sailed through countless days and nights with Roger's crew, had a keen eye. Raisen before him appeared physically weak, and obviously not strong, at least not as powerful as himself, enhanced by the chop fruit. Buggy couldn't understand why someone with such magnificent Conqueror's Haki had such ordinary physical attributes, but he knew what to do to eliminate this man blocking his path. As for the pirate hunter Zoro, a mere swordsman, and facing the swordsman Buggy, who possesses the chop fruit, even had the confidence to provoke Mihawk, the greatest swordsman. Of course, the reason he had this confidence was because he calculated that Mihawk would never kill him out of respect for Shanks. Looks like I need to hold him off for a while, Raisen. Zoro drew 3 swords and stood ready, watching Buggy closely. Die? I will take you down in style. Buggy roared as he charged at Zoro. Swish! Zoro sidestepped and with a swift motion directly cut Buggy in half at the waist. Buggy's body fell helplessly to the ground. Stop playing dead, slashing at you is meaningless against the chop fruit, right Buggy? Raisen calmly spoke, exposing Buggy's act of playing dead, while actually preparing to ambush Zoro. How pathetic. After consuming a devil fruit, and being rejected by the sea, the backlash from losing the traits of the sea child extreme gold left Buggy with no choice, but to rely on such inferior tactics to fight. If it weren't for the fruit's restraining effect with Zoro's current strength, he could easily beat Buggy to pieces. Since you've already uncovered the secret of the chop fruit, I won't pretend anymore. Hearing Raisen's exposure, Buggy's upper body suddenly soared into the air, a ruthless grin appearing on his face. Chop. Flying knives. Buggy shouted angrily, his arms detached from his flying torso, each holding a sharp knife, shooting towards Raisen and Zoro respectively. Rubber. Bite. What a... Buggy's eyes widened in horror as Luffy's head suddenly stretched forward several meters, precisely biting the flying knife just inches away from Raisen's face. What kind of body is this? Are you a monster? Nami had successfully stolen the key and freed Luffy. Watching Luffy's neck stretch several meters, her eyes widened in disbelief. Your body can actually stretch this far. Are you also a devil fruit user? Buggy's forehead twitched. That's right. I'm a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy replied with a mouthful of knife, his words somewhat slurred. Swish. Zoro first sliced off Buggy's other arm that was attacking him, then swiftly cut the ropes binding Luffy. I'm saved. Hee. Thank you, Thief Navigator. Luffy grinned widely, moving his newly freed limbs. Don't give me any weird nicknames. I'm just returning the favor for saving me earlier. Nami rubbed her temples, feeling helpless at Luffy's carefree demeanor. I've already decided. You are our navigator on the ship. Hee. And we also need that map of the Grand Line. Luffy grinned widely, clenched his fists, and loudly declared to Buggy, don't make decisions for me. Forget it anyway. How you pirates fight has nothing to do with me. I'm off to get the treasure. Maybe we'll cooperate again in the future. Bye. I hope you fight well. Nami waved goodbye to Raisen and the others, then swiftly disappeared around the street corner. Oh, thank you. Luffy responded energetically. See you later, Nami. Raisen also added with a smile. Nami, who was already disappearing from view, paused slightly at Raisen's words, then vanished at an even faster speed. Bastard. Do you think this grandpa doesn't exist? Straw Hat Kid. Seeing your hat reminds me of that damned red-haired bastard Shanks. I'm so pissed off. Buggy's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Red-haired. Do you know Shanks? Hearing the words red-haired, Luffy's attention was suddenly drawn. So what if I do? Buggy chuckled strangely. Where is Shanks now? Luffy asked impatiently. Who knows? You can say I know him, but saying that I never want to know him in my life is more accurate. Buggy spat, and thinking about how Shanks was the one who made him eat this damn chop fruit ignited the flames of anger. What are you babbling about? Are you an idiot? Luffy stared at Buggy as if he were mad. I won't bother telling you. Not in the... You insolent brat. Buggy roared, furious. Fine then. I'll beat it out of you until you beg to talk. Luffy clenched his fists, eyes blazing with battle fervor. Let's watch from the side, Zoro. This one's yours, and Luffy. Raisen led Zoro to a clean open patch of ground, and sat down, cheering loudly for Luffy. As he listened to their exchange, a peculiar smile flickered across Raisen's face. This was the classic pirate world protocol before any brawl. Combatants declared their affiliations and lineage lest they accidentally knock out some influential figure's heir. It had long since become standard procedure. Leave it to me. A fierce flame ignited in Luffy's eyes. Raisen's impromptu hireling. Luffy had officially entered the fray. Goma no pistol. Luffy's arms stretched far backward, then snapped forward like a coiled spring, hurtling straight toward Buggy's face. Bara. Emergency escape. Buggy's body instantly shattered into fragments, effortlessly evading Luffy's thunderous punch. Ha. Brat, your rubber limbs may strike fast, but against my Bara power they're utterly useless. Buggy laughed triumphantly, his severed hands drifting lazily back to his sides. Is that so? Then how about this? Luffy grinned, already winding up both arms once more. Goma no Gatling. A tempest of fists descended upon Buggy like a monsoon. Relentless, blinding, all-encompassing. Split again, and split once more. His body fractured into dozens of tiny pieces scattering in every direction to evade the storm of blows. Ha ha ha, it's futile. You can't even touch me. Buggy's head spun wildly midair, mocking Luffy without mercy. Though Luffy's speed and raw power were astonishing, Buggy's fragmentation evasion was uncannily agile. At this stage, the Bora Bora fruit granted him unparalleled advantage in pure velocity and maneuverability. TCH, he's slicker than a fly. Zoro watched from the side, expression faintly irritated. Watching Buggy endlessly splinter and evade, he could already imagine how maddening it would be for a swordsman to land a single cut. Don't worry, he'll spot the opening soon enough. Raisen spoke calmly, unfazed. Luffy's combat intuition ranked among the highest, legendary even. In the original chronicle, he'd deduced within moments that Buggy's feet couldn't float, they had to remain grounded. Sure enough, Luffy abruptly halted his flurry of punches, locking his gaze onto Buggy's scattered fragments hovering above, and then let his eyes drift downward, finally fixing upon Buggy's feet, stealthily shuffling along the earth. Huh. Got you. Luffy beamed, radiant with triumph. What a... Buggy's airborne head jolted violently, his weakness exposed. Before he could react, Luffy charged forward like a wild stallion and clamped both hands firmly around Buggy's ankles. Stop right now. Let go of my feet, now. Panic flooded Buggy's voice. Once his feet were lifted and pinned, his floating upper half instantly lost balance, tumbling helplessly in midair like a puppet with its strings cut. Shishishit. Now you're stuck. Luffy laughed triumphant. Bora Bora, juggling saw blade. In desperation, Buggy hurled his hovering hands forward, daggers gripped tight, spinning wildly, as they shrieked toward Luffy, aiming to force him loose. Gomu Gomu no balloon. Luffy drew a deep breath, and swelled into a plump, bouncy rubber sphere. Buggy's whirling blade slammed into his elastic belly, and ricocheted off, flung away without resistance. Impossible. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. Now, it's my turn to strike back. Luffy exhaled sharply, re-grabbing Buggy's ankles. Wait. Stop. Don't, please. Buggy screamed, raw despair cracking his voice. Gomu Gomu no rocket. Luffy stretched both arms backward to their absolute limit, then launched them forward with cataclysmic force, driving Buggy's lower half straight into his own suspended torso. Boom. A deafening crash shook the street. Under immense impact, Buggy's scattered limbs slammed together with brutal finality, his entire body rocketing backward like a cannonball, slamming headlong into the brick wall behind him. Crash. Bricks and mortar crumbled, cascading in a torrent of rubble, burying Buggy alive beneath the wreckage. Phew. Luffy brushed dust from his palms and wiped sweat from his brow with a cheerful grin. Well done, Luffy. Raisen rose and strode toward the ruins. Zoro rested a hand on his sword hilt and followed closely. Raisen paused before the pile of rubble, waved a hand dismissively, clearing debris from the surface. Beneath lay Buggy, battered and unconscious, eyes tightly shut. Excellent, Raisen murmured, voice devoid of warmth. The prerequisite had been fulfilled. Buggy was fully incapacitated. System sees Buggy's child of the sea trait. Raisen whispered the command inwardly. Hum. A brilliant golden light surged forth from Buggy's body, then dissolved seamlessly into Raisen's frame. Eyes closed, Raisen felt a vast warm energy flow through his limbs and veins, gathering steadily at his chest, like the boundless ocean itself embracing him, whispering tenderly. Child of the Sea ultimate gold trait successfully seized. System has restored it to awakened state. The chime resonated in his mind, flooding him with profound, ineffable satisfaction. The ultimate external aid for Haki cultivation, finally activated. Raisen, did you just do something? Zoro asked, instinctively sensing a subtle, indescribable shift in Raisen's aura. Just reclaiming what's mine, my due. Raisen opened his eyes, deep, inscrutable, holding untold depths. Let's go. Time to find Nami and retrieve the map. Shishishi. Full speed ahead, to the Grand Line. Luffy raised both arms high, roaring with unclouded joy, oblivious to everything that had transpired. Raisen cast one last glance at the motionless, unconscious Buggy. The clown had delivered his final bow. Now, the true voyage began. Check the traits. Raisen silently recited in his heart, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Raisen's traits: navigation white, beastly strength blue, conquerors Haki, awaken light gold, faction luck ultimate gold, son of the sea ultimate gold, extraordinary physique deep purple equipped, evil spirit physique deep purple equipped, Azura aura special equipped, sun god ultimate gold equipped, son of the sea ultimate gold, born as the son of the sea, possessing an unparalleled swimming talent, dominating all seas. Just by swimming in the ocean, he could continuously enhance his royal aura, thus endlessly strengthening his Haki. The label representing invalid no longer existed. This once dull ultimate gold trait, acquired after consuming the devil fruit in Buggy, now burned brilliantly within Raisen, fully revived. Son of the sea, this cheat-like Haki training external aid finally belonged to him. Raisen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whoosh. The cool sea breeze brushed against his face. Everything is different now. Raisen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of peculiarity in his expression, a look infused with the newly fused royal aura. Truly worthy of being the divine external aid for refining spirit and Haki. Even though he had yet to step into the ocean, just sensing the sea breeze blowing towards him, the experience was already vastly different from the past. Raisen could clearly feel the rhythm carried by the wind coming directly from the ocean itself. In the world of pirates, the power of the sea is omnipresent. The saying of Whitebeard, "those on the sea are all sons of the sea," is no mere exaggeration. Yet ordinary people cannot capture this feedback. Those who can sense this fluctuation are either devil fruit users rejected by the sea, or existences like Raisen now possessing the son of the sea trait. However, devil fruit users are repelled by the ocean, unable to move freely in the water. But Raisen can harness this power of the ocean to make himself even stronger. Confidence and unprecedented sense of control. He felt as if he had become the most favored offspring of the sea area. Even without swimming, simply breathing the air mixed with the scent of the ocean had caused a marvelous transformation in his mindset. It was as comfortable as a fish entering the water. The ocean could provide his soul with abundant confidence. This feeling was truly magnificent. Raisen gazed into the distance, a deep yearning to plunge into the sea and swim arose within him. For as long as he swam in the ocean, he could stack his aura and thus grow stronger. With the son of the sea trait refining Conqueror's Haki to the realm of entanglement, stepping into the territory of the Peak Four Emperors is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, due to possessing this trait, Raisen's Haki potential will stand at the unprecedented pinnacle of the world. Kaido once said only Haki can surpass everything. Thus, standing at the potential peak of Haki, Raisen is destined to look down upon all beings. The proud confidence transformed into a calm smile on Raisen's face. The bold declaration he had made earlier to establish his reputation, which had sounded somewhat ridiculous at the time, while activating the system to trigger Luffy's bond. Now with the true talent of the Son of the Sea, everything felt entirely justified. Undaunted arrogance without strength is foolish, but having sufficient trump cards is the ambition of a strong person. His state of mind had undergone a qualitative change. "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this?" Just then Buggy finally regained consciousness from the intense pain. He instinctively activated his splitting ability, breaking himself into more pieces. If those two guys hit him with a few more of those heavy blows, his vital points would truly be ruined. Such a tenacious vitality. Raisen praised, feeling quite good at the moment, even casting a slightly gentle gaze at Buggy. After all, without Buggy he would not have obtained such a shocking trait. More importantly, this gift bestowed upon Raisen an extraordinary perspective fit for a top-tier powerhouse. Why do you feel a bit different from before?" Buggy gritted his teeth, wanting to take revenge on Luffy and Raisen, but at the moment their gazes met, his heart suddenly shook, pausing for a moment. After spending years on Roger's ship, though Buggy's strength was lacking, his vision remained. The previous Raisen, though impressive in Conqueror's Haki, did not seem to be a peerless expert in Buggy's eyes. This was not merely about strength. The previous Raisen lacked a certain aura. Like Captain Roger or First Mate Rayleigh. Even when they stood there quietly doing nothing, a suffocating sense of oppression would naturally emanate from them. That was the dignity possessed only by those standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Yet the current Raisen gave Buggy an oddly similar feeling. Intimidating. Even standing majestically in place, this man appeared extraordinarily fearsome. Compared to before, he seemed like a different person altogether. Buggy shook his head, feeling dizzy. Am I seeing things? In that brief moment, he actually saw the shadow of Captain Roger on this young man. The kind of unmatched momentum seemed to trample everything blocking its path underfoot. Enough with the nonsense. After hurting me so badly, watch me send you off with a magnificent move. Perhaps Raisen's demeanor triggered Buggy's memories of the glorious days on Roger's ship, contrasting sharply with his current predicament. He instantly became furious. 4 parts and 5 splits. Body assembly. Buggy shouted loudly, preparing to reassemble the scattered pieces. Whoosh. Hey. Buggy looked down at himself, bewildered. All that came flying was just a pair of feet. Where did my body go? Buggy looked to the side, letting out a frantic scream. It turned out Nami had already used thick ropes to tie his scattered limbs and torso together securely. At this moment Buggy was left with just a pair of hands and a pair of feet floating in the air. Hehehe. That little thief is really impressive. Luffy laughed heartily, stretching his arms back. Fly, Buggy. Rubber. Stop it. Watching that rapidly extending fist approach, Buggy let out a shrill scream. Rocket punch. Luffy shouted, and Buggy's upper body along with his head turned into a streak of light shooting into the sky, becoming a twinkling star in the distant horizon. We won. Luffy raised his hands in celebration. Since it was confirmed that Buggy had no news of Shanks, and that his rubber punches could not deliver fatal damage to someone with the Splinter Fruit ability, sending him flying was the best choice. While it turns out being knocked away really does make you a star in the sky, that's quite an interesting phenomenon. Raisen shielded his eyes from the glaring light with his hand, smiling as he gazed in the direction Buggy had vanished. Whether Buggy would seek out his lost limbs like in the original story was no longer his concern. The Straw Hat Pirates had thoroughly defeated the Buggy Pirates. Raisen, having gained the title of Son of the Sea, was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this battle. Here, take this, you need it right. The navigation chart of the Grand Line. After the battle had truly subsided, Nami handed the sea chart to Luffy. Is this for me? Luffy looked at Nami with some delight. After all, we did team up together, and without you guys I couldn't have gotten the treasure from the Buggy Pirates all on my own. Nami turned with a smile, glancing at the 2 bulging treasure bags beside her. If this pile of loot were exchanged for berries, it would be worth a whopping 10 million. This was definitely her most lucrative haul to date. After all, without Raisen and his crew's help, she wouldn't dare to venture into a notorious pirate lair with a bounty of 15 million berries alone. But I must say up front, while we worked well together just now, all this treasure is mine. Nami quickly covered the treasure bags with her hands. After a brief moment of excitement, her expression became cautious again. Hehehe. With this we can go to the Grand Line, right, Raisen? Luffy, completely uninterested in the treasure, excitedly waved the navigation chart at Raisen. Yes, but we still need a decent pirate ship and a real navigator. After carefully examining the complex chart, Raisen calmly responded. Just understanding the nature of the white navigation techniques made it quite difficult for him, let alone leading everyone to the Grand Line. The Grand Line, huh? Zoro revealed a wild smile. Ever since Raisen opened his eyes to the world's dynamics, Zoro could hardly wait to go to the Grand Line and hone his swordsmanship. A navigator? Isn't one right in front of us? Hehehe. Luffy pointed at Nami with a grin. Nami, however, gazed blankly at the three boys in front of her. This was the first time she had ever seen pirates who treated such immense wealth with indifference. These guys. There was not a shred of greed in their eyes, just pure, clear passion for their dreams. Pirates setting sail for their dreams. Do such people really exist in this world? Just as Nami was deep in thought, Luffy's shouting interrupted her, and she immediately retorted indignantly, "Hey, I told you I absolutely will not become a pirate." However, her expression shifted when she suddenly had a sly thought, and she relaxed a bit. "But teaming up with you is quite a profitable deal. Perhaps we can continue this sincere cooperation for a while longer." Hehehe. Then it's settled. Nami is our navigator. Luffy cheered enthusiastically. "Just a temporary Nami corrected him. "Welcome aboard, Nami." Raisen smiled elegantly, extending his right hand to her just as he had when he invited her to dance on the cruise ship. Looking at this gesture, Nami's thoughts raced, and the scene of their first meeting on the ship came to mind. She had thought they would only meet once in this vast ocean, and that phrase, "we shall meet again," was merely a formality. Little did she expect, not only did they reunite today, but she also inadvertently became their temporary guide on the ship. Nami took a deep breath, biting her lip, and ultimately reached out to grasp Raisen's hand. You defeated the—" At that moment, a startled voice abruptly interrupted them. Raisen and the others turned to see a peculiar old man with white hair and a somewhat frail figure standing not far away, staring at them in disbelief. "Yes, we knocked Buggy's gang away." "Old man, who are you?" Luffy candidly admitted, then curiously sized the man up. "I am Buter, the mayor of Orange Town." "Who are you?" "The freed townsfolk. They certainly don't look like Navy soldiers." Buter's expression was tense, his voice still laced with the earlier shock. "The notorious Buggy pirates. We're actually defeated by these younglings. The mayor's home was taken over by Buggy. He must hate pirates. You mustn't tell the truth." Nami urged in a frantic whisper. "I'm Luffy. I am the man who will become the pirate king." Luffy proclaimed loudly, arms akimbo. Thud. Nami nearly fell flat on the concrete ground. "Ha ha ha." Zoro burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Raisen, watching this iconic scene, couldn't help but chuckle. It was very much in line with Luffy's style. "Pirates. Pirates." Buter's face twitched uncontrollably. "I'm so hungry. Old man, can you treat us to a hearty meal?" Luffy rubbed his flat stomach, having expended a lot of energy in the earlier fierce battle. What kind of pirate asks others for food? Nami was completely exasperated. If there were some good wine, that would be even better. Zoro chimed in, stroking his sword. For him, enjoying a good drink after a battle was the supreme pleasure of life. "Indeed, we should celebrate properly." Raisen smiled in agreement. The exhilaration brought by the son of the sea trait still kept him in high spirits. "Why are you also like this, Raisen?" Nami was so angry she stamped her foot. Did these guys not have any awareness of being pirates? Sure, they had just saved the town, but these were also the targets of pirate plunder. "Follow me." After a long silence, Mayor Buter suddenly said softly, "Yay, we're getting food." Luffy eagerly followed Zoro, and Raisen exchanged smiles and hurried after him. Nami, with no choice but to carry the bag full of gold coins, followed behind. Buter led them to his residence. On the way, they encountered the adorable dog Chocho guarding a small shop in the ruins. Having not experienced the absurd beasts like in the original story alongside Luffy, this loyal dog was very wary of everyone until the mayor spoke to soothe it, gradually calming down. Raisen merely smiled gently from the side. As long as he had driven away Buggy and helped preserve the shop that held the master's memories, there was no harm in lacking that bond. Upon returning to the mansion, Buter prepared a sumptuous homemade meal for them. During the conversation at the dining table, the old town chief could tell that Raisen and his companions were completely different from the ruthless thugs of Baki, and so he disclosed the plight of Orange Town in its entirety. Luffy, meanwhile, was devouring the food with great appetite, not uttering a word in between. Upon hearing the story of Chi-Chi, who sacrificed herself to protect her master's hard work, Nami's eyes became red, feeling both touched and powerless. "I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality, old man. We're off now," Luffy said, patting his round belly with a beaming smile. "How can you still smile after hearing such a sad story? Pirates are indeed cold-hearted. They always recklessly take away what others cherish." Nami looked at Luffy's smile, her wounds touched, and she could no longer contain herself, her tone growing extremely agitated. "Even if I cry, everything lost here won't come back, will it?" Luffy raised his head, looking directly at her. "But you can't act so indifferent." Nami gritted her teeth, loudly venting her inner grief. She knew deeply that Luffy's words were correct. Her loss of control was simply due to memories of her homeland, which was enslaved by the evil dragon pirate crew. But in the next moment, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. "Raisen." Nami looked up in surprise at the figure beside her. Luffy isn't indifferent. If this is just his unique way of expressing himself, and it is also where his strength lies. Raisen spoke sincerely. Words of comfort are always the easiest, but hollow phrases cannot change the current situation, just like you, Nami. Nami was just about to retort, but was stunned into silence by Reisen's next words. You must also bear a heavy past, but we won't pry into it. Even if you were to confide in us now, we might not be able to empathize with your pain. Speaking it out won't heal the scars, but when one day you need it. Nami stared blankly at Reisen's warm smile like the sun. Please feel free to seek our help, even if it costs our lives. We will do our utmost, because we are partners now. Nami's lips moved, but no words came out. Reisen turned his head and winked at Luffy. Right, Luffy? Absolutely. Luffy cheered enthusiastically. Reisen's interpretation of partnership resonated perfectly with Luffy's inner principles. Zoro said nothing more, simply grinning and giving a thumbs up. This tacit understanding had long since become ingrained in their blood. Nami bit her lip, desperately suppressing the mist in her eyes. She tightly grasped the hand Reisen had placed on her shoulder, resting her forehead against it. Deep within her heart, that tension finally found a pillar to lean on. Detection of strong recognition from Monkey D. Luffy bond, deep in progress on special trait equipment, significantly increased. Extraordinary physique, deep purple equipped. Check traits. Reisen's traits: navigation technique, white, extraordinary physique, deep purple, conqueror's haki, awaken light, gold, faction luck, ultimate gold, son of the sea, ultimate gold, evil spirit physique, deep purple equipping. Ashura, aura, special equipping. Sun god, ultimate gold equipping. Extraordinary physique, deep purple, has been fully equipped. Reisen could clearly feel that the food he had consumed earlier, which had not yet been fully digested, was now being transformed by his body at an astonishing speed, turning into a continuous source of nourishment for him. Not only that, but his stamina and strength also underwent a comprehensive surge. With the addition of the deep purple grade physique trait, Reisen now possessed a richer array of offensive and defensive options aside from the Conqueror's Haki. Detection of a superior trait of the same type, beastly, might, blue trait, automatically converted to nourishment. Another system prompt popped up. The first blue trait Reisen obtained after crossing over had finally completed its historical mission. Although blue traits could not serve as materials for fusion upgrades under the current situation, where a high-level trait directly overshadowed a low-level trait, the extraordinary physique, deep purple, exhibited remarkable efficiency. Under the assimilation effects of the extraordinary physique, the original energy of the beastly might blue was entirely decomposed into pure supplements, further strengthening Reisen's physical body. However, this furnace-like, devouring transformation could only occur once. If he were to acquire similar blue power traits in the future, he would not be able to refine them in this manner. To continue enhancing the extraordinary physique, he could only hope for light purple or higher-level physique traits. Reisen moved his limbs a bit, and could indeed sense a slight increase in his physique. Although the gap between blue, Reisen said his greatest desire now was to quickly leap into that azure deep water and personally experience the wonders of the son of the sea trait. Drink up. Buter the town chief suddenly straightened his back and performed a proper 90-degree bow towards Luffy, Reisen, and the others. My gratitude is beyond words. Tears streamed down the old man's face rapidly. Thank you. Thank you for saving this small town. It's nothing really. Luffy replied with his signature bright smile. Reisen chuckled from the side and shot Nami. As their eyes met, Nami returned his gaze with a gentle smile. She understood that Reisen was not comforting her with empty words like most people. Rather, he was proving through his actions that when the time was right, with just a word from her, Reisen and his pirate crew would risk their lives for her. Partner. Nami lowered her gaze, meticulously contemplating this term. Set sail. At the harbor, Nami had already secured her small boat tightly alongside a speedboat that originally belonged to Buggy's pirate crew, preparing for a side-by-side journey. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, full of energy, shouting to announce their departure. Splash. The response came in the form of a muffled sound of something heavy hitting the water. Reisen, what are you doing jumping into the water all of a sudden? The seawater makes me feel weak. Luffy exclaimed while shrinking back to avoid the splashes, looking anxiously at Reisen, who was floating and sinking in the water. I just wanted to swim. Reisen laughed joyfully amidst the waves, almost unable to believe it. He felt every pore in his body bursting with exhilaration. Is this the power of the son of the sea? Being surrounded by the waves felt like returning to his warm bedroom. Nami leaned against the ship's railing, watching Reisen swim leisurely in the water, her gaze somewhat complex. The Reisen in the sea exuded a completely different aura than on land, free and unrestrained. One could use many beautiful words to describe it, but to summarize it in the most concise terms, Reisen in this vast ocean seemed to shine brilliantly. Son of the Sea Ultimate Golden is an activated state, royal demeanor enhanced, Conqueror's Haki intensity increased. However, Reisen quickly noticed something unusual. After an obvious surge in the initial intensity of the Conqueror's Haki, the subsequent notifications only indicated royal demeanor enhanced. As he swam forward in the water, he pondered the strange sensation within him. Could it be? With a nimble flip, Reisen returned to the deck. Huff, puff. He took a deep breath, letting the wind infused with seawater fill his lungs, carefully sensing the ocean's energy in the breeze. Accumulated royal demeanor begins to digest, Conqueror's Haki intensity increased. Accumulated royal demeanor digested, Conqueror's Haki intensity increased. The continuous feedback from the panels confirmed his guess. So that's how it is. A satisfied smile blossomed on Reisen's face. The royal demeanor obtained through this cheat-like enhancement was not earned through blood and corpses. The son of the sea trait actually transformed the spirit and Conqueror's Haki that could not be refined through conventional means. Top-tier powerhouses like Roger possess an imposing spirit, yet they never display the almost foolish arrogance like Buggy when not consciously emitting their Haki. The reason is that Buggy has not awakened the Conqueror's Haki. He cannot digest the abundant demeanor generated by his trait. This leads him to struggle to fully harness the terrifying momentum birthed from this ultimate golden trait, gradually transforming him into a boastful clown who is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, unaware of the dangers around him. The Son of the Sea trait must be awakened by someone who has the Conqueror's Haki to truly unleash its full effects. However, even with the added step of digestion, it would not slow Raisen's pace of becoming stronger. After all, he wasn't a true fish incapable of being submerged in the seawater for 24 hours straight. The buffer period for digestion and absorption perfectly aligned with his daily routine. Feeling the Haki within him steadily growing in a gentle manner, Raisen smiled softly. This feeling of constant transformation was truly comforting. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, a sailing ship flying Buggy's pirate flag was tied alongside another small boat sailing together on the sea. Luffy clearly disliked setting sail under Buggy's flag. He dreamed of having a pirate flag of his own. However, that flag was painted on the sail, and to make progress they had to hoist this sail. Just as Luffy was about to complain, he was immediately silenced by a sharp glance from Nami. Just like in the original work, Luffy had left a large bag of treasure in Orange Town to support its recovery after the disaster, and thus was harshly scolded by Nami. Yet although she verbally reprimanded Luffy, deep down Nami wasn't truly angry. The devastation in Orange Town inevitably reminded her of her hometown, the struggling Cocoa Village under the brutal rule of the Arlong pirates. Helping Orange Town rebuild was exactly what she had hoped for. Meanwhile, the awareness that Raisen and his group were entirely different from those pirates, who only. But could Raisen and his few companions really defeat those fishmen and monsters like Arlong? She had worked hard to save up nearly 100 million berries to redeem her village. Was it really necessary to take such risks now? Moreover, could the words of that scoundrel Arlong really be trusted? No, she couldn't let her thoughts wander anymore. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of her arduous efforts to gather that 100 million berries? Nami stared blankly at the sea chart in her hand, her mind in disarray. Then she shook her head vigorously. The top priority now was to plan the route for these guys. With their current setup, challenging the Grand Line was tantamount to seeking death. Just as I anticipated, using this small boat to take on the Grand Line is ultimately too reckless. After calming her thoughts, Nami pointed seriously at the sea chart and glanced at the two small wooden boats tied together beside her. It seems we really need to recruit more companions. Luffy sat at the bow munching on an apple, leisurely commenting. This is not just a matter of manpower. This ship lacks the necessary supplies and defenses, and it absolutely cannot guarantee our safety. Nami crossed her arms. Exactly. We definitely need a musician. Luffy exclaimed in agreement, raising his fist. Ha ha ha. Zoro, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. To the Grand Line, a place known as the Pirates' Graveyard, the most urgent need is a musician. Luffy's thought process is truly extraordinary. You idiot. Raisen, say something. Don't you understand some navigation now? Nami rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling quite exasperated by Luffy's strange logic, and turned to seek help from Raisen. Huff. Breathe. Raisen, having accumulated enough presence through the traits of the Child of the Sea, was quietly digesting. Upon hearing Nami's call, he slowly opened his eyes. Relax, Nami. Since you are our guide, now my rudimentary navigation skills are no match for yours. The upcoming course is entirely up to you. Raisen calmly reassured her. Since Nami was only temporarily cooperating and had not fully committed, Raisen could not yet equip her trait. Although Nami's climate perception trait, Light Golden, is not a direct combat skill, it is a capability Raisen greatly coveted. After all, even the original author stated that if Nami's extraordinary talent for sensing climate changes with her body were to merge with the Thunder Fruit, her potential could very likely surpass Zoro, becoming the second strongest in the Straw Hat crew. Even without the Thunder Fruit, capturing Zeus later on would still grant Nami considerable destructive power. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power would emerge if the Thunder Fruit were combined with the climate perception trait. Raisen, who planned to obtain the Thunder Fruit for himself, naturally would not let go of this trait. However, he was not in a hurry. It was only a matter of time before Nami truly joined the Straw Hat crew and acquiring that tea. Since there was now a professional guide, Raisen decided to take a back seat and entrusted all planning to Nami. What he needed to do now was to continue accumulating strength. Under the continuous refinement of the Child of the Sea trait, his originally Light Golden Conqueror's Haki trait had undergone some changes, revealing an experience gauge. Conqueror's Haki Light Golden Basic Control, capable of stunning those with weak, will Light Golden Current Progress. The next stage will be further mastery, allowing the Conqueror's Haki to be infused into attacks for Entanglement Deep Golden. Once this experience gauge is filled, Raisen's Conqueror's Haki will automatically upgrade to Deep Golden. At that point, he will be able to initially use the Conqueror's Entanglement, reaching the combat level of Yamato in the original work. Upon reaching Deep Golden, even relying solely on the Conqueror's Haki, Raisen could step into the threshold of a top-tier Vice Admiral. After all, the power of Conqueror's Entanglement is truly domineering. At the Deep Golden level, before his Haki is exhausted, he could even barely contend with the 4 Emperors for a moment. This is completely different from ordinary Vice Admirals or candidates for generals who often cannot withstand even one full-force Haki entanglement from the 4 Emperors. Those who can employ Haki entanglement are undoubtedly top-tier experts in the hierarchy of stars and Vice Admirals. Although Nami studied the sea chart and earnestly planned, then let's head there. Meet. Luffy cheered, raising his hands high. Don't forget to bring some good wine. Zoro reminded from the side, you guys. Nami was immediately exasperated, her anger boiling over. Raisen turned his gaze towards the horizon. He had previously looked at the map. Their next stop would be West Rob Village. Not only is it Usopp's hometown, but it is also the starting point of the Going Merry ship that has carried the tears of countless fans. Now with his extraordinary physique, deep purple, what Raisen urgently needs is a well-equipped large ship. And a cook. After all, only a sufficiently sized ship can store enough nutritious fresh meat. Such a narrow little wooden boat can only carry easily preserved fruits, while sailing at sea, relying solely on fruits cannot unleash the full growth potential of his extraordinary physique. Raisen closed his eyes again, quietly digesting the aura brought by the child of the sea, while refining the Haki within him. West Rob Village, outer coast. The Straw Hat Pirates' small wooden boat slowly approached the shore. Finally on solid ground, Zoro stretched his arms, relaxing his sore muscles. After curling up in those cramped little wooden boats for so many days, his hands and feet felt almost numb. I actually feel quite comfortable. Raisen joked from the side, relishing the experience of freely sailing in the sea and enhancing his Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, after obtaining the Child of the Sea trait, he had become a favored child of the ocean. Even squeezed in a narrow boat, he felt no discomfort at all. Who can swim as fast as you? Zoro shot Raisen a glare, annoyed. He had personally witnessed Raisen easily outpacing the boat in the water, and had even suggested a race with Raisen in the sea, only to be thoroughly defeated. Throughout this journey, Raisen had spent a significant amount of time swimming outside the boat. Following this slope leads to the village. Nami examined the map, pointing the way. Does that mean we can finally eat meat? Meat? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he excitedly leaned towards Nami. Can you not think about meat for even 5 seconds? Nami slightly dodged Luffy's drooling mouth, feeling a bit annoyed. There should be an enough. Finally I can have a drink. Zoro smiled. I really admire you guys. Nami helplessly rubbed her forehead. Thank you for your hard work, Nami. Raisen smiled at her. Raisen. Nami felt a twinge of appreciation in her heart looking at Luffy and Zoro. One was solely focused on meat, while the other only thought of drinks. Indeed, Raisen understood her efforts best. However, getting into the village smoothly won't be easy. Raisen's gaze swept over the clusters of low bushes on the slope, and he spoke calmly. There are indeed people hiding. Zoro narrowed his eyes instinctively, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword slightly, drawing out a gleaming blade. Where? Luffy looked around, aimlessly searching for a shadow. Danger! Zoro suddenly shouted. In an instant, a flurry of pellets rained down around Luffy's feet, forcing him to dodge back repeatedly. Rustle! Following that, several mini pirate flags adorned with skull patterns shot up one after another from behind the bushes. So cool. Luffy stared at the small flags with shining eyes. Although small, the skulls on them looked quite fierce. He had always longed to have his own pirate flag. At this time, you're still admiring someone else's flag. Nami looked at Luffy expressionlessly, unable to help but mock him. Huh. I am the great navigator ruling this village, Captain Usopp. The world praises me, calling me Captain Usopp. A boy with a long nose stood under the highest flag, proudly pointing at his nose and loudly declaring. Usopp had just finished his daily routine in Syrup Village, running around the village shouting, pirates are coming. Shortly after finishing this announcement, his subordinate Onion Head hurriedly ran over to inform him of suspicious ships approaching the shore. Upon learning there were only 4 people, Usopp immediately gathered his pirate crew, Bell Pepper Head, Carrot Head, and Onion Head, to lay an ambush here. As soon as he heard the words pirate crew, Luffy's excitement instantly faded, and he pouted, glaring at the boy on the slope. If you plan to plunder this village, I advise you to give up now. Because my 80 million subordinates will never let you go. Usopp continued to boast. Rustle. As his blustering words fell, more small flags swayed out from the bushes. That's impressive. Luffy, whose thoughts were simple, actually believed it, and couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the little guy below get tricked so easily, Usopp couldn't help but feel a bit elated. This is obviously a lie, right? But the next moment, Nami's light laugh shattered his pride. Oh no, I've been exposed. Usopp hurriedly covered his head and shouted. You can't really think anyone would believe such nonsense about 80 million Raisen found it quite amusing and teased, how many permanent residents are there in the East Blue? Damn, there's actually a strategist-like character among the enemies. Usopp watched Raisen warily, covering his head again. 80 million might be a bit exaggerated, but I still have capable subordinates. Usopp hurriedly steadied himself, pointing at the bushes behind him. The flags were still being waved up and down by Bell Pepper Head, Carrot Head, and Onion Head, trying to create a grandiose momentum. Actually, there are only 3 little kids. Nami smirked as she revealed the truth. Exposed. Run. Onion Head and the others were instantly panicked, scrambling out from the bushes and fleeing in a hurry. Hey, don't leave me behind. Usopp jumped up anxiously. Huh, you're too funny. Luffy laughed loudly at Usopp's embarrassment. Don't underestimate people, you brat. I am a man with extraordinary courage. That's why everyone calls me Brave Warrior Usopp. Hearing Luffy's mockery, Usopp became furious and immediately pulled back his slingshot, aiming at Luffy. Seeing Usopp brandish his weapon, Luffy's grin immediately faded, and he slowly lowered his straw hat. You saw it just now. I'm much more accurate with my slingshot than many gunners. Usopp tried to scare off the pirates with his words. Since you've drawn your weapon, be prepared to wager your life on it. Luffy said quietly, slightly raising his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes from beneath the shadow of his straw. Usopp felt a shock in his heart. What I mean is, this thing is not a toy for bluffing. Since you've drawn it, you must be ready to stake your... Luffy's expression turned extremely serious. Raisen understood, tilting his head to signal Zoro. Humph. Zoro understood. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword slightly, pushing the scabbard away, revealing the gleaming blade inside, as he coldly stared at Usopp. What you're facing now are genuine pirates. Zoro spoke menacingly. Are you ready to give up your life? Raisen added, suddenly exuding a chilling aura, a subtle, yet distinct Conqueror's Haki also emanating from him. At this moment, Raisen, now possessing the foundation of a true powerhouse, even just standing there, emanated an oppressive aura that could terrify ordinary people. A suffocating pressure instantly bore down on Usopp's heart. Thought a pellet slipped from Usopp's hand and fell onto the grassy ground. So terrifying. The aura and pressure when a real pirate speaks are completely different from ordinary people. It's too scary. Usopp felt cold sweat pouring down his legs, uncontrollably trembling. Ha. However, the next second, under Usopp's astonished gaze, Raisen and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. Just kidding. I was just imitating the words of my most admired pirate, Shanks. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, beaming with a bright smile. Shanks. You know that famous red-haired Shanks? Usopp's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Indeed. And your father? Is he Jesus, isn't he? Luffy continued with a cheerful grin. Usopp let out a startled cry, so shocked that his footing slipped, sending him tumbling head over heels down the earthen slope. Raisen watched the comical spectacle with an enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Truly Usopp. Uncannily identical to Jesus. It seems Luffy's memory sharpens considerably when navigating familiar relationships. A quintessential ritual of the pirate world indeed. Amidst the banter, Raisen's gaze settled firmly upon Usopp. Would Usopp's innate traits hold what he sought? Hehehe. Delicious. Invited by Usopp, Luffy seized a massive bite of roasted meat and roared with unfeigned delight. Beside the table, Raisen devoured his portion with astonishing speed. His newly acquired transcendent physique, Deep Violet, having endowed him with an appetite rivaling even Luffy's. Like Luffy, Raisen had grown weary of tart sour apples during their days at sea. Now the rich roast surged through his system as pure potent nourishment, rapidly refining his bones and muscles via his physique's inherent traits. Tastes good, doesn't it? Never imagined you'd actually know my old man. Usopp grinned broadly, unable to contain his joy. Hearing news of his father Jesus filled him with profound satisfaction. I met you long ago. You bear such an uncanny resemblance to him that I recognized you instantly. Luffy spoke between mouthfuls, his words muffled by chewed meat. So your dad served aboard the legendary pirate Shanks' ship. Usopp's eyes shimmered with awe. His marksmanship is nothing short of divine. Luffy reminisced, marveling aloud. Jesus used to talk about you constantly. I swear my ears grew calluses from hearing it. Luffy beamed. He's an extraordinary pirate. Of course. Usopp puffed out his chest, pride radiating from every fiber. My father cast off for the sea in pursuit of his dream, and risked his very life for it. I'm fiercely proud of him. Check traits. Raisen cleared most of the roasted meat from the table in a whirlwind of consumption, finally turning his attention to Usopp's trait interface. He knew well if he didn't eat faster, Luffy would leave him with nothing but crumbs. Usopp traits: Slingshot, Sniper, Pale Purple, Inventor, Pale Purple, Anthem of Courage, unique trait. Slingshot, Sniper, Pale Purple, exceptional marksmanship. When wielding a slingshot, his precision and destructive power surpass even conventional firearms. Inventor, Pale Purple, outstanding creative aptitude, capable of crafting ingenious auxiliary devices and tools. Slingshot, Sniper, Pale Purple is a combat-oriented trait akin to Raisen's transcendent physique, reflecting Usopp's current peak proficiency, not his ultimate potential ceiling. Within the One Piece world's power hierarchy, pure firearm-based fighters rarely ascend to the highest echelons. Conventional guns prove nearly ineffectual against martial titans whose strength lies in sheer physical supremacy. Yet Usopp, devoid of any Haki foundation, has already attained a Pale Purple tier combat rating through raw talent and custom ammunition forged via his inventor trait. This alone speaks volumes. True elite snipers ultimately rely on Haki to amplify their lethality. Thus, achieving Pale Purple tier marksmanship without Haki confirms Usopp's innate aptitude rivals even his father Jesus'. Still, technical mastery remains indispensable. Channeling Haki into projectiles demands absolute control, especially when launching high-velocity rounds requiring pinpoint accuracy under immense pressure. Only consummate skill ensures that devastating Haki-infused shots strike vital targets with surgical certainty. Even Usopp's later tactics, using exotic flora as tactical ordnance, depend. Though born timid, frail, and weak-willed at moments of existential crisis, he sings humanity's anthem of courage, unleashing power several times beyond his natural limits to reverse fate itself. Reading this line, Raisen felt genuine reverence swell within him. Usopp was innately fearful, the most easily overwhelmed among the Straw Hat Pirates' three weaklings. Even Perona's despair-inducing ghosts, capable of extinguishing will to live, proved utterly powerless against him. His long nose resided perpetually in the abyss of self-doubt and insignificance. A peculiar constitution even devil fruit abilities could not further degrade. To readers accustomed to fearless titans like Zoro or Luffy, Usopp's temperament may seem unappealing. Yet this was no flaw of character. It was encoded in his very being, immutable by mere will. Precisely because of this, his moments of brilliance shine all the brighter when faced with certain death. He repeatedly conquers paralyzing terror to sing humanity's anthem of courage. For one whose timidity eclipses ordinary mortals, such defiance of primal instinct commands deeper awe than the innate boldness of carefree warriors. His entire life has been a pilgrimage toward becoming a courageous sea warrior, and Usopp has proven through action that he honors that vow. Such a man deserves Raisen's respect. Since you are old acquaintances, the following matters will be much easier. By the way, I wonder if there's anyone in this village who knows how to navigate a boat, or could you help us find someone to recommend a larger vessel? Nami looked at Usopp with genuine anticipation, smiling as she inquired. As you can see, this is just an inconspicuous little village. You might be disappointed. Suddenly Zoro raised his hand and pointed at the mountain top, cutting through the silence. Usopp's face immediately became quite peculiar, and suddenly Zoro raised his hand and pointed at the mountain top, cutting through the silence. Usopp's face immediately became quite peculiar, and Nami keenly noticed the unease on his face. Usopp, is there someone you know inside? Could you help us discuss with the owner of the mansion to borrow some funds? Nami's eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she mischievously urged, we can't go. We absolutely cannot go there. Usopp reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting loudly and frantically. Luffy and Zoro exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. I just remembered, I have something important. I'm very familiar with the shopkeeper here, so feel free to eat and drink. He'll head out first, see you. Usopp spoke rapidly, leaving behind a sentence as he turned and dashed out the door. What's wrong with him? Why is he in such a rush? Nami watched Usopp's retreating figure, puzzled, as she muttered to herself. Crunching an apple slowly, Luffy said, stop guessing here, let's go check it out ourselves, right, Luffy? Raisen suggested with a smile. The mansion belonged to Usopp's beloved Kaya, and deep within that seemingly tranquil mansion lurked another pirate, the 100 Plans Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Given that guy's strength and demeanor, he must possess a deep purple-level combat trait hidden away, which would be excellent fusion material. Since we are nearing the Grand Line, any opportunity to enhance our trump card should not be missed, right? Luffy grinned widely, his eyes filled with fervent anticipation. In front of the most prominent mansion in Syrup Village, Raisen and his group arrived here under the guidance of Usopp's 3 small subordinates, Onion Head, Pepper Head, and Carrot Head. These 3 little guys had approached Raisen and the others when they were about to leave the restaurant, initially worried that their captain Usopp might be harmed by these pirates. However, after learning that Luffy knew Usopp's father, the 3 kids led them here without any hesitation, and Raisen was pleased to have free guides. Wow, it's so big. Luffy looked up at the grand villa in front of him, exclaiming, it is indeed quite magnificent. Raisen agreed, noting that in such a somewhat dilapidated village, constructing such a luxurious and grand estate would inevitably attract curious attention. If the captain is missing during this time, he must be here. Onion Head asserted confidently, what is he doing here? Luffy asked curiously, telling stories. Carrot Head replied. Nami frowned, thinking that Usopp's boasting to the children every day was not a good example. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's wonderful. Pepper Head defended his captain. What is going on here? Even Zoro was intrigued. The young lady living in this mansion has been quite frail since childhood, and after her parents passed away a year ago, she has been immersed in deep sorrow. No matter how much money she is losing, her family is more painful than anything else. That's why the captain often uses his exciting adventure stories to cheer the young lady up. The 3 little kids explained in unison, their faces filled with pride. So that's how it is. That guy is actually quite remarkable. Luffy rested his chin on his hands, concluding, so has the young lad's health improved? Nami asked, her impression of Usopp instantly improving a lot, much better. Onion Head exclaimed proudly, that's great. Let's go ask her if she can lend us a boat. Luffy grinned widely, raising both. Hey, isn't her recovery thanks to Usopp? Zoro crossed his arms, glaring at Luffy in disbelief. What logic is there in this connection? How did it naturally turn into asking for a boat? He'll go ask. Luffy completely ignored the warnings, reaching out to grasp the mansion's iron fence. Rubber. Luffy's body rapidly stretched backward. Hey, you idiot. Zoro and Nami's expressions changed dramatically as they rushed forward to tightly hold Luffy, while Raisen immediately secured Zoro's waist. We're going to fly. Luffy unexpectedly released his grip, and the powerful rebound from his rubber body propelled the group like cannonballs into the sky. The terrified screams of Nami and Zoro echoed in the air while inside the mansion's courtyard. And that's how we finally escaped from the belly of that giant goldfish. Earlier, Usopp, who had left, was now sitting on a branch of a large tree, animatedly recounting his fabricated adventures to the young lady in front of the window, just as he reached the end of his story. What is that? A girl with golden hair, delicate features, but a sickly pale complexion suddenly pointed to the sky. This was Kaya, the mistress of the mansion. Usopp followed the direction of the young lad's finger, his eyes widening in shock. A person? Is someone fall? With a loud crash, dirt flew everywhere as Raisen and the group landed heavily on the ground. Safe landing, Luffy murmured, face down in the mud. Landing my foot. Nami transformed into a shark's mouth, roaring angrily. If it hadn't been for Raisen protecting her at the critical moment, she truly believed she would have been smashed to pieces. Hey, Raisen, you jerk. Zoro struggled to lift his body off the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring furiously at Raisen and Nami, who were lying on his back. Sorry. Who told you to be so tough, Zoro? Raisen waved his hand dismissively, treating Zoro as a human cushion, while Nami was securely held in his arms in a princess carry. Knowing how unreliable Luffy was, Raisen made his choice the moment they took off. After all, Zoro possessed the cursed physique of an evil spirit, deep purple, and this impact was merely a light exercise to strengthen his muscles. Nami broke free from Raisen's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head and awkwardly expressed her gratitude. It seemed this was not the first time Raisen had stood in front of her during a crisis. The words he had spoken back in Orange Town once again stirred ripples in Nami's heart. If you two want to get cozy, please find another place. Zoro complained with annoyance, feeling particularly displeased with such double standards. Nami's face turned red, and she quickly stepped back. Zoro, my good brother. Raisen patted Zoro on the shoulder, offering a remarkably gentle smile. Next time let's find a place to spar alone. Hearing Raisen's caring words, Zoro inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. You guys, are you unhurt? The blonde girl watched these unexpected guests with some concern from the window. It's fine. They are actually all my loyal admirers. They are my new recruits from the Usopp Pirates. Usopp hurriedly slid down from the tree, wiping his cold sweat to smooth things over. These guys were definitely real pirates. Although Raisen and the others did not seem like bad people, revealing their identities in front of the villagers would still cause unnecessary panic. I'm not. Actually, we are here to ask for something. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and looked directly at the blonde girl. We want a big ship. At that moment, a voice filled with arrogance and coldness suddenly interrupted from behind them. Raisen and the others turned to see a butler in a black suit wearing round glasses walking over with exceptionally orderly steps. Kuro, is it? Raisen felt a stir in his heart. Check the traits. Kura's traits: Cat Claw light purple, Silent Steps light purple, Ultimate Skill Spoon deep purple. Cat Claw light purple, a rather strong finger strength combined with the 10 blades Cat Claw weapon capable of unleashing considerable tearing lethality. Silent Steps light purple, a killing technique that achieves high-speed movement based on the walking patterns of feline beasts. Ultimate Skill Spoon deep purple, Kura's strongest skill, an indiscriminate killing attack launched on the foundation of Silent Steps light purple, utilizing astonishing speed in conjunction with the 10 blades Cat Claw light purple to strike. The speed of this attack can rival that of a Navy's Chafe technique, but the downside is that the user loses the ability to discern targets during the explosive state. An ultimate trait. This was the first time Raisen had seen such detailed classifications in the system's detection interface. After carefully reading the additional descriptions regarding the ultimate trait, he understood. Only when multiple abilities interlinked and led to a transformation of the user's overall combat power would a unique ultimate trait form on the control panel. Just like how Kura's Silent Steps and Cat Claw were originally light purple ranks, but when he merged these two into Spoon, the lethality of this skill was enough to reach a deep purple rating in a short time. As for why Luffy and Zoro's famed signature techniques did not manifest as independent traits on the current detection panel, the reason was not complicated. Luffy had yet to develop his second and third gear, and Zoro had not yet understood the sword master realm of cutting steel, nor had he truly stepped into the doorway of extraordinary swordsmen. At this stage, Luffy and Zoro's so-called killing moves were merely brute force techniques, where they output their full strength without triggering a leap in combat power classification. However, if Raisen chose to seize Kura's traits once he took away the deep purple ultimate skill Spoon, the Silent Steps and Cat Claw traits on Kura's panel would become permanently ineffective. This deep purple ultimate skill relied on the two foundational light purple abilities to evolve. This meant that from Kura's body, the only substantial combat power Raisen could gain was this one deep purple battle trait. Even so, this was still a massive harvest. The value of the deep purple trait was incomparable to that of the light purple. This outcome had already exceeded Raisen's previous expectations. Who is this guy? Luffy tilted his head, looking at the suited man who was pushing his glasses with his palm, somewhat puzzled. Kuro, the butler of Mid. Kuro calmly introduced himself, but a cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. Could you please leave? Or do you have something else you wish to discuss? As Kuro spoke, he took slow steps toward Raisen and the others. Alright, we need a big ship. Luffy cheered with, impossible. Kuro firmly rejected. Usopp, I often hear rumors about you from the villagers. You are quite a celebrity, and Kuro said this while glancing at the tree Usopp had quickly climbed the moment he appeared. Really? Am that famous? Seeing that his hiding spot had been exposed, Usopp sheepishly poked his head out from behind the trunk. I heard you are always yearning for so-called adventures at sea. In this mediocre village that indeed counted as a noteworthy exception. Kura's mocking tone was filled with unhidden disdain. You can call me Captain Usopp, butler. Usopp raised his chin, stubbornly retorting. Captain. Hearing this title, Kuro adjusted his glasses again. I've heard quite a few rumors about your father. Kura's words made Usopp's expression darken considerably. That's enough, Kuro. The blonde girl interrupted, fully aware of Usopp's family background, eager to prevent Kuro from continuing to open old wounds. You are merely the descendant of a crude pirate. No matter what absurdity you commit, I won't find it surprising, but I beg you to keep your distance from our young lady. Kuro ignored her advice, his tone sharp and sarcastic. Luffy's smile began to fade inch by inch. You actually insulted him. Usopp trembled all over his face, turning pale with rage. However, just at the critical point of tension, a burst of surprisingly ill-timed laughter suddenly erupted. What are you laughing at? Kura's gaze turned sharp as a blade fixated tightly on Raisen. Luffy and the others exchanged surprised glances at the laughing Raisen, but out of unconditional trust in their companion, they did not speak up to interrupt, merely watching as Raisen walked forward. Are you getting too into your role, butler? Captain of the Black Cat pirate crew with a bounty of 16 million berries, Kuro. A mocking expression appeared on Raisen's face, causing Kira's facial muscles to stiffen instantly, his expression turning completely cold. What? This guy is a pirate. 16 million berries. That's even higher than that clown Buggy. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. Kuro. I think I've heard that name mentioned before. But wasn't that guy executed by the Navy years ago? Usopp was sweating profusely, stuttering as he spoke. Even if you are Usopp's friend, such statements are too disrespectful. The lady of the manor glared at Raisen in anger, clearly unable to tolerate someone defaming her old butler, who had accompanied her for 3 years. That's right, I completely don't understand the nonsense you're spouting. Pirate Kuro was executed by the Navy years ago. Kira's expression remained unchanged as he adjusted his glasses with his palm. I will present evidence that will leave you speechless. Raisen showed a gentle smile to the girl. He did not mind her slight anger. This girl had been frail and sickly since childhood, enduring oppression and pain for so long it was only natural for her to have a few small temperaments. At heart, she was a very kind girl deceived for too long by Kira's hypocritical facade. Then Raisen shifted his gaze back to Kuro. Are you an idiot? To conceal yourself you only changed your name, and even neglected to tidy your hairstyle and appearance. Raisen slowly took out a yellowed wanted poster from his pocket, which he had casually brought out from the branch office in Shell's town. At the time, Axeman Monka rose rapidly to the position of branch colonel, his most dazzling merit being the capture of Kuro. In reality, that was just Kuro growing weary of the Navy and bounty hunters' relentless pursuit, allowing the first mate Zong to hypnotize Monka, making him mistakenly believe he had captured Kuro alive. Subsequently, the Navy executed an innocent scapegoat, while the real Kuro disguised himself as a butler plotting to legally inherit the young lattice estate. However, the hypnotized Monka regarded this as the greatest honor of his life, even planning to erect a statue in front of the branch building. Under the eyes of that arrogant fool, searching for Kira's wanted poster was simpler than drinking water. The pattern in the painting looks exactly like the butler. Nami leaned in to compare, her expression full of astonishment. Platel. The girl looked at the wanted poster, her mind shaken, stepping back in disbelief. On the sea it's common to find people with similar appearances. That doesn't count as evidence. Kira's face darkened, desperately trying to argue. Is that so? I hope your reason can hold up for another second. Raisen looked down at him with an indifferent expression, a brutal smile appearing on his face, with flashes of crimson and black swirling rapidly in the depths of his eyes. A violent aura erupted violently from Raisen, centered around him, engulfing Kuro like raging waves. Kira's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, cold sweat pouring down his body. In less than a second, he directly rolled his eyes back, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, fainting from the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. A pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries could indeed be considered a notable figure in the East Sea, but before Raisen's imposing aura, he was merely an ant that could be crushed effortlessly. Platel. The blonde girl gasped. Don't worry, he just fainted for a moment. Raisen reassured lightly, then silently issued a command in his heart: plunder. Raisen focused his attention on Kuro. Buzz. A purple light visible only to Raisen shot out from Kira's slumped form and quickly merged into Raisen's body. Plunder successful, acquiring the deep purple essence trait essence spoon. The next moment, hiss. Kuro, who had lost consciousness, began to exhibit bizarre contortions in his muscles, then collapsed like a deflated balloon, completely losing the strength to support his body. This was because what Raisen plundered were traits related to speed and body technique, so at the moment of trait separation the strength accumulated through Kira's arduous training was entirely wiped out. What's going on? This guy's body looks so strange. Nami looked at Kira's suddenly withered limbs, a chill running down her spine as she stared in astonishment. I only took back a bit of interest from him. Raisen wore a sinister smile. Hey Usopp, find a way to wake him up. Raisen turned to the long-nosed boy and gestured. Okay. Usopp rubbed his eyes and hurriedly crawled over to Kira's side. Wake up. Quick, wake up. Lying on the ground will make you catch a cold. Although Usopp said concerned words, his actions were anything but gentle as he directly slapped Kira's face with loud smacks. After all, he hadn't settled the score for the butler's earlier insult to his father. Under Usopp's crude, physical awakening, Kuro painfully regained consciousness from his fainting. Platel, are you alright? Until this moment, the blonde girl still found it hard to accept that the old butler, who had wholeheartedly taken care of her for 3 years, was actually a ruthless pirate. Are you awake, Kuro? Or rather, even if you now admit that you are indeed Kuro, you can't prove it to anyone anymore, can you? Raisen crossed his arms, looking down at this fallen fellow. Just now, that sense of oppression. Kuro was still immersed in the tremors caused by the Conqueror's Haki, shaking his throbbing head madly. Then his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. My physical strength. My silent step. Kuro stared at his hands in disbelief, desperately trying to get up from the ground, but his legs felt like mud, completely unable to exert strength, repeatedly crashing back to the ground. It's normal to be unable to control your weak body after losing the power you relied on for survival. Don't struggle. Raisen deliberately put on a rebellious and domineering demeanor. You monster. What have you done to me? Kilo's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, his face twisted as he screamed hysterically at Raisen. Kilo, with a bounty of 16 million berries, your prideful killing move is the so-called silent step, a remarkable technique that allows one to approach the enemy silently through rapid movement for assassination. Raisen calmly stated, and as soon as he finished speaking he vanished from his spot, like a ghost, leaving only a gentle breeze on the lawn. Although he had stolen the essence of the spoon, the fundamental silent step was something he could easily execute. My silent step. Cold sweat trickled down Kilo's forehead as he realized that everything he took pride in had truly been stripped away by this man. Wow. Amazing. So fast. Raisen, were your moves always this swift? Luffy's eyes widened in give me back my power. Kilo screamed without any dignity, tearing apart the elegant facade he had maintained as a butler. Losing this skill he once took pride in meant that not only could he not legally inherit the estate, but tomorrow would also be his day of reckoning. According to the original plan, the Black Cat Pirates would invade the village tomorrow, creating panic while forcing Koya to write a will, then exterminating everyone. As the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kilo knew that the greedy thugs would hold resentment towards him for feigning death. Previously he could suppress them with his strength, but now he was utterly powerless, and those pirates would definitely tear him apart first. This guy really is Kilo. Hearing this insane confession, Usopp finally snapped back to reality. How could this happen? The blonde girl covered her lips, her eyes filled with despair. The evidence was undeniable. Although she was naturally gentle, she was not a fool with low intelligence. She finally understood that Calicator was indeed the notorious Kilo, a villain of great infamy. Don't panic, Usopp, I have drained him of all his power. Even you could easily deal with him now. Raisen sneered as he glanced at Kilo. To have developed a technique comparable to the Navy's 6-power shave in the resource-scarce East Blue, Kilo's talent for agility was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, this guy had grown tired of a life of being hunted, and even resorted to the underhanded method of faking his death to hide away. He had spent 3 whole years as a butler in someone else's home, plotting to rob an orphan of her inheritance for a stable life. How short-sighted. Wow. Raisen, you can actually steal other people's powers, eh? Is that also a devil fruit ability? Luffy asked in astonishment. No, this is my innate talent. It has nothing to do with the devil fruit. Raisen chose not to be evasive. Since he had decided to live among these companions at sea, overly hiding his ability to steal would only distance him from them and affect their ability to adapt. More importantly, within the core system, where only Haki reigns supreme, a reclusive and cautious attitude would not cultivate the true demeanor of an all-conquering ruler. If he was always thinking of playing the fool to deceive others, he would ultimately waste his kingly potential. Furthermore, the wider his reputation spread across the seas, the more terrifying his titles and kingly demeanor would become, enabling his conqueror's Haki to sharpen further. With Luffy's strong background, he had no need to fear any unbeatable enemies at the outset. Even if he wanted to display his stealing ability, it would only be limited to this small group of people. By the time he no longer needed to conceal his strength and could use this power to intimidate the world, he would have already established himself. Just like the 4 emperors who now dominate the new world, whose trump cards and techniques are not known throughout the world. Yet who dares to provoke them? Renowned power inherently serves as the ultimate enhancement of momentum and Haki. In the fierce battles of true peak powerhouses, Haki is the ultimate foundation that surpasses all devil fruits and tricks. What does it matter if one knows the information? In the face of absolute Haki, all tricks are mere decorations. With the son of the sea trait, Raisen possessed absolute confidence. Raisen, you really are quite terrifying. Zoro murmured quietly aside. The ability to strip away another's life essence was rather chilling. However, fortunately, such a monster was their ally. Transform. Raisen silently chanted to the system in his mind. This indiscriminate violent killing technique that relied on cat claws and blades was not something he intended to equip himself with. Transforming it into upgrade materials was the most cost-effective deal. Transformation successful. Obtained deep purple agility upgrade material 1. The cold system notification chimed. It's over, Kilo. Raisen looked down at Kilo from above. Don't kill me. I have information. We can make a deal. Kilo's previous elegance and composure had shattered completely as he twisted his face in a plea, his eyes filled with horror. Only those who had truly had their powers taken by Raisen could comprehend the despair of falling into an abyss. Years of arduous training and countless life and death battles had resulted in strength that was stripped away in an instant, leaving only a battered shell, a body that struggled to stand. For a pirate, losing power meant losing everything. Monster. Kilo collapsed on the ground, staring up at Raisen in terror, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. He had once been a notorious pirate in the East Blue, yet had never encountered such a monstrous existence. Whether it was the terrifying pressure that had previously knocked him unconscious with just a glance, or the unpredictable stealing technique, now he felt as insignificant as an ant that could be crushed at any moment. He couldn't even earn the qualification to look directly at the other party. At this moment, completely dominated by fear, Kilo's mind was filled with a single thought: survive. Information. Raisen inquired. Yes. I am the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, but I can still command them. Tomorrow, the Black Cat Pirates will launch a massive invasion of this village. No matter how strong you are, you can't guarantee that the village will remain unscathed in such chaos. Can you spare my life, and I can help you eliminate those guys? Hey, Usopp, aren't you friends? You don't want to see the villagers get hurt, do you? Let them release me. Kilo screamed frantically, then turned pleading eyes towards Usopp. What? Usopp's face suddenly turned pale. The golden-haired girl tightly covered her lips, unable to believe that the fierce-looking figure before her was actually the gentle steward Clahatel, who had accompanied her for 3 years. Then why did you change your name and hide here? And why did you arrange for the Black Cat Pirates to launch an attack tomorrow? Raisen questioned calmly, his emotions unwavering. Knowing the plot well, Raisen understood the reason, but he needed Claw to confess in order to truly shatter the girl's final illusion. Claw's throat felt dry, and he stammered, unable to speak. Don't want to say. Then. Raisen coldly uttered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I will tell you. I infiltrated here for the family's wealth. I am fed up with being endlessly pursued by the Navy due to the rising bounty. That's why I faked my death and went into hiding. Then I spent 3 years gaining the villagers' trust. Tomorrow, as long as I let the Black Cat pirates kill the young lady and force her to ride away, leaving the property to me, I can legally inherit the estate and live the rest of my life in peace. Under the threat of death from Raisen, Claw completely broke down and spilled the truth. As for lying, in the face of intense shock, Claw's mind was already in chaos, lacking the strength to fabricate lies. Claw, tell. The golden-haired girl murmured softly, disbelief filling her eyes. The steward whom their family had kindly taken in and treated like family was actually plotting to eradicate them. Please spare me. I will lure those Black Cat bastards out. I won't be a pirate anymore. Just spare my life. Claw pleaded, bowing and scraping, completely disregarding the girl's feelings, only seeking to survive. A heavy fist, slightly reddened, struck Claw's face hard, twisting and distorting it with immense force. To trade the lives of your companions. Scum like you don't deserve to be a pirate. Companions are not meant to be betrayed. Luffy glared angrily, looking down at Claw, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and scolded sharply. Zoro snickered beside him. Raisen glanced at Nami, who bit her lip and avoided his gaze. The words Raisen had spoken in Orange Town quietly rippled in Nami's heart once again. Hey Luffy, you haven't asked where those pirates will attack from tomorrow. Usopp shouted, clutching his head, then rushed to Claw's side, shaking the unconscious guy vigorously. Hey, wake up, you bastard. Where will those pirates land? Usopp was sweating profusely with anxiety. But Claw, stripped of his combat qualities, was now just an ordinary villager. Having taken Luffy's full-powered punch in anger, it was impossible for him to wake up in a short time. Damn it. Seeing Claw unresponsive, Usopp slammed his fist into the grass, feeling frustrated. Go inform the villagers. Tell them to evacuate tomorrow. Zoro crossed his arms and made a suggestion. It won't work. They won't believe me. I always lied to them about pirates. Usopp's face showed pain, his voice filled with deep self-blame. Usopp, I can explain. The golden-haired girl spoke weakly, accompanied by a slight cough. Her body was already frail, and the mental blow from Claw's betrayal made her feel very unwell. No way. Who knows if Claw has left other traps? What if the pirates don't show up because they don't see the signal? If you inform everyone and the pirates don't come tomorrow, the villagers will never trust you again. If the pirates really come, it will be too late. Usopp, naturally suspicious and timid, instantly envisioned the worst-case scenario. The reason he constantly shouted that pirates were coming was that after Jezeb went to see Usopp's mother, fell seriously ill. Watching his mother, who longed for her husband, even while bettered in, Usopp ran around the village every day shouting pirates are coming, hoping to awaken her spirit. Even after her death, he kept this habit a tribute to his deceased mother. Moreover, Silab village was remote and dull, and the villagers' lives were bland. Every day, watching the villagers chase him with brooms and scold him, Usopp could still see the joyful smiles on their faces. Thus he continued this lie until now. But now the bitter fruit of long-term lying finally fell upon himself. Oh, aren't you going to ask us for help? Raisen smiled at Usopp. This is my village. I have a responsibility to protect it. Moreover, we can't be sure if those pirates will actually appear tomorrow. If they never come, do you want to waste your life here? You have your own adventures to pursue. How can I shamelessly drag you down? Usopp turned his head aside, though his legs trembled violently. He still firmly rejected. All right. Captain Usopp will face those pirates alone on the outskirts of the village. Usopp puffed out his chest, trying hard to put on a righteous demeanor. But your legs are shaking. Nami bluntly pointed out. Damn it. This is no joke. The ones coming tomorrow are real thugs. Usopp looked down at his uncooperative knees, tears streaming down as he pounded his fists in frustration. Damn it. So what if I'm cowardly? Laugh if you want. Unable to stop his body from trembling instinctively, Usopp shouted in despair. No one will mock you, who would ridicule a truly fearless sea warrior. Raisen spoke calmly. Raisen. Me. A true sea warrior. Hearing this, Usopp felt a slight sting in his nose. Becoming a steadfast sea warrior was his dream, and he had witnessed the great power displayed by Raisen. To gain recognition from such a strong figure made Usopp's throat feel dry. You really aren't pitying me. Usopp still harbored doubts. Who would risk their lives against pirates out of sympathy for others? Idiot. Luffy grinned, showing his white teeth. Moreover, what do you mean by your adventures? Haven't you already become our companion? Usopp could hardly believe his ears, staring blankly as Luffy extended his friendly hand towards him. Are we setting off together? Raisen asked with a smile. Humph. Zoro's expression held a hint of amusement, his tone playful. Though he looked down on Usopp's cowardice, he admired the kid's resolve to face death in order to protect the village. Luffy, Raisen, everyone. Usopp's eyes suddenly turned red as he rushed to hug Luffy. But can I be the captain? The vice-captain is fine too. Don't daydream. Usopp has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. His special trait synchronization rate has increased, activating the synchronized trait Song of Courage. Inside the manor villa, in gratitude for Raisen and the others defeating Kuro and saving everyone, the young lady of the manor hosted a lavish banquet for them. Your appetites are truly astonishing. Didn't we just eat? Zoro's eyelid twitched slightly as he watched Luffy and Raisen devour the feast like a whirlwind. Currently, Zoro was equipped with the deep purple demon physique. While his digestive capabilities were remarkable, they paled in comparison to the deep purple, extraordinary physique of Raisen and Luffy. The demon physique, deep purple, focused more on enhancing cultivation, while the extraordinary physique, deep purple, excelled in digestion and absorption. Raisen had already equipped the extraordinary physique and Zoro's progress was nearing completion. Raisen eagerly anticipated the terrifying level of physical strength he could achieve once these two complementary traits truly merged. At the sumptuous banquet, Zoro had eaten quite a bit while Nami, who had already dined on Usopp's hospitality earlier, wasn't hungry and was simply elegantly savoring desserts and fruits, resting her chin on her hands, watching Raisen eat with great interest. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared on. In the face of such exquisite delicacies, one must eat heartily. Luffy's cheeks were stuffed as he mumbled, "The manor's resources are incredibly abundant. No wonder Kuro lay in wait for 3 years. This meal's extravagance far exceeds the standards we had before." Enhance. Raisen swallowed his morsel and commanded in his mind. He used the deep purple agility upgrading material he had plundered from Kuro to enhance his extraordinary physique, deep purple. Currently, Raisen possessed the core trait, Son of the Sea, Ultimate Gold, which allowed his Conqueror's Haki to grow naturally. Utilizing just the deep purple material to enhance the golden trait wouldn't create much of a stir, but with the impending entry into the Grand Line, the most urgent need for Raisen was to raise the limit of his physical strength. Enhancement complete. The system prompt echoed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the nutrients from the food Raisen had just consumed were forcibly absorbed by his body at an incredible speed, so quickly that he felt a pang of hunger. Feeling his stomach empty, Raisen immediately began a new round of gluttony, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. This was why Raisen chose to enhance after a hearty meal. By enhancing traits directly through upgrading materials, while it raised his physique and endurance limits, the original energy hadn't been filled. Simply put, if his previous extraordinary physique limit was 100, after enhancement the limit became 150. He needed to intake more food and nutrients to fill that additional 50 energy gap. As for why there hadn't been an energy gap when he equipped the extraordinary physique from Luffy, it was because during the synchronization process the system had directly transferred Luffy's endurance base. When the equipment was completed, the energy was in a full state. This was a unique effect of Raisen's exclusive system. While under normal world rules, even a monster as strong as Charlotte Linlin needed to consume vast amounts of food to hone their physique, adhering to the most basic principle of energy conservation. Who else could break the limits of their physique solely based on their traits like Raisen? Amazing. Raisen, your appetite is even greater than mine now. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. There's still plenty of food left, Mr. Raisen. Seeing that the food on the table was nearly finished, the lady of the manor gently instructed the chefs to continue serving dishes. The blonde girl was filled with endless gratitude towards Raisen. If it weren't for this man, she, Mary, and everyone in the manor would have long perished under Kira's schemes. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Raisen held a hint of a unique brilliance. Having replenished his nutrients, Raisen exhaled deeply. He clenched his fists again, fully experiencing the surging might within his body, a smug expression involuntarily appearing on his face. After this enhancement, his pure physical strength could undoubtedly be considered among the top in the Straw Hat Pirates. It seems that to upgrade the extraordinary physique to the ultimate purple, he would need approximately 7 ordinary deep purple upgrading materials. Raisen checked the latest status of the extraordinary physique, understanding that even within the same tier the quality of traits varied immensely. Take the ultimate gold combat trait for instance, its starting threshold is at the level of a marine admiral, meaning that regardless of whether it's the peak Blackfoot Zephyr or the top pirate Kaido, their core traits would exhibit the quality of ultimate gold. However, their actual combat power was worlds apart. If Zephyr represented 1 in ultimate gold, then Kaido Ku. How are we going to fight those pirates tomorrow? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Usopp finally couldn't contain his worry and asked, I don't know. Luffy answered confidently, Usopp was stunned. What do you mean you don't know? Are we just going to sit here and wait for the pirates to attack? Usopp clutched his hair, falling into a panic. Raisen must have a plan. Right, Raisen? Luffy grinned at Raisen. In Luffy's view, this kind of problem solving was always Raisen's forte, and Raisen managed to resolve issues perfectly every time. Compared to Luffy, Raisen is more like the captain. Zoro quipped from the side. Indeed, that is the case. Nami chuckled softly, but Raisen acknowledged me as the captain. Luffy grinned widely, seemingly unfazed by his comrades' teasing. As the captain, you shouldn't rely too much on Raisen. You need to show some responsibility as a captain. Nami admonished half-jokingly. Hey, isn't Raisen the vice-captain? Usopp suddenly chimed in his view the exceptionally strong and composed Raisen should logically be the vice-captain. Upon hearing Usopp's question, Nami, Zoro, and Luffy all turned their gaze toward Raisen. Nami felt deeply in her impression Raisen had always played a role akin to that of a vice-captain. Zoro had no objections either. Raisen had once shown him the way and guided him to realize his ambitions, earning Zoro's sincere admiration for his breadth and decisiveness. Zoro strongly agreed with Raisen as the vice-captain, but ultimately the decision lay in Luffy's hands as the captain. Zoro and Nami then shifted their focus to Luffy, who blinked thoughtfully. He recalled that when Raisen first became his companion, he had unhesitatingly supported Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King, and he also thought of Raisen intentionally naming himself Sky King, to echo the deeper meaning of the vice-captain Dark King Rayleigh. Moreover, throughout their journey so far, it was thanks to Raisen that he had met Zoro and Nami. Racing himself gave a sense of reassurance undoubtedly deserving of the V. Racing smiled at Luffy, breaking the silence. Hey, why not? Having a vice captain would make it easier to command the other members during battle, right? Everyone would listen to your orders more readily. Nami looked puzzled. Although she had only temporarily joined with the official crew comprising Zoro, Raisen, Usopp, and Luffy, she felt there was no better candidate for vice captain than Racing. Even the well-known pirate hunter Zoro from East Blue showed great respect towards Raisen, always considering Raising's opinions. Throughout their journey, Racing had indeed been leading everyone's course of action. The so-called vice captain isn't a title to be sought for recognition, it should naturally establish itself after gaining the acknowledgement of all partners. Racing wore a faint smile on. Zoro showed his agreement. That's Racing for you, so cool, Racing. Usopp felt that Racing was exceptionally dazzling at that moment. This was the true essence of a pirate. Moreover, Luffy hasn't gathered all his companions yet. Discussing the vice captain's position before, that is clearly premature. Racing looked meaningfully at Luffy, smiling as he explained. This might also be why, despite the Straw Hat crew defeating Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in their original fate, and ascending to the position of the Four Emperors, they never established an official vice captain role. Luffy highly values his companions. Even before they join, he grants them full respect. According to Luffy's nature, he wouldn't easily designate a vice captain until all his partners are gathered. Hee. Racing. I'm so happy you can be my companion. Hearing Rising's declaration, Luffy immediately broke into a broad smile, feeling incredibly joyful. This was the root of Luffy's earlier dilemma. Before gathering all his partners and obtaining everyone's approval, hastily establishing a vice captain felt like a slight to future companions. If he appointed a vice captain, now wouldn't it make the new members feel more like subordinates than companions? On his ship, there were no distinctions of hierarchy, only comrades weathering the storms together. Rising's words to become vice captain after gaining the acknowledgement of all companions perfectly aligned with Luffy's thoughts. Only the one who was unanimously chosen by everyone after boarding the ship would rightfully be his vice captain. Gaining the strong recognition of Monkey D. Luffy, the bond deepened, and the progress of special equipment increased. In his mind, the progress bar for the Sun God Ultimate Golden Special Equipment advanced significantly once again, and Racing felt a flicker of joy. Look, Racing is so reasonable. As captain, you need to be reliable too. Nami scolded Luffy, yet there was a hint of softness in her gaze toward Racing that had never been there before. I'm always reliable at crucial moments. Luffy puffed out his chest proudly, declaring, using Rising's words to bolster your own image. What kind of captainly be? Zoro sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Hey, is that so? Luffy's expression immediately fell. Alright, everyone gathered here also recognizes you, Luffy. Racing looked at Luffy's awkwardness, chuckling softly and helping him save face. Although Luffy often seemed absurd, he had never faltered when it came to significant matters. Luffy's charisma was unique. Before setting sail, each member of the Straw Hat crew had their own pursuits. Yet after fighting side by side, they all unconsciously added another vow in their hearts to assist Luffy in reaching the throne and becoming the Pirate King. Rising's choice to board this ship wasn't merely to take advantage of the special traits for steady development or to utilize Luffy's connections as a safeguard. Luffy's character and principles were also significant reasons. Racing sincerely admired him. Racing. Luffy's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Rising, don't spoil him too much. Nami sighed softly, somewhat helpless. So Rising, where shall we go to hunt down those pirates? Usopp, concerned about the village's safety, anxiously asked the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, is Kura's former vice captain, the hypnotist Zhang, with a bounty of 9 million berries. If Kuro wants to manipulate the Black Cat Pirates to attack, he must go through Zhang. They need to discuss the exact timing of the attack in person, so they will undoubtedly meet. And that guy Zhang behaves strangely. Even when not deliberately drawing attention, he tends to stand out. If we just roam around the village, we should be able to find his trace soon. Racing analyzed, being well aware of the subsequent developments. He could easily reverse engineer the situation and devise the simplest plan to deal with the Black Cat Pirates. Incredible. Truly a wise and courageous strategist. Usopp looked at Raisen with eyes full of admiration, just as when they first met, Raisen had pierced through his bluster in an instant. With supreme strength, admirable character, and remarkable intelligence, Raisen was the ideal pirate model in Usopp's heart. Great. Let's quickly find that guy and give him a good beating. Luffy rolled up his sleeves ready to charge out, but you don't even know what he looks like, right? Zoro yanked Luffy back by the collar. I completely forgot about that. Luffy made a strange noise and covered his head. Leave the search for Zango to me. You guys stay at the mansion and discuss the ship design with Mary. Raisen stood up and instructed Zango. A bounty of 9 million berries, possesses hypnotic secret techniques, may be able to transform some useful products after plundering. Rest assured, Mr. Raisen, I will do my utmost to build you all a fine ship. Mary, who had been quietly standing by, solemnly made a guarantee. As a trusted aide of the young lady, Mary played the role of both elder and close friend, feeling genuinely grateful for the kindness Raisen and the others showed in defeating Kuro and saving the young lad's life. He was determined to pour all his effort into crafting an impeccable warship for these life-saving benefactors. In fact, the Golden Mary was a design he had been contemplating for 22 years, and the main structure was nearly complete. However, some details still needed to be fine-tuned according to Raisen and the others' specific preferences. I shall wait and see. Raisen smiled gently. Accompanied by Zoro and Usopp, Raisen swiftly tracked down the suspicious Zango in Syrup Village. In front of the powerful Raisen, Zango seemed weak as a chick ready for slaughter, utterly defenseless. Through the information pried from Zango, they followed the clues and dismantled the hideout of the Black Cat Pirates, capturing the entire gang. The rest of the Black Cat Pirates were merely a rabble, many of whom lacked even the white traits. Even Sam and Budgie, who were known as the Cat-Human Brothers, possessed only blue traits at best, making them utterly useless in Raisin's eyes. However, Zango provided Raisen with a light purple combat trait. Hypnosis light purple, able to hypnotize others, unlocking physical potential and greatly enhancing strength, drawback loss of rationality. After transforming this trait, Raisen obtained 3 light purple power type upgrade materials. It was evident that traits that directly enhance combat power were also categorized as power type traits in the system. Raisen was somewhat satisfied. After all, even a small mosquito is still meat, and gathering more could never be a bad thing. He immediately used these 3 light purple upgrade materials to further enhance his extraordinary physique, deep purple. Accumulating small gains led to significant progress. His extraordinary physique had taken another small step towards reaching the ultimate purple. After using these 3 light purple materials, Raisen felt a slight hunger in his stomach. However, this hunger stemming from the enhancement of light purple materials was still within a controllable range, so there was no rush to eat immediately. Subsequently, Raisen instructed Zoro and Usopp to tie up the incapacitated pirates and escort them back to Syrup Village, leaving their fate to the villagers. This village was not particularly wealthy, and if the villagers turned teach, Usopp felt an overwhelming gratitude and admiration for Raisin's actions, deepening their bond and enhancing the equipment progress of the trait. Raisen had already begun to synchronize Usopp's trait, Courageous Anthem Special. Initially, he was somewhat worried that equipping this trait might also inherit Usopp's timid nature, making the deal not worthwhile. However, the feedback from the system in his mind dispelled his concerns. Usopp's cowardice and negativity were purely personal traits, and synchronizing this trait would not transplant any negative character flaws. Now Raisen felt assured to proceed with the equipment. The Courageous Anthem special trait might yield unexpected effects in certain critical situations. As for Usopp's Slingshot Sniping Light Purple and Inventor Light Purple, they held little value for Raisen, so he chose not to equip them. After dealing with these tedious finalized tasks, Raisen enjoyed another hearty meal under the astonished gazes of Zoro. Usopp. Raisen opened his eyes. At this hour, who could be knocking at the door? He was a bit puzzled, but still got out of bed and walked to the door. Click. Raisen opened the door and looked at the figure standing outside, momentarily taken aback. Young lady. Seeing the blonde girl, Raisen also caught sight of the dining cart behind her and immediately understood, unable to hide a hint of helplessness in his expression. Mr. Raisen, you can just call me by my name. Upon seeing Raisen, the blonde girl's cheeks flushed slightly, followed by a light cough. Her naturally weak physique struggled against the cool breeze pouring in through the half-open wooden window, causing her to start coughing softly. Then just call me Raisen, miss. Raisen first casually ajar the door, blocking the cold wind that was rushing in, then spoke. It's late, and your body has yet to fully recover. Is there something you need? Pointing to the exquisite dining cart beside her, Raisen feigned concern. I was a bit worried you might be hungry tonight, so. The girl's face turned even redder as she quietly explained while pointing at the cart. Raisen's astonishing appetite left not only Luffy dumbfounded, but also made this golden-haired girl regard him as extraordinary. The key point was that Raisen seemed to eat at an extraordinarily fast rate. Worried that Raisen would go to bed hungry, she specifically had someone prepare some pastries. Due to her poor constitution, it was still Mary who helped push the cart over. She had sent Mary to rest first before bravely knocking on Raisen's door. Actually, you didn't have to go through all this trouble. Raisen found it amusing and felt a warm flutter in his heart. Possessing an extraordinary physique, deep purple, he could actually control his appetite with ease. On ordinary days, he didn't need to gorge himself like this. Only after frequently utilizing his special traits to strengthen his physique or experiencing intense battles would he require astronomical amounts of food like Luffy. The reason he had eaten so excessively during the day was purely due to upgrading his traits with materials. So would you like to come in and sit? Seeing the girl standing outside the door, seemingly hesitant to speak, Raisen took the initiative to invite her in. The girl looked so fragile that just standing in the cold breeze for a while made her face pale. Raisen casually glanced at the corner of the corridor where a figure was vaguely hiding. Mary, the housekeeper. It seemed he was still worried about his young lady coming alone. Since this girl didn't bring Mary along, it appeared that this was indeed her own idea. Then excuse me. The girl hesitated slightly, her pretty face flushed as she lowered her head and softly agreed. Although Raisen couldn't quite grasp her true intentions, the girl showed no signs of avoiding suspicion, so as a dignified man, he had no reason to be afraid. Raisen pulled the dining cart into the room, then shut the door behind him, deftly closing the open window. With the window shut blocking the cold wind, the girl slowly stepped forward and sat down on a wooden chair in the room. After entering Raisen's room, the girl appeared somewhat anxious, her hands tightly entwined. Raisen looked at her flustered expression and smiled warmly, casually closing the door, but intentionally leaving a small gap. This little considerate gesture clearly eased the young lady's tense nerves. So Kia, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Raisen sat down on the wooden chair with composure and asked first, Raisen, aren't you going to eat something? Although the girl was no longer as tense, she still used food as an excuse to mask her embarrassment. Of course I'd love to eat. Thank you for your hospitality. Raisen chuckled, feeling warmth in his heart. Although he wasn't hungry at that moment, he would never let the girl's kind intentions go to waste. With his extraordinary physique, deep purple, and its robust digestive capabilities, consuming an extra meal was hardly a challenge, it merely meant taking some extra time to refine the nutrients. Seeing Raisen start to taste the food, she personally brought the girl's eyes curved into crescent moons filled with joy. Thank you for the treat. After clearing the plate, Raisen let out a contented sigh. Despite the incredible digestive power of his extraordinary physique, it still required a gradual process. Considering Usopp's earlier banquet at the tavern, Raisen had already stuffed himself with 3 hefty meals that day, especially the last one, which provided enough energy for his body to absorb deeply through the night. Even Raisen's stomach had its limits, and after finishing this late-night snack he indeed felt a satisfying fullness. Raisen, you're setting sail tomorrow, right? Looking at Raisen putting down his utensils, the girl softly inquired. Yes, we need to continue heading towards the Grand Line, Raisen replied with a smile. The Grand Line? What kind of place is it really? The girl's bright eyes were filled with longing. Due to her frail health since childhood, even taking a few extra steps was particularly taxing for her, let alone stepping onto the vast ocean to experience the scenery. Well, the magnetic fields, climate, ocean currents, and air currents are all a chaotic mess there. It's even quite difficult to discern directions. Some islands are locked in ice and snow year-round, while others are ravaged by thunderstorms all day long. And up above in the high clouds, there are even floating sky islands. Raisen leisurely explained while observing the girl's yearning, painting a detailed picture of the beauty and danger of that mysterious sea area. In the East Sea, it was unlikely anyone knew the Grand Line better than Raisen, who had the spoilers. Of course, Raisen himself had never experienced these wonders personally, so he was equally filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey. Listening to Raisen speak eloquently, the golden-haired girl awakens. The girl gazed out the window, murmuring to herself. Although the night was deep, she could still vaguely see the shimmering light on the waves in the moonlight. Her face was full of yearning. It's a pity. I'll never be able to go out to sea and see it. The girl lowered her eyelids, her tone filled with regret. She was already fragile by nature, and with her current weary expression, she appeared even more pitiful, evoking a genuine impulse to cherish her. That may not necessarily be the case. Raisen looked at the girl's sorrowful expression and gently comforted her. The girl raised her head, looking at Raisen in disbelief. But, let alone sailing far, I can barely walk a little further without gasping for breath. The girl bit her lip, looking down at her slender wrist, appearing somewhat ashamed. Have you heard of the treasures of the sea, the devil? Raisen asked. Devil fruits. Aren't they legendary treasures that only exist in myth? The girl blinked in surprise. Luffy is a user of a devil fruit. If you could consume an animal-type devil fruit, your originally frail constitution would quickly recover completely. Raisen smiled as he explained to her. The girl's illness was entirely due to her inherently weak constitution and low resistance, unlike Trafalgar Law's lead bullet disease that required precise surgical removal with the fruit's abilities. An animal-type devil fruit, which could enhance her physical abilities, would be sufficient to restore her health. Though zoan-type devil fruits are exceedingly rare, even in remote seas like the East Blue, their scarcity pales in comparison across the vast monster-infested oceans. Moreover, for Raisen, acquiring a devil fruit posed no great challenge. Empowered by the supreme trait system, he could not only convert a fruit's ability into a transferable trait, but also bestow that trait upon others. Much like Marshal D. Teach assembling an army of ability wielders, Raisen, armed with a far superior system, could achieve the same feat. Yet because others lacked his miraculous trait system, those who accepted his bestowed traits would become true devil fruit users, gaining immense power at the cost of an irrevocable curse, utter inability to swim. Such is the double-edged nature of the devil fruit, the price of its power. Unlike others, Raisen, wielding abilities through his system, remained wholly unburdened by side effects. A devil fruit, that legendary treasure. If it truly exists, it is far beyond my RA. Her eyes sparkled fleetingly, then dimmed again. How about this? When we meet again, I'll give you a devil fruit as a gift. Raisen broke into a warm smile and offered the suggestion himself. Her golden eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at his gentle, sunlit smile, frozen in place. Raisen, how could I possibly accept something so precious? She stammered, flustered and at a loss. It's merely a single devil fruit, hardly worth mentioning. Besides, haven't you already settled the bill? A noble lady's heartfelt gesture, delivered by her own hands, is in my eyes infinitely more precious than any. He gestured playfully toward the nearby cart, now utterly empty. She bit her lower lip, her gaze locked steadily upon him. Confined indoors since childhood by chronic illness, she had spent countless idle hours immersed in books. At this tender age, on the cusp of love, she naturally devoured romantic novels brimming with poetic yearning, dreaming of her own destined romance. Her favorite trope was the fated hero descending from the heavens to shield the heroine in her hour of peril. For a young woman whose rarest luxury was a simple walk outdoors, such tales held an irresistible allure. Yet she remained certain such serendipity could never unfold in reality. And yet, astonishingly, it did. Raisen appeared without warning, shattering Kuro's conspiracy and saving the entire estate. During their first meeting, she had stubbornly dismissed his warning about the treacherous steward, even snapping at him in frustration. Yet he bore no trace of resentment. Instead, he gifted her a serene warming. Raisen watched her with a soft smile and extended his little finger. Let's make it official. Gazing at the gentle curve of his lips, the golden-haired girl flushed faintly. Shyly, she reached out her own little finger and lightly hooked it around his. The instant their skin touched, a subtle, startling warmth sent a tremor through her heartstrings. She quickly lowered her head, cheeks burning. In that still suspended moment she knew, beyond doubt, this was love. At dawn the next day the noblewoman and Mary accompanied Raisen and his crew to the harbor. Everyone, behold your new— I've named her, the Going Mary. Mary announced triumphantly, yanking away the massive tarpaulin veiling the vessel. Raisen gazed upon the ship before him. The very vessel that on Earth had moved countless pirate fans to tears, and a tender smile softened his features. The Going Mary was a sleek, two-masted schooner rigged with a slanted triangular sail at the stern and steered by a central rudder. Its most iconic feature was the cheerful sheep figurehead gracing the bow. 4 cannons adorned the deck, one at the prow, one at the stern, and one on each flank. Though dwarfed by colossal pirate armadas, she was compared to their former ramshackle dinghy, a genuine pirate vessel in every sense. Shishishi. Absolutely incredible. Luffy's face erupted into unrestrained radiant joy the moment he laid eyes on the new ship. This was the Straw Hat Pirates' first true sailing vessel. Finally respectable. With this ship, we should navigate the Grand Line safely. Nami declared, her voice bright with relief. To a navigator, a fine vessel was nothing short of wings. Humph. Zoro's expression softened with quiet satisfaction. Raisen had once illuminated his path. Zoro knew his dream could only unfold upon the boundless expanse of the Grand Line. Raisen, why are you staring at me like that? Nami, ever perceptive, caught his steady gaze and blinked, her cheeks flushing faintly. Nothing at all. I simply find your smile lovely right now, lighter, freer than before. Raisen replied with a gentle laugh. In the past Nami had smiled, but deep within her eyes lingered an enduring shadow of sorrow, the heavy burden of her hometown Kobayashi village. Now her smile was luminous and unguarded, pure, sincere, and radiant. Hearing his words, Nami pressed her lips together, silent. Had she truly grown happier? Calming her mind and reflecting carefully since her encounter with the buggy pirates in Orange Town and her reunion with Raisen, she indeed felt a long-lost joy. Especially when Raisen declared that she could rely on him at any time, unhesitatingly shielding her during each perilous situation. A sense of long-awaited safety would naturally rise in Nami's heart. Ever since Belmere passed away and she was forced to embark on a journey as a thief to collect 100 million berries, she had not experienced that feeling of having someone to depend on. It was as if she had finally found a harbor to weather the storms. Looking at the new ship before her, Nami subconsciously began to plan as a navigator, seemingly forgetting her earlier insistence on being a temporary partner. However, could such beautiful moments truly last? With this thought, Nami couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and anxiety. No matter how difficult the obstacles we may face in the future, do not forget the promise I made to you, Nami. Raisen said softly, gently placing his hand on her rounded shoulder as naturally as he did in Orange Town. If you ever feel like you can't hold on any longer, rely on me at any time and share some of the burden with me. I am quite strong. Raisen gazed into Nami's eyes, a smile on his face. No matter how independent and decisive Nami appeared, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. Her hometown was shrouded in the shadow of the dragon pirates, and she witnessed her adoptive mother Belmere being brutally murdered before her eyes. To save the lives of the villagers, she bore humiliation and joined the dragon pirates day after day, charting maps, while drifting around stealing treasures, all to gather enough berries to redeem her village. Since she was 10, she had been struggling in this nightmarish quagmire. Thinking of this, Raisen's gaze inevitably revealed a trace of pity and protectiveness. Nami felt a slight sting in her nose. She bit her lip tightly and gently rested her forehead against Raisen's large hand resting on her shoulder, just like their tacit understanding in Orange Town. Watching this scene from a distance, the blonde girl felt a twinge of envy and loneliness rise within her. However, when she yelled, "Raisen, Nami, what are you two dawdling on the shore for?" Luffy's loud voice suddenly rang out. Luffy. Watching Nami hurriedly board the ship, Raisen turned his head and greeted Luffy with a particularly radiant smile. "I think it's time to devise a comprehensive physical training plan for you, as Captain being too lax is not acceptable." Raisen smiled warmly, even somewhat dazzlingly. Huh. Luffy, unaware of what had just happened, was taken aback by Raisen's sudden severity. Only Nami, already on the ship, felt her cheeks flush a deeper shade of red. "Goodbye, miss." Usopp shouted loudly. "Usopp, be careful on your journey. Go and realize your dream of becoming a brave warrior of the sea." The girl waved her delicate hand, smiling and cheering him on. "Oh, just watch me." Usopp puffed up his chest and replied confidently. "That. Raisen, I wish you a smooth." Shifting her gaze to Raisen, the girl slightly bit her lip, whispering shyly, "This tentative step is the beginning of feelings." Then we shall depart, miss." Raisen turned around, smiling and waving goodbye to the girl. Raisen was not a dull person. He could naturally sense the girl's feelings. However, he could never take her out to sea with him. Her physique was too frail to endure the fierce storms and hardships of the ocean. More importantly, her gentle and soft nature could not adapt to the ruthless survival of the Grand Line. Even if he could improve her physical abilities now, she still wasn't suited for those cruel seas, lacking the warrior's awareness and the resilience to forsake everything for a certain conviction like Nami did. No amount of strength could compensate for a deficiency in spirit. Not everyone belongs to the vast and tumultuous sea. Moreover, Raisen's core consideration was still becoming stronger. This was the most solid foundation for him to stand in this world. Otherwise, everything he had gained, all the concern and promises, would merely be a mirage. Only by letting go and holding on could one traverse the path to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Furthermore, this was by no means a final farewell. When he stood at the pinnacle of the world, he would naturally return here to take her away. On the deck, Nami looked at the reluctant expression on the mist, seemingly realizing something, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart. She realized that this strange emotion was amiss and awkwardly pressed her lips together. She had thought her dependence on Raisen was merely a bond of mutual support, but now this sour taste was reminding her that some things had quietly changed. Set sail. Depart. Luffy shouted loudly, boldly, sitting atop the ship's iconic ram head. Raisen and the others raised their right hands in unison, smiling and echoing together. Under Nami's skillful command, the Going Merry slowly departed from the dock. Raisen leaned against the railing, watching the faint figure on the shore gradually fade away, smiling as he once again raised his pinky. Seeing this gesture, the girl pursed her lips and also slowly raised her small hand, extending her pinky. Recalling the warm promise made last night in Raisen's room, the girl smiled sweetly. I will always wait for you, Raisen. In her eyes, a steadfast light flickered. This was the vow she and Raisen had kept. Have you made up your mind? The three boys, Onion Head, Carrot Head, and Pepper Head, huddled together. Of course. Let's go. We must carry on the great unfinished business of our captain. Onion Head declared solemnly, looking back at the village of Syrup behind them. The three shouted in unison, setting off at a run through the streets of the village. On the distant horizon, the Going Merry, carrying everyone's dreams, was bravely sailing towards the unknown, while that slender figure with golden hair remained on the dock, gazing longingly, unwilling to leave. In the East Sea, on a certain stretch of ocean, a pirate ship was bravely sailing through the waves. This was a two-masted sailing ship with a triangular sail at the stern and a central rudder. The iconic sheep statue at the bow was particularly eye-catching, but the most striking feature was the skull flag fluttering in the wind on the mainsail, depicting a skull wearing a straw hat. Ever since they acquired their official vessel, the crafty Usopp had utilized his artistic talent to design this flag for the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at their distinctive pirate flag, Luffy couldn't help but beam with joy, spending his days perched on his exclusive sheephead throne, occasionally turning to admire the flag as it danced in the breeze. Meanwhile, Raisen was putting Luffy and Zoro through a grueling 2-day training regimen utilizing his enhanced physique. In his spare time, he continued to steadily refine his Conqueror's Haki and formidable body, using the Son of the Sea ultimate gold, and a deafening explosion suddenly shattered the tranquility on the deck. What are those two idiots up to now? Zoro stirred awake in a corner of the deck, rubbing his temples in annoyance. The intensity of his training over the past 2 days had been hellish. Although he was a training fanatic, he had recently discovered after sparring with Raisen and Luffy that Raisen's physical resilience far surpassed his own. This realization deeply impacted the proud Zoro, prompting him to double his efforts, sleeping only 3 hours a day and channeling all his time into sweating it out. He had just closed his eyes for a brief respite to alleviate the muscle soreness from the intense training. We are testing the cannon's power. Usopp's marksmanship is no joke. He hit that rock with one shot. From now on, he is the true sniper of our ship. Luffy excitedly hugged Usopp as they entered the cabin. That's right. The sniper is ready. But before we enter the Grand Line, aren't we missing a crucial position? Luffy grinned widely as he added. Indeed, our ship's kitchen is quite spacious. If the pay is right, I wouldn't mind taking on the role of cook myself. Nami looked around the well-equipped kitchen, laughing as she teased. It ought to be. That position is truly indispensable. Zoro also grinned in agreement, stating that the cook is the soul of any long-range pirate ship. A balanced diet is key to maintaining stamina during long and arduous voyages, and delicious meals can soothe the crew's accumulated fatigue. Moreover, for the daily intense training, having a professional cook plan meals would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. See, everyone thinks this role is indispensable on the ship. Luffy exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. And that is the musician. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, shouting with anticipation, are you an idiot? Even Zoro couldn't help but roar in response. What do you think sailing is about, you fool? Raisen, come and deal with this fool. Nami immediately transformed into a fierce little shark, glaring angrily. But aren't pirates supposed to sing? Luffy stubbornly argued. Why can't we have both a cook and a musician? As everyone turned their gaze toward him, Raisen shrugged and proposed with a smile that after getting a new ship, he was indeed in desperate need of an excellent cook. Only a professional chef could fully unleash the potential of his extraordinary physique, Deep Purple. In the pirate world, there surely exists a concept similar to battle cuisine. For instance, the offensive dishes from the kingdom of fishmen are highly beneficial for the physical growth of practitioners. If combined with Raisen's extraordinary physique, the effects would surely be even more astonishing. However, Raisen had no interest in traveling to that island to collect recipes. Fortunately, there was already a perfect candidate at hand, Sanji, the brave soul, who dared to venture alone into the kingdom of fishmen in the original story. Besides, who would refuse delicious food? Raisen had longed to taste Sanji's cooking back on Earth, and now that he was in this world, he naturally wanted to experience it firsthand. Although Luffy was currently fixated on the idea of a musician and was unaware of the cook's irreplaceability, the most delightful part of mixing with the protagonist group is that often when you need something the most, like a pillow, when you're sleepy, someone will always deliver it to you. Soon enough, someone would vividly demonstrate to Luffy how fatal it could be to sail without a cook. More importantly, along with this lesson, news would come of the man standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeyes. A playful smile appeared on Raisen's face. All of you get out here, pirates. A powerful roar accompanied by the sound of a barrel being smashed echoed through the air. As the captain, Luffy was the first to step out of the cabin on the second level. Who the hell are you? You nameless scum. How dare you lay hands on my partner? The newcomer wasted no words brandishing a weapon and lunging at Luffy. However, the next moment he was easily subdued by Luffy's rubber abilities, helplessly slammed onto the deck. Luffy looked at the defeated opponent beneath him confused. Huh, aren't you Johnny? Hearing this, Zoro walked out from the cabin. Upon seeing the guy pinned down on the deck, his eyes widened. Zoro, big brother. Johnny snapped back to reality, equally wide-eyed, scrambling to get up from the ground. Zoro, big brother. How did you end up on this nameless pirate ship? Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. I haven't been a bounty hunter for a long time. This guy is Johnny, and I used to team up with him when I was a bounty hunter. Zoro explained to his companions. What do you mean nameless pirate ship? Shh, you idiot. Luffy instantly became displeased. If it weren't for Zoro's acquaintance, he would have definitely given this guy a rubber punch. It seems our group's reputation still needs improvement. Raisen walked out of the cabin with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his face as he looked at Johnny. Tion Wong. The moment Johnny saw Raisen's face, he froze in shock. Unlike Zoro, who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman, but temporarily became a bounty hunter due to lack of funds, Johnny and his partner Joseph were professional bounty hunters. For bounty hunters, gathering various intelligence was crucial. They must be familiar with the bounty amounts and combat evaluations of every wanted pirate to select opponents they are confident they can defeat for rewards. Various newspapers and magazines were the core channels for bounty hunters to obtain pirate information. The publications from the World Economic News Agency, a leading media giant, were essential daily reads for them. Although most of the headlines focused on powerful figures in the vast sea routes rarely covering the East Sea, which earned the title of the weakest sea, reading them still broadened their horizons. However, not long ago the World Economic News Agency unprecedentedly opened an entire special edition reporting on. That article even used shockingly powerful words to describe him. A new ruler is about to emerge in this ocean. Such high-profile and exaggerated reviews naturally left an indelible impression on Johnny. Tion Wong. Your title is truly domineering, Raisen. Usopp looked at Raisen with envy. Usopp's father Yasopp set out to pursue dreams at an early age, and his mother passed away due to illness when he was young, leaving little savings at home. Additionally, Usopp had a penchant for tinkering with inventions, which required financial support. The World Economic News Agency's newspapers were expensive, and Usopp couldn't afford each issue. He would sometimes grit his teeth and buy one to broaden his horizons, mainly to add more solid material to his tall tales. Unfortunately, he missed the issue that featured Raisen's exploits. Moreover, his current fame is even greater than that of our nominal Captain Luffy. Nami chimed in beside him playfully, teasing her heart inexplicably stirred with a hint of joy upon hearing others marvel at Raisen's reputation. After their late-night talk at the Kaya Manor, she also began to vaguely understand some feelings. She secretly glanced at Raisen, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze intertwining shyness and affection. In fact, before heading into dangerous waters, Zoro's title as a pirate hunter was far more renowned than the relatively obscure Luffy. I will definitely make a name for myself across the seas in the future. The bounty will rise to a shocking height. Luffy, not at all jealous of his companion's glory, clenched his fists, expressing his ambitions passionately. Captain. Johnny turned his head, puzzled, looking at Luffy. What? Do I not look like a captain? Luffy puffed out his chest, hands on his hips. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp all shook their heads in unison. How could someone who insisted on finding a musician instead of a cook right before entering the Grand Line look like a competent leader? The defeated Luffy quietly squatted in a corner, drawing circles on the deck with his finger. Inconceivable. That the famous Tion Wong, Raisen, and Zoro big brother would regard you as their leader. Johnny mumbled, his perception of Luffy completely overturned. By the way, where's Joseph? Why isn't he with you? Zoro scanned the small boat, feeling somewhat surprised. Johnny and Joseph had always been inseparable partners, but today, he only saw Johnny. Joseph? Johnny's expression fell, filled with sorrow. What happened? Seeing Zoro's worried gaze, Johnny cautiously helped Joseph up from the small boat nearby. Joseph looked deathly pale, lying on the deck, unable to move, appearing weak and unresponsive. He was just full of energy 2 days ago. Yet suddenly his complexion turned pale, without warning, and he fell into a coma. I have no idea what happened. His teeth are falling out and the old wounds are bleeding. I really don't know what to do. Johnny cried out, looking at his partner's uncertain fate. I wanted to take him to that desolate rocky island nearby to rest, but suddenly a cannonball came flying from your ship. Johnny sobbed as he accused, while Luffy and Usopp were stunned, their jaws nearly hitting their feet. Oh no, wasn't that the cannonball they had just fired? Sorry. The two hurriedly bowed at a 90-degree angle, sincerely apologizing. If apologies were useful, why would we need the Navy? Johnny, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, while Joseph coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood at the right moment. Hang in there. Zoro, he won't just die like this, will he? Johnny shook Joseph frantically, a bit hysterically. If you keep shaking him like that, he won't die from his illness, but from your rough handling. Raisen and Nami walked over side by side, interrupting. Don't worry, this is merely the most common scurvy at sea. Luffy, didn't I specifically remind you to stock up on apples when we gathered supplies? If you don't replenish enough vitamins while sailing, well, you wouldn't understand. In short, if you can't eat vegetables and fruits for a long time, this is the consequence. Raisen pointed at Joseph and explained. Hey, did you say that before? Luffy tilted his head and tried to recollect, his mind still a fog of confusion. Brother Lei-san, if you recognize this ailment, you surely have a miraculous remedy, right? Chong and I clutched at hope like a lifeline, wiping his tears as he begged, fetch some fresh oranges. Luffy, Wusapu. Get to it. Lei Sun gave the order, as you command. Luffy and Wu Suapu relieved tumbled back with a heaping pile of oranges and desperately forced them into Yusei Fu's colorless mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, the man who had seemed on the brink of death miraculously sprang up, dancing and clutching Chang in his arm. The surge of excitement proved short-lived. He slumped once more. Though natives of the pirate world are notably hardy, Yusei Fu did not possess Lei Sun's godlike transcendent physique. Deep purple and an immediate recovery was unrealistic. Their frantic ministrations had only increased the strain on his body. Still, his life was no longer in immediate danger, and Chang and I finally exhaled in relief. Consider this a lesson, Luffy. Never take a sea voyage lightly. Nami slammed her pen upon the navigation log and shot Luffy an irritated glare. To a seasoned navigator, Luffy's earlier cry for a musician instead of a cook was tantamount to treating lives as a joke. I never imagined that such insidious, unforeseeable dangers could hide within a long voyage. Suo Long wore a pensive expression. Although Lei Sun had mentioned provisions when preparing supplies, So Long had not taken it to heart. Witnessing Yusei Fu's misery provided a vivid lesson in seamanship. He had assumed that as long as they ate their fill every meal, all would be well. So during long expeditions we must take care to balance the nutrients in our food. Wu Suapu suddenly understood. Of course, this is a vital aspect of voyaging. Nami lifted her delicate chin. Is that something we must consider? Luffy chewed on his stale bread and suddenly cried out, good. Then we choose a cook. We'll find a great cook. Luffy sprang to his feet, eyes blazing with resolve as he faced Lei Sun and the others. This is the most indispensable role aboard our ship before we venture into the Grand Line. Lei Sun smiled faintly. Hearing is never like seeing. No amount of lectures could replace Luffy and Suo Long witnessing this harsh truth with their own eyes. Maturing in spirit is a necessary path to becoming a true powerhouse. The growth of Luffy and Suo Long was crucial to Lei Sun's grand designs. Whether to seize higher-tier attributes or to marshal the Jinying Chiyun factional fortune extreme golden for his schemes, these core combatants would be irreplaceable. Especially when contending with the four emperors, the destructive power of these friends once matured would spare him many constraints. The armadas beneath an emperor form an immense, tightly woven war machine. Even a lone great general can be worn down like a tide by countless foes. The fate of Baisho Kaiduo at Gui Dao, exhausted to ruin by relentless challengers, was a cautionary tale Lei Sun would not repeat. Speaking of cooks, I happen to know a fine place. Chang and I grinned broadly. Really? Then let's set off at once. Where is it? Luffy's eyes shone with excitement. It's near the entrance to that ultimate route, and I've heard that the Ing Yin man Suo Long has long sought has been spotted there. Chang and I added the last detail. No sooner had he finished than Suo Long's pupils narrowed, and he exuded a blade-like intensity. Lei Sun's face betrayed the smile had expected. Course correction. North by northeast. Target the floating restaurant Ba La Di. The floating restaurant Ba La Di, moored in the somber waters of the East Sea, was an oceanic ship-shaped edifice resembling a great liner, its prow and stern adorned with fish-shaped sculptures. Patrons traveled thousands of miles for the cuisine of the proprietor and head chef, Japu. Even high-ranking officers of the Navy were regulars. After drifting at sea for some time, Lei Sun and his companions finally caught sight of the distinctive floating restaurant. Wow! What a massive ship! Luffy drooled at the sight, marveling at Ba La Di's strange construction. Merely looking at it whetted his appetite. Beep! Beep! As they prepared to berth, a piercing horn suddenly blared. Nah, Navy. Is that a flagship from headquarters? A warship far larger than the Mei Li was rapidly closing in, the Navy emblem on its mainsail stark and unmistakable. At the sight of it, Wu Suapu broke out in a cold sweat and shouted in panic. Tisk, talk about timing. Suo Long muttered under his breath, right hand resting on his sword hilt as he scented trouble. My. Lei Sun watched the approaching warship with keen interest, and by chance noticed Nami quietly slipping behind him. He could not help but be mildly amused. A habitual reflex. Nami caught Lei Sun's glance, blinked, and felt her cheeks warm. Since Orange Town, whenever danger arose, Lei Sun had instinctively shielded her, and she had come to rely on the comforting warmth and solidity of his chest without realizing it. Seeing the warship triggered the reflex, and she smoothly slipped behind him. She had to admit that the safety she felt behind Lei Sun was unlike anything she had known. She watched as he almost imperceptibly adjusted his stance, using his broad back to protect her more fully, her lips pressed together. That sense of security, after witnessing Bay Air May Air's tragic death and enduring a homeland long trampled by marauding beasts, was priceless to Nami. A skull flag I've never seen before. A Johnny shout rose from the warship's deck. A man in a white pinstriped suit with cropped pink hair, dark skin, and custom iron gauntlets appeared before Lei Sun and his crew. He squinted as he appraised the Straw Hat Pirate crew's banner. I am Lieutenant Funbu D of Navy Headquarters, the Double Iron Fist. Who is the leader here? Give me your names. Funbu D arrogantly raised his gauntlet and barked. I am Luffy. Luffy stepped forward and shouted in reply. I am Wu Suapu. The airborne Wu Suapu joined the commotion with a shriek. I'm the captain. We just decided on the flag. Luffy shot him a sideways look, reasserting his undisputed authority. I drew the flag. Wu Suapu puffed up with pride and boasted loudly. Lei Sun watched as Luffy and Usopp engaged in their antics, smiling silently. He always felt that Luffy was being deliberate. When facing mediocre opponents, he merely introduced himself as Luffy, but only in the presence of true formidable enemies did he proclaim his full name, Monkey D. Luffy. An unknown, insignificant figure. I have never heard of him. Finn Beauty sneered disdainfully. Like Monka before him, Finn Beauty was also a mediocre man who valued titles and empty fame above all else. A pirate crew without even a name. Truly bothersome. It would be better to sink you outright. Finn Beauty's gaze swept roughly over the others on the merry, but when his eyes passed over Luffy and finally landed on Raisen's face not far away, he froze. Finn Beauty rubbed his eyes, then stared intently at Raisen's face, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as a dense layer of cold sweat quickly covered his forehead. Tianwang Lei-sun. Finn Beauty's teeth chattered as he confirmed that he had not misseen. How dare someone like you self-style as Iron Fist? That title is shared with that naval hero. Lei-sun looked at Finn Beauty with a half-smile. In the East Sea, the hometown of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, to flaunt oneself with an iron circle and claim the title Iron Fist was indeed admirable courage for a naval lieutenant. How impressive. Your reputation precedes you, Lei-sun. Even the officers at headquarters are terrified of you. Usopp exclaimed with admiration. This is a true domineering pirate. Upon hearing the sarcasm in Raisen's words, Finn Beauty's eyelids twitched, but he dared not retort. He could only maintain this facade in the so-called weakest sea, using this nickname to impress the ignorant common folk. In the naval headquarters where strong figures were abundant, he was merely an insignificant low-ranking officer, hardly worth mentioning. Yet the man before him, Tianwang Lei-sun, was an entirely different existence. The awakened user of Conqueror's Haki. A sensational supermonster. By common reasoning, an officer of Finn Beauty's level would find it hard to access the secrets surrounding Conqueror's Haki. Ever since the tripartite balance of the royal honor and martial factions was established, large-scale conflicts among top-tier strong individuals with royal qualifications had become rare. However, the World Economic News Agency's column on Tianwang Lei-sun stirred a great commotion within the headquarters. While Finn Beauty may not have much say at the headquarters thanks to his connections, his sources of information were far more reliable than those of local bases. 1 in a million possesses the qualities of royalty. Those who awaken such power are destined to become titans who dominate the oceans. There are even rumors that the 3 current admirals who are now in the spotlight may not have possessed such talent in their youth. There are high-ranking officials who assert that if this child can be recruited, he will definitely be a future admiral in the making. To be able to wield Conqueror's Haki with such ease at such a young age. Even if this man arrogantly calls himself Tianwang, anyone within the Navy who understands the weight of that title would not think he is boasting. Those with royal qualifications are meant to look down upon the world. It is said that high-ranking officials at the headquarters are already urgently drafting a bounty for this man, which will undoubtedly be a staggering astronomical figure. This has driven Finn Beauty into a frenzied jealousy. If he possessed such qualifications, he would not have to rely on false pretenses in the East Sea. A future admiral. What immense glory. What great power. Why would such a talented monster choose to become a detestable? However, if I could capture him here, wouldn't that merit promote me directly to an officer? Such unrealistic fantasies inevitably flashed through Finn Beauty's mind. But now, as he truly faced this super rookie under Raisen's half-smiling gaze, Finn Beauty trembled all over, his palms sweaty. The man, merely standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an oppressive force that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In that moment of directly confronting Raisin, he sadly discovered that he could not muster the courage to even draw his gun. Suddenly he remembered. Damn the World Economic News Agency. In that report, the entire text emphasized the surname of that little brat named Luffy Monkey in bold black letters along with the mysterious letter D. Finn Beauty had been so preoccupied with the report on Tianwang Lei-sun that he did not even remember the Luffy mentioned at the end, which was why he failed to recognize the opponent at first. Now he was in trouble. Did I just dare to claim I would sink the vessel of Tianwang Lei-sun? Finn Beauty's cold sweat was flowing. Even naval hero. Who is that? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. That title sounded vaguely familiar. You don't even know the naval hero. It's Monkey D. Garp. A legendary figure who shakes the seas. Nami poked Luffy's forehead in exasperation. At the level of the world government, the letter D is an absolute taboo. Moreover, Garp's own son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Officially, they downplay Garp's full name just like they promote Gold Roger instead of Gold Roger. Most people only know Garp by the titles Hero Garp or Iron Fist Garp. Very few on the ocean are aware of Garp's full name. Oh, are you talking about that old man? Hearing that name, Luffy shivered, unexpectedly unpleasant childhood memories flashing through his mind. Nami, Usopp, and even Zoro stared at Luffy in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, too frightened to breathe. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Nami rubbed her eyes, feeling somewhat dizzy. That naval hero Garp is your biological grandfather. Really, your biological grandfather? Yes, that old man was quite harsh. Luffy shrank his neck, recalling Garp's past training methods. A glimmer of genuine fear crossed his usually fearless gaze. Lei-sun watched this with amusement. This family truly is a group of oddballs. Garp's son Dragon became the leader of the Revolutionary Army that seeks to overthrow the world government, while Luffy. Garp's methods to train him into an excellent sailor were extremely brutal, tossing him into bottomless abysses, throwing him into primal jungles filled with ferocious beasts at midnight, or tying him to balloons and letting him float into the sky. Each time Garp would torment him while roaring for him to become the strongest sailor. No wonder young Luffy developed a deep-rooted aversion and dislike for the Navy. Even if he hadn't met Shanks back then under Garp's torment, he would never have considered becoming a sailor. Who cares who his grandfather is? The current Luffy is our captain, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Raisin's words shattered everyone's days, offering a calm summary. Huh. Luffy immediately cast aside his fear of Carp, laughing broadly. As bonds deepened and the progress of special gear improved, dealing with Luffy truly could not be simpler. Raisen smiled at the corner of his mouth, then redirected his gaze to the utterly stunned Fan Booty on the opposing warship. I just heard someone say, preparing to sink us. Raisen looked at Fan Booty with a half smile and softly inquired. Fan Booty was immediately struck as if by lightning, completely frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Did something go wrong with his ears? That little brat, named Luffy, is actually the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. However, meeting Raisin's calm and profound gaze pulled him back to reality, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Fan Booty knew all too well that he had not misheard. What on earth is this place? He originally wanted to take his female companion to the renowned sea restaurant Bartai for a lavish meal, showcasing his extravagance and romance. Along the way, he planned to punish a pirate ship to demonstrate his authority. Who would have thought that this pirate ship is not only home to the king, Raisen, a god of death, even their unremarkable captain is actually the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. Is this really the East Sea, known as the weakest sea? What absurd joke is the heavens playing? Why are you sweating so much? Could it be that you, a distinguished officer, are afraid of a bunch of pirates? At this critical moment, his utterly clueless and alluring female companion began to complain aloud. Fan Booty glanced at Raisin's teasing expression on the opposing ship, gritted his teeth, and steeled himself to speak. How is that possible? This lieutenant only feels that enjoying such a delicacy before seeing blood might ruin the atmosphere, right? Fan Booty forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. One must have dignity, and after all, he was still an officer in the Navy headquarters. As long as he didn't continue to embarrass himself, Raisen probably wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Or so he hoped. Oh, ruin the atmosphere. Did you not intend to use your iron fist to sink us? Raisen smiled as he inspected Fan Booty's hands adorned with iron rings. Seeing this, Raisen couldn't help but associate it with the brass knuckles favored by certain delinquent girls on Earth. Pretending to wield an iron fist in the world of One Piece was truly ridiculous. Seeing Raisen seemingly about to make a move, cold sweat poured down Fan Booty's body like a flood, unable to stop. The other party had no intention of sparing him any face. Yet he was utterly at a loss. How could he contend with this monster revered internally in the headquarters as a future admiral? He wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, he had just personally felt the overwhelming aura emitted by this man. Simply standing there, he didn't even have the courage to throw a punch. If he died here for no reason, it would be a senseless death. Furthermore, that young fool named Luffy is also the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. In just a short moment, Fan Booty's clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat. Wait, hold on. Today's expenses will all be covered by me. Fan Booty hurriedly raised both hands, shouting as if his but were on fire. Dignity. In the face of his life, what is dignity worth? A free feast. Upon hearing this, Nami, who had been hiding behind Raisen, suddenly brightened up. Really? Wow, you're such a good person. Luffy also grinned widely, immediately won over. Hey, to ordinary people we are the bad guys and the Navy is the good guys, right? Usopp couldn't help but retort from the side. That seems to be true. Luffy shouted while holding his head. In that case, we will graciously accept it then. Raisen chuckled softly, glancing at Nami's sparkling eyes. Whenever free food or treasure was mentioned, Nami would become spirited. Raisen didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, she had been burdened with the heavy responsibility of earning 100 million berries to save her village since she was 10 years old. To Nami, money represented the hope of saving her village. Years of endurance and oppression had long engraved this habit into her bones. Seeing Nami's excited expression, Raisen didn't even feel the urge to unleash his Conqueror's Haki against someone like Fan Booty. He had previously explored Fan Booty's attributes. A mediocre person without any purple traits held no value to him. Nami playfully stuck her tongue out at Raisen, appearing especially cute. Raisin's alignment with her thoughts made Nami feel a warm current surge within her, the sweetness of being cared for. Of course, I will treat you. Fan Booty stammered his agreement, then hurriedly dragged his female companion onto a small boat, desperately rowing toward Bartai, as if it were a means to escape disaster. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. They shouldn't eat much. Fan Booty comforted himself inwardly. Then let's hurry. Oh, a free banquet, why not take advantage of it? Nami waved her small fist and cheered excitedly. Someone's treating us. Everyone, let's go. Luffy had long been drooling with anticipation. Rubber. Before Nami could instruct Zoro and the others to stabilize the boat, the impatient Luffy clung to the bow of the Mary, his body stretching back rapidly. Rocket pistol. Luffy shot like a meteor toward Barity. A thunderous crash echoed as he smashed a large hole through the thick wooden wall of that fool. Zoro sighed, deeply holding his forehead with one hand. Don't mind Luffy, he can handle himself. Let's go inside and order some food. Raisen was already accustomed to Luffy's recklessness. Even without an excuse to shield the Navy officer from cannon fire, this glutton's impatience would still result in destructive consequences. Raisen shook his head helplessly and turned to invite Nami. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Raisen bowed gentlemanly, extending his right hand. Nami momentarily lost her thoughts, time seeming to rewind to the deck of their first meeting. On that luxurious cruise ship, Raisen had also elegantly invited her to dance. It is my honor. Nami smiled charmingly, placing her pale, delicate hand steadily in Raisen's palm. However, the fluttering sensation she felt in her heart now was entirely different from what it had been then. Feeling the warmth emanating from Raisin's palm, Nami bit her lip, her thoughts racing. Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation? As soon as they entered, a burly man in a black chef's uniform adorned with a pink scarf around his neck approached with a comically flattering smile. Our expenses will be recorded under that gentleman's account. Raisen pointed to Finbooty, who was already seated in the corner. Esteemed guest, please come in. Seeing that the naval lieutenant accepted the bill with an air of caution towards the group, Chef Potty immediately caught the scent of money, his facial fat nearly cracking from laughter. Bring the menu. Raisen took his seat and casually instructed. All right, what would you like to order? Every dish here will surely leave you in awe. Potty nodded eagerly. Let's have 5 servings of everything on the menu. Raisen spoke nonchalantly, and then Finbooty, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately spat it all over the table. 5 complete menus. Potty was taken aback, blinking in confusion. You want to order everything 5 times? Having been the chef here for so long, he had never witnessed such extravagant eating behavior, especially considering the prices here were anything but cheap. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and prepare the dishes. Does a prominent naval lieutenant, Mr. Finbooty, really need to worry about this little bill? Raisen didn't even lift his eyelids, casting a bland glance at Finbooty in the distance. Finbooty felt a pang of pain in his heart, yet he didn't dare to utter a word. He could distinctly sense a terrifying edge locking onto him. If he dared to say no, it would be difficult to leave intact today. Although Sanji was one of the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat crew in the original work, he was not a professional fighter, by nature remaining primarily a chef. In contrast, Zoro was an exceptionally pure warrior. To be frank, before awakening his exoskeleton, Sanji's combat power did fall slightly short of Zoro's. However, once this formidable shell awakens, his strength would undergo a profound transformation. In the original, that iron-like body could withstand a full strike from the Beast Pirate's officer Queen, and even shatter his blade, showcasing terrifying defense and backlash that even surpassed his own armament Haki. Even if his bones were broken, he could simply twist his body to forcibly realign the dislocated joints. With the resilience of the awakened exoskeleton, Sanji triumphed over Queen, stepping into the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. As the atmosphere in the restaurant reached a breaking point, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and an old man with a wooden leg fell straight down alongside Luffy, smashing the tables and chairs below. My ceiling. It's all your fault, you brat. Zep, the captain of the Sea Restaurant, glared at Luffy, who was pinned beneath him. This reckless guy not only created a huge hole in the kitchen, but almost cost him his life. Now, he had also ripped off the roof of the dining hall. You broke it yourself, you old fool. Luffy retorted defiantly, holding his head. How could you treat a distinguished guest like this? I will complain to the world government, and have your restaurant shut down on the spot. After finally breaking free, Finbooty clumsily got up from the ground, his face contorted as he screamed. Then I will just kill you first. Sanji's expression darkened as he stepped closer to Finbooty. Boss, stop Sanji, don't let him cause any more trouble. The other chefs panicked, grabbing Sanji's arms to restrain him, while shouting towards Zeph. Sanji, what the hell are you up to now, you brat? Zeph suddenly whirled around, glaring fiercely at Sanji. Shut your mouth. Seeing Zeph, Sanji's simmering fury subsided slightly, yet his tongue remained as sharp as ever. Who the hell are you talking to? Trying to ruin my reputation? Zeph roared and lashed out with his wooden leg, striking Sanji squarely across the cheek and sending him flying. Humph. Finbooty watched with a smug, gloating grin, until in the next instant a heavy thud echoed through the air. And you, get out of my sight too. Zeph's wooden leg blurred through the air, landing with brutal precision against Finbooty's chest and slamming him to the floor. Wow, what the hell? Even the boss is this savage. Finbooty curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, sweat beading coldly on his brow. Are these guys really chefs? They're fiercer than pirates. A calm voice drifted lazily across the empty dining hall, making Finbooty shiver anew. Did I forget to check the almanac today? Or was fate simply determined to curse me? Raisen, so you're here. Luffy's face lit up the moment he spotted Raisen and the others. Oh, and could you say I wrecked the kitchen and knocked over that old man? He says I have to work as a menial servant here for a full year to pay it off. Luffy rushed to Raisen, hands clasped pleadingly, his expression utterly woebegone. That's entirely your mess to clean up, you idiot. Nami snapped, instantly tightening her grip on her money pouch and rapping Luffy sharply on the head. The commotion caught Sanji's attention as he lay dazed on the floor. The moment his gaze fell upon Nami's delicate features, he transformed, like a rose-tinted specter, darting forward in a blur. Ah, my radiant lady. This must be destiny's hand guiding me to meet you here. Sanji produced a vivid velvety bloom from nowhere. Yet before he could strike a more poetic pose, he froze mid-motion. For that radiant lady stood nestled sweetly against the arm of a strikingly handsome man, leaning tenderly into Raisen's side. A soft hollow patter seemed to echo inside Sanji's chest, the sound of his heart shattering into dust. Another heartbreak. Hey, are you okay? Usopp asked, eyeing Sanji's theatrically devastated expression with genuine concern. I'm fine. I'm merely lamenting that I never met this exquisite lady sooner. You had better treat her with utmost care, young man. Sanji wiped a tear from his eye, his expression solemn as he fixed Raisen with an unwavering gaze. Though he delighted in flirtation, Zeph's teachings had instilled in him an unshakable reverence for women. Since this lady's heart clearly belonged elsewhere, all he could offer was sincere goodwill. No gentleman would ever steal another's love. Rest assured, I shall cherish her deeply. Isn't that right, Nami? Raisen smiled warmly, glancing down at the girl pressed close beside him. He read the quiet devotion in her eyes. Her choice made instinctively the moment Sanji drew forth that rose. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Instead of withdrawing, she tightened her hold on his arm. As chaos erupted throughout the restaurant, a Navy soldier burst through the door, breathless and frantic. "Lieutenant Finbot, it's a disaster. One of the surviving members of the Krieg pirate crew we had imprisoned has escaped." The soldier reported, sweat pouring down his temples. "Nonsense. He was half dead from starvation when we captured him 3 days ago. We haven't given him a single drop of water since. He couldn't possibly muster the strength to flee." Finbody stared in disbelief. At the name Krieg Pirates, the onlookers' faces paled. Hushed, terrified whispers rippled through the room. The Krieg Pirates. They're the largest pirate fleet in the East Blue. The strongest fleet in the East Blue. Luffy's eyes gleamed with fascination instead of fear. "Sir, we're terribly sorry." A sudden gunshot cracked through the air, cutting the soldier's words short. He cried out and collapsed at the threshold. A man in a tattered gray overcoat gripping a short pistol staggered inside. "This is a restaurant, right?" A nondescript man, unkempt hair, stubbled jaw, thick lips, lurched and swaying unsteadily. He sank into an empty chair, legs slumping onto the table, as if even that simple act had drained his last reserve of strength. "Whatever it is, just bring me food. Now." Akim's voice rasped thin and hoarse. "Esteemed guest, our establishment does not serve free meals. May I ask whether you've brought sufficient coin?" Patty sidled forward, palms rubbing eagerly together, his grin grotesquely exaggerated. "Since you run a restaurant, stop jabbering and serve the meal, fast. Or would you like to taste lead first?" Akim snarled, raising his pistol, the black muzzle locking dead center on Patty's forehead. "So you're broke." Patty's smile vanished instantly. "Tum." His fist slammed down in a crossed hammer blow, smashing both table and Akim into the floor in one brutal impact. "If you're no guest, then get the hell out." Then came a merciless barrage. Patty rained blows and stomps upon the defenseless Akim, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Spectators cheered wildly, witnessing the famed violent chefs of the Bartai humiliate a notorious officer of the Krieg Pirates. Was for sailors of the Sabati archipelago the finest seasoning imaginable. "I've had enough. What kind of cursed place is this? I'll never set foot here again." Finbody, still crumpled on the floor, turned ashen. Even he, normally wary of Krieg's elite, watched in horror as a mere cook publicly battered one of their feared lieutenants like a stray dog. Cold sweat soaked his brow in seconds. He scrambled desperately toward the exit, only to freeze at the threshold, pinned by a crushing, overwhelming aura of lethal intent. This killing intent emanated from Heaven's King Raisen. Without hesitation, Finbody emptied every pocket, flinging wads of berry notes onto the floor before fleeing the building at breakneck speed, never looking back. "Wow, this guy has quite a fortune on him, doesn't he?" Nami exclaimed with a beaming smile as she gathered all the banknotes on the ground into her waist pouch, happily remarking, "However, let me be clear, you all must take care of your own meal expenses. This amount of money is only enough to cover the expenses for me and Raisen." Nami quickly retracted her smile, deliberately putting on a stern face as she looked at Zoro and Usopp beside her. Zoro and Usopp were instantly petrified. After all, this money was clearly left by the Navy under Raisen's pressure, right? How did it suddenly become Nami's exclusive asset? Yet seeing Raisen smiling indulgently nearby with no intention of intervening, Zoro and Usopp could only sigh internally, starting to ponder what methods they would use to pay their own bills. Raisen watched Nami with a smile, knowing well that although she was stingy about money, she would never truly abandon her companions in crucial moments. At that moment, Luffy noticed that the golden-haired chef with curly eyebrows, Sanji, was quietly carrying a tray and silently heading towards the kitchen. "Everyone please continue to enjoy the delicious food." After knocking Akin, nearly senseless, Patty put on his signature sycophantic smile again, which elicited a round of enthusiastic applause from the diners in the restaurant. He then grabbed Akin by the collar, pushed open the back door, and tossed him onto the outer deck like garbage. "Don't let me see you again." Patty snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. "Hey, aren't you hungry?" Luffy called out from the second floor railing, looking down at Akin, who was curled up on the deck, barely breathing. "I'm not hungry," Akin retorted stubbornly. Even though his body was at its weakest, the remnants of pirate dignity still held him upright. However, the rumbling of his stomach betrayed him. The back door was gently pushed open again, and Sanji emerged with a steaming plate of fried rice, silently placing it in front of Akin. "Eat." Sanji spoke softly, skillfully lighting a cigarette for himself, while gazing at the blue sky, deliberately avoiding Akin's pitiful appearance. "Take it away. I won't accept charity." Akin stared intently at the plate of fragrant fried rice, swallowing hard, yet still resisting with words. "Whether to eat or not is your freedom, but to me, if you're hungry, then you're my guest." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. "In this world, no one understands better than I do how terrifying it is to be on a vast sea with neither food nor fresh water." Sanji murmured softly, memories of bitter experiences from years past resurfacing in his mind. Once he and Zeph were stranded on a barren, desolate island for 48 days. That torturous time, which nearly drove one mad, fundamentally shaped his culinary principles. Whether it be a notorious villain or a passerby, anyone who is starving deserves a filling meal. As for grudges, they can wait until after the belly is full. I understand your silly pride, but if you eat this plate of food, you will survive. Sanji turned to look at Akin, a smile on his face. Unable to contain his instincts any longer, Akin lunged for the spoon and frantically stuffed his mouth with food. Delicious. So delicious. I thought I was really going to die this time. Tears streamed down into the fried rice as Akin devoured his meal while sobbing. This is the best dish you've ever tasted, right? Sanji asked with a smile. Every time he saw a person on the verge of starvation consuming the food he had personally prepared, he would recall the gratitude he felt when he was rescued. It was the taste of life, the hope of survival. Did you find a suitable chef, Luffy? At that moment Raisen pushed open the wooden door, casually walking over to Luffy and chuckling at the scene on the deck. Huh, that's right. I found an amazing guy. Luffy grinned widely. Hey, that's Chef. Join my pirate crew and become our Luffy couldn't contain his excitement, shouting down to Sanji. Huh. Sanji was momentarily taken aback, looking up in surprise. Upon seeing Raisen beside Luffy, his expression turned serious. You are the man who is with the beautiful lady. Are you pirates? That's right, my name is Raisen and I am this guy's companion. So what do you say, are you interested in going out to sea with us? Raisen issued the invitation from above, observing Sanji. He did not find Sanji's almost obsessive culinary principles foolish, instead, he genuinely appreciated them. A chef's duty is to feed the hungry. That is the purest foundation of this profession. In this survival off Thephidist Ocean, everyone has their own bottom line. To outsiders it may seem naive and ridiculous, but only by adhering to one's true self can one achieve greatness. Moreover, as a traveler from another world, Raisen held the word meal in sacred regard. Even in times of peace, ensuring food and sustenance is the top priority. When meeting familiar faces, the most common greeting is often have you eaten? If not, then sit down and enjoy a meal first. No matter how dire the situation, filling one's belly is the hard truth. Even when facing life and death struggles, one must eat first, just like Luffy often exclaims in the original work, when you're hungry you have to eat. Raisen. That name sounds oddly familiar. Hearing Raisen introduce himself, Sanji muttered as he fiddled with his cigarette, vaguely recalling that the recent diners had been fervently discussing this name. However, for Sanji his interests were entirely consumed by the beautiful lady and exquisite culinary skills. He hadn't taken the guest chatter seriously at the time, and now he had no interest in Raisen's prominent status. What Sanji envied most was that this man had captured the heart of that enchanting girl. I refuse. Sanji replied expressionlessly, directly rejecting Luffy's invitation to join the crew. I refuse your refusal. Luffy shouted back, his voice even higher than Sanji's. What the hell do you mean by that? Sanji was suddenly amused by this straw hat idiot. Anyway, I refuse your refusal. With your cooking skills being so delicious, you should join me and become a pirate. Are you even listening to what people are saying? Sanji shouted angrily, once again baring his sharp teeth. What on earth is wrong with this kid's head? You guys are pirates too. Why are you in such a hurry to recruit companions? Akin, slumped on the small raft, suddenly spoke up, as if some painful memories were awakened, cold sweat quickly beading on his forehead. That's right. We are preparing to head to the Grand Line. Luffy proudly lifted his head and declared. Akin's face immediately turned pale, looking even worse than when he was starving earlier. Since you haven't even gathered your chef yet, it's too thin for you to go to the Grand Line with your current numbers. Akin tried to advise them he is the sixth one. Luffy grinned and pointed at Sanji with his thumb. Don't just include me with... Sanji, frustrated, interjected. I'm Akin, the combat captain of the Krieg Pirates. Akin formally introduced himself. You don't seem like bad people. Here's my advice, it's best to abandon the thought of heading to that dangerous route. You're still so young, there's really no need to go die. The ocean, there is simply a hell on earth. Actually, you can be a pirate elsewhere too. He continued, I went to that cursed sea and ended up having my spine broken. Raisen silently observed Akin, his tone laced with faint regret, not intending to mock. The Krieg Pirates couldn't be more unfortunate. They excitedly brought their invincible fleet into the Grand Line, but before they could even settle in, they collided head-on with the terrifying force of this world, the warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Haki Dracula. What's even more unbelievable, for reasons unknown, Hawkeye relentlessly pursued them across the ocean, chasing them back to the weakest East Blue. Akin was left speechless, genuinely terrified. The so-called Hawkeye man was a monster beyond the reach of any human. You've already been to that mysterious ocean. Can you tell us about the situation there? Luffy asked eagerly. No, we know nothing. It's precisely because we haven't encountered anything that we feel immense fear. Akin painfully held his head. Our 50 magnificent warships hadn't even set sail in that unpredictable sea before they were all annihilated by that man's mere gesture in the waves. Well, whatever, I'm definitely going. Seeing Akin on the verge of collapse, Luffy stopped asking and just laughed boisterously. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Akin sighed dejectedly and struggled to stand up. Then goodbye, Mr. Sanji. I'm immensely grateful for your life-saving grace. That plate of fried rice was undoubtedly the most delicious meal I've ever had. Can I come back here to eat again? Akin sat on the swaying raft, looking back at Sanji with a grateful smile. As long as you're hungry, you're always welcome. Sanji smiled casually. Hey, that pesky little brat. Just then a rude shout interrupted them. Old man. Luffy immediately shrank his neck, nervously wiping his forehead. After all, he had smashed someone's wall, and facing Zeph, this major creditor, Luffy could never stand tall. I'm really sorry, Mr. Sanji. Providing free food to a pirate like me, you're surely going to get scolded by the boss later. Akin said to Sanji with some guilt. What are you talking about? Sanji naturally took Akin's used plate and iron spoon, tossing them into the turbulent sea. Now there's no evidence. Even if the old man wants to scold me, he won't find an excuse. Hurry up and leave Akin. Sanji smirked and blew a puff of smoke. Ha. Luffy on the second floor laughed uncontrollably, his affection for Sanji deepening. Zeph merely watched coldly without saying much. Although he and Sanji were nominally master and disciple in reality, they were like father and son. As chefs they adhered to the same iron rule and would never be angry just because Sanji fed a starving suffering pirate. This pesky brat Sanji was just using this proud manner to lighten that pirate's psychological burden. Just make sure you don't get caught by the Navy on your way, Akin. Seeing Akin raise his sail, Sanji smiled and waved goodbye. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanji. I will never forget. Akin knelt on the raft, deeply bowing to Sanji. Then the gentle breeze filled the sails, and his raft gradually floated away. I say, since they invited you, you might as well go with them to be a pirate. Our restaurant certainly can't keep you. Zeph crossed his arms and suddenly spoke in a hard tone. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting, you old fossil? Sanji jumped up, his brows furrowed in frustration. Awesome. We've got permission from the parents. Let's set sail. Luffy excitedly danced around. I'll say it one last time. I absolutely won't become some pirate. I'm the sous chef of this maritime restaurant, and you old man should stop meddling. Sanji roared angrily while Zeph ignored Sanji's fury, instead casting a profound gaze at Raisen, who remained silent. At first, when he saw Raisen's bounty notice, Zeph didn't immediately connect the face in the photo with the person before him. After all, the photo was just a static projection. But when he heard the name, Raisen, this retired pirate understood right away. The new super rookie from the East Blue, the Heavenly King. Raisen, who possessed the qualifications of a king. Although Zeph had once dominated that ultimate route for a year, his understanding of Conqueror's Haki was only based on rumors. In the chaotic era he was active in, the old order had yet to collapse, and the struggle for dominance in the new world had not yet ended. The absolute power displayed by those monsters standing at the pinnacle deeply shocked every ordinary person who went to sea. And what Zeph remembered most vividly was the legend of the man once known as the Flying Pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. It was said that this great figure possessed the Conqueror's Haki that could intimidate the masses. Since the World Economic News Agency dared to bestow the title of Heavenly King upon this young man, and claimed that the future ruler was about to be born, then that statement surely wasn't made out of thin air. And this straw hat kid who could make such monsters willingly assist him must certainly have his own extraordinary qualities. Although their contact was brief, Zeph could discern that Luffy, seemingly a scatterbrained fool, harbored an unwavering and grand dream within his heart. He felt at ease in trusting Sanji to such a group of people. He did not wish for Sanji to confine himself out of gratitude for saving his life back, then wasting his prime youth in the company of an old man like him. Sanji should pursue his own dream, and the legendary Miracle Sea, known as All Blue, could only be found along the grand and tumultuous seas of the Grand Line. No matter what you say, you old geezer, I will stay here and work as a chef until the day you take your last breath. After a heated argument with Zeph, Sanji declared through gritted teeth, then you can just wait slowly. I intend to live for another 100 years. Zeph snorted coldly and turned back towards the restaurant, fully aware of Sanji's stubborn and obstinate temperament. He knew that mere words would not persuade him. His statement was merely a clear signal to Raisen and Luffy. He would not obstruct Sanji's departure. Whether they could convince this mule to board the ship would depend on the Straw Hat crew's capabilities. Raisen smiled as he watched Luffy cling to Sanji like a piece of sticky candy, then cast his gaze towards the calm sea. Akin's raft had already faded into a dot on the horizon, but Raisen knew that it wouldn't be long before that fallen captain returned with the remnants of the Krieg pirates' flagship, accompanied by the formidable presence that shook the seas, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk. Not only was Zoro eager to challenge you, but I am also filled with anticipation for your strength. A playful smile graced Raisen's face. On this day a thick fog enveloped the sea. When on Earth can we set sail? Are we really going to be stuck here doing odd jobs? Usopp lay on the deck of the Going Merry, lamenting with tears in his eyes. Who knows? Look, Raisen doesn't seem in a hurry. Zoro sat cross-legged nearby, leisurely polishing his sword Wado Ikamanji, without lifting his head. Raisen, you need to think of a way. Usopp clasped his hands together, looking eagerly at Raisen, who was leaning against the railing with his eyes closed, seemingly at ease, contemplating the salty breeze. As the captain, Luffy needs to learn to deal with the mess he creates. Besides, that prospective chef hasn't officially joined yet. Raisen opened his eyes and smiled at Usopp. Hawkeye is coming. In this brief calm before the storm, Raisen was channeling the son of the sea, ultimate gold, to feel the world, thereby solidifying the foundation of his Haki. Hearing this, Usopp immediately felt deflated like a punctured balloon and lay back down. Hey. At that moment, Luffy emerged from the restaurant carrying a large pile of garbage, puffing and panting. Hey, when can we leave? Usopp shouted impatiently. Just wait. Once I finish throwing this garbage, you'll go beg that old geek. Luffy poked his head out from behind the mountain of waste and responded loudly, Just as he finished speaking, Luffy's extraordinary hearing seemed to catch something as he turned to gaze at the foggy sea. Deep within the swirling mist, a massive silhouette began to slowly reveal itself. It was a grand warship with a Black Panther figurehead, its pirate flag clearly depicting a peculiar skull with hourglasses on either side. This flag was known throughout the East Blue. It's the Krieg pirates. Why is the overlord of the East Blue here? The patrons in the restaurant immediately fell into a state of hysterical. Hey, Patty, Krieg is really coming. You will drive them away, right? A chef drenched in cold sweat screamed at Patty with a quivering voice. How is that possible? That is Admiral Krieg, who commands 5,000 troops. Why would he come all this way just to seek revenge on a mere nobody? Patty exclaimed in horror, suddenly recalling Akin, who had beaten him before. It's over. It's all over. We need to. Usopp looked at the towering giant warship, his face pale with fear. How can a ship be this enormous? Nami also looked somewhat pale, but when she saw Raisen calmly standing protectively in front of her, a warm current washed away her fear, replaced by an incomparable sense of security. Wow. What a big ship. Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Do you think that guy Akin is bringing people to repay you? Luffy teased Sanji, who had just stepped out. Probably not. But this ship looks a bit strange. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth and a furrowed brow, stared intently at the warship that was slowly approaching. Huh. Luffy looked puzzled. However, when the massive vessel fully broke through the mist and appeared before everyone, they were all stunned. This ship is clearly just a pile of rotten wood. Luffy examined the battered ship that was nearly falling apart. It doesn't look like it was damaged by cannon fire, but rather by something beyond human capability. Sanji carefully scrutinized the most prominent gash in the center of the ship's hull, analyzing objectively. Zoro, don't you think that cut looks like it was severed by sword energy? Raisen looked at the smooth, wide cross-section of the cut, a smile appearing on his face as the fighting spirit within him quietly awakened, surging through his veins like magma. Severed by a blade. How is that possible? Zoro instinctively rebutted. How could anyone cleave such a massive steel warship in two? Yet when he focused closely, he found himself speechless. That deep, unfathomable crack was indeed a horrifying mark that had been entirely cleaved by a single blade. Who else could wield such a formidable cut other than that person? As he recalled Johnny mentioning the rumors of Hawkeye's appearances in this sea, Zoro's hands instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on the back of his hands. At that moment, two figures descended from the warship. The newcomers were Akin, struggling to support a stout, yet frail man. This man was none other than the East Blue Overlord Admiral Krieg. Please, give me food and water. I have money. Upon entering, Krieg made a weak, hoarse plea. Upon learning that the tyrant who dominated the East Sea had gone days without food and lacked the strength to stand by, this attitude took a complete turn, brutally driving the man away. In his view, saving such a ruthless monster was nothing short of digging one's own grave. However, shortly after, Sanji emerged carrying a plate of fragrant fried rice, silently placing it before Kureha. Sanji embodied his principle: a hungry person is a guest. Yet after Kureha wolfed down the meal. Boom. Without warning, Kureha delivered a heavy elbow strike directly to Sanji's throat, sending the unsuspecting Sanji flying. Captain, we didn't agree on this. Akin shouted with wild eyes. As Akin attempted to intervene, Kureha cruelly broke his arm. The customers in the restaurant fled in panic while Kureha ignored them. The violent chefs led by Piety tried to resist, but were swiftly defeated by Kureha's superior weapons. Prepare food for 100 men. My crew is on the verge of starvation. Kureha commanded coldly. Impossible. The chefs, though fearful, refused to relent. Just then Sanji, who had been knocked down, slowly got up, dusted himself off, and expressionlessly walked towards the kitchen. Are you insane, Sanji? Piety asked furiously. Don't block my way. I have no time to waste with you. There are 100 mouths outside waiting for food. Sanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied coldly, stop right there. The chefs brandished their shiny knives, pointing them at Sanji. Are you in league with Kureha? Someone shouted loudly. I know this guy is an ungrateful scoundrel, but I am a chef. If someone is starving, I must feed him. As for whether he will smash the restaurant or kill someone after he's full, that can wait until he's satisfied. By then I'll personally, Sanji declared resolutely. Take this, it should be enough to sustain your lackeys for a while. At that moment, Zepp emerged from the kitchen with a heavy bag of ingredients, dropping it heavily on the ground. You are. Kureha recognized the legendary figure at a glance and scoffed disdainfully. Hand over your navigational log from that treacherous sea. You sailed for a year. With that record, I can regroup and once again plunge into that devil's sea to seize the One Piece and become the ruler of these waters. Kureha's eyes sparkled with greedy fervor. Wait, I am the one who will become the pirate king. Luffy, who had been watching quietly, finally couldn't hold back and pointed at Kureha, loudly retorting, stop messing around, you have no idea how terrifying this guy is. Piety shouted anxiously, I absolutely cannot back down in this matter. Absolutely. Luffy's face radiated a brilliant, yet resolute smile, embodying the fearless demeanor of a king. Kid pirate adventures are not child's play. Kureha sneered disdainfully, I'm serious. Luffy stood his ground, staring directly at the tyrant. That demon-filled sea destroyed my invincible fleet of 5,000 men in just 7 days. What makes you think you can survive in such a hell? Kureha's face twisted with malice, his shoulder armor suddenly opening to reveal a hidden dark cannon. Luffy began to roll up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Do you need a hand, Luffy? Zoro's voice came from the side. Do we need to stretch our muscles? Raisen stepped forward with a smile, scrutinizing Kureha with a discerning gaze. What foolish thing had this man done to provoke that great figure to chase him here relentlessly? Raisen, Zoro, you're here. No need, just watch from the sidelines. I can handle this alone. Luffy patted his chest, overflowing with confidence. Any obstacle that dared to stand in his path to kingship would be crushed with a single punch. Kureha glanced sideways at Zoro, then at Zepp. Ultimately his gaze settled on the silent Raisen. This man carried an aura that was undeniably different from that scatterbrained kid. Kureha's eyelids twitched, and he silently retracted his weapons. The priority now was to let his subordinates recover their strength. Once they had eaten their fill, he would use their numerical advantage to capture this group of oblivious fools. I'll deal with you all later. Take the supplies away. Kureha hoisted the food off the ground and turned to head toward the massive ship. If you want to escape, now's your chance. My only goals are that diary and this ship. Kureha's figure quickly vanished into the mist. I'm sorry, Sanji. After Koreha left, Akin collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. No need to apologize, a chef cooks with sincerity, Zepp interjected firmly before Sanji could speak. Old man, why do you still defend this traitorous scoundrel? Sanji will eventually destroy this building. If he hadn't fed Koreha, this disaster wouldn't have happened. The chef's voice, shut up you fools. Do you know what it feels like to be on the brink of starvation? Think carefully about the gap between you and Sanji. Zepp's thunderous roar instantly silenced the crowd. The chefs exchanged glances, clearly unable to grasp the deeper meaning of Zepp's words. If all you know is to complain, then get out the back door. Zepp pointed. But this is our place to stand. And we truly have nowhere else to go. Despite their confusion, the chefs gripped their knives tightly, deciding to stand and fall with the restaurant. Hey, haven't you seen our captain's might? Why must you throw your lives away? Akin urged, sweating profusely. Ajin's heart trembled, stunned into silence by Sanji's almost cold and decisive tone. TCH, saving a life, yet shouting about killing. You really are a freak, Sanji. Patty grumbled, but he also began to clean his weapon. Shut up, you stinky chef. Sanji lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of blue smoke. See, I told you this guy is super cool. Luffy pointed at Sanji, exchanging knowing glances with Raisen and the others. What does cool even matter at a time like this? We're going to die. Usopp's old habits resurfaced, his legs shaking like a sieve. Get a grip, you idiot. Didn't Raisen praise you back in Syrup Village? Who's the one bragging about becoming a warrior of the seas every day? Zoro knocked Usopp on the back of the head with his sword sheath. I will definitely fight. At the most dangerous moment. Usopp stuttered in a desperate attempt to hold on, but his trembling knees made his vow sound utterly unconvincing. Then I'll be counting on you, Usopp. Raisen smiled and patted Usopp on the shoulder in encouragement. Though this long-nosed guy was timid, he had never truly backed down at critical moments. Leave it to me. Moved by Raisen's sincere expectations, Usopp's eyes reddened, and he puffed out his chest, shouting, Hey, Ajin, what kind of monster did you encounter in that sea of magic? Luffy turned to Ajin, who had not yet left. That was on the 7th day after we entered that ultimate route. Even now, every time I think back on it, I can't tell if it was reality or a nightmare I dreamt. Ajin broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. It's too unbelievable. Just one person almost annihilated our grand fleet of 50 warships. What a... Excluding Raisen, who knew the plot, everyone else turned pale. Even Luffy, who was usually fearless, couldn't help but gape. When that man appeared, our ships began sinking one by one. If it hadn't been for the stroke of luck with a storm, we probably wouldn't have saved even the flagship. Ajin held his head in his hands, eyes tightly shut, his expression one of agony. That man's gaze. It felt like he could kill with just a look. That man with eyes like an eagle. What did you say? Zoro's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his reaction reaching a fever pitch. The only one who could do something like that must be that guy. Zeff sighed heavily. Hawkeye, my hawk. Zoro gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his muscles trembling slightly from overexcitement. Zoro, do you know him? Luffy looked at his comrade in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Zoro show such a serious demeanor. He is the ultimate target I am looking for on my voyage. Zoro replied syllable by syllable. But, for one person to take down a fleet, Raisen, that's a bit too exaggerated. Usopp swallowed hard, looking at the knowledgeable Raisen as if seeking help. The Grand Line is a sea where miracles are born. There anything absurd could happen. Raisen's eyes narrowed slightly, two glimmers of red-black light flickering in the depths of his pupils. I seem to have caught a strange disease that makes me die if I go to the Grand Line. Usopp immediately clutched his chest, letting out a tragic wail. Ugh. Luffy also lowered his head slightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Look, Luffy, even you think it's not worth going to your death, right? Usopp thought Luffy was scared too and hurriedly chimed in, but this is how it should be. Luffy suddenly raised his arms in a cheer, his face flushed with excitement. Do you even have any sense of safety in that head of yours? Usopp was furious, transforming into a shark mouth and roaring wildly. But now, I can't take my eyes off it, just like Raisen said. Only by going there can I realize my ambitions. I will defeat that eagle-eyed man there. A wild smile appeared on Zoro's face, resembling that of a beast. Isn't that a bit too foolish? Sanji coldly interrupted them, feeling inexplicably irritated at the sight of this green-haired swordsman. Idiots like you usually die the fastest at sea. Sanji mocked, you might be right, but you don't have the qualifications to call it foolish. Zoro shot him a sideways glance, also feeling inexplicably annoyed by this curly-haired chef. Since the day I vowed to become the world's #1, I have already disregarded life and death. The only one qualified to judge this decision is me alone. Zoro pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, each word resonating. And me? Luffy immediately raised his hand in agreement. Count me in as a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp, though trembling, also firmly stood by his companions. You must be joking, right? Zoro shot Usopp a sideways glance, sighing in exasperation. This is just utterly boring. Sanji turned away. Heh. Zeff chuckled inwardly. He could feel Sanji being slowly drawn in by the unique charm of this group. Do you idiots even understand the situation? Outside is the flagship of East Blue's Overlord Krieg. Patty finally couldn't help but roar. Is this a good time to Meanwhile, Krieg's well-fed subordinates were already preparing to seize this floating restaurant on his orders, but just then crack. Krieg's massive steel flagship, resembling a skyscraper, split in half, without warning, the massive object sinking and creating towering waves that violently rocked the floating restaurant. He's here. A knowing smile appeared on Raisen's face as he pushed open the door and walked onto the deck. A man sat elegantly in a coffin-shaped black boat moving steadily through the waves. This guy actually chased us all the way from the Grand Line to here. Krieg looked at that figure, incredulous rage boiling within him. That man. Zeph's pupils constricted. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. Raisen stated the identity of the man in a calm tone, excitement flickering in his eyes. System check traits. Mihawk's traits: Armament Haki Ultimate Gold, Observation Haki Ultimate Gold, World's Greatest Swordsman Ultimate Gold, Conquerors Haki Ultimate Gold. Armament Haki Ultimate Gold, the primal power that enhances one's defense and attack, capable of effectively harming those who possess natural devil fruit abilities. Observation Haki Ultimate Gold, an extraordinary awakening of heightened senses, allowing one to perceive the emotions and existence of surrounding life, predict danger, and at its pinnacle glimpse fragments of the future. World's Greatest Swordsman Ultimate Gold, no words needed. On this vast ocean stands the undisputed supreme master at the pinnacle of the sword path. Conqueror's Haki Ultimate Gold, fully mastering the profound essence of Conqueror's Haki, possessing the qualities of an emperor to dominate these waters. This is the terrifying foundation of the top power in these waters. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, possesses an extraordinary trait. Gazing at the dazzling golden radiance, Raisen could hardly hide his excitement. Mihawk's combat strength is undoubtedly at the level of a vice admiral, or even higher. And as he expected, this man had already reached the peak and skillfully mastered the Conqueror's Haki. In the future story, Buggy's rise to the position of Yonko is entirely due to the support of this man behind him. Mihawk is also the only one in the Yonko Alliance's cross guild whose bounty exceeds that of the Yonko Buggy himself. As for Crocodile, his later bounty, which was significantly lower, further verified that in the Navy's eyes Crocodile's individual combat power is far from top tier, not even entering the realm of the strongest monsters. The Navy has even made it clear that Crocodile's high bounty is largely due to fear of his intelligence and leadership, and in terms of personal combat strength, he could not possibly warrant that nearly 1.9 billion bounty. In short, the reason the Cross Guild is recognized as a Yonka-level force is purely reliant on Hawkeye's unmatched combat power. Without such imperial combat strength to back him up, even if Buggy had extraordinary luck, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the throne. After coming to this world, I finally faced a true strongman at the top of the pyramid. Raisen felt the stirrings of Conqueror's Haki within him, nearly unable to contain himself. Hawkeye Mihawk. Zoro, who had quickly retreated back to Raisen's side, was now trembling slightly. Not out of fear, but from an uncontrollable thrill and excitement. After all, Zoro had just stepped into this ocean and lacked the perspective and experience he would later gain. Facing this unparalleled ultimate goal, even he could not help but feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. Raisen, I've anchored the ship in a safe position. Nami shouted loudly, having just docked a spare small boat next to Raisen on the open deck. Thank you for your hard work. Raisen reined in the overwhelming Haki that was about to spill over and smiled gently at Nami. Nami was now very reliant on Raisen and did not run away alone like in the original work due to her trauma from Arlong. Bastard, what have we ever done to you? Why are you doing this to us? At that moment, a terrified pirate from the Krieg pirates yelled at Hawkeye. It's just to pass the time. Mihawk replied indifferently, don't underestimate others. The pirate, infuriated, drew his twin guns and started firing frantically at Hawkeye. Swish. Without any unnecessary movements, the black blade, Yu, behind Hawkeye had already been drawn. This enormous black blade felt as light as a feather in his hands, moving with incredible agility. Clang. Clang. 2 lead bullets were precisely deflected, deviating from their original trajectory. Raisen's pupils suddenly contracted. Mihawk's swordsmanship, in stark contrast to Zoro's bold and ferocious style, exhibited an exquisite beauty that harmonized strength and grace. Ordinary gunpowder bullets without the protection of armament Haki are utterly insignificant against a great blade like Yuru, one of the 12 supreme blades. Moreover, the wielder is the world's greatest swordsman. Yet Hawkeye did not slice through the bullets. Instead, he subtly redirected their trajectory, with the razor-thin edge of the blade changing their course without damaging them. This showcased an absolute mastery over the blade's fine control, capable of cleaving mountains, yet also executing exquisite craftsmanship. Such refined control when engaged in close combat presents a nightmare for any opponent. Even if swordsmen can unleash awe-inspiring flying slashes, their deadliest techniques still lie within the REA. The pirate who fired the gun stammered, hardly believing his eyes. He deflected the bullet's trajectory with the blade, truly remarkable swordsmanship. Zoro's expression turned serious as he stepped forward. Before he finished speaking, Zoro had already taken steps towards Hawkeye. Hey, who are you? The shooting pirate shouted loudly. Click. Zoro drew his sword Wado Ikamanji, holding one in his mouth and 2 in his hands, instantly attracting everyone's attention. 3 swords. Could it be? A Krieg pirate wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming in shock. This is the first time I've seen such a gentle sword. Zoro stared at Hawkeye, a beast-like grin spreading across his face. Only mindless slashing is just a soulless strike. Mihawk met Zoro's gaze indifferently. That ship. Was it also cut down by this sword? Zoro glanced at the neatly cleaved giant ship. That's right. Mihawk nodded. I see. It seems you truly are at the pinnacle. Zoro's smile grew increasingly wild. I set sail to surpass you. Zoro untied the headband from his arm and tied it around his forehead, signifying that he would give his all. What is your pursuit? A fleeting hint of interest flashed in Mihawk's eyes. to stand at the peak of the sword path. Zoro declared proudly, his unique aura as a strong man fully revealed in that moment. Overestimating yourself. Mihawk snorted coldly, but there was a barely noticeable hint of approval in his expression. Since you find it uninteresting, let's have a spar. Zoro aimed Wado Ikamanji directly at Hawkeye. That guy is the pirate hunter Zoro, a Krieg pirate exclaimed. Is that Sua Long? Shanji's face shifted. That green-tressed man was the famed pirate hunter of Donghai. A pirate hunter. Kulika narrowed his eyes. He had not expected such a ruthless figure aboard that brat's vessel. Yet compared to him, the pressure Lei Sun exuded was 100-fold heavier. Kuliku turned to Lei Sun, fine cold sweat beading on his brow. What on earth is happening? Why does this man's aura feel even more unfathomable than before? Merely standing there, he radiates a suffocating dominion befitting one above others. When Kuliku met the faint red-black light glimmering in Lei Sun's eyes, he instinctively bowed his head, lacking the courage to meet that gaze. How is this possible? Kuliku panted violently, veins standing out on his forehead. He was after all the overlord of Donghai. Yet before this young man, a ridiculous humility surged within him, as if he were beholding an unattainable god. A spar. What a pitiable weakling, Mi Huaku said with cool contempt. Without any forewarning, Mi Huaku vanished from the skiff and reappeared before So Long. If you are a true swordsman, even with your blade sheath, you should perceive the gulf between us. To draw on me. Are you brave yet foolish, or simply utterly ignorant? Mi Huaku's golden hawk-like eyes were as calm as a deep well. Ignorant. Sua Long bit down on Wado Ikamanji, his smile growing wilder. Perhaps before meeting Lei Sun, I was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well, but now I have glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of this demon sea Luffy. Lei Sun, forgive me, this is my own choice. Before I sail to the Grand Line, I must with this body measure the height of this man myself. Sua Long turned to Lei Sun, and Luffy feral battle, lust burning in his eyes. You chose your path, then carry it through to the end. Sua Long. Lei Sun's smile brimmed with trust and authority. As captain, I support every decision of my crewmate. Luffy shouted his support. Lei Sun, could he be that heavenly king Lei Sun? At Sua Long's call, the surrounding crowd stirred. Heavenly king Lei Sun. It really is him. Kuliku ground his teeth. He had heard of this rising storm in Donghai, but never imagined meeting him. He had assumed the paper's boasts were hyperbole, yet now face to face, Kuliku lacked the courage even to look him straight in the eye. Damn it. In the overlord of Donghai. Kuliku gasped, forcing his trembling body under control. Lei Sun. Mi Huaku's hawk eyes swept toward Lei Sun. Sensing that latent world-ready domineering aura, his expression grew more solemn. Conqueror's Haki. Intriguing. To encounter such a quality, even here in the weakest sea, was unexpected. His gaze then fell upon the straw hat atop Luffy's head. That was Hong Fa's hat. So Hong Fa had staked an arm on this boy. Mi Huaku's face betrayed no ripple, yet a current stirred within him. News of Hong Fa losing an arm in Donghai had once set the new world abuzz. It remained a regret in Mi Huaku's heart. Hong Fa had been a left-hand swordsman. Losing that arm meant losing a cherished sparring companion. He had declared then that he wagered his arm on the new era. To think he gambled it on such an unremarkable youth. Still watching the red-black light rolling in Lei Sun's eyes, Mi Huaku's gaze deepened. To gain aid from a Conqueror's Haki wielder coupled with Hong Fa's staggering gamble, this young man's future was truly worth anticipating. For Hong Fa's sake, let the swordsman before me taste the breadth of the world. Alas. Mi Huaku gave a barely audible sigh and drew from the crucifix pendant at his chest a knife scarcely larger than a fruit blade. Sua Long's face darkened. I am not like foolish beasts who use cannons to hunt rabbits. Apologies, the smallest implement I could find is no more than this. Mi Huaku spoke with serene detachment. There are limits even to scorn. Sua Long's rage flared. His three blades became a rain of implacable cold light, thunderous as they lunged at the hawk-eyed man. Santorio, Onigiri. Clang. In the next instant, Sua Long's prize technique was steadied and halted by Hawkeye, with nothing more than a true. Except for Lei Sun, the world fell silent. The pirate hunter Sua Long, renowned across Donghai, had his strike casually parried by what amounted to a nail-sized trinket blade. He could not move. How could this be? How could the disparity be so utterly hopeless? Cold sweat poured from Sua Long's brow. Though only a single strike had been stopped, his body felt pinned under a mountain. After hearing Lei Sun speak of Haki's mysteries, he had expected Hawkeye's strength, but he never imagined the gulf would be of cloud versus earth. The man had not even drawn a proper sword, let alone used armament. Only a decorative little knife. The throne atop the world. How could it be so far away? A cry of unwillingness rose in Sua Long. His blade fell faster and wilder, but his blind flailing seemed in slow motion before Hawkeye, who with that slender knife leisurely deflected each blow. Moments later, Sua Long was spent, his hands trembling to grip the swords. Weakling, what burden do you bear? What do you long for at the end of strength? Mi Huaku asked, watching the panting Sua Long, who could no longer wield his blades, his tone flat. How dare you call our captain weak? You bastard. That's our captain. Seeing Sua Long so humiliated, Chong and I, and you say Fuss eyes blazed, and they reached for their swords, but Luffy's rubber arm shot out and bound them fast to the deck. Do not interfere. Chong and I. You say Fu, this is Sua Long's battle. Luffy ground his teeth, veins bulging as he held them down. Look, clearly a man like Sua Long does not need pity. Lei Sun spoke in a low voice, arcs of Conqueror's Haki in his eyes seemed almost tangible, surging outward. I will not under any circumstances lose. A flood of memories raced through Suo Long's mind. The vow with Gu Ina, the pact with Lu Fei and Lei Sun. His ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Husho Tiger Hunt. Suo Long unleashed his last reserve, a desperate killing strike. Slish. The little knife mercilessly pierced his chest. Why not retreat? Aren't you afraid of being pierced through the heart? Mi Huok's gaze shifted slightly. He had held back a moment ago. If Suo Long had only stepped back half a pace, he could have avoided the thrust. I do not know. But I cannot shake the feeling that if I retreat, every oath and promise I have clung to until now will vanish like smoke. Suo Long stared unwaveringly at Yin, giving a bitter smile. Indeed, that would be failure. Mi Huoka said coolly. So I cannot retreat. Suo Long's mouth twisted into a grin. Would you rather die than retreat? Mi Huok's expression flickered. Perhaps it is better to die here. Suo Long's smile brimmed with a resolve that welcomed death. What a resilient spirit, preferring a desperate death to the humiliation of defeat. A trace of admiration flashed in Mi Huok's eyes. He stowed away the small crossed dagger, and reversing his grip, took hold of the black blade Yi at his back. Boy, tell me your name. Lulinia Suo Long. Suo Long set his stance, a wild smile on his face. He'll remember this. It's been a long time since I met a swordsman with such heart. As a sign of respect to a true strong one, I will use this peerless black blade to send you on your way. For the first time, Mi Huoka permitted himself a faint respectful smile. Much obliged. Suo Long drew a deep breath, concentrating all his strength on the blade's edge. Free sword style secret art, 3,000 worlds. Slash. Blood spattered. Except for the Hadao Yuwenzi held in his mouth, Suo Long's paired long blades shattered inch by inch on impact. I lost. Is this truly the strongest in the world? Suo Long silently returned the Hadao Yuwenzi to its sheath, then turned and spread his arms, laying his unguarded chest bare before Yin. What do you mean by this? Mi Huok's expression changed. A scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Suo Long laughed out loud. Remarkable. Mi Huoka laughed in approval. A tearing slash followed. The black blade cut through the air, leaving a shocking gash across Suo Long's chest. His body went limp and toppled back, plunging into the cold seawater. Suo Long. Lu Fei could no longer restrain himself. With furious force, he launched at Yin. Yin merely tilted his body and easily evaded, letting Lu Fei crash into the nearby rubble. Calm down, he is not dead yet. Mi Huoka spoke calmly as he watched Chang and I and Yui's Fu clumsily leap into the sea to rescue Suo Long. Lei Sun moved and landed steadily before Yin. Mi Huok's gaze hardened, locking onto Lei Sun. A low hum filled the air. The red-black electric light in Lei Sun's eyes suddenly congealed the very air, sounding as if bent beneath the strain. At the same moment, a crimson gleam flashed deep within Mi Huok's pupils. Conqueror's Haki against Conqueror's Haki, an encounter of kings. Lei Sun. Seeing Lei Sun step forward to meet Mi Huoka, especially after witnessing Suo Long's helpless defeat, Na-Mei cried out in terror, her eyes brimming with worry. Suo Long was a renowned force of the East Sea. Even the fierce pirates with huge bounties feared him. Yet before that man Yin, he had been as fragile as an infant. Lei Sun might be strong, but against such a monster. Na-Mei fixed her gaze on Lei Sun's back, hands clenched at her chest, her whole heart lodged in her throat. One after another. Have these people all gone mad? That green alga-headed fool. He's facing the world's #1. He should have known that before the clash. Could he not abandon? Isn't it actually very simple? Just give it up. Shanji muttered through a cigarette, watching Chang and I and Yui's Fu lift Suo Long's bloodstained body onto the small boat. He then turned his gaze to Lei Sun, who stood resolute before Yin. Even with Suo Long's bitter lesson, this man did not budge. Shanji's words were not an insult to Lei Sun or Suo Long. Rather, he was desperately trying to persuade himself. Though he disliked that green alga-headed swordsman and envied Lei Sun for winning the fair lad's favor, he saw in both of them a reflection of his own kindred spirit. They were a band of madmen willing to stake their very lives for ambition and dream. His earlier unreasonable act of feeding Kuliku was at its core no different from that green alga-headed idiot raising his blade despite knowing he was outmatched. A quiet yearning rose within Shanji's heart, a tether drawn by comrades, a longing to set sail. Yet he had not yet repaid the life debt owed to old Manjipu. You are the companion of that inexperienced swordsman, aren't you? Thank you for bearing witness to the final moment. Mi Huoka fixed his stare on Lei Sun, who deep within his hawk-like eyes a faint red-black fire flickered. To encounter a man with this level of Haki in the weakest sea. Truly surprising. Mi Huoka inclined his head in salute, his tone becoming more solemn. A mark of respect toward one who had likewise awakened the kingly aptitude and carried the aura of Conqueror. It seems you have come to see me, but allow this old man to first draw a line under this duel. Mi Huoka spoke without hurry. The Conqueror's aura about Lei Sun, like molten lava eager to surge, receded slightly, an unspoken assent. Fledgling hawk swordsman. Now is far too early to die. Mi Huoka exhaled, and called to Suo Long, who had just been carried aboard. My name is Delaker Mi Huoka. Recognize your true self, behold the vast world, and then grow strong. No matter how many years it takes, this old man will wait for you at the summit of the world. Surpass this black blade. Surpass this old man. Lulinia Suo Long. Mi Huoka's declaration was the highest recognition that the undisputed strongest man could give Suo Long. In that youth lay the tenacious will necessary to become a great swordmaster, and the proud backbone unique to a swordsman. He had not encountered such a promising junior in a long time. Since Hongfa Xiang Keisai lost his left arm, making their peak duel an irrevocable memory, Mihwaka had tasted a bland loneliness. On the path of consummate swordsmanship, no one in these seas had for a long time compelled his earnest regard. Big brother, wake up please. Chang and I and Yui's Fu wept bitterly. Wu Supu fumbled about with bandages and salves. Mihwaka however knew in his heart that Sualong had only fainted from exhaustion. He had struck with restraint. Boy, what is it you strive for? Mihwaka turned his gaze to Lu Fei, the youth chosen by Xiang Keisai. I will become the pirate king. Lu Fei answered loudly, looking the great swordsman straight in the eye without fear. Humph, that path will be 100 times more arduous than surpassing you. A look of approval crossed Mihwoka's face. As expected, the one Xiang Keisai had singled out had that very temperament. I don't care. I will definitely become one. Luffy exclaimed, sticking out his tongue at Mihawk, and making a silly face. Big brother is still alive. He just fainted. Usopp's loud shout pulled Luffy's attention back as the red-black arcs of lightning in Raisen's eyes softened a bit, looking towards the wooden ship. Big brother, say something. Johnny and Joseph cried out with a click. With the last shred of will, Zoro struggled to lift his beloved sword Dowie, pointing it towards the sky. Luffy. Ray-san, can you hear me? Zoro's voice was hoarse and weak, but resonated firmly. Luffy yelled back, I can hear. Ray-san solemnly nodded. Even as a king awakened with Conqueror's Haki, Ray-san held deep respect for Zoro the steel-hard man. I'm sorry for worrying you. Zoro raised his sword high. If I cannot become the world's greatest swordsman, it will cause you a lot of trouble, won't it? Cough, cough. His severe injuries made him cough violently. Big brother, please stop talking. Your wounds have reopened. The two were in tears, but Zoro gritted his teeth and shouted, I will absolutely not lose again. Zoro tightly covered his eyes with one hand, tears flowing freely through his fingers. This hard man, who had never uttered a word even after starving for 20 days, shed tears of humiliation after such a devastating defeat, yet this also represented his ambition would never extinguish. Before I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman, I will absolutely not lose again. Zoro's voice resonated through the air, and Mihawk's smile grew even wider. Do you have any objections to this? Pirate King, King of the Seas? Zoro questioned loudly. Hee. How could there be? Luffy grinned widely, immensely relieved. Ray-san did not respond with words. He merely smiled, the red-black glow in his eyes bursting forth like a star at that moment. Turning to face Mihawk, his actions were an answer to Zoro, the King of the Seas. Such an arrogant title. Mihawk commented lightly, you are not a swordsman. What business do you have with me? Mihawk asked quietly, why not help me out? Measure my talent. A confident and domineering expression appeared on Raisen's face. Since he encountered Mihawk, who stood at the pinnacle of this sea, how could Raisen suppress his urge to test himself against him? He was eager to know the gap between himself and the world's top combat power. Considering his connection with Shanks, Mihawk was undoubtedly the most suitable touchstone. Mihawk looked at Raisen, then glanced at Luffy's straw hat, understanding dawning upon him. Does this generation know my relationship with the red-haired? Then this favor must be granted. Talent as you wish. Mihawk's gaze sharpened. The red light began to flicker in the depths of his eagle-like eyes also. Raisen added before Mihawk made his move. Let my comrades witness what kind of earth-shattering power is needed to challenge you again. Raisen laughed heartily, followed by strands of red-black, violent lightning crackling around him. Without the power of Conqueror's Haki, it would be a delusion to think of defeating Mihawk. Seeing the red-black lightning surrounding Raisen, Mihawk's pupils suddenly constricted. You have you been to the Grand Line? No, wait, the New World. Mihawk's tone turned heavy. This little guy not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but even knew how to entwine this will into his attacks, aware that this was the mightiest authority at sea. Otherwise, how could he say such things? In the East Blue and even the first half of the Grand Line, let alone Conqueror's Haki, most pirates had never even heard of armament Haki. Even in the New World, where the strong were like clouds, only a handful of exceptional warriors could comprehend the mysteries of entwining Conqueror's Haki. I haven't been, but my comrades and I are about to conquer it soon. Raisen replied proudly, though I don't know where you learned the true meaning of Conqueror's Haki. Since you understand it, why bother showing it to that green-haired swordsman? Such power is innate. Without talent, one cannot awaken it in their lifetime. Mihawk stared at Raisen, slowly speaking. Aside from Raisen, who possessed the system, even Mihawk could not determine whether Zoro would awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future. Thus, Mihawk's earlier encouragement to Zoro was purely an expectation of his swordsmanship talent, but without the entwining of Conqueror's Haki, even if Zoro's sword skills reached perfection, it would be difficult to cross this insurmountable chasm. Mihawk originally intended to plant a seed, hoping this little brat could become a worthy opponent in the future to alleviate his boredom during sparring. Of course, in such sparring, Mihawk would not use the entwining of Conqueror's Haki. He will definitely awaken. Raisen's expression was filled with certainty. After all, he is a man recognized by me, Raisen. Raisen laughed wildly. At that moment, the wreckage of the Krieg fleet surrounding them seemed unable to withstand this pressure, groaning under the burden and crumbling down. Standing above the sea under the dual enhancement of the Son of the Sea and Conqueror's Haki, Raisen erupted with a terrifying momentum that even Mihawk could not overlook. Mihawk's eyelids twitched heavily. This aura had already reached the level of interfering with physical reality. The initial awakening of Conqueror's Haki could only intimidate the weak-willed, causing them to faint. As strength increased, it could interfere with surrounding matter, and when perfectly mastering the entwining technique and incorporating it into attacks, one could stand at the peak of the world. The young man before him was striding confidently down the correct path toward the altar of divinity, and moreover, Mihawk even suspected that his eyes were deceiving him. In this young man, he seemed to see the shadow of the man who smiled and died on the execution platform in Lobetown the Pirate King. That unmatchable absolute confidence, that domineering disdain for the world. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of the entire sea. Although this young man's Haki was much more immature than the Pirate King's back, then the embryonic form and spirit were strikingly similar. The East Blue, which had long been relegated to a secondary role, surprisingly gave birth to such a figure. Mihawk's long still heart stirred with waves. Zoro is destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Raisen declared proudly, while Zoro on the small boat covered his eyes with his hand, letting the scorching tears roll down his cheeks. Raisen, he will absolutely not lose again. Hee. A knowing smile finally appeared on Mihawk's face. How interesting. In the next instant, Raisen's eyes widened, the red-black lightning in his gaze erupted into a tangible surge, rampaging forth like a flood that had broken its dam. Mihawk's eagle eyes also narrowed, with the Conqueror's Haki within him transforming into a raging torrent that crashed Hedon. Two powerful willstorms violently collided in the air. Crack! The crimson thunder raged violently in the sky, the two forces clashing fiercely. In an instant, terrifying waves of gravitational force surged outward from the two like a storm. Wah! Luffy, standing closest, was blown away by this overwhelming wave of Haki. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, Luffy immediately activated his gum fruit ability, stretching his arms to tightly grip the railing of Barity, using the force to soar back onto the restaurant deck. The terrifying storm unleashed by the clash of Conqueror's Haki lifted the wreckage of Krieg's flagship from the sea as countless fragments were swept into the sky. Bang! 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 As the storm swept through, the remaining minions of the Krieg pirates had their pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints, their faces filled with terror, and then they all rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Following this, they were also swept away by the raging whirlpool, blown away directly. Above 10,000 meters, even the layers of clouds began to frantically retreat, creating a huge void right above Raisen and Mihawk. This was the collision of two kings. No entity, even the clouds in the sky, could hope to rise above them. Conqueror's Haki, a heating clash. What on earth is happening? Sanji braced himself against the oncoming gale, his eyes wide as he stared at the core of the collision, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Many chefs beside him could not withstand the immense pressure and fainted. What kind of great power is this? Conqueror's Haki. Is this the legendary Conqueror's Haki? It's simply unbelievable. Zep, though he had heard many legends about this power, witnessing it with his own eyes for the first time left him shocked beyond measure. Conqueror's Haki. Sanji murmured this novel term, Conqueror's Haki. So this power not only intimidates the weak, but can also be wielded as a tangible force. Raisen, is this what you wish to showcase to me? Zoro gritted his teeth, managing to dodge the most intense impact of the storm with the cover of Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph, yet a fervent smile spread across his face. This power. He would surely master it. To possess such power is to be worthy of challenging Hawkeye once more. As for whether he could have it, Zoro never doubted. Since Raisen said he could, then he definitely would. Otherwise, how could he justify Raisen's recognition of him? As the storm began to subside, the brutal red-black glimmers within Raisen and Mihawk's eyes gradually retracted. The shattered remnants of the warship fell back into the water like rain. An impressive display of Haki. To possess such qualifications without even stepping into the Grand Line. The title of King Raisen, I shall remember it. Mihawk gazed deeply at Raisen, a hint of admiration flickering in his hawk-like eyes. Only by truly engaging in battle could one gauge the depth of another's Conqueror's Haki. The potential of this proud young man indeed surpassed his age and experience. In the Grand Line, many possessed stronger Conqueror's Haki than this young man, but considering his age and the fact that he had not yet set foot in the Grand Line, honing such power in the so-called weakest East Blue. This young man's potential is simply limitless. What surprised Mihawk even more was that within this young man, he faintly saw the shadow of the Pirate King. Though this young man's Haki was much more immature than that of the Pirate King back in the day, the essence and potential were strikingly similar. The supposedly weakest East Blue had birthed such a figure. Even Mihawk, whose heart was like still water, could not help but feel ripples within. The clash of Conqueror's Haki with Mihawk, the representative figure of the Pirate King's power, caused a slight fluctuation in his state of mind, triggering the hidden effect of the ultimate golden trait faction luck, seizing a part of the target's luck awakening. Armament Haki observation. Haki, a series of system prompts visible only to Raisen, appeared before him, and the rewards were far from limited. Raisen's words significantly deepened the bond with Zoro, enhancing the progress of the special trait equipment. Demon Physique, deep purple, equipment complete. Raisen looked at the emerging system notification, his eyes brightening. The completion of the Demon Physique equipment was already within his expectations, but he truly did not anticipate that clashing Conqueror's Haki with Mihawk would trigger the hidden effect of faction luck ultimate golden. By causing the representative figure of the pirate faction to experience a mental fluctuation through the clash of Conqueror's Haki, he could seize part of their luck. This was quite reasonable. After all, completely defeating such strong opponents would allow for the complete seizure of their luck, while causing a psychological fluctuation during a standoff could also be considered a slight advantage in battle. However, this slight fluctuation was minuscule for Mihawk, who could recover fully within seconds. This was also because Mihawk, considering Shank's presence, significantly restrained the release of his own Haki. Otherwise Raisen could not have matched him evenly in the recent clash. The name of red-haired Shanks was indeed powerful. Although it was just a slight fluctuation, it was already sufficient for Raisen. That piece of seized luck was enough for him to directly awaken his armament Haki and observation Haki. Truly the top-tier powerhouses of the pirate faction, second only. This power was exactly what Raisen urgently needed before entering the Grand Line. Additionally, Zoro's demon physique, Deep Purple, also synchronized its equipment at this moment. Check traits. Raisen's traits: Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple Demon Physique, Deep Purple Armament Haki, Deep Purple Observation, Haki, Deep Purple Conqueror's Haki Light, Gold Faction Luck, Ultimate Golden Sun of the Sea, Ultimate Golden, Ashura Field Special Equipped. Courage's Anthem Special Equipped. Sun God Ultimate Golden Equipped. Armament Haki and Observation Haki both reached the Deep Purple tier. Through the trait system at the moment of awakening, Raisen gained profound insights into these two types of Haki. The power of Armament Haki is closely related to the host's physical foundation and their qualifications. The sharpness of Observation Haki is closely related to the host's mental strength and their qualifications. Raisen had long awakened Conqueror's Haki, and under the subtle influence of Son of the Sea his qualifications continually rose. Therefore his Conqueror's Haki had already become powerful enough to influence real material. In the dimension of qualifications that determines the upper limit of Haki, Raisen lacked nothing. However, the physical strength required for Armament Haki was currently only at the Deep Purple level from the Extraordinary Physique trait. Thus Raisen's Armament Haki trait was also assessed to be Deep Purple. Moreover, Raisen received new intelligence regarding the subsequent promotion conditions for physique-related traits. Below the Pale Gold grade, the level of physique traits is linked to the host's displayed combat power. However, at the Pale Gold grade and above, the level of physique traits will focus more on the assessment of physical capacity. After all, the threshold for Pale Gold combat traits is equivalent to the combat power of a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. At that level, almost everyone would utilize Armament Haki. No matter how strong the host's physical body is, it remains carbon-based life, aside from exceptional cases like Charlotte Lean, who is a natural steel balloon, or special races like the Giants. Other powerful beings, without relying on Armament Haki devil fruits or techniques like Iron Block, how could they unleash power comparable to that of a Vice Admiral solely with their pure physical body? Even the formidable Iron Fist Carp in the original work would be injured by Monka's axe while asleep and unguarded without using Armament Haki or Iron Block. Therefore, starting from the golden grade, the level of physique traits primarily depends on the total physical capacity they provide. In the power system of the pirate world, physical capacity is the foundation of everything. Whether it is Haki or devil fruit abilities, their driving fuel is derived from the host's physical capacity. Just like Luffy in the original work, once his stamina is exhausted, both Haki and fruit abilities become utterly ineffective. Essentially, physical capacity is the fuel for Haki and devil fruits. Thus, the subsequent strengthening of physique traits mainly depends on the stamina they can support. If the provided stamina is sufficient to sustain the host's explosive consumption comparable to a Navy Vice Admiral Pale Gold, then the physique trait will be classified as Pale Gold. If it can support Th. Raisen nodded in agreement. However, his gains were not yet over. Detected similar traits: Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple Demon Physique, Deep Purple, beginning Automatic Fusion. Fusion complete, obtained Extraordinary Demon Physique, Deep Purple. Extraordinary Demon Physique, Deep Purple possesses the digestion ability surpassing that of Extraordinary Physique, Deep Purple, able to rapidly absorb vast amounts of nutrients to strengthen itself. Furthermore, regardless of the intensity of training or the severity of skeletal and muscular injuries, it can utilize absorbed nutrients for rapid recovery surpassing that of Demon Physique, Deep Purple, thus becoming even more formidable. The two physique traits have completed their fusion. As expected, the Extraordinary Physique and Demon Physique are simply a match made in heaven. After the fusion, Raisen's digestion ability even surpassed the original Extraordinary Physique of Luffy, and the efficiency of repairing skeletal and muscular injuries through training also exceeded the original Demon Physique of Zoro. Moreover, since the Demon Physique was obtained through flawless synchronization with Zoro, its original high quality was also integrated. Now Raisen's Extraordinary Demon Physique only needs to integrate 5 more Deep Purple materials to evolve into Extreme Purple. Physique enhancement triggered the effect of the Son of the Sea Extreme Gold trait, boosting Armament Haki. Armament Haki upgraded to Extreme Purple grade. Another notification visible only to Raisen popped up. Ordinary pirates, even with enhanced physiques, require an increase in aptitude and intensive training to strengthen their Armament Haki. However, Raisen possesses the Son of the Sea trait, which allows him to perfectly integrate aptitude, thus skipping complicated training steps to directly enhance his Haki. Therefore, as soon as Raisen's physical strength, total physical capacity, was boosted, his Armament Haki surged accordingly. There was absolutely no need for him to undergo hellish training like others. This truly is the ultimate cheat for Haki training. Looking at the Armament Haki Extreme Purple trait, Raisen felt immensely satisfied with the Son of the Sea trait. This was the first Extreme Purple trait he possessed. Before his combat traits reached the golden grade, the power of Armament Haki was already terrifying. After all, this is a strength that only becomes common in the new world of the Grand Line. Although Raisen's current Extraordinary Demon Physique, Deep Purple, is still only Deep Purple, his Armament Haki could already unleash destructive power at the Extreme Purple level. However, once the combat traits cross into pale gold, the threshold of Vice Admiral, the level of physique traits will likely align with armament Haki. Because at that level armament Haki has almost become standard. At this moment Raisen finally grasped the most crucial piece of the puzzle for entering the Grand Line armament Haki. With the unlocking of armament Haki, Raisen's thoughts became more active. Before heading to the Grand Line to face Crocodile, perhaps there is a devil fruit worth planting. The smoke fruit of the Logia type, held by Smoker, a colonel of the Marine branch in Logtown. A glint of light flashed in Raisen's eyes. Although the smoke fruit is considered the weakest among Logia types, it is still a Logia fruit. Mastering this fruit will undoubtedly give him a trump card when confronting Sand Crocodile. In the original work, Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile largely due to the favor of the protagonist's halo. However, Raisen preferred to firmly take fate into his. Raisen smiled. Although Mihawk mainly acted out of respect for Shanks, without him Raisen could not have smoothly synchronized Zoro's demon physique equipment, let alone awaken armament Haki and observation Haki. Since Mihawk had given him enough face, Raisen naturally did not hesitate to express his thanks. I hadn't expected to meet such promising young men in the East Blue. I look forward to reuniting with you in the Grand Line. Mihawk's expression softened, thinking Raisen was thanking him for considering his aptitude and demonstrating the most domineering power to that green-haired swordsman. Ever since Shanks lost his arm, he had been bored for too long. Providing some nutrients to these seedlings representing the new era might make the future sea a bit more interesting. After speaking, Mihawk turned to leave. Hey, Hawkeye, didn't you come to take my head? A furious roar suddenly interrupted Mihawk's steps. Bring me the head of Creek, the ruler of the East Sea. Seeing Mihawk converse only with the group led by Raisen, treating him, the infamous ruler of the East Sea, like Air Creek, already wounded in pride by Raisen, was nearly driven mad. I initially planned to do so, but my interest has waned, and now I want to go back and sleep. Mihawk replied calmly without looking back. You seem to be enjoying yourself, but I've been taking hits all along. Before I leave, Creek roared, all the cannons concealed beneath his golden armor, locking onto Eagle Eye. Foolish mortal. Mihawk sighed, having no fondness for this fool who couldn't recognize the gap between them. After dealing with Zoro and Raisen, he found it hard to muster any interest in such self-important, yet utterly weak trash. With a casual swing of his black sword knight, he detonated all the incoming cannonballs, then his figure flickered and silently vanished from the surface of the sea. Running away? Creek scoffed disdainfully. A clear and mocking chuckle rang through the air, causing veins to bulge on Creek's forehead. You little brat. What are you laughing at? Creek glared at Raisen with murderous intent. This little brat had just used that cunning power to pressure him to the point of not daring to look directly at him, and even stunned his subordinates. But a sinister smile emerged on Creek's face. How can a human possibly sever a colossal ship with just a sword? That Eagle, I must have used some kind of devil fruit ability. And the strange power you and Eagle, I just used, must also be a devil fruit ability, right? There are countless abilities like that in the Grand Line. Since that Redfoot Zeph can sail the Grand Line for a year without issue, he must have his ways to deal with ability users. As long as I get my hands on his sailing log, I too can dominate the Grand Line. Creek looked at Raisen, who had reigned in his domineering aura and appeared less intimidating, and burst into wild laughter. And you made a foolish mistake. Having used such immense power just now, you must be completely exhausted by now, right? Creek's vicious gaze fixed on Raisen, his expression ferocious. Ha ha. Hearing Creek's outrageous words, Raisen could no longer hold back, bursting into loud laughter, nearly in tears. The Creek in the original story was already hopelessly foolish. But he never expected that after witnessing the clash of Conqueror's Haki with Mihawk, this fool could actually attribute it to devil fruit powers. A frog in a well. So what in the world are you laughing at, you little brat? Creek roared in fury, aiming all his armed weapons at Raisen. Ha. Sorry. Your remarks were simply too funny, Raisen said as he wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes. However, if you intend to make a move against me, you should be prepared to lose everything. Raisen's smile gradually faded. Lose everything? Are you referring to that pirate game known as the Davy Back fight? Creek questioned loudly, veins bulging on his forehead. Funny. These two words immediately enraged Creek. The Davy Back fight was a pirate game played between Silver Fox Foxy and Luffy in the original story, where the loser would have their companion's dignity and even pirate flag forcibly taken away, losing all that pirates hold dear. It was a well-known rule in the pirate world. What I mean by losing everything is not that child's play. Raisen's eyes turned cold, staring at Creek with a villain boss kind of icy demeanor. Old man Zeph, if I take care of this fool, will Luffy's year of hard work here be wiped clean? Raisen turned his head and loudly asked Zeph. That would be perfect. If this little brat works here for a year, he'll most likely tear down my entire restaurant. Zeph squinted his eyes slightly and responded loudly, wanting to witness firsthand what kind of extraordinary abilities this young man with Conqueror's Haki possessed. Deal. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and you too, Sanji. Keep your eyes on this. This is the true Raisen declared arrogantly, turning back to face Creek, his expression once again radiating an overwhelming confidence. Luffy and Zoro immediately paid full attention. Hey, why do I get included in this? Sanji complained verbally, but his exposed eye remained firmly glued to Raisen, unblinking. You arrogant little brat, Creek roared, and all the cannons hidden beneath his golden armor immediately fired in unison, a dense rain of bullets rushing towards Raisen. The deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed continuously, billowing smoke and dust engulfing Raisen's form entirely. Seeking your own death. Krieg let out a triumphant laugh. Hey hey, the renowned ruler of the East Sea, is this all the toys you have for play? As the smoke began to clear, Krieg's pupils suddenly constricted as he fixed his gaze on the ruins where Raisen stood unscathed, having blocked all the previous barrage with just an outstretched hand. This technique of externalization of armament Haki was strikingly similar to how the three admirals had countered Whitebeard's shockwave during the Marineford War. Then Raisen casually dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes and stepped towards Krieg. Under the absolute defense of armament Haki, not even a speck of dust brushed against his clothes. But this action was incredibly stylish. So strong. Raisen. Luffy immediately fulfilled his role as the head cheerleader of the crew, cheering loudly. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp also widened their eyes in disbelief, while Nami covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at this man who shone like a blazing sun standing in the center of the sea. Armament Haki can be transformed into an invisible armor for defense. Raisen wore a calm expression, stepping closer to the now sweating Krieg. It can also. Suddenly the wooden deck beneath his feet buckled under pressure, and Raisen's figure vanished from thin air. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of Krieg. Armament. Raisen raised his right hand high. With a clang accompanied by a metallic roar, Raisen's right fist was instantly enveloped in armament Haki, turning pitch black like ink. Armament hardened. Don't get too full of yourself, you little brat. If you want to take me down, you'll need to get past this challenge first. Krieg gritted his teeth with a sinister grin, quickly donning a cloak covered in sharp steel spikes. Hey, that's too despicable. Sanji couldn't help but shout, but in the next moment he was left speechless by the scene before him. Shatter every defense. Before Raisen's words had fully faded, his pitch-black fist descended with a thunderous roar. The armor, forged from countless steel spikes and seemingly impregnable, shattered instantly upon impact, splintering like brittle rock candy. His black iron fist, unimpeded by the wreckage, crashed mercilessly into Krieg's petrified face. With a dull crushing boom, Krieg's massive frame was hurled to the ground without resistance. Beneath him, the already fractured remnants of the warship disintegrated entirely under the shockwave. Nearby waves churned violently. Sanji stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Embedded deep in Krieg's face was a grotesque sunken fist print, his eyes rolled white, utterly lifeless. The tyrant of the East Blue, felled in a single blow. Plunder. Sanji and the other chefs exchanged stunned glances, motionless as they gazed upon Krieg, sprawled like a lifeless dog at Raisen's feet. Could it truly be? The fearsome warlord with a bounty of 17 million berries, famed across the East Blue, annihilated in an instant. That steel mantle, woven from pure needle-sharp steel, shattered beneath a single punch. Is this man incredible? Luffy roared, exhilarated. Haki, is this the true power of Haki? Zoro, battered and bleeding, forced himself upright. Such power, can it only be mastered within the Grand Line? Brilliant. A feral ecstatic grin spread across Zoro's face. Unbelievably strong. Usopp gaped dumbfounded. How could a human fist pierce solid steel and emerge unscathed? Raisen. Nami covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes locked on the man at the heart of the battlefield, radiating an invisible, sovereign light. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Krieg, the East Blue terror bearing a 17 million berry bounty, had not lasted a single strike against Raisen. In the blink of an eye, he was utterly erased. Even Arlong's bounty stood at only 20 million berries, and though Arlong surpassed Krieg in strength, could even he be obliterated by a single blow as Raisen had done? In that moment, recalling Raisen's earlier words to her, Nami bit her lower lip hard. Chief, Akin shrieked, a raw, piercing cry. To them, their invincible Captain Krieg had just been reduced to ruin by this young man's fist. Plunder. Raisen murmured inwardly. A deep violet luminescence, visible only to him, poured forth from Krieg's body and flowed into his own. Krieg possessed a deep violet trait intrinsically tied to raw brute force. Raisen spared no time inspecting it. He immediately transmuted it. Krieg's combat prowess relied almost entirely on heavy artillery and external armaments. His sole innate advantage lay in that immense physical might. Upon transmutation, Raisen acquired a deep violet strength type enhancement material, an excellent yield. Garuru. Under the horrified gaze of Akin, Sanji, and every chef present, the tyrant, who had rampaged across the East Blue through sheer muscle and firepower, began visibly shrinking, his once mighty frame withering before their eyes. Bulging muscles collapsed inward, draining all vitality. This was absolute extraction. When plundering a strength-type trait, not only was the essence seized, but the very life force sustaining it was siphoned away, converted into nourishment. What have you done? Akin staggered forward, collapsing beside Krieg's desiccated corpse, then recoiled in terror, locking eyes with Raisen. I told you, if you draw your blade against me, be prepared to lose everything. Raisen gazed down impassively, his signature icy expression unbroken. Akin fell silent. After a long pause, he trembled as he rose, hoisting his iron mace and crutch with great effort. Oh, even knowing Krieg's fate, you still dare unsheath your blade against me? Demon King Akin. Raisen observed him calmly. Akin, have you lost your mind? Sanji's eye twitched violently. Had never imagined Akin was Krieg's chief combat commander. A bounty of 12 million berries. You're no weakling, Akin. But you stand no chance against Raisen, not in the slightest. And Krieg was hardly a worthy captain. Why throw your life away for such a man? Luffy shouted in protest. I know full well I'm no match for Mr. Raisen, but I remain my captain's loyal subordinate. My dream is to support him. Aiken's face was haggard, yet his gaze burned with unwavering resolve. A noble spirit, yet have you likewise steeled yourself to lose everything. A faint wry smile flickered across Reisen's lips. My resolve was forged the day I set sail. Akin bellowed, and swung his iron crutch in a desperate arc toward Raisen. Clang! The metallic shriek reverberated across the battlefield. Akin stared drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror. His target had been Reisen's flank, the human Bodhi's most vulnerable soft spot. A solid hit would have ruptured internal organs and paralyzed him instantly. Yet, Reisen's impacted abdomen had turned jet black, vibrating with such force that Aiken's arms numbed instantly. Was this the same power that shattered his captain in one blow? So this power didn't merely cloak his fists, it shielded his entire body. Truly monstrous strength. Only a man like this could aspire to conquer the Grand Line. We and our captain were nothing but frogs in a well. Akin let out a bitter, resigned chuckle, and met Reisen's gaze unflinchingly. Then do it. Grant me a swift end, Mr. Raisen, Akin cried. As you wish. Raisen smiled faintly, and struck. Reisen's fist landed lightly atop Aiken's head, knocking him cleanly unconscious. Akin offered no resistance. Akin, you fool, Sanji whispered, watching him fall. He bore no resentment toward Raisen. This was Aiken's chosen end. To hold back against a man who had already embraced death would have been the gravest insult. A man of the sea may fall, but never surrender his dignity or his dream. Yet as Sanji looked upon Aiken's fallen form, and then at Zoro lying unconscious nearby, a fierce determination stirred in his eyes. One after another, madmen racing headlong toward dreams and ambition, defying impossibility itself. Sanji pressed a hand to his chest. Why did his own blood surge with such fervor? All blue, the legendary sea where the waters of all four oceans converge, teeming with every fish and ingredient known to existence. Witnessing these madmen's unwavering devotion reignited Sanji's long-dormant dream, blazing anew, unstoppable, unquenchable. Plunder. Reisen's expression remained serene. Admiration was due, but as he had declared, once you raise your blade against him, you must be ready to forfeit all. For Akin, who had accepted that truth without hesitation, Raisen showed no mercy. This was piracy. After plundering and transforming Aiken's traits, Raisen obtained 6 pale purple power-enhancing materials. Aiken's strength was indeed inferior to Kleek's, and even weaker than Kuro at his peak, lacking deep purple traits. In the original story, Sanji struggled against Akin primarily because he was already heavily injured at the time, and since Sanji had not yet mastered Haki, he was naturally at a disadvantage against Akin, who wielded iron weapons and executed ruthless techniques. Gulyulu. The power within Akin was completely extracted. Whoosh. Raisen bent down and picked up the unconscious Akin lightly, placing him next to Sanji. He's your friend, right? Don't worry, he's not dead. Ew, I just took his powers away. Raisen set Akin down and explained to Sanji, as long as he can survive, that's what matters. Sanji looked at Akin, forcing a faint smile. But who exactly are you? How can you steal someone else's power? Sanji stared at Raisen, his eyelids twitching. Witnessing such a method was indeed shocking. Once you become our companion, you will naturally understand. Raisen looked at Sanji and smiled meaningfully. Stinky old man. Do I no longer have to toil for a year? Having witnessed Raisen's plundering abilities in Zillabu village, Luffy grinned widely and called out to Zepp, I'll go on. You're free now. Zepp responded with a smile. Great. We can set sail now. Usopp cheered excitedly. We can set sail, Sanji. Luffy looked at Sanji, beaming with joy. When did I ever say I wanted to go with you guys? Look at all these unreliable fools around. How could I possibly leave this place behind? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, gazed at the undulating sea and murmured softly, but one day I will go to the Grand. Sanji added quietly to himself, then just come with us now. Luffy suddenly appeared next to Sanji, grinning widely. It's not time yet. Sanji said softly, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Hey, have you heard of All Blue? Sanji asked excitedly, then began to dance and share his dream with Luffy. Raisen glanced at Nami, keenly noticing a flicker of conflict on her face. It seemed that Nami was preparing to talk to him. Through Kinbunchiko Haki, Raisen sensed the emotional turmoil within her, breaking into a smile. On the second floor railing of the restaurant, Zepp quietly observed Sanji, who was passionately speaking about his dreams, his gaze unknowingly softening. As for the captured Kleek pirates, they were left to the chefs of Bartai to deal with, as they bore no traits above the purple grade and held no value to Raisen. However, from Kleek's second-in-command, Iron Wall, Balu, Raisen successfully plundered and transformed a pale purple trait. Along with the 6 pale purple combat traits he had taken from Akin and the 3 obtained from Zango, Raisen now possessed a total of 10 pale purple power-enhancing materials. Since Raisen's armed Haki power was directly linked to his physical strength, with this came a further increase in the strength of Raisen's armed Haki. After reinforcing his physical traits once more, Raisen began to ravenously devour the sea food before him, transforming the nutrients to replenish his recently expanded stamina, all while under the astonished gazes of Zepp and the others. Whose soup is this? Patty, who was dining, suddenly shouted, pointing an angry finger at the bowl of soup in front of him. Raisen, who had already made quite a dent in his meal, watched this scene with a smile. What a bunch of insincere fools. However, he didn't mind this clumsy care. It's mine. The flavor is fantastic today. I had a burst of inspiration. Sanji boasted somewhat proudly. This is simply disgusting. Who can swallow this? This is basically swill for pigs. Patty retorted without holding back, his face full of disdain. Is your tongue made of wood? Today's soup is my masterpiece. Sanji immediately countered, the veins on his forehead bulging. He would never compromise when it came to his culinary skills. It's terrible. It's really too awful. What kind of garbage is this? The chefs present gathered around, and after tasting Sanji's soup, they all wore expressions of disdain, similar to Patty's. Sanji's face grew darker, and he ultimately couldn't hold back his rage, shouting, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Sanji glared at the surrounding colleagues. After all, you're just a nominal South chef. You only know how to solve problems with Exactly. I've disliked you for a long time. The chefs shot hostile glances at Sanji. We are chefs at sea. We cannot waste a single grain of food. Zepp suddenly spoke in a deep voice, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Under Sanji's gaze, Zepp picked up the bowl of soup and drank it all down. Crack. In Sanji's incredulous gaze, Zepp grimly smashed the empty bowl to pieces. If this mud-like rotten soup is served to customers, my restaurant will close down tomorrow. Zepp sneered. Hey, you damned old man. Take back what you said. What's the difference between my soup and yours? Sanji could not tolerate the insult to his proud culinary skills from the person he respected the most. He stepped forward and grabbed Zepp by the collar, shouting in anger, "Talk to me about cooking. You little brat are a billion years too early. I'm the man who has wielded a spoon across the world's oceans." Zepp unapologetically punched Sanji down to the ground. Sanji, holding his cheek, felt a bit dazed. After a moment, he clumsily got back up. Damn it. Sanji let out a somewhat defeated low growl and turned to storm out. Even after being treated this way, he would never lay a hand on Zepp. To him, Zepp was already like a father. Actually, this soup is really delicious. After Sanji left, Luffy scooped himself another bowl and cheerfully commented while Usopp nodded in agreement beside him. Even Zoro, who had always found Sanji somewhat off, did not deny it at this moment. Nami silently served a bowl for herself and Raisen. Raisen smiled at Nami, acknowledging that Sanji's culinary skills were indeed impeccable. Of course it's delicious, everyone here recognizes that kid's cooking. Zepp regained his composure and spoke calmly. But if you don't speak definitively, that fool Sanji wouldn't willingly leave. Zepp looked towards Luffy and Raisen. You are short a chef on your ship, right? This is not a request. I simply hope you can take that brat with you. You have seen his abilities, and his dream should be pursued on the Grand Line. Zeppa's voice softened unconsciously. No. Luffy raised his head, decisively rejecting him. The chefs beside them were slightly taken aback. Weren't you just shouting that the ship was short a chef? Japu was equally surprised. I really wanted to be our companion. But he said he wanted to stay and be a chef. Even if you think it's fine, I absolutely will not force him to leave. Luffy explained loudly, then handed over his empty plate another bowl. So you want him to willingly come with you, is that it? Japu smiled knowingly. Exactly. Luffy, with his mouth stuffed full of food, mumbled indistinctly, but will that brat really leave on his own? Japu stroked his braided beard thoughtfully. He probably won't. That guy is as stubborn as a mule. The chefs whispered to each other. I can hear everything clearly from outside, you bunch of bastards. Sanji's voice floated in from outside. He had returned at some point, leaning against the door frame, lighting a cigarette, and looking up at the sky. Since we are full, it's about time for us to set sail. Thank you for the hospitality. Raisen and his crew stood up, and Luffy grinned widely to bid everyone farewell. Hey, just then Sanji, carrying his packed belongings, strode towards them. For the sake of my dream, I will reluctantly join you. Sanji declared with determination. Hee. We have a chef now. Luffy cheered excitedly. Welcome aboard, Sanji. Raisen smiled. I'll leave the meals on the ship to me. Sanji said, heading towards the Going Merry. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Luffy pointed at the chefs and Japu, who were standing on the bar-tied deck, watching them leave. No need for that. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey. Sanji. Just as Sanji was about to step onto the ship, Zeppa's voice called from behind. Sanji paused his steps, but did not turn around, thinking, what does that old man want to say now? Does he want a hug? Or a tearful farewell? Sanji was determined that no matter what that old man said, he would absolutely not look back. He wanted to set sail like a true man, don't catch a cold. Japu revealed a rare, sincere smile, and Sanji bit his lip, hard a wave of sorrow, rushing to his nose, his eyes quickly reddening with tears. He suddenly turned around, kneeling deeply in front of Japu. Old man Japu. Thank you for all your care over the years. I will never forget your great kindness. Sanji shouted through tears, and Raisen watched the scene with a smile. Don't catch a cold. Those simple 4 words struck deep into the softest part of the heart. Brat. Zeppa's eyes also glistened with tears as he turned his head away, moved. We will miss you. Take care at sea, you bastard, Sanji. The other chefs were already in tears, shouting loudly, you bastards. See you later? Sanji waved on the deck of the Merry, shouting through tears and laughter. System prompt. Sanji joins the Straw Hat Pirates. The equipment trait list has been updated. Trait acquired enhanced X. In a certain sea area of the East Blue, on the Going Merry, the ship was cutting through the waves. Joseph and Johnny had already said goodbye to Raisen and left. According to Raisen's request, the topmost level of the Merry has been transformed into a dedicated training room. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled crashes, Luffy and Zoro slammed hard against the wall. Ouch, that hurts. Luffy cried out, holding his already swollen cheek. I'm a rubber man. Why does it hurt so much? Did old Grandpa use this kind of Haki when he hit me before? Luffy rubbed his sore spot. This pain is too familiar, just like the so-called iron fist of love from his childhood training with Grandpa Garp. Even with rubber, getting hit still hurts terribly. Now that I know the power Raisen used as Haki, Luffy finally realized what kind of moves his grandpa used to torment him. Huff. Huff. So strong. Zoro gasped, struggling to get up from the ground, still in shock. Although his 2 swords were broken by Mihawk, he now had only 1 sword left, and compared to his three-sword style his singles-word technique was considerably weaker. Additionally, he was injured and unable to unleash his full strength, but the power of Haki still left him feeling an unmatchable suffocation. He and Luffy together were utterly powerless in front of Raisen. Looking at the dark inky layer covering Raisen's fist, Zoro's expression grew serious. Armament Haki. His blade couldn't even leave a scratch on it. Moreover, its destructive power was astonishing. This was just the power covering his fists. Oh, what if he wrapped that power around his blade? A wild beast-like grin appeared on Zoro's face. If that's the case, his slashes would absolutely increase exponentially. However, in the next moment, Raisen's words ruthlessly shattered Zoro's fantasies. You two can't even sense the flow of... Raisen looked at Zoro and Luffy with a hint of helplessness. Raisen, don't look at me with that kind of expression. It makes me feel like I'm as much of an idiot as Luffy. Zoro's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling uneasy under Raisen's gaze. That kind of look was clearly that of someone looking at a fool. How could Zoro not know? Because he usually looked at Luffy with that same expression. What, Zoro? I just wasn't being serious yet. Angered by Zoro's words, Luffy immediately jumped up, angrily retorting, then charged at Raisen again. Take this. Rubber rubber. Bang. Zoro's eyes twitched violently as he watched the shouting Luffy get slapped into the wall by Raisen, unable to budge at all. What a single-celled idiot. But why can't I sense Haki like that idiot? Seeing Raisen sigh in annoyance, Zoro's expression tightened. Am I Take it slow, this can't be rushed. Raisen sighed, looking at Zoro and Luffy. His original plan was to teach these two fellows to master Haki before reaching Rogatown to have more cards to play against Smoker. However, it now seemed that getting Luffy and Zoro to grasp Haki immediately after setting sail was far more challenging than expected. Of course, the so-called teaching by Raisen was even more rudimentary than Rayleigh's laissez-faire approach, as Raisen himself had no idea how to teach Haki. Even if an ordinary person awakens armament Haki and meets the qualification and physical requirements, they still need years of specialized training to enhance their abilities. Yet Raisen possessed the incredible trait of Son of the Sea Ultimate Gold, which served as an external aid for his Haki cultivation. He only needed to enhance his physical strength for the armament Haki to automatically rise with the tide. Without a doubt, Raisen, who possessed this trait, was the most terrifying Haki genius in this sea. For someone of his extraordinary talent, wasn't Haki something that could be unleashed naturally with just a thought or a raised hand? Did he really need to learn it? Therefore, Raisen's training method for Zoro and Luffy was quite simple and brutal. They had to take it by forcing their bodies to endure the onslaught of Haki. He aimed to awaken their sensitivity to it. Naturally, while sparring with the injured Zoro, Raisen greatly restrained his strength. He had initially planned to start the specialized training once Zoro had healed, but seeing that the swordsman stubbornly insisted on training despite his injuries, Raisen did not stop him. With Zoro's demon physique, as long as Raisen was careful, he wouldn't suffer any major harm. That said, the training progress was still far from smooth. Luffy and Zoro's adventure had only just begun, and their current strength was nowhere near the qualification and mastery of Haki as portrayed in the original work. Moreover, even at the point in the original story, Luffy and Zoro had trained hard under the guidance of renowned masters for 2 years before truly mastering it. Raisen was also aware that expecting them to learn Haki in a short time was unrealistic and could only proceed gradually after all these TW. They must become strong as soon as possible to help him collect those divine traits. Raisen sighed again. Seeing Raisen sigh, Zoro's facial muscles twitched, even more so strong. Raisen was simply ridiculously strong. Usopp, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment as he saw Luffy and Zoro being toyed with without any suspense. Nami nodded silently in agreement, her gaze fixed on Raisen without moving away. Click. Alright, idiots. It's time to eat. The training room door swung open and Sanji walked in with a tray full of food, calling out to Luffy and Zoro, Raisen, this one is for you. Sanji was much more courteous towards Raisen, handing him the largest and most sumptuous portion. Who are you calling an idiot, you curly-browed bastard? Zoro, who was already sensitive to the term idiot, immediately ignited in anger, his forehead veins bulging as he glared fiercely at Sanji. What did you say? Green algae head. Want to fight? Sanji was equally furious and the two began to tussle. It's so delicious. Luffy on the side was heartily devouring the food, stuffing his mouth with Sanji's cooking. Indeed, exceptionally delicious. Raisen also praised in enjoyment, savoring Sanji's culinary skills while leisurely watching Zoro and Sanji bicker. The ingredients and seasonings in this vast sea were completely different from those on Earth. For Raisen, enjoying such deliciousness after intense training was truly one of life's great joys. Even better, all the nutrients consumed would be efficiently converted into stamina by his extraordinary demon physique, deep purple, to strengthen his body, a supreme delight. As for why Sanji wasn't training Haki with Luffy and the others, because Sanji's duty was to be the chef. Compared to fighting, he valued how to provide nutritionally balanced meals after their training, with becoming stronger being a secondary concern. Zoro and Sanji tussled for a while, but eventually Zoro collapsed from exhaustion. Continuous impacts from Haki combined with his unhealed injuries had pushed Zoro to his limit. However, Sanji did not take advantage of Zoro's weakness. His creed was to provide food for anyone who was hungry, even for the annoying green algae head. At that moment, Zoro was wolfing down the food in front of him. Even though that dead chef was annoying, his skills were indeed undeniable. While chewing the food, Zoro awkwardly thought to himself, delicious, right? Green algae head. Finish it all. Not a single grain left. Sanji lit a cigarette, watching Zoro's messy eating habits with a barely noticeable smirk on his lips. The praises from Raisen and Luffy beside him also lifted his spirits. For a chef, what moment could be more satisfying than this? No need for you to speak, curly brow. Zoro shot Sanji a sideways glance, then ignored him, focusing intently on the food before him. Humph. Sanji grinned. That dead green algae had finally admitted that his cooking was delicious. I'm full. Let's dig in. Luffy patted his belly and wiped his mouth, cheering loudly. Alright everyone, take a break. Today's Haki training ends here. We'll continue once we enter the Grand Line. Raisen announced. At this point he had also consumed enough food to satisfy the digestive demands of his extraordinary demon physique. Nighttime navigation was highly risky. Even with a navigator aboard, the standard operation was to anchor the ship on the sea and wait until dawn to proceed. Oh, tomorrow we will finally take a big step towards the Grand Line. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. During these past few days anchored in this sea, Raisen had been guiding them in their Haki training. Zoro and Sanji both smiled. Their dreams could only be realized in the Grand Line. Only Raisen remained silent, lost in thought as he walked towards the door, gazing out of the ship's window at the night sky. His observation Haki had already captured that when Luffy just shouted about going to the Grand Line, Nami's heart had a slight emotional fluctuation. Staying in this sea to train Luffy and the others these few days was also to give Nami enough time to make the decision to fully open up to everyone without reservation. It seemed that before heading to the Grand Line, there was one last trait to be harvested. A smile crept onto Raisen's face as he turned and walked toward the bathroom. Phew. After enjoying a comforting hot bath, Raisen sat on the bed, letting out a sigh. However, it truly is worthy of Haki. The honing of observation is indeed cruel to th. Raisen's expression grew somewhat solemn. Although his Conqueror's Haki was naturally growing stronger every day under the enhancement of the Son of the Sea Ultimate Gold, his armament Haki and observation Haki still required breakthroughs in both physical and mental aspects for support. The path to strengthening armament Haki was quite straightforward. With the help of Son of the Sea Ultimate Gold, Raisen only needed to enhance his physical condition for his armament Haki to rise automatically. As for observation Haki, after several days of intensive training through one-sided beatings against Luffy and Zoro, combined with the feedback from the system, Raisen had also figured out the way to improve it. The power of observation Haki depended on the combination of the host's spiritual will and aptitude. Here, spiritual will can be understood as the extreme extension of the human senses to perceive the existence, emotions, and movements of enemies. Upon awakening observation Haki by training his own senses, specifically he see. Did you know I was coming, Raisen? Nami asked softly, biting her red lips after hearing Raisen's words. Of course I can perceive every subtle change in your state of mind very clearly. Raisen looked at Nami with soft eyes. With the aid of observation Haki combined with his understanding of the original plot and the groundwork laid over the past few days, it wasn't difficult to guess that Nami would come seeking help. Raisen, Nami murmured, biting her lip again, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Has Raisen really been paying attention to my silent cries all along? Nami, you. Ugh. Before Raisen could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a warmth against his chest. Nami had already lunged into his embrace, her shoulders trembling slightly. Raisen tenderly stroked her short, orange hair. You've worked hard over the years, Nami. Raisen spoke softly to console her. He could feel his clothes gradually becoming damp. Nami bit her lip tightly, and then lifted her tear-streaked face. Looking at her fragile and sorrowful visage, a string in Raisen's heart was quietly plucked. Ever since she was 10, Nami had silently endured the pain of her mother Belmir's murder, shouldering the heavy burden of protecting the entire village and running around for that 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries. In the East Blue, the highest bounty for Arlong was only 20 million berries. For a 10-year-old girl, this amount of money was like an insurmountable mountain. Yet Nami managed to cling to her tenacity and adhered to her principles, only stealing from wicked pirates. She was nearly achieving this near-miraculous feat. Nami had truly borne too much. Raisen, save me. Nami whimpered softly, her voice hoarse. Since Belmir's death, it was the first time she had shown such vulnerability in front of a man. Raisen's simple, gentle comfort completely shattered her tightly closed heart. He gently wiped away the tears on Nami's face, but the next moment his eyes suddenly turned incredibly sharp, filled with chilling intent. He turned and strode out of the room, his roar echoing throughout the ship like thunder. Is there even a need to say that? Raisen's eyes glinted with a cold, killing intent. Step, step, step. The lights in the other 4 cabins lit up in succession. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji almost simultaneously charged onto the deck, fully armed and ready for action. Nami, where are we going? Luffy asked seriously while rolling up his sleeves. Raisen, point the way. Hearing your voice has already made my... Zoro's expression was grim as he slightly unsheathed his sword, the Sandao Ikamanji. Huff. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his face like frost. Though Usopp's legs still trembled slightly, his steps were incredibly steady, showing no signs of retreat. Nami, lead the way. Those scumbags who dared to hurt you won't get away. After all, we are pirates. Raisen wore a fierce grin, his voice cold as steel. This was the first time he felt such overwhelming rage since arriving in this world. Cocoa Village. Nami's eyes were bloodshot, yet her expression was resolute as she uttered that name. East Sea Kokoyashi Village. This island lay at the heart of the Along Empire, the domain ruled by the pirate Along, whose bounty reached 20 million berries. Here humans were treated as inferior, crushed beneath the brutal rule of Along and his fisherman cohorts. Under Along's regime, every village was forced to pay tribute by head 100,000 berries for every adult, 50,000 for every child. Those who refused were given only one fate, death. Buyermeyer Na-Mei's adoptive mother possessed only 100,000 berries. To save Na-Mei and another adopted daughter Nuo, Chi Gao Buyermeyer used her life as the ransom and was slaughtered before Na-Mei's eyes. Afterwards, Along noticed Na-Mei's extraordinary talent for navigation and chart-making. To compel her into drawing maps for him, he made a promise: if she could amass 100 million berries, he would sell her homeland back to her. At 10 years old, Na-Mei embarked upon a life of stealing pirate treasure. Their bodies are naturally 10 times stronger than humans. They are true monsters. I meant to settle it myself. Na-Mei sobbed as she spoke. She lifted her head to look at Lei Sun, biting her lower lip. Even though in recent days she had witnessed his strength, had seen him fell Kuliku with a single blow, had even watched the earth-shaking clash between Lei Sun and the legendary world's greatest swordsman Mihoku, where their Haki collided, childhood shadows ran too deep. After that initial release of emotion, Na-Mei still could not be certain Lei Sun and his crew could defeat Along's band. The trauma of her past was so terrifying that in Na-Mei's understanding, fishmen were the most fearsome aberrations of the sea, and humans stood no chance against them. She had stayed because Lei Sun had told her to rely on him, that he would lay down his life for her. But she never intended to let Lei Sun truly go to battle. She had wanted only a plausible pretext for a dignified farewell. Lei Sun had spoken to her with such gentleness, had treated her so kindly, and protected her on the journey. At least Maybe I should first try to buy back the village with 100 million berries. Along usually keeps his word. Na-Mei whispered, striving to steady herself, biting her lip as she looked at Lei Sun. Her wavering was hardly blameworthy. The psychic torture of her childhood had left scars too deep. Even after venting some corner of her heart, still felt an urgent need to prevent Lei Sun from risking his life against Along's fisherman pirates. You know that's impossible, don't you, Na-Mei? Lei Sun asked softly, tamping down the volcano of rage within him as he looked down at her. You told me yourself those fishmen rule there with impunity. They've held sway for years without attracting the attention of Navy headquarters. Without protection from inside the Navy, this makes no sense. The moment you gather 100 million berries, Along could have those corrupt naval officers seize your savings under the pretext of stolen goods. What would you do then? He watched Na-Mei with eyes full of pity and compassion. This was the age of pirates. Even an organization as vast as the Navy was stretched thin. Bounties and pirate hunts were triaged. Murderers and plunderers of the worst sort were prioritized. That is why many pirates avoided wanton slaughter, to avoid drawing the Navy's full force. Bribery kept headquarters ignorant. The sea was vast and pirates numerous. The Navy could not sweep them all, and threat alone served to reduce civilian suffering. Along's bloody tyrant. Na-Mei looked up at Lei Sun, her lips bitten white. But now, she had someone she could entrust. Na-Mei forced herself to confront the harsh reality pointed out by Lei Sun. It was indeed reasonable. If Arlong had truly bribed the Navy to confiscate her money, she would be utterly helpless, forever forced to chart the seas for him, and never attain freedom again. Na-Mei, stand behind me. Pirates have their own ways of solving problems. Lei Sun said, turning his gaze towards the vast open sea, his eyes filled with coldness. Exactly. We will knock those fishmen flying. Luffy roared angrily, just chop them all down, right? Zoro said coldly, his hand resting on his sword, while Sanji exhaled a puff of white smoke. His face darkened. Although he respected and blessed the relationship between Nami and Lei Sun, they were still comrades, and those scum who tormented Ms. Nami would face punishment through Sanji's chivalry. This is the first step to becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp pulled down his goggles and loaded his slingshot with special ammunition. Lei Sun, everyone. Nami covered her mouth, struggling to prevent herself from crying out again. She steadied her trembling body and stepped behind Lei Sun, gently resting her forehead against his broad back. She was no longer alone. Change course immediately. Let those fishmen see what a true pirate is. Lei Sun sneered, his expression cold and ruthless. Oh. At the Arlong Park, this is this month's tribute, take it. Arlong grinned, sinisterly looking at the Navy officer in front of him, revealing a row of sharp shark teeth. Brother Arlong, you are indeed different from other pirates. Truly insightful. Ha 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 ha. Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division let out a sharp laugh, watching the stack of berries pushed towards him by Arlong, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ha 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 ha. Likewise. As long as you are willing to be my friend, you can enjoy endless benefits in this East Sea. Your understanding of this makes you a wise Navy colonel. Arlong laughed heartily. Then thank you for your generosity. Colonel Mouse replied skillfully, carefully stowing the money into his coat. Ha 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 ha. No need to be polite now. After all, harmony brings wealth. Money is truly a good thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Am I right? Arlong cackled, showing his sharp teeth to Colonel Mouse. Indeed, that is so. Well, then I shall take my leave first. Colonel Mouse responded, his eyes twitching slightly. Dealing with these fishmen always made him feel stifled, but for the sake of money he could endure it. Now that he had the money, he didn't want to stay a second longer. Let's have a drink before you go. Relax a bit. Arlong suggested. The patrolling warship is docked at the pirate base. If this gets out, it wouldn't be proper at all, no matter how. Colonel Mouse quickly declined, eager to leave. If anyone dares report this to headquarters, they'll kill him. Arlong said in a low voice, his expression turning cruel. This mouse, although merely a humble human, was crucial to his plans. If the Navy headquarters learned about the details here, they might directly send elite forces, and the guys at headquarters were on a completely different level than the branch's rabble. Just thinking about the powerhouses at Navy headquarters made his old injuries throb. that was left by Kizaru when he was still a rear admiral, and now that guy had become an admiral. However, as long as this rat was still on his books, Arlong need not worry about headquarters discovering the truth. Alright, I will send someone to escort you out. Arlong looked at Colonel Mouse. Clanking sounds echoed as the door of Arlong Park suddenly shattered with a loud bang, debris flying everywhere. Bang! Bang! Several deceased fishmen flew out like garbage from the smoke and dust crashing heavily to the ground. Who dares to make a move? Arlong roared, veins bulging on his forehead, angered that someone would dare harm his precious kin. Don't worry, you're next. As the smoke cleared, several figures appeared before Arlong's group. A cold voice rang out. Raisen coldly regarded Arlong. Nami, what do you want? Arlong's eyes widened in anger as he saw Nami among the invaders. It really is true. Just as Raisen said, you actually colluded with the Navy, Arlong. Is this the reason the government allows you to run rampant here? Nami screamed in fury, her delicate body trembling violently as she stared intently at Colonel Mouse, who had not yet left. Everything matched perfectly with Raisen's predictions. If she had not encountered Raisen, if she had managed to save 100 million berries with hope only to be robbed by these filthy officers. Imagining that scene, Nami bit her lip until it nearly bled, her beautiful eyes burning with deep hatred. Colonel Mouse. He is our partner, Nami, which means he is also your comrade. As long as you obediently draw for me, we can treat this little incident as if it never happened. Arlong sneered, then turned his murderous gaze towards Raisen and the others. As for you lot, daring to harm my cherished kin, you will all die here today. Arlong roared, his expression brutal and merciless. Hey! Suddenly Arlong felt something was off. He turned to look at Colonel Mouse, who appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. King of Heaven, Raisen! Colonel Mouse screamed, having recognized the name Nami had just shouted. While he might not have recognized him by appearance alone, hearing Nami call out Raisen, and then seeing him in person, Colonel Mouse immediately confirmed who this person was, the super rookie who rose from the East Sea and even caused quite the stir at Navy headquarters. King of Heaven, Raisen. King of Heaven, Raisen. It's you, huh? Arlong suddenly turned to glare at Raisen, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. To maintain his rule, Arlong needed to keep track of major intelligence on the sea at all times, and the movements in the East Sea were naturally of utmost importance. What was the most widely circulated news in the East Sea recently? It was that monster rookie whose reputation had overshadowed that of pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. King of Heaven, Raisen, the wielder of Conqueror's Haki. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, Arlong knew well what it meant to possess Conqueror's Haki. That was a noble power that even Kizaru, who had injured him, did not possess. Why did Arlong first come to the East Sea? It was precisely because this was the weakest sea area, making it easier to control. And those who wielded Conqueror's Haki, even in the Grand Line, were figures capable of dominating a region. Hey Nami, don't scowl like that. It's terrifying. Didn't I already tell you? Once you gather 100 million berries, I'll return your village to you. Arlong forced a grin and turned to Nami. Damn it. How on earth did this brat get entangled with a monster who wields the Conqueror's Haki? And then, let this marine confiscate my money as ill-gotten gains. Nami spat contemptuously, her sharp eyes piercing through Arlong's sudden shift in demeanor, confirming Raisen's judgment. Merely hearing Raisen's name had triggered such an abrupt, drastic change in this arrogant brute. Even after his own kin were slaughtered, could he still feign such a grotesque smile? Compared to Raisen, perhaps Arlong wasn't even worthy of being called a monster. At Nami's blunt accusation, Arlong's artificial smile froze instantly. Nami keenly caught the flicker of guilt flashing across his eyes. Just as I suspected, Arlong. Nami gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot with fury. So Arlong truly intended to betray her. Hey, I never said anything like that. Arlong hastily denied it. But his pupils contracted sharply. Whoosh, clang. A crisp metallic clang echoed as a fist sheathed in pitch-black armament Haki shot straight toward Arlong's face. His eyes bulged wide with sheer terror. Crash! With a muffled crunch of splintering bone, Arlong was hurled backward by overwhelming force, slamming into the wall behind him. As other fishmen watched in horror, the entire structure of Arlong Park collapsed under the sheer devastation. Brother Arlong! The other fishmen cried out in panic. Commodore Mouse lay paralyzed on the ground, utterly petrified. We didn't come here to listen to your blabbering. So tell us, Arlong, how do you wish to die? Raisen spoke coldly, gazing down at Arlong struggling to rise from the rubble. He didn't even bother unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. The pain Nami had endured, he would make every fishman repay it tenfold, tearing apart their pride piece by piece. Armament Haki. Every sharp tooth Arlong so proudly boasted shattered under Raisen's blow. Staring at the obsidian gleam coiling around Raisen's fist, Arlong's eyes flooded with bottomless dread. Arlong stared fixedly at Raisen, his gaze trembling with raw fear. As a former core member of the Sun Pirate crew, and once captured alive by Admiral Kizaru and imprisoned and impelled down, he knew precisely what that jet-black aura signified. Armament Haki. This power, inaccessible to ordinary mortals, now manifested on a newcomer from the East Blue. Its intensity suffocating, its might overwhelming. Arlong felt his entire body scream, with disintegration-level agony. His bloodshot eyes burned red. One strike alone had gravely wounded him. The world spun dizzily, his brain sloshing inside his skull, consciousness fraying into haze. He violently shook his massive head to clear his vision. His gaping maw snapped open, and within moments the pulverized shark teeth regrew, fully replacing those shattered by Raisen's fist. As a serrated shark fishman, his teeth regenerated endlessly, even if utterly obliterated. Hold your ground. Several elite officers of the Arlong pirates rushed forward to intervene, only to be halted by Arlong's snarling command, teeth newly regrown. That single blow had taught him irrevocably against Raisen victory was impossible. Once arrogantly self-proclaimed superior, he learned a brutal truth after being effortlessly crushed by Kizaru's Pika Pika, no me powers in the Grand Line. A truth seared into his soul: never provoke the monsters who ruled the apex of the sea. To do so is suicide. Facing someone who wielded Conqueror's Haki with surgical precision, and simultaneously possessed devastating armament Haki, Arlong knew his odds were zero. Heaven King Raisen. Must we escalate this so bitterly? Harmony breeds prosperity. After all, aren't we all pirates, ultimately seeking fortune? Why not join forces? We'll split all spoils from this region 50-50. Of course Nami's hometown shall henceforth pay no tribute. Not a single berry. What do you say? Arlong worked his dislocated jaw with effort, forcing a sycophantic smile. Nami stood frozen, watching in surreal disbelief. The same Arlong who once lorded over humans as inferior beings, who scorned them as lowlife vermin, now groveled before Raisen, like a whipped cur begging for mercy from the very race he deemed born to be exploited. Her gaze fell upon Raisen's upright, unwavering back, and tears spilled forth, tracing paths down her pale cheeks. Years of suffocating despair, long buried beneath layers of resignation, finally shattered, giving way to long-awaited liberation. Money. Raisen's voice dripped with utter disdain and mockery. Well, isn't this a brilliant proposal? With your Haki we dominate the entire East Blue. Arlong pleaded desperately. Via. Crack. Shards of bloodied teeth exploded midair. Ugh. Arlong's head snapped violently backward under the impact, consciousness nearly snapping. His vision blurred and doubled. You dare speak to me of piracy? I'll carve your bones with the memory of what true piracy means. Raisen loomed over Arlong, who writhed helplessly at his feet, a cruel savage smirk twisting his lips. Brother Arlong. The remaining fishman officers roared and charged forward, only to be intercepted instantly by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who swiftly subdued the underlings and clashed fiercely with the commanders. Usopp drew his slingshot, his voice trembling yet resolute as he unleashed custom projectiles to suppress the remaining grunts. Hurry up and regrow those rotten teeth, you mongrel hybrid. Raisen commanded, coldly gripping Arlong's blood-smeared head. That glacial, emotionless stare sent tidal waves of terror surging through Arlong's clouded mind. Damn human. Cornered like a feral beast, Arlong erupted, his humiliation igniting explosive tooth regrowth. He lunged, jaws wide, aiming to sever Raisen's throat. Crunch. His prideful shark fangs shattered anew, reduced to splinters, while even his treasured serrated snout twisted and snapped under Raisen's iron fist. Keep regrowing. Raisen's voice cut like Siberian wind. Arlong tried to scream, but speech demanded regrowth, and the moment new teeth emerged. Crack. Bones splintered again, scattering fragments and crimson spray across the air. Regrow? Don't stop. This pain doesn't even amount to 1,000th of what Nami endured. Raisen's savage grin became the most horrifying image seared into Arlong's vision. Once more the memory surged: Kizaru's effortless grip, his utter helplessness, his soul crushed beneath divine authority. That sense of helpless panic was akin to an ant facing a natural disaster, utterly unable to conceive any thought of resistance. Arlong dared not to channel his abilities to regenerate his teeth anymore, for he knew that the moment even a hint of growth appeared, it would be met with a dark iron fist. Bang. However, the next moment Raisen's dark-hued, domineering right fist slammed heavily against his shattered jaw. The crisp sound of broken teeth echoed clearly while Arlong's eyes rolled back, his massive body lifted off the ground from the impact. His jawbone was completely shattered and his thoughts instantly plunged into chaos. Snap. Raisen's armed hand reached out again, gripping Arlong's head, lifting him up like a dead dog suspended in the air. You're too weak, trash. Don't tell me this is the best you can do. Raisen spat disdainfully. At that moment Arlong was a pitiful sight, his shattered jaw unable to grow new teeth, his proud nose crooked and broken, his entire face swollen and distorted, oozing filthy blood. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Raisen coldly commanded, forcibly turning Arlong's head towards the core area of the evil dragon paradise. Amidst the ruins there was a room filled with nautical charts where Nami was forced to draw maps for the evil dragon pirate crew, carrying countless painful memories. Such a vile and dirty place had no right to retain any traces. A violent flash of red-black light suddenly ignited in Raisen's eyes. Crash. The unrestrained Conqueror's Haki poured out from Raisen's body, accompanied by a terrifying roar. The towering charting building collapsed under the pressure like a sandcastle, disintegrating into boundless dust. Bang, bang, bang. Raisen's figure flickered within the paradise, his Haki-covered fists and feet raining down wildly. Arlong's long-established den, the entire evil dragon paradise, crumbled into a wasteland under each wild strike. Arlong moved helplessly on the ground, only able to watch as his grand ambitions turned to dust and history. Raisen. Nami covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at the figure that was destroying everything. Though Raisen said nothing, she understood his deep meaning. Raisen was personally shattering all the nightmares that had bound her for 8 long years. Clang. With the final deafening crash, the remaining main building of the evil dragon paradise toppled over. The battle of Luffy and the others also came to an end. Arlong's 3 main subordinates, Zhou Xiaoba and Koby, were all taken down, lying limply on the ground. The remaining fishmen lackeys were also sprawled out, showing no signs of struggle. Where do you think you're trying to flee? Raisen's voice was icy as he grabbed the sneaky mouse captain, tossing him beside the lifeless Along. I am an officer of the Navy headquarters. What do you want? I represent the world government. The mouse captain stammered, but upon seeing Raisen's legs covered in pitch-black Haki, his pants suddenly became soaked. In front of a monster like Along, he felt as weak as a mere infant. A demon. This man before him was the true embodiment of evil. Do you have some misunderstanding? I am a pirate, Raisen said, a bloody grin appearing on his face. Crack. Under the horrified and desperate gaze of the mouse captain, Raisen, with his Haki-clad right foot, stomped down fiercely. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of bones cracking, tremendous force surged into his chest, shattering the mouse captain's sternum and internal organs. His eyes rolled back, breath ceased. Raisen exhaled a breath of stale air, the pent-up anger in his chest finally released. He turned to Nami, his expression instantly softening, revealing the familiar smile that Nami knew well. It's over, Nami. Ugh. Nami's nose tinged with warmth as she could no longer suppress her emotions and directly threw herself into Raisen's embrace, crying loudly. I want thank you. Nami buried her head into Raisen's broad chest, sobbing softly. Raisen gently stroked her soft short hair. Because you once said that between comrades there's no need for these formalities. Nami lifted her tear-streaked face, recalling Raisen's promise to her in Orange Town. She shyly stood on her tiptoes and left a warm kiss on Raisen's handsome profile. Sanji, watching from the side, gritted his teeth in envy, yet he silently lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with sincere blessings. Ha, we can finally head to the Grand Line. Luffy cheered boisterously, completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between the two. Rustle. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached from not far away. Nami turned in panic, only to see Nojiko and Aiken leading a group of villagers armed with various farming tools, staring in shock at the ruins of the evil dragon paradise. Nami's face turned crimson as she hurriedly broke free from Raisen's embrace. Nojiko, Aiken, everyone, why are you all here? Nami nervously patted her clothes. We heard you brought back powerful allies to deal with Along, so everyone rushed over with their weapons. Nami, what exactly happened here? Aiken looked at the fishmen lying lifelessly on the ground, his tongue tied in shock. The pirate Along, who had tyrannized over them for many years, was now lying on the ground like a pile of mud, his face severely distorted, breathing shallowly. Everyone won't blame me, will they? Nami bit her pale lips and lowered her head. We knew long ago, Nami. Aiken took a deep breath, his gaze filled with compassion as he looked at the girl. We knew you were silently bearing so much, and we were aware of your 100 million berry agreement with Along. We just didn't want you to feel too burdened because of everyone's expectations. You should have lived freely on the sea, Nami. Aiken said, his eyes red. He had always viewed Nami as his daughter, and seeing her suffer so much made him hate his own helplessness. His words caused the tears that Nami had just managed to hold back to burst forth once again. Nami, won't you introduce us to your friends? Nojiko smiled at Raisen, her eyes shimmering with a probing light. She had clearly seen the embrace between the two moments. Raisen smiled and introduced himself. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, they are all my comrades, the heroic pirates who defeated Along. Nami laughed through her tears, her smile pure and untainted. Pirates. Hearing this sensitive term, the villagers were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Nami's heartfelt smile, all their misgivings vanished instantly. Welcome, thank you. We are so grateful to you. The villagers bowed deeply, tears brimming in their eyes, for as long as Nami could once again display such a beautiful smile and live happily without burdens. It meant everything to them. One last matter remains. Raisen stepped forward slowly to Along. Buzz. His gaze turned icy cold, and an invisible, yet overwhelming Haki of observation accompanied by mental suppression instantly enveloped Along's shattered body. Along had no time to react as his mind was forcibly destroyed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted immediately. Seize. Raisen's thoughts shifted slightly. In an instant, several deep purple radiances emanated from Along, Jiuxiaoba, and Keluobai's bodies, merging into Raisen's form. Convert. Raisen was too indifferent to examine the specific traits of these burdensome qualities, commanding the system to handle them directly. Along's trait transformed into 3 deep purple upgrade materials. The other 3 core members contributed 2 upgrade materials of equal rank. As for Xiaoba, although Raisen spared his life since he dared to follow Along in evil deeds, it was only just to seize his strength as punishment. Since Raisen showed him mercy, death was averted, but before the Overlord, mistakes must bear consequences. A total of 5 deep purple upgrade materials. This generous cache of materials was sufficient to elevate the transcendent evil spirit constitution Deep Purple to its ultimate violet tier. Upgrade. Under the astonished gazes of the villagers, the bodies of Along and the others convulsed violently. Their once robust muscles visibly atrophied rapidly, their forms deflated like burst balloons, becoming exceedingly weak. Usopp, wake him up. Raisen commanded. Leave it to me. Usopp patted his chest confidently, scooping a ladle of water from the bucket and splashing it onto Along's face. Cough, cough. Along struggled to open his eyes, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Raisen. But then, as if sensing something, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, and an unprecedented look of panic spread across his face. The life energy within him, the noble power of the fishman race, had vanished without a trace. He tried to bare his teeth, but found the genetic chain within him severed utterly unresponsive. You just said. Fishmen born with the ability to breathe through their skin are inherently superior to humans. A superior species. Raisen looked down on him with an inscrutable smile. So cold it seemed more demonic than human. With a fierce kick, Raisen propelled along like trash into the canal leading to the open sea. Splash. The icy seawater splashed. Then a scene that chilled the souls of all fishmen unfolded. The fishman leader, Along, who had once moved through water, as if on solid ground, sank straight to the bottom, like a heavy weight after falling in. Gurgle. Help. Help me. Along struggled desperately underwater, but the freezing water surged into his airway. He shockingly realized his once proud gill system had degenerated and vanished. He had even forgotten how to swim. He had become a cripple, unable to swim or breathe in the sea. How could this be? What exactly did that man take from me? Suffocated by agonizing pain and boundless terror, his reason was swallowed whole. In the bottomless darkness, his consciousness faded away. Along drowned in the very ocean he once prided himself on. At that moment, the gloomy clouds in the sky dispersed, flooding the ruined paradise with brilliant golden light. Companion Nami's equipment trait completed. Successfully acquired trait climate perception pale gold. An ethereal glow flickered before Raisen's eyes. Because the two were in sync, the integration of climate perception pale gold proceeded, without hindrance, fusing completely in an instant. Kokoshi village, once shrouded in the shadow of the evil dragon pirate crew, now brimmed with laughter and joy reborn anew. The villagers brought forth all the food and fine wine they could find. Every face radiated sincere happiness as they held an exceptionally grand feast. The oppressors who had tormented them for years, Along and his cohorts, had been utter. Long live the feast. Luffy cheered with his mouth full of meat, laughing joyously. Raisen, eat more, and tell me about it. No Kigo teased, pushing a cup of orange wine toward Raisen, her playful gaze flickering between the two. No Kigo. Nami blushed like a peach blossom, coquettishly chiding. Alright. I won't ask anymore. No Kigo laughed uncontrollably. Nami's shy and helpless demeanor amused her greatly. Some things need no words. Having borne all pressures alone since childhood, Nami rarely displayed such bashful vulnerability. It seemed this little one truly liked Raisen. No Kigo smiled with relief. To have Nami, who loathed pirates, willingly declare this group as her comrades. Entrusting Nami to Raisen was indeed a wise choice. Main courses here. Sea beast meat. The most anticipated highlight of the feast finally arrived. Sanji personally prepared the carefully cooked moo meat. This sea beast had been repeatedly controlled by the evil dragon pirate crew to obliterate villages that dared resist. Of course, Raisen would not waste this rare treasure and had it slaughtered to serve as the feast's centerpiece. In the East, sea beast meat was an exceedingly rare delicacy. Finally here, Raisen's appetite was instantly whetted. Sea kings are formidable creatures unique to the world of One Piece. One of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, commands all sea kings, and is said to possess a terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. In the endless deep sea, monstrous beings over 5,000 meters in size exist, and if these creatures join forces to stir the waves, they can easily swallow everything. Though the sea beasts of the East China Sea are smaller in size, they are still colossal compared to ordinary wild animals. The freshness of the ingredients and the elasticity of the meat have been perfectly brought out. Truly impressive, Sanji. Any ingredient in your hands can be transformed from decay into the miraculous. Raisen stuffed a large piece of roasted meat into his mouth, and sincerely exclaimed, the flavor is indeed marvelous. It possesses the tender texture of beef along with the unique delicacy and freshness of fish. Coupled with Sanji's peak culinary skills, the deliciousness of the sea beast meat is brought to the fullest. With a chef like Sanji around, enjoying sea beast meat is an unparalleled delight. Of course, for Raisen, the surging energy contained within the sea beast meat is the most crucial aspect. Sanji, a bit proud, exhaled a smoke ring, and felt quite satisfied. Finally, someone could appreciate the subtleties in his cooking. Raisen's praise was spot on, bringing a feeling akin to meeting a kindred spirit in the mountains and streams. He noticed the progress of the system panel's exoskeleton modification feature had subtly increased, and he couldn't help but smile. This truly is a special species of this world with outrageous nutritional value. Raisen calmed his mind and activated his maximized purple, extraordinary demon physique, crazily refining and absorbing the essence of the sea beast meat. He felt strength surging throughout his body and a revitalization of spirit. The reason humanity in this ocean possesses such inhuman physiques ultimately lies in the rich nutrition contained in beast meat. The energy of the sea beast meat is exaggerated to the extreme. No wonder the top-tier powerhouses can hone their physiques to such unbelievable realms, able to battle for days and nights solely relying on physical strength and domineering presence. System strengthen it. Now, with such an exceptional source of energy backing him, Raisen no longer needed to worry about his internal emptiness. He issued a command in his mind. Strengthen extraordinary demon physique, maximized purple. The upgrade was completed in an instant. A stronger sense of hunger than before struck him fiercely, but in front of the mountain of sea beast meat this was hardly a problem. Raisen once again dug in, devouring the food in front of him and completely filling the void within. After a satisfying feast, feeling a continuous surge of strength filling his limbs, Raisen once again wore a look of contentment. After his physique advanced to maximized purple, his armed color Haki also rose significantly under the influence of Child of the Sea maximized gold. Although it currently remained in maximized purple, as long as his physique broke through to light gold, the armed color would naturally advance to the next level. For ordinary people, even reaching light gold would require daily diligent training to hone an equivalent strength of armed color, but Raisen possessed the dual enhancement of Conqueror's Haki and Child of the Sea, so as long as his physique crossed the threshold, his Haki well. Nami carefully peeled an orange and handed it to Raisen, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. This is from the Belmir's Orange Grove, right? Raisen took the fruit, smiled knowingly, and placed a segment of orange flesh in his mouth, chewing slowly. So sweet, this is the best orange I have ever eaten in my life. Raisen smiled warmly, looking affectionately at the girl beside him. This fruit carries Nami's infinite affection for her adoptive mother Belmir, embodies the resilience of a girl who witnessed her mother's tragic death, yet resolutely bore the hopes of her entire village to beg the dragon, and also encompasses Nami's heartfelt intentions. Raisen needed not say anything, for Nami could understand his compassion without words. Likewise, Nami didn't require many words from Raisen. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes made her smile like a crescent moon. Today was the happiest day she had experienced since Belmir's passing. Nami, look, Luffy suddenly shouted with his mouth full of food, slurring his words. The two turned to look in his direction. What's going on? It's the nose-pick chopstick dance that Joseph taught us. Luffy and Usopp linked arms, laughing so hard they could barely stand upright with two chopsticks stuck in their nostrils, the other ends flailing near their mouths. Seeing this hilariously absurd scene, Nami finally couldn't help but break into laughter, her laughter causing her to tremble and even shed tears. Ha ha ha, this is too fun. Pirate brothers, keep dancing. Don't stop, do another one. The villagers of Cocoa West watched the two's playful performance, laughing until tears flowed. This was not merely laughter at the silly dance, it was a release of years of pent-up emotions, finally welcoming complete relief. Do it again. Luffy and Usopp leapt onto the long table amidst the jubilant atmosphere, stepping in chaotic rhythm, their comical movements making everyone roar with laughter. Joyful laughter echoed throughout the village. What are you two idiots doing? Zoro held a cup of wine, laughing heartily, while Sanji couldn't help but smile as well. Raisen clapped his hands and laughed along, his spirits soaring. This was indeed a celebration belonging to pirates. A feast should be a lively and joyous occasion. After a wild celebration, Zoro, having moved too much, reopened the wounds that had just barely closed and was unceremoniously carried by Raisen to the village clinic. Seriously, after suffering such a heavy injury, you still can't behave, running around causing trouble. If your wound hadn't opened up, were you planning to never see a doctor? Is there no proper ship doctor on your ship? The village's best doctor, Nico mumbled while stitching up the wound inflicted by Mihawk. It's just a minor injury. Just eat more meat and drink enough wine, and it will naturally be fine. Zoro stubbornly retorted. Even with beads of cold sweat on his forehead, he still gritted his teeth to endure. Ship doctor. Sounds good, but we need to find a musician first. Luffy said cheerfully while grabbing a few pieces of meat, his head poking in with a silly grin. What do you mean? Hearing their unreliable captain's words, Zoro's forehead twitched while enduring the pain of the stitches. Because a pirate must sing, Luffy declared with conviction. I'm asking why you put the musician first, you fool. Zoro roared. The doctor is obviously 100 times more important than the musician. Let Raisen decide later. Raisen says we need both the doctor and the musician. Luffy grinned silly while the revelry continued in the village. On a tranquil hillside, Nami knelt with her hands clasped in front of a tombstone. Belmare, would you be angry if you knew I became a pirate? Nami gazed at the azure sky as if she could feel her mother's caring gaze. Not far behind her, Aegean and Nokigo stood silently. No need to ask. She would definitely punch you in the head. Aegean muttered with a stern face. No, she would support you. Nokigo smiled gently, and even if she disagreed, would you listen, girl? Nokigo's smile broadened. Nami playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, just like when she used to be mischievous right under Belmer's nose as a child. Huh, you two truly are the daughters raised by that guy. Aegean couldn't help but chuckle. Live the life you want. More than obedience, Belmer would want to see you happy. Aegean looked at the tombstone with slightly moist eyes. Of course. I feel very happy right now. Nami stood up and loudly declared to the sea. She turned around, her gaze landing on the figure standing not far away. Raisen stood quietly, not disturbing her yet providing her with the most solid support. Nami knew this was Raisen's thoughtfulness, intentionally giving her time to say goodbye to her family. Raisen, let's go. Nami sweetly called out. Wait a moment, Raisen, can we talk for a bit alone? Aegean suddenly called out to Raisen. Raisen smiled knowingly and walked toward Aegean. Then we'll head back first. As Nami spoke, she instinctively used her right hand to cover the tattoo on her left arm that originally belonged to the Arlong pirates. Raisen knew she was preparing to wash away that dirty mark. Raisen nodded, watching Nami and Nokigo leave with laughter. Once the two had walked far, Raisen and Aegean stood silently on the hillside. Aegean's lips quivered, holding back for a long time. Take good care of Nami for me. He finally squeezed out a dry sentence, his voice hoarse, filled with paternal concern. I know your strength is overwhelming, but if you dare to make Nami cry, no matter where you escape to, even to the ends of the earth, I will definitely kill you. Aegean glared at Raisen with red eyes as a threat. Raisen did not respond. He simply extended his right hand and gently patted the shoulder of this man, the scarred old police officer who had done everything in his power to protect Nami during the darkest of times. Among men, some vows do not need to be spoken. A simple gesture becomes the most priceless promise. Ajian wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, finally revealing a relieved smile as he turned to walk toward the village. Raisen turned around facing Belmer's tombstone, closed his eyes, and respectfully bowed 3 times. He silently promised this great mother in his heart he would protect Nami throughout her life. He would allow that girl to soar freely and joyfully across the seas. In Belmer's wooden house, Nami held a nautical chart in her hands. The originally grotesque Arlong symbol on her left arm had now transformed into a bright pattern made of oranges and windmills. At her feet lay a heavy bundle containing tea. Nami hugged the nautical chart and looked around her familiar room, whispering, "I'm setting sail. Don't worry about everyone, they will all be fine. And Raisen is here. This time, I will draw nautical charts for my own dreams and travel around the world with Raisen and the others. That is my dream." Tears blurred her eyes once more. "So, I don't know when I can come back again. I'm leaving Belmer." Nami wiped her tears, leaving the 100 million berries on the table, turning around and resolutely walking toward the door. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly felt a gentle push from behind. That was Belmer's warmth. Nami turned her head. The room was empty, but her heart was filled with sunshine. "I'm off," Nami shouted loudly, her face blooming with a bright and hopeful smile. "Bon voyage." In the picture frame, Belmer smiled kindly at her daughter's back. At the port, villagers were energetically helping Raisen's companions load boxes of supplies onto the Going Merry enough to support the next voyage. They were also carefully transplanting Belmer's orange tree onto the deck. "Is everything ready?" Raisen looked at Sanji, who was busy beside him. "Yes, the nutritional balance is absolutely fine." Sanji's assured response made it his mission as a chef to ensure his companions were well fed during their long journey. Now the returning Raisen had an appetite larger than Luffy's, a true big eater. Sanji had specially prepared several times more ingredients than usual, but he didn't find it troublesome. Rather, he meticulously paired meals for Raisen. Because having Raisen taste his cooking was indeed a delightful pleasure. As for that green algae head Zoro, he was never able to say a single good word. Luffy only knew how to gobble down food all day, occasionally shouting delicious. Usopp spoke more, but his exaggerated tone always overstated the truth, failing to grasp the essence. Only Raisen could provide accurate and experienced feedback on aspects like color, aroma, and flavor. Every compliment hit the nail on the head for Sanji's pride as a chef. For a chef who viewed culinary art as life, such an understanding companion was a great comfort. "By the way, where's Nami?" Usopp looked around, puzzled, searching for the golden-haired girl. "She's coming. She has her own unique way of saying goodbye." A smile of understanding appeared on Raisen's face. "What? That girl Nami isn't taking a single berry with her?" In a corner of the village, Ajian was stunned to learn from Nokigo that Nami intended to leave all 100 million berries. "This is unacceptable. That is the hard-earned money that Nami painstakingly saved up." The village Dr. Nigao shouted. "She said she could still steal from the pirates at sea in the future. You all know her temperament. Once she makes up her mind, even 10 oxen couldn't pull her back." Noki sighed helplessly. Nami loved money because it was the only hope to save her hometown. However, even more than money, she loved her family here, that silly child. The ones who should be saying thank you are us. Ajian lowered his head in pain, filled with guilt. For the past 8 years they had been unable to help, leaving Nami to bear everything alone. If everyone had stood up to resist earlier, it would only have made Nami hesitant, but how could they feel at ease about this 100 million berry? Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps drew near. "She's coming." Raisen tilted his chin toward the end of the path now. The villagers turned their heads, set sail. "Hurry." Nami kept her head down, deliberately avoiding the villagers' gazes, then suddenly sprinted towards the slowly departing Going Merry. What's going on? Why is Nami running? Usopp looked bewildered. The navigator gave the order. Of course, it's time to set sail. On this ship, everything about sailing is decided by Nami. Raisen explained with a light laugh. "Exactly." Luffy echoed loudly. Zoro quickly raised the anchor, and Usopp and Sanji took their positions. "That girl. Are we not even allowed to say thank you? Is she just going to leave like this?" Ajian, who had watched Nami grow up, saw through her intentions at a glance. How can it be like this? The villagers were anxious. They had prepared to properly thank Nami and send her off. Set sail. Luffy shouted. The sails of the Merry unfurled, and the ship began to slowly leave the dock. The villagers chased after it, trying to call out to Nami. "Wait. At least let us give you a proper send-off." Someone shouted. "Nami, you can't just leave like this." Ajian yelled at the top of his lungs. "Raisen, are we really just letting her board the ship?" Sanji looked at Raisen with some concern. "What does it matter? Nami is free now." Raisen looked at the graceful figure weaving through the crowd, a smile appearing on his face. In the next moment, Nami dashed into the crowd of villagers. With the agility of a thief blue, she nimbly darted between them. The villagers couldn't stop her, and with a snap, Nami exerted herself and leaped gracefully, landing on the Going Merry, which was already several meters away from the shore. Noki watched her heart racing and called out in a hurry, but in the next moment her heart settled. "You really are not easy to deal with." Raisen sighed with a hint of indulgence, opening his arms to steadily catch the golden-haired girl who was falling. Didn't you say I'm now free and unrestrained?" Nami mischievously winked at Raisen in his embrace, then broke free and quickly ran to the railing at the stern of the ship, looking down at the villagers in the port with a whoosh. She lightly shook her clothes and countless wallets fell onto the deck like raindrops. "Everyone, take care." Nami raised a stack of cash that she had just swiped, turning around to reveal a mischievous smile of triumph. "My wallet. That pesky little girl. What a sly little thief cat." The villagers patted their empty pockets, laughing and scolding, but this scolding quickly turned into blessings. "Have a safe journey. Make sure to have fun. Thank you all." Nami's smile was radiant. If this was indeed the most suitable way for her to say goodbye. Goodbye. Nami waved her hands vigorously, her eyes squinting into crescents. I swear my little sister is such a handful. You must be happy. Noki shook her head helplessly, her eyes filled with affection. Ha. Aegean sat down heavily on the ground, looking at Nami's genuine radiant smile, unable to help but laugh out loud. You must be carefree, Nami. At the Navy headquarters Marineford, here gathered the top soldiers of the entire sea. The Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors. These 3 forces maintain the fragile balance of the world today. Although the Navy headquarters nominally teamed up with the 7 warlords to contend against the 4 emperors under the premise that the 4 emperors dominate their respective territories, the Navy headquarters is undoubtedly the largest force among the single factions. At this moment in a stern conference room, 3 brand new bounty notices were pinned to a huge blackboard. Rows of naval officers sat rigidly on both sides of the room, each bearing scars left from battles with pirates. Unlike the soldiers from the divisions, this group had been fighting with top pirates in the treacherous seas and the New World for many years, and their aura was imposing. So this group's strength has completely exceeded the response limits of the division's right. Rear Admiral Shinkaji spoke with a heavy expression. Yes. Brigadier General Branu pointed at the bounty notices on the blackboard, reporting sternly, since this group of pirates formed, their momentum has been unstoppable since defeating Division Colonel Monka. Clown Buggy bounty of 15 million berry, Creek bounty of 17 million berry, Arlong of the Arlong Pirates bounty of 20 million berry. Branu pointed to the bounty notices one by one in the East Blue, where the average bounty is only 3 million berry. These are all pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, yet they have been successively defeated by this rookie crew. Branu raised his voice especially. A brand new bounty notice was slammed heavily onto the blackboard in the most conspicuous position. The wielder of Conqueror's Haki, whose awakening has caused a huge uproar on the sea, previously reported extensively by the World Economic News. Before toppling Creek, this person even clashed with one of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye, Mihawk, showcasing their Haki. This man's threat has reached an extent that cannot be ignored. Branu spoke with a grim expression. Conqueror's Haki. The officers present held their breath, their expressions changing. Many beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. That was a kingly talent only 1 in a million could awaken. Even among their proud 3 admirals, not all possess such a gift. Anyone who awakens such power invariably becomes a dominant figure in that mysterious sea route. That's right, Major General Yamazaki nodded in agreement. What do you think, Major General Ghost Spider? Yamazaki looked at his colleague across the table. Yamazaki belonged to the moderate faction of the Navy, while Ghost Spider represented the Hawk faction. To place a bounty on a supernova with Conqueror's Haki, the approval of both factions' generals was necessary. There are no objections. This dangerous element must be eliminated as soon as possible. Ghost Spider's face darkened as he murmured. If it weren't for his important duties, he might have wanted to personally eliminate this menace in the East China Sea. In that case, let's set the bounty amount. The wanted notice was immediately dispatched worldwide. The King Raisen, no matter life or death. Bounty 100 million berries. Branu announced loudly. Additionally, his nominal captain, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Gum Gum Fruit user Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 45 million berries. Proclaimed to the world. We must extinguish this evil flame as soon as possible. In Sirabu village, but... Miss Kaya. Melly gasped as she pushed open the study door. What happened, Melly? You seem flustered. The girl looked up from a thick nautical atlas, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. She was quietly waiting for Raisen's return. Once she was well again, she wanted to follow Raisen to explore the sights of the world. Just by looking at the nautical charts, the handsome face of Raisen would sketch itself in her mind. Please, take a look at this. Melly handed over 2 wanted notices. Raisen. Upon seeing Raisen's bounty, she suddenly stood up and hurried over. Due to Colonel Mouse being killed by Raisen, the photo on the wanted notice was still the profile taken by the news agency, and the same was true for Luffy's photo. The girl walked to the window, opened it, and gazed at the magnificent distance. She pressed Raisen's bounty notice tightly against her chest. Raisen, I am waiting for the day you take me sailing. She closed her eyes, a serene smile on her lips. At the Bartai restaurant, the wanted notices for Raisen and Luffy were prominently displayed on the wall. Zep had finished with the kitchen chores and walked slowly to the deck, taking a puff of his cigarette and gazing into the distance. To get such a bounty right away. It's no wonder you chose this man. Go ahead, Sanji, and pursue your dream. Zep murmured with relief. Somewhere on an unnamed deserted island. Hey, that guy is. 2 pirates keeping watch over the sea suddenly exclaimed. He is. Another one rushed over to take a look, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. Hawkeye, what are you doing here? A group of pirates quickly surrounded Mihawk. Quiet down, I'm not here for you, red-haired is inside right. Mihawk said calmly. Captain, a pirate ran toward the depths of the island in a panic. Boss. It's Hawkeye. The pirate gasped as he shouted to the red-haired man who was rubbing his temples with one arm, missing one of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks. Yo, Mihawk, what a rare visitor, Shanks mumbled groggily, still hungover and with a slight headache. I'm not in a good mood today. What are you here to challenge me to a duel? Shanks didn't even lift his head. I have no interest in sparring with a one-armed cripple, and clearly you've had too much to drink. Mihawk said as he pulled out 2 wanted notices. In the East China Sea, I encountered that interesting kid you mentioned before. Luffy. That kid has already gotten a bounty. Upon hearing this, Shanks finally lifted his head, looking at Luffy's wanted notice, and laughed heartily. He had already known Luffy had set sail due to the news reports. However, there's another guy that piques my interest even more. Mihawk unfolded the second wanted notice. 100 million berries. Looking at the face of Raisen on the wanted notice, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this number. 100 million berries held extraordinary significance on that ultimate route. Newcomers who set sail from the four seas would gather at Sabaody Archipelago after traversing the first half of the journey. Those who first broke through the 100 million bounty and gained fame in a short time would be dubbed supernovas. This meant they had to stand out in the cruel competition of the first half of the journey and defeat countless contemporaneous strong foes. However, Raisen, before truly entering the final route, already had a first bounty of 100 million berries. This was an unprecedented feat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a thunderclap out of a clear sky. I encountered that young man, and we clashed with Conqueror's Haki. Mihawk fixed his gaze on Shanks, speaking solemnly. In terms of Haki talent, red-haired, that kid's future will likely surpass. Mihawk recalled the scene of confronting Raisen. In that young man, he saw shadows of the Pirate King Roger from years past, that absolute demeanor that dominated an era, just like the time he witnessed Roger smiling on the execution platform. Raisen stood there exuding a dazzling radiance. Oh. Upon hearing such high praise from Mihawk, Shanks' drunkenness vanished instantly, and a mesmerizing red-black light flashed in his eyes. Then I truly look forward to meeting him even more. But before that, Shanks looked at Mihawk, a smile appearing on his face. Moi. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. Drink. Today is a good day. We must celebrate to the fullest. Ha! Shanks unceremoniously pulled Mihawk over, forcefully dragging him to join the festive celebration. The king Raisen, ha! While toasting to Mihawk, a hint of profound light flashed in Shanks' eyes. To receive such praise from Hawkeye, I truly look forward to it. And Luffy too. The wanted notices for Raisen and Luffy spread across the vast sea like a whirlwind. Particularly Raisen's 100 million bounty stirred up a tremendous wave on the long quiet sea. The news agency's prior hype, coupled with the Navy's astonishing first bounty, made the king Raisen's name a legend overnight. The World Economic Journal even exaggerated the details of his confrontation with Mihawk, establishing his unparalleled reputation. He became a billion-level supernova before even entering the final voyage, and he clashed with the world's #1 swordsman. From this day on, across this vast sea, who does not know the name of the King Raisen? Meanwhile, after resolving the Cocoa West Village incident and finalizing the core crew lineup, Raisen and his companions were sailing on the Golden Mary across the Azure Sea. Their destination was Lobe Town, the town of beginning and end, also the birthplace and execution place of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, near the gateway to the final route. On the deck of the Going Merry Splash, Nami had just bought a newspaper from Newsbird, still complaining about the price increase, when she froze upon seeing 2 wanted posters fall out of the paper, her beautiful eyes wide open. Raisen. Luffy, you guys are wanted. Nami exclaimed. What? I have a bounty. Luffy, who had been sitting in the special seat at the bow, immediately jumped over, his face filled with excitement. Look. Everyone look. I have a bounty. 45 million berries. Luffy boasted about his bounty, grinning from ear to ear. For pirates, a high bounty is the best proof of strength and fame. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, a spark of competitive spirit igniting in their hearts. Since they chose this path, they naturally desired to prove themselves with bounties. Raisen's bounty is only 10 million berries. What a pity. Luffy picked up Raisen's wanted poster, grinning foolishly, clearly lacking in arithmetic skills. That's 100 million berries. What a 100 million berries. Upon hearing this staggering number, Usopp turned pale with fear. 100. Nami covered her mouth, her face slightly pale. 100 million berries, what does that even mean? The bounty of the dragon was only 20 million, and he was already a tyrant of the East Sea. In the East Sea, a bounty over 10 million is considered an extraordinary pirate. She had never heard of anyone in this sea reaching a bounty in the 100 millions. Looking at Raisen, Nami felt a wave of concern. With a bounty like that, Raisen would undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of the Navy headquarters and countless powerful pirates. 100 million berries. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Raisen's bounty was actually so much higher than his. Luffy stared at Raisen's wanted poster, though shaken, his fists involuntarily tightened, a fierce fighting spirit rising within him. He would not envy his partner, but would see it as a target to chase. He also wanted to obtain an incredibly high bounty, and would catch up to Raisen sooner or later. Finally, here, 100 million berries. Raisen took the wanted poster from Sanji's hand, and broke into a grin. As the top bounty, this number was very much to his liking. Supreme Tyrant qualification enhanced. Conqueror's Haki strength increased. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Just as he expected, the increase in bounty could enhance his kingly aura, thereby strengthening his Haki. Seeing his astonished companions, a smile spread across Raisen's face. This feeling was indeed pleasant. On the seas, a high bounty could attract even more formidable pursuers, and those who survived numerous battles and eliminations would naturally have their Haki tempered and grow stronger, which perfectly aligned with the survival of the fittest principle of the Haki system. 100 million berries. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression becoming solemn. As a former hunter, he understood the weight of this number better than anyone else. It was a rare mark of a powerful figure in that perilous sea. This signified that their future opponents would no longer be mere branch naval soldiers or local tyrants, but they would have to face the elite of the Navy headquarters and monsters of the New World directly. Zoro stretched his shoulders. Though his body still ached, he could hardly contain his urge to train. Zoro, where are you going? Luffy asked curiously. To train intensively. A resolute light flickered in Zoro's eyes. He had promised Raisen and Luffy that he would never lose again. To defeat more troublesome enemies, one must seize every moment to grow stronger. Count me in. Raisen smiled and stood up, understanding Zoro's urgency. I'm going too. I want to learn Haki. Luffy jumped up, full of fighting spirit. Raisen's bounty of 100 million completely ignited the blood within him. The kitchen work is almost done, so I will also go stretch my limbs. Sanji took a deep breath, his expression serious. Raisen and the others led him on the journey to pursue their dreams. As a chef, he also needed to contribute his strength. Alright, everyone, let's practice Haki with Raisen. Luffy threw his arms around Zoro and Sanji's shoulders. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, but looking at Luffy's fervent expression, they could only helplessly raise their fists. Oh, though a bit helpless, the eyes of both shimmered with fiery light for dreams and ambitions. And for their companions. The Going Merry carried the ambitions of these young men, cutting through the waves, speeding towards Logtown. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 dull thuds, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro again crashed against the wall of the training room, stuck and unable to move, moaning in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zoro, pull me up. Luffy cried out in a panic, his head wedged in the wall gap, his rubbery body's elasticity making it impossible for him to pull himself out. Zoro sighed helplessly, panting heavily, and after great effort managed to pull Luffy's head out. That hurts. So strong. Raisen, how did you get so much stronger again? Luffy rubbed his sore head, staring at Raisen in disbelief. You really are more unfathomable than before. Zoro agreed solemnly, his expression grave. His injuries had mostly healed, and now with the skilled cook fighting alongside him, they still stood no chance against Raisen. Getting hit directly by Haki is no joke. Sanji rubbed his bruised calf, hissing in pain, his face slightly pale. You 3 remember the feeling of being hit by Haki just now. Raisen looked at the exhausted trio, speaking in a deep voice. Ultimately, awakening Haki still relies on their own comprehension. However, Raisen's own rigorous training was not yet over. He strapped on heavy, terrifying lead weights and began intense physical training. With the enhancement of the extraordinary evil ghost body, his body was rapidly becoming tougher and more resilient at an astonishing speed. This top-tier talent, formed from Luffy's extraordinary physique and Zoro's evil ghost physique, meant that in terms of muscle and bone self-healing speed, Raisen was currently about twice as fast as Zoro. Furthermore, as Raisen's physical strength increased, this gap would continue to widen. Because the extraordinary evil ghost body also possessed absorption efficiency that surpassed Luffy's original physique. The tougher Raisen's body became, the more efficient the digestion and absorption, further accelerating the self-repair of bones and flesh, allowing him to endure the rigorous weight. This physique, its speed in tempering the body, has not slowed down with increased strength, but instead has shown a trend of accelerated explosion. Moreover, during the physical training, Raisen could also operate Child of the Sea, simultaneously constantly expanding his Haki reserves. The feeling of being able to clearly sense that one's power was skyrocketing every moment was simply irresistible. In his past life, sweat did not always equate to proportional rewards, but here, as long as one practiced diligently, they could tangibly experience the expansion of their strength. This feedback was simply too enchanting, and Raisen was completely immersed in this self-torturing training. Watching the relentless Raisen, who stood atop the EC, yet pushed himself to the brink of self-harm, Zoro gritted his teeth against the pain, grasping a massive dumbbell to resume his sword practice. In the midst of his sweat-drenched efforts, he desperately recalled the overwhelming sensation of being struck by Raisen's domineering presence, yearning to find an opportunity to awaken the power within him. What must I do to become stronger? Luffy squatted nearby, lost in thought. His companions were risking their lives in their efforts, and as the captain, he could not afford to lag behind. Regarding Haki, Luffy understood that mastering it in a short time would be exceedingly difficult. Although he was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He was clear about his own position. Among the 3 brothers, he had never been the most powerful, whether compared to Ace or Sabo. Even after consuming the devil fruit, he often fell short against Ace, who had no abilities. Moreover, at the beginning of developing the rubber fruit, his performance was appallingly poor. He struggled to even hit his enemies, and often twisted his own limbs into knots. Thus, Luffy was well aware that he was not a prodigy who grasped things easily. Since even Zoro and Sanji could not master it quickly, he too could not expect to ascend rapidly. Therefore, the only shortcut to rapidly enhance his combat power was through developing his fruit abilities, which was his only natural advantage over Raisen and Zoro. Luffy pulled at his arm and kicked his calf, his expression focused as he pondered repeatedly. Raisen, training his body nearby, caught Luffy's movements with his observation Haki. Has he already begun to ponder the forms of Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd? Raisen sighed inwardly. The reason he had not provided any guidance to Luffy before was that these 2 forms placed an immense burden on the body. In the middle of the original story, during the Enies Lobby arc, Luffy's physique could barely support the explosive power of Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. Currently, Luffy was still in the East Sea, and his physical strength was far below the minimum standard required to activate such burdensome modes. Thus, Raisen chose to watch from the sidelines, allowing Luffy to explore on his own. Developing fruit abilities was fundamentally an exploration. In the world of pirates, the basic capabilities of a fruit were relatively constant, and with the leap in the host's physical strength, they would naturally unlock higher-level applications. The only hard bottleneck was the final awakening. Letting Luffy fumble through the process would also provide him with invisible strengthening of his physique. The transformation of the devil fruit on the body was S. Take the future battle at Sabaody Archipelago for instance. Although Garp's Haki-infused attacks were incredibly fierce, overwhelming Aokiji to the point where he could barely counter with his ice, Garp, relying solely on Haki, clearly suffered from a lack of endurance and defense. Garp dealt heavy blows to Aokiji using Haki, yet Aokiji, with the extraordinary physical abilities granted by his awakened Logia powers, kept rising to re-engage in battle. In contrast, Garp, after being ambushed by Shiryu of the Rain, saw his combat power plummet dramatically. In this world, those whose physical constitution and recovery abilities were extraordinarily monstrous were all beneficiaries of devil fruits. For Raisen, who possessed the Son of the Sea trait, the strength of his physique directly determined the hardness of his Haki. Even when disregarding the defenses of Conqueror's Haki, which doesn't require a hard body, it ultimately consumes stamina as sustenance. Therefore, acquiring a powerful the supreme Haki combined with the ultimate devil fruit is the ultimate key to invincibility. Even the mightiest like Shanks and Roger, who are non-fruit users, possess unparalleled swordsmanship that fills the last gap in their combat prowess. Relying solely on a single strength will ultimately leave them at a disadvantage when facing those top-tier prodigies who have mastered both Haki and devil fruits at the end of this voyage. This gap becomes even more apparent with age and declining physical strength. Zephy's tragic downfall is a prime example. As for Smoker's smoke fruit, it is merely a stepping stone Raisen has prepared for himself. As Raisen trained his physique, he also used his Son of the Sea trait to strengthen his Haki, his expression filled with unwavering confidence. Sanji watched the intense training of Raisen and the others. This time, he did not join in, but instead quietly closed the training room door and rolled up his sleeves to head into the kitchen. Although his body was still sore, he had his own responsibilities to bear. As the cook, while his companions pushed their physical limits, he had to provide excellent nutritional meals. Of course, while washing vegetables and cutting meat, Sanji's mind constantly replayed the sensation of being hit by Raisen's Haki. He too had to become stronger. Nami leaned against the railing on the second deck, closely monitoring the sea conditions while occasionally glancing at the training room window. Most of her focus was on ensuring the stability of the Going Merry. With Raisen going all out as the navigator, she had to ensure that every route chosen was flawless. Usopp, under Nami's direction, adjusted the sails and steered the helm effectively, becoming the all-purpose helmsman of the ship. The Going Merry sped steadily across the Azure Sea. During this period of intense training and steady progress, under Nami's exceptional leadership, the outline of Lowtown finally emerged faintly on the horizon. Click. The cabin door of Laysun was quietly pushed open and a graceful figure tiptoed in. Laysun, Nami softly called, gazing at the man asleep on the bed, her eyes squinting into crescent smiles. On the day before arriving at Lowtown, Laysun had ceased his intense training and had been in deep slumber since. Through rigorous cultivation, Laysun discovered a hidden mechanism of the extraordinary evil ghost physique ultimate purple. After enduring excessive training or bloody battles that accumulate deep fatigue, prolonged deep sleep could provide excellent recovery for his physique, making it even more solid upon waking. This principle was somewhat akin to fitness in his previous life, where physical enhancement was achieved through rest and sleep. Despite Laysun possessing the extraordinary evil ghost physique, Zoro having the evil ghost physique, and Luffy having the extraordinary physique, they still needed sleep to clear the accumulated soreness and maximize their cultivation. Nami whispered almost inaudibly, her fingers gently caressing Laysun's cheek, the very spot where she had kissed him that day. Yet in the next moment her face flushed all the way to her ears. Laysun. Nami gasped, her beautiful eyes widening as they met Laysun's, which had unknowingly opened and were now smiling at her. What lovely weather it is today. I'm going out first. Nami, flustered, made up a clumsy excuse and intended to bolt away. But in the next moment, Nami exclaimed, softly caught off guard as she was lifted off her feet and drawn toward Laysun. Gazing into his face, she could even feel his warm breath making her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Are you planning to steal something, little thief? Laysun looked at her blushing face with a teasing smile filled with affection. I didn't steal anything from you. I just came to wake you up. We're about to arrive at Lowtown. Let me go. Nami squirmed in Laysun's embrace, feeling a mix of shame and annoyance trying to break free. Oh really? But I can't shake the feeling that you did indeed steal something from me just now. Laysun replied seriously, his eyes clearly filled with intent as they fixed on her flushed face. Nami was about to protest when she saw Laysun extend his finger and poke the spot on his cheek that she had just touched. You stole the warmth from here. Laysun pointed at his cheek, winking at Nami with a playful smile. You intended to wake me up that way, didn't you? Just like you did in Cocoa Village. But now you want to deny it and run away. Laysun wore a mischievous smile. I only came to wake you up, that's all. Nami stuttered, flustered, unsure how to defend herself. Caught in the act for losing herself in his sleeping face and daring to make such a bold move, Nami felt utterly speechless. However, she still attempted a last-ditch struggle. Nami, Laysun, hurry up, we're at Lowtown. Luffy's loud, unmistakable voice suddenly shattered the warmth in the cabin, startling Nami. Seeing that Laysun still had no intention of letting go, Nami felt her face was about to ignite. Due to the tragic events in Cocoa Village, she had buried her feminine modesty and delicacy deep within her heart long ago. Yet beside Laysun, she could always let her guard down and return to the innocent girl that her age warranted. So, when do you plan to return what you stole, little thief? The smile in Raisen's eyes grew even more pronounced. Hey. Feeling the warmth against her cheek, Nami, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, broke free from his embrace and hurriedly fled, leaving only Raisen's cheerful laughter behind. Nami, this girl sometimes truly possessed an irresistible cuteness. Is that Low Town? Dressed neatly, Raisin stepped onto the deck, gazing at the bustling town on the distant island. It was the birthplace and execution site of Gold. Roger the Pirate King, hence it was crowned by the world as the town of beginnings and endings. In the past, this place was notorious for its chaos. Due to its proximity to the final sea route, it was the last supply harbor for pirates before venturing into that mysterious sea. Moreover, as the site where the Pirate King's legendary life came to an end, countless desperate souls with aspirations flocked here, attempting to follow in Roger's footsteps. This led to almost daily clashes between pirates, bounty hunters, and the Navy, resulting in a particularly tumultuous security situation. However, all of this came to a halt after Marine Colonel Smoker took over the area. As a user of the smoke fruit, he was an overwhelming force in the East Sea. No pirate could escape Smoker's pursuit. In a sense, the East Sea is dubbed the weakest sea. The Golden Mary docked quickly, and Luffy exclaimed with excitement, "What a large town this is. I want to pay homage to the execution platform where the Pirate King died." Luffy announced eagerly, and before anyone could respond, he dashed into the bustling crowd shouting, "Hey, Luffy, we haven't decided where to meet yet." Usopp shouted after him, but Luffy had already vanished without a trace. Really? This guy is still so scatterbrained. Usopp sighed helplessly. "Let him go. We should gather supplies. This is our last opportunity to prepare before entering," Raisen suggested with a smile. He was unsure if Buggy's crew would seek revenge as in the original story, but Luffy's father Monkey D. Dragon must definitely be here. Even if the plot unfolded as usual with Luffy facing danger on the execution platform, Raisen was not concerned at all. After all, Dragon was watching from the shadows, and any unforeseen events would be easily resolved. Raisen had little interest in the ruins of Gold. Roger, so he let Luffy wreak havoc on his own. "I need to acquire 2 swords. Zoro pressed the scabbard at his waist. As a 3-sword style swordsman, he currently had a deficiency in his arsenal. "Buy swords. Zoro, do you have any money?" Hearing this, Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with the shrewd gleam unique to a merchant. "No." Upon mentioning money, Zoro's mouth involuntarily twitched. "I can lend you some," Nami enthusiastically recommended, and a warmth surged in Zoro's heart. It seemed that this woman wasn't as cold-hearted as she appeared, and could be considerate of her companion's difficulties. Moreover, Nami had suffered greatly for the village, and left nearly 100 million berries at home when she left. Borrowing some money for swords should not be too much. But the interest is 3 times okay. Nami's eyes almost manifested the symbol of berries. "You, this guy, your true nature hasn't changed at all." Zoro's temple throbbed with anger. "So are you going to lend it, or not? Just to be clear, once borrowed, you can't default on it." Nami linked arms with Raisen, raising her delicate chin with a sense of pride. With the grand presence of the King of the Sea behind her, she felt emboldened. Raisen found Nami's display of a small-time money grubber amusing. "I'll lend." Ultimately, Zoro had no choice but to bow to Nami's high-interest loan, gritting his teeth in agreement. "Great. Then I'll go shopping, Raisen." Nami, having successfully extracted some profit from Zoro, cheerfully bid farewell to Raisen. "Go ahead, have fun." Raisen smiled and waved. He still vividly remembered the nightmare of accompanying girls shopping from his past life. It was a chore more torturous than training, and he had no desire to repeat that. Besides, he had his own plans. "I'll go see what ingredients there are. By the way, wow, so many beautiful ladies." Sanji, who was serious just a moment ago, turned into a heart-eyed figure the next second upon seeing the charming silhouettes passing by, and quickly vanished into the crowd. "This lecherous chef." Zoro looked at Sanji's retreating figure and spat with disdain. "Raisen, I'm going to buy some wind glasses and invention material." Usopp called out and stepped into the town. "Come on, Zoro, follow me, don't get lost." Raisen turned to look at the remaining green-haired fellow. "Got it." Zoro grinned. In the Marine Headquarters Low Town Branch Colonel's office, huff, huff, huff. Thick smoke filled the entire room, obscuring the view entirely. Bang. A panicked subordinate burst into the office. "Colonel Smoker, it's bad news." A Marine soldier rushed in, pale-faced. "The headquarters has sent the latest intel. The Straw Hat crew is heading towards Low Town. Their captain, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 45 million berries." The soldier paused, sweating profusely, panic written all over his face. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew also has King Raisen with a bounty of 100 million berries. The Marine shouted with all his might, as if yelling could help dispel the tremors in his heart. 100 million berries. In his career stationed at Low Town, he had never seen such a high bounty. With such a massive bounty, even on the final route, they were undoubtedly formidable figures. 100 million. It seems they are not insignificant characters, this number. A tall figure slowly stepped out of the thick fog in the office. They have consecutively toppled the forces of Buggy the Clown and Arlong the Fishman. Moreover, King Raisen boldly killed Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. A bunch of vicious thugs. Seeing Smoker's nonchalant attitude, the Marine was anxiously stomping his feet. "What are you shouting about? Yelling and screaming has disrupted my thoughts. I failed again." Smoker grumbled irritably as he stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open to let the smoke clear. He had just been experimenting with new uses for the smoke fruit. "So what's going on?" Smoker turned around. "The headquarters means that the Straw Hat crew is expected to land in Low Town today." The Marine stood at attention with a sharp salute, but his lingering fear was evident in his eyes, cold sweat still trickling down his cheeks. 100 million berries the supernova. They are about to set foot on Lobetown's land. What are you panicking about? Since I've been stationed here, which pirates have dared to enter this town and come out unscathed? Smoker calmly pulled over his cape that bore the word justice and lit up 2 cigars. No, sir. Hearing Smoker's steady words, the Marine swallowed hard, feeling his fear of that 100 million berry pirate diminish slightly. Then stay calm, don't disrupt my rhythm. Even if it's 100 million berries in front of me, it makes no difference. Smoker confidently declared, his assurance stemming from the devil fruit he had eaten. The smoke fruit in the waters of Lobetown, near the final route's checkpoint facing newcomers from all over the seas, a Logia-type user, was practically an unbeatable monster, standing invincible. Even a supernova worth 100 million berries was merely slightly stronger prey. Report. Suspicious pirate ships spotted at the port. Please, Colonel, proceed to assist immediately. Just then another Marine hurriedly burst into the office. It must be the Straw Hat crew. They have arrived, the previous Marine exclaimed. 45 million. And 100 million. I hope these guys can at least pique my interest a bit. Smoker stepped forward, walking out the door. The price is too high. The borrowed money is simply insufficient. Zoro gazed at the famous swords displayed in the window, his lips twitching, but he was determined not to ask Nami for money again, triple the interest. If he borrowed any more, he would be working for that little money grubber for the rest of his life. But I can't just go to the Grand Line with only 1 sword. Hey Raisen, do you have any spare cash? Zoro turned his head, looking expectantly at Raisen. Money? I'm not the slightest bit interested in money. Raisen glanced at him sideways, a grin spreading across his face. So, I'm broke. Raisen shrugged, his expression candid. Oh, when I have no money, of course I'm not interested in it. Zoro covered his forehead in pain. Just then Raisen's gaze shifted to another direction, a knowing look appearing on his face. He finally found. You mustn't call Colonel Smoker a monster. That's very rude. A clear, crisp female voice admonished sternly. Stop the nonsense. Our captain was imprisoned because of that smoke. Today we will take your corpse to greet him. 2 fierce pirates were baring their teeth, intimidating the young woman before them, while she stood with her hands on her sword, adopting a defensive stance. In that case, I accept your challenge. Dasky responded seriously. Huh? What can a filthy woman like you do? The 2 pirates let out disdainful laughter. Prepare to die. They roared as they swung their steel blades at Dasky. Clang. Seeing this scene, Zoro instinctively wanted to draw his sword to help. He had always despised such bullying of the weak by the strong, but the next moment, Raisen. Zoro was taken aback as Raisen reached out a hand to hold his arm, stopping his movement. Just watch, that woman is not. Raisen's gaze was fixed on Dasky, a faint smile on his face. Zoro immediately focused his attention. He knew Raisen possessed Kinbunchika Haki and could sense the strength of his opponent through their aura. Dasky suddenly sank down, her blade unsheathing with a speed that was almost blinding, slicing through the air with a clean arc. The 2 pirates immediately fell to the ground. So powerful. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Is that Kinbunchiku? So precise. Seeing Dasky deftly dispatch her opponents, Zoro couldn't help but praise. The situation was just as Raisen had predicted. Raisen smiled without speaking, quietly observing this somewhat reckless girl. Dasky maintained a cool pose with her sword, preparing to sheath it. Ouch! Suddenly Dasky tripped over her own feet and hilariously fell face first onto the ground, landing in a rather ungraceful manner. Her glasses flew off and landed right at Raisen and Zoro's feet. Ha ha ha! Is this girl strong or just clumsy? The crowd erupted in friendly laughter. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Where did my glass? Dasky lay on the ground, blindly groping around. Here, your glasses. Raisen bent down to pick up the glasses and handed them to Dasky with a smile. Thank you so much. Dasky looked up, unable to see Raisen's face without her glasses, but still offered a grateful smile. You? The moment Zoro saw Dasky's face, his pupils constricted, his whole being struck, as if by lightning. This woman looked exactly like his deceased childhood friend and rival. Kuina? Who's that? Dasky asked, somewhat confused as she put her glasses back on. Sorry, this guy's a bit slow. Raisen interjected with a smile, maintaining a relaxed atmosphere. Zoro's lips twitched. If this were that perverted cook speaking, he would have drawn his sword by now, but since it was Raisen, he could only hold it in. After all, he hadn't even grasped Haki after so long training under Raisen. He really had no grounds to refute. Thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you. Dasky bowed repeatedly, appearing somewhat awkward and clumsy. It's just a small matter. I just picked up a pair of glasses. But, if possible, could I ask you for a small favor? Raisen looked at the adorable, absent-minded girl before him, smiling innocently. Edge. Dasky looked confused. So are you here to buy swords? Dasky led the way, guiding Raisen and Zoro through the streets of Lobetown. I actually came to pick up my sword that I had sent here for sharpening, but speaking of which, don't you already have a sword? Dasky curiously examined Zoro. He's just a sword collector by hobby. Raisen interjected before Zoro could respond, patting his shoulder with a smile. This girl Dasky was adorably naive, but in a place like East Blue, once she recognized Zoro as the 3-sword-style swordsman, it could easily expose his whereabouts. Raisen still needed this reckless girl to lead the way, so he naturally covered for Zoro. Really? You also like collecting famous swords? Dasky suddenly stopped, turning to look at Raisen, her eyes filled with amazement and excitement. Oh, do you also like famous swords? Raisen played along, pretending to be unaware, and asked with a smile, not exactly collecting. It's just that in this era many famous swords have fallen into the hands of those villainous scoundrels, the Supreme Great Blade 12 crafts, the Great Blade 21 crafts, the Good Blade 50 crafts. My dream is to reclaim all the famous swords in the world from those scoundrels. For that I would not hesitate to sack. Dasky spoke passionately, her eyes shining like the stars in the night sky when she mentioned her dream. What a commendable. Raisen looked at Dasky with a gentle smile. Really? Dasky gasped, incredulously grabbing Raisen's arm. This was the first time someone had sincerely acknowledged her ambition. Like in the past, when she mentioned her dream to others, they either laughed at her for daydreaming or mocked her, questioning how a woman could accomplish such a feat. Even her Navy colleagues, while not saying it out loud, their condescending gazes spoke volumes. Women's physiques were naturally weaker than men's. Dasky had resented her femininity countless times. Do you really think I can achieve this dream? Dasky gasped, incredulously grabbing Raisen's arm. This was the first time someone had sincerely acknowledged her ambition. Like, well, that might be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Raisen told the excited girl the truth. Who holds the world's top famous swords? Not to mention others, just the supreme great sword, Ace, once belonged to Joel D. Roger, and now its whereabouts are unknown. The Black Blade Knight is in the hands of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The Cloud Cutter is wielded by the Yonko Whitebeard, who is claimed to be the strongest man in the world. Want to take these swords back from them? Given Dasky's current strength and talent, the probability is nearly zero. Is it because I am ultimately a... Dasky's light dimmed instantly, her expression disheartened. She had thought she finally met someone who understood her, but unexpectedly the other party still underestimated her because of her gender. The insecurity of being a woman instinctively made her attribute all her doubts to her sex. Zoro looked at her, his eyes twitching again. Not only did she resemble Kana, but even her tone of speech was identical. However, Kana was clearly much wiser than this reckless girl. No, it has nothing to do with gender. Even the world's greatest swordsman would find it nearly impractical to achieve this grand ambition. Raisen's expression was solemn as he looked directly at Dasky. Even someone as strong as Mihawk would find it extremely difficult to gather all the famous swords in the world, most of which are scattered within the territories of the Yonko. But just because it seems impossible, should we not try it? There are no such rules on the sea. After all, a person's dreams will never end. Raisen slightly spread his arms and let out a hearty laugh. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Zoro's eyes. Truly, he was Raisen. Dasky stared blankly at the laughing Raisen, not knowing why, but at that moment she felt that the man before her was radiating dazzling light. That's right. I will definitely achieve my grand ambition. Dasky was inspired by Raisen's bold words and regained her spirits. Hey, watch where you're going. Just then a passerby hurriedly bumped into Dasky. I'm sorry. Dasky hurriedly tried to step back, but predictably she stepped on her own foot again. Thud. Ouch. Dasky fell solidly to the ground, rubbing her forehead and crying out. Zoro's mouth twitched again. She was truly a national treasure level fool. Raisen looked at the girl who had been full of bravado just a moment ago and was now sprawled on the ground, a mess, clearly a reckless girl. Under Dasky's lead, the three quickly arrived at a weapons shop. Boss, is my sword ready? As soon as she entered, Dasky shouted loudly, your sword. The shop owner was a man with a distinctive bulbous nose. The moment he looked up and his gaze fell on the sword at Zoro's waist, his pupils suddenly constricted. That sword is... The owner greedily stared at Zoro's waist. Boss, do you have suitable swords here? I need 2 hay race 100,000. Zoro slapped the money he borrowed from Nami onto the counter. 100,000 berries. You can't buy anything good at that price. How about this? Why don't you sell me your sword? They'll give you 200,000 berries. Then you can use this money to buy 3 swords worth 100,000 each. The owner desperately tried to negotiate, his small eyes glued to the hilt of Zoro's sword. Sell my sword. Zoro's face was filled with refusal. All right. They'll take a loss on this deal. For 100,000. No, 60,000 berries. The owner eagerly raised the price, knowing that such a divine weapon would be hard to come by again. Wait, I didn't see it clearly before. Can I take a look at that sword? Dasky's gaze was instantly attracted by the sword at Zoro's waist. Zoro didn't refuse and generously handed over the sword. That's right. This is the Wado Ikamanji, one of the supreme great swords. This is a top-tier divine weapon worth 10 million berries. Dasky exclaimed while the shop owner's face turned more unsightly than someone who had just eaten a fly. Wado Ikamanji. Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he had heard the name of this sword. Before this, he had only regarded it as a token of promise between himself and Kuna. You are hindering my business. Your sword is ready. Take it and get lost. Seeing his dreams of wealth shattered, the owner rudely threw the polished sword at Dasky. Raisen acted like the wind, catching the sword thrown by the owner with one hand. At the same time, with his other hand, he steadily supported Dasky, who was in disarray and almost fell due to the combined chaos of the Wado Ikamanji and the flying sword. Boss, with your previous eagerness to price even without this lady revealing it, this deal would hardly succeed, right? Raisen smiled at the owner with a bulbous nose, his tone teasing. Although the owner loved money, he wasn't a bad person. In the original story, he was ultimately moved by Zoro's swordsmanship and generously gifted Zoro his family Snow Walk, and even gave him the Sandai Kitetsu. Thank you. Dasky, who was embraced by Raisen, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She was very embarrassed by her clumsiness. If it weren't for this man, she would have surely fallen like a rolling gourd today. The swords in that wooden barrel in the corner are all 50,000 berries each. Go pick one for yourself. The humiliated owner muttered a couple of words pointing at the disordered wooden barrels in the corner. Here your sword. Raisen returned the unsheathed sword to Dasky. Thank you. Dasky took the beloved sword and examined it carefully, revealing a sweet smile. This owner greedy as he was truly had excellent craftsmanship. This sword should also be considered a good sword, right? Raisen responded with a smile. Yes. Its name is Shiyu. I will strive to become stronger and use it to reclaim more famous swords from those villains. Dasky nodded vigorously. Dasky was stunned in place by Raisen's sudden head pat. Raisen laughed heartily, raising his hands in an innocent gesture. The image of this confused girl wearing glasses looking determined, yet shy, made Raisen unable to resist wanting to touzle her hair. Cute. Dasky's face instantly turned bright red. She stuttered while looking at Raisen. You still see me as an... Then she puffed out her cheeks angrily. Raisen found her reaction quite amusing. This reckless girl really had a different way of thinking. This sword is... At that moment Zoro, rummaging through the wooden barrel, exclaimed as he held a sheathed katana. Let me take a look. Oh, this sword. It's unmistakable. This is the 3rd generation Ghost Slash. One of the great swords. Its predecessor, the 2nd generation Ghost Slash, was a renowned blade, and the original 1st generation Ghost Slash was an unparalleled divine weapon among the supreme, great swords. Upon seeing the famous sword, Dasky once again threw her earlier embarrassment to the winds, excitedly exclaiming, Boss, is this sword really only 5,000 berries? Impossible. It could fetch at least 1,000,000 outside. Dasky turned to the boss, whose face suddenly turned extremely dark and awkward. The demon sword Ghost Slash. Raisen gazed at Zoro, who had drawn the eerily shining 3rd generation Ghost Slash, his eyes narrowing slightly. Checking characteristics. 3rd generation Ghost Slash in contract. Demon sword. A swordsman who cannot subdue this sword will ultimately meet a tragic end. It is being drawn to a master target, Roronoa Zoro. Interesting. It seems that because of Zoro's Onijura aura characteristic, this demon sword actively initiated the process of choosing a master. This Azura aura characteristic appears to be even more unique than Raisen initially anticipated. The progress bar of the fusion loading also reflects its value. Zoro's demon body has long since completed its fusion, while the Azura aura has only just begun to load a fraction of its potential. Although it is slightly faster than the fusion with Luffy's Golden Sun God talent, the difference is negligible. This special ability absolutely rivals the treasures of top-tier golden attributes. Raisen, you've sensed it too, right? The strange aura emanating from this sword. Zoro held the 3rd generation Ghost Slash, his fingers brushing along the blade, warily looking at Raisen. Raisen replied with a smirk, Don't joke. I'm not selling this sword. Since you can see its sinister nature, you should abandon this thought immediately. All swords from the Ghost Slash lineage are cursed. No swordsman dares to use them anymore. All who have wielded the Ghost Slash have ultimately met untimely ends. The boss with a nose like a wine barrel was sweating profusely, urgently advising even those who obtained it unknowingly have vanished without a trace from this world. I actually wanted to get rid of it long ago, just having it displayed in my shop feels like it brings me misfortune. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this sword was so terrifying. Dasky fidgeted beside them. Raisen, did you just say it wants to choose me as its master? Interesting. I like it. I want this one. Zoro revealed a wild smile on his face, his eyes sparkling with a desire for challenge. Hey, stop. If something happens to you, wouldn't I become a murderer? The boss was suddenly in a panic. Although greedy, he had his limits and didn't want to be burdened with a death. Since that's the case, let's test it. Which is harder, my luck or this sword's curse? Zoro grinned widely. The one who wins must be your luck. You're a man I recognize. Raisen crossed his arms, giving an encouraging look. Zoro grinned defiantly. Without warning, threw the 3rd generation Ghost Slash into the air. With a whistling sound, the long blade spun rapidly in the air. Zoro, without a hint of hesitation, extended his bare left arm directly beneath the falling trajectory of the blade. Quick, pull your hand back. Your arm will be cut off. The boss was so frightened that his eyes nearly bulged out, sweat pouring down his face. Zoro slowly closed his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment, the chilling aura becoming increasingly intense. Then suddenly, the 3rd generation Ghost Slash smoothly grazed Zoro's outstretched arm, a large part of the blade embedding itself into the wooden floor, without resistance, leaving only the hilt trembling slightly in the air. By mere millimeters, it did not injure him at all. I want this sword. Zoro opened his eyes, the smile on his face becoming more unrestrained. The shop owner and Dasky's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale with fear from this nearly mad testing of the sword. 3rd generation Ghost Slash contract established. Roronoa Zoro recognized as the master. Now it's yours. Raisen spoke with a smile. With the system's prompt, he clearly witnessed the entire process of the Ghost Slash recognizing its master. This sword indeed harbors a brutal curse. If the wielder cannot subdue it, they will invite misfortune. Yet Zoro's Stillion awakened Azura aura became the best tool for taming the sword. In the battle of wills, the sword's evil aura was ultimately suppressed by Zoro's even more ferocious demon aura, forcing it to bow down in submission. I still need another sword. Raisen, can you sense any other good swords? Zoro drew the Ghost Slash, looking at Raisen. Wait a moment. The boss suddenly scrambled up from the ground, rushing into the back room. Shortly after, he rushed out holding another sword, a black lacquered scabbard. The blade pattern is chaotic. This is one of the 50 great sword Snow Walk. This is the treasure I have hidden in my shop. The boss drew the blade, solemnly presenting it. I can't afford it. As I said earlier, I only have 100,000 berries on me. Zoro shook his head. Although he loved swords, he also had his dignity and would never take someone else's gift for free. I don't want your money. This Snow Walk and the 3rd generation Ghost Slash are both yours without charge. Consider it my apology for deceiving you earlier. I haven't seen anyone with the true spirit of a swordsman in a long time. Since even a demon's sword recognizes you, then good luck. The boss's face lit up with a sincere smile, one that belonged to a swordsmith respecting a strong warrior. Since that's the case, then I'll gladly accept it. Zoro finally showed a hint of warmth on his face as he accepted Snow Walk. Thus the puzzle of the 3-sword style was completely assembled. I'm still trembling. You two are truly incredible. Daski wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, looking at the two men with trepidation. One dared to gamble his life with his arm, while the other stood by, seemingly certain from the beginning that the sword would not harm Zoro. By the way, your name is Raisen, right? Same name as the king Raisen, with a bounty of 100 million. Daski observed Raisen muttering with some confusion. Zoro's eye twitched. This is bad. Raisen's plan might get messed up by this confused girl. But it should just be a coincidence, right? Someone as gentle as you could never be that kind of ruthless pirate. Daski quickly found her own reasonable explanation, smiling and waving her hand. Phew. Zoro silently let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully this girl's mind doesn't work in complex ways. Come, let me help you up. Actually, there's a small favor I need to ask of you. Raisen smiled and extended his hand to pull Daski. Is there something else? As long as it's within my ability. Daski nodded, earnestly filled with gratitude, as Raisen was the first person to truly acknowledge her dreams. Can you take me to meet your highest officer, Colonel Smoker? Raisen asked with a smile. Is there something going on? Daski blinked, perplexed. There are some personal matters that I need to discuss with him. Raisen winked mysteriously. Given his current observation Haki range, he couldn't immediately cover the entire road town to search for Smoker's whereabouts, so having an acquaintance guide him would clearly save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Alright then, follow me. Daski agreed without much thought. Everyone follow me to the execution platform immediately. Smoker issued the command coldly. He usually paid little attention to information beyond the EC and had not even closely examined the accompanying images in the World Economic News earlier. In the EC there were no names worth remembering until he saw the bounty notice, which made him suddenly realize that he had not only crossed paths with the Straw Hat, but had also pointed him in a direction. Ironically, it was the execution platform where the Pirate King had died. Colonel Smoker. Someone said they wanted to discuss matters with you. At that moment a crisp female voice interrupted his thoughts. Smoker turned around, and upon seeing the person approaching his pupils suddenly narrowed to the size of pinheads. Heavenly King Raisen. At that moment a crisp female voice interrupted his thoughts. Smoker turned around, and upon seeing the person approaching his pupils suddenly narrowed to the size of pinheads. Smoker's characteristics: Smoke Fruit Ultimate Purple Awakening, not yet. Smoke Fruit Ultimate Purple Awakening, not yet. A smoke man, who can convert any part of his body into smoke for attacks. Upon awakening, he can permanently alter the climate of a localized area, and can achieve astonishing recovery speed through harnessing the altered climate dark gold level effect. Raisen gazed at the system panel before him, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Smoker's current combat strength relied almost entirely on this smoke fruit, thus only this characteristic was displayed on the panel. As expected, it was a rather mediocre natural fruit. Despite being naturally immune to physical attacks, its upper limit was merely ultimate purple. Moreover, even if it awakened without relying on Haki or other powers, simply augmenting with fruit abilities could only provide enhancements equivalent to dark gold level traits. However, glancing at the system's description of the awakened smoke fruit, Raisen's eyes flickered with understanding. It turned out that the awakening characteristic of natural fruits ultimately involved permanently altering the climate of a localized area. In the original work, Aokiji and Akainu battled for 10 days and nights over the position of Marine Admiral, permanently transforming the island into a hell of half ice and snow and half maw. However, merely changing the weather does not seem to provide a significant direct enhancement to combat strength. The true terror of natural fruit awakening lies in the ability of the user to continuously absorb energy of the same attribute in the altered climatic environment, obtaining nearly endless stamina. At the same time, the power of the fruit itself would also experience a tremendous increase. In the world of One Piece, the importance of stamina is self-evident. Whether it is Haki or fruit abilities, they all require stamina as fuel. No wonder Aokiji and Akainu could fight tirelessly for 10 days and nights, because they were continuously replenishing their consumption by harnessing the awakened elemental environment. After consuming the natural fruit, the body itself becomes elemental. Smoker, having eaten the smoke fruit, possesses an absolute home field advantage in a smoke-filled environment, allowing him to recover rapidly using the surrounding smoke, thereby possessing an exceptional endurance. Not only that, but the lethality of his attacks would also rise sharply, reaching the true pinnacle of this fruit. No wonder in the perception of the world Zoan type, especially the rare mythical beasts, are considered to enhance physical strength and recovery the most. Yet the stamina monsters at the bottom of the pyramid are often top-tier natural type powerhouses like Akainu. Raisen gazed at Smoker, a hint of greedy red glinting deep in his eyes. This smoke fruit, I want it. Heavenly King Raisen. Colonel Smoker, you must be mistaken. They just share the same name. Mr. Raisen is a very Daski instinctively retorted, but as she spoke her thoughts suddenly stalled. Wait. Something seems off. Colonel Smoker had called out Raisen's name before she even introduced him. But Layson seemed so kind, how could he be that notorious wanted criminal? Just a coincidence, right? You fool. Smoker finally roared in exasperation. He knew Dasky could be a bit slow, but he never imagined she could be this dense. You really are Heavenly King Layson. Dasky looked at Layson with some confusion. Her severe myopia combined with her singular focus on sword training meant she couldn't remember the faces on the bounty notices. That's right, it's me. Layson admitted generously. Dasky's mind went blank at once. What are you hesitating for, silly woman? Step back. This guy is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. And that guy you're Roronoa Zoro, aren't you? Smoker yelled at Dasky while casting a wary glance at Zoro. 100 million. This figure made the sailors behind Smoker break out in cold sweat. A pirate with a bounty over a... They nervously stared at Layson, their hands gripping their guns, trembling uncontrollably. Are you the rebellious rogue who disrespects swords and hunts pirates solely for the bounty? Dasky snapped back to reality, incredulously questioning Zoro. Layson was the first person to genuinely affirm her dreams, while the other was the outstanding swordsman recognized by the demon sword Yato. She had once admired him, but in an instant one had become a notorious pirate, while the other was the pirate hunter she deeply despised. Heavenly King Layson. Roronoa Zoro. You both are noteworthy figures. Surely you wouldn't be despicable enough to use a woman as a shield. Seeing Dasky at a loss, Smoker cursed under his breath, attempting to drive the two away with words. That reckless woman was too close to them. Even though he was a nature-type ability user, he had no absolute confidence in safely rescuing her before she acted. In my eyes, there is no woman, only a warrior wielding a sword. Layson looked at Dasky and smiled. What Dasky needed was recognition and importance. Wasting her time in the comfortable Eastern Sea would only reduce her dreams to empty talk. Since that was the case, he didn't mind adding fuel to this girl's dreams. I can fight too. Hearing Layson's words, Dasky gritted her teeth and broke free from the chaos. She was drawn and pointed diagonally at the ground. Layson, Roronoa Zoro, I am going to arrest you. Dasky shouted loudly. Layson's earlier words had quietly touched the softest part of her heart. Only she knew how much she hated being belittled because of her identity as a woman. A woman could never become a great swordsman. A woman's physical strength was inherently lacking. A woman's dreams were nothing but fantasies. She had heard such words far too often. Only Layson not only recognized her aspirations, but also regarded her as an equal swordsman. This impartial treatment was what Dasky longed for the most. But precisely because of this, she was even more determined to send Layson to prison and make him change his ways. The Shiyu in Dasky's hand tore through the air, carving a beautiful arc as it fiercely slashed toward Layson. Yet Dasky only felt a blur before her eyes, and Layson's figure had vanished into thin air. A gentle but precise palm strike landed on her neck, causing Dasky's delicate body to go soft and collapse. Seeing Layson's movement, Smoker's eyes twitched violently. That instantaneous movement technique was undoubtedly one of the 6 powers of the Navy headquarters, known as Soru. As a student of Black Arms, Zephyr, Smoker was all too familiar with the 6 powers. Correct, it is indeed Soru. Layson smiled calmly. Although the silent step trait of Baiji Kuro had been refined, the feeling of high-speed movement was already deeply ingrained in his mind. The principle of Soru involved stepping on the ground dozens of times in a short time to generate explosive recoil. With his current physical strength, it was a breeze to execute. After enhancing his extraordinary demon physique to its peak purple state, his body had long surpassed common sense. During these days of sailing, he had completely mastered Soru. Smoker's face darkened and thick, white smoke suddenly spewed from his shoulder as both of his hands turned elemental. White vine. Smoker roared angrily, and 2 arms made of rolling thick smoke shot out, coiling towards Layson and Zoro like serpents. Is this the feeling of a nature-type ability? Layson allowed the smoke to envelop him, intrigued by the experience. How marvelous his body could completely transform into a substance that could not be touched physically. This guy's techniques are even more troublesome than Buggy's splitting ability. Zoro looked at the smoke, finding him, his expression stoic. Buggy's splitting ability merely immunized against slashing attacks, punches and heavy blows still worked. But a nature type could be immune to ordinary physical damage. As Layson said, without mastering Haki, facing a nature type would inevitably be full of restraint. Layson, Zoro, your journey ends here, Smoker declared confidently. Moreover, you actually used that woman's... Smoker glanced at Dasky, who lay on the ground weak and struggling, but unable to get up, his expression growing increasingly grim. Women. So annoying. Layson retracted his smile and coldly stared at Smoker. I told you I only see swordsmen regardless of gender. On this sea to point fingers at a swordsman who risks their life in pursuit of dreams. You are too disrespectful, Smoker. Do you truly understand her determination? You are clearly denying her aspirations. Layson's voice was calm, but the red glow in his eyes had crystallized to the extreme. Hearing this, Dasky, who was trying to get up, felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, tears welling in her eyes. Why was the person who understood her heart the most in this world a pirate? And you can't seriously think that just by eating a nature-type fruit you become invincible, can you? You weakling who only knows how to rely on fruit abilities. And you can't seriously think that just by eating a nature-type fruit you become invincible, can you? You weakling. The red glow in Layson's eyes suddenly materialized, and a thick stream of physical energy surged from him, sweeping out like a tsunami. Crack. The solidified Conqueror's Haki transformed into arcs of crimson lightning, flickering and jumping wild. Splash. The surrounding marine soldiers armed with guns didn't even have time to scream before they rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Before a king the weak do not even have the qualification to stand, let alone look directly. Damn. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker looked at the raging crimson lightning around him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The white vine smoke that had tightly bound Raisen and Zoro instantly collapsed under the impact of the wild energy. Raisen's already formidable Conqueror's Haki, enhanced by the Child of the Sea trait, had already vaguely acquired the destructive physical power to interfere with reality. Dispersing the smoke was naturally effortless. Of course, Raisen's Haki had not yet evolved to the golden level, so it couldn't directly obliterate an opponent of Smoker's caliber merely with momentum. But achieving short-term suppression and paralysis was a piece of cake. And that moment of pause was already enough for Raisen. Smoker's pupils suddenly constricted. A heavy punch glinting with a dark metallic sheen was infinitely magnified. Accompanied by a dull cracking sound, Smoker's body flew backward like a meteor, smashing into the hard floor and creating a deep pit. Spiderweb-like cracks crazily spread along the edges of the pit. Armament Haki. Smoker awkwardly crawled up from the rubble, shaking his dazed head, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Armament Haki. And its toughness was simply unfathomable. Just one punch had severely injured him. Having taken a heavy blow accompanied by Armament Haki, Smoker felt his entire body stiffen, and even his blood circulation became sluggish. It's been a long time since anyone's beaten you up, hasn't it, Smoker? Raisen looked down at the man in the rubble with a contemptuous gaze. Has anyone ever warned you not to rely too much? This guy claims to be a student of Zephyr, yet he hasn't even learned Haki. Could he be trying to imitate the fighting style of Kizaru? But Kizaru wields the top-tier Logia-type Pika Pika no Mi, while the smoke fruit is merely at the bottom of the Logia hierarchy. Attempting to follow in his footsteps is nothing short of a daydream. Over-reliance on the fruit's abilities will severely hinder the awakening of Haki, for what Haki requires is pure self-will and determination. If one entrusts even the control of their own body to the fruit, what talk is there of extending one's will? No wonder Smoker has stagnated in strength after lingering in the comfortable East Blue. Just then the recently awakened Tashigi struggled to sit up, propped up by the rain. Seeing the invincible Smoker being knocked away by Raisen with a single punch, her worldview shattered. It was the first time she had ever seen Smoker injured. Isn't the Logia type supposed to be immune to all damage? Why could that man hit the smoke? Haki. What kind of power? Listening to Raisen's cold ridicule, Smoker's face turned grim. That tone was exactly the same as when Zephyr scolded him. Indeed, he had become overly reliant on the smoke fruit, but before this, he never felt that there was anything wrong with it. In the East Blue, the Logia type is synonymous with invincibility. Even in the Navy headquarters, the Logia type is an extremely rare fighting force. The current 3 admirals are all Logia users, hailed as the strongest generation in Navy history. What's wrong with focusing on developing the Logia fruit? Smoker clenched his teeth, trying to turn the tide and fight back. However, when he instinctively reached for the sea prism stone handcuffs at his back, he found nothing. Shaking his still dizzy head vigorously, he finally realized that his weapon had somehow fallen into Raisen's hands. Even the weapon is the sea prism stone targeted at devil fruit users. Knowing full well that the Logia type has a fatal weakness, yet still focusing solely on fruit development, I can't tell if you're stubborn or foolish. Raisen examined the sea prism stone handcuffs and casually tossed them to Zoro. With this, you should be able to hit him, right? Zoro caught it steadily, a vicious grin spreading across his face. No need for that. I initially wanted to play it safe by having you back me up, but I didn't expect him to be nothing more than a weakling with a facade of a Logia user. Raisen shook his head. He had called Zoro over initially to seize the sea prism stone for defense, but after engaging in combat, he realized that Smoker from the Logtown era relied on the fruit far more than he had imagined. If it were those top-tier Logia users with extremely high development and destructive capabilities, even with Raisen's mastery of Haki, winning would require considerable effort. However, the smoke fruit has almost no direct lethality and leans more towards support and restraint. Against an opponent like Raisen, who possesses both martial arts and Haki, Smoker had no chance of winning. Don't underestimate others too much. Smoker let out a furious roar, attempting to activate his powers once more. Yet under the dual suppression of the residual might of Conqueror's Haki and the overwhelming force of Armament Haki, his body could not keep up with the commands in his mind. The speed of his elementalization showed a clear lag, and against an opponent like Raisen, such lag is fatal. Whoosh. Once again, a shadow of a black fist appeared. Bang. Accompanied by a solid uppercut, Smoker's jaw instantly warped, and he rolled his eyes back before collapsing unconscious. A deep purple rainbow light, visible only to Raisen, detached from Smoker and flowed directly into Raisen's body. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under Tashigi's incredulous gaze, Smoker's originally robust body rapidly shriveled in a bizarre manner. In just a few breaths, he appeared as if all his life force had been drained away, resembling a withered tree. The characteristics of the devil fruit belong to the category of power-type traits in the system. It contains not only the extraordinary abilities themselves, but also the physique strength and even willpower accumulated by the previous user through their development and application. All of this was completely siphoned away by Raisen. Along with the integration of the smoke fruit's traits, Raisen's mind also surfaced many deeper mysteries regarding the devil fruit due to the system's feedback. He finally understood why he could seize the devil fruit without facing backlash. Just as Vegapunk revealed in the original work, the devil fruit is the manifestation of human wishes and obsessions from ancient times. Humanity possesses endless desires, and in the distant past someone once wished, if only I could transform into thunder. If only my body could split apart and be unafraid of blades and strikes. If only I could transform into the mythical beasts of legends. These myriad wishes ultimately gave birth to all sorts of devil fruits. Those who yearned for thunder birthed the Goro Goro no Mi, those who desired to be unafraid of cuts birthed the Bari Bari no Mi, those who longed for mythical beasts birthed the rare zone-type fruits. As long as there are individuals in the world who hold such obsessions, the corresponding devil fruits will not perish. However, this obviously goes against the natural laws of life, evolution being an extreme, unnatural product. This kind of heretical existence that contravenes natural laws naturally incurs the wrath of the mother of the earth, which is the sea. Therefore, anyone who consumes a devil fruit and becomes a user will be rejected by the sea, turning into a landlocked duck unable to swim. Yet Raisen through the system transformed the abilities of the devil fruit into H. Moreover, after obtaining the smoke fruit, the system feedback pointed out a significant drawback of the devil fruit itself. The obsession deeply rooted within the fruit as the user continuously seeks to enhance it for awakening inevitably leads to a psychological dependence on this power. Greed and dependence have always coexisted. It is no wonder that Zifo once warned Kazura not to overly rely on the abilities of the Pika Pika no Mi. If one becomes too immersed in the conveniences brought by the fruit, even developing a reliance on it, it will hinder the honing of their Haki. Haki, whether it be the observation Haki that represents the ultimate extension of the senses, the armament Haki that allows one to touch the entities of the nature type, or the Supreme Conqueror's Haki ultimately reflects one's spiritual power. It requires absolute confidence as its bedrock. Losing this confidence causes Haki to falter, rendering it unusable. Moria, who was defeated by Kaido and lost all his ko. After absorbing the smoke fruit and obtaining this secret information, Raisen's mental puzzle became clearer. In this world, the top-tier devil fruits can be classified as golden traits even without relying on Haki, as their pure power after awakening signifies a threshold of Vice Admiral level combat strength. Unfortunately, such godly fruits are exceedingly rare. The average nature type, like the smoke fruit, barely reaches the dark gold level below Vice Admiral after awakening. However, the thunder fruit is absolutely a presence at the pinnacle. Once awakened, the sheer might of thunder can place one in the realm of admirals. Records indicate that the thunder fruit's destructive power is second only to a Kindness magma fruit among all nature types. If combined with the binding of Conqueror's Haki, its combat potential would reach an extremely terrifying level. Furthermore, the thunder fruit has an additional unique utility. It can synergize with Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. Each mythical zone, fire, thunder, all these disaster powers are manipulated by the Azure Dragon. Kaido's technique, Raime Bagua, uses lightning to enhance himself, gaining a speed so great that it becomes difficult even to foresee the future. The thunder fruit along with other elemental fruits can be refined through the system's attributes, perfectly merging into the Azure Dragon fruit, allowing the disaster powers controlled by the Azure Dragon to reach unprecedented heights and unleash destructive capabilities beyond the ordinary. Even the original Azure Dragon fruit is sufficient for Kaido to dominate a territory, being revered as the embodiment of disaster. If augmented with a top-tier nature-type fruit, what astonishing power would that yield? Raisen was already eager to witness that day. He gathered his palms, feeling the faint light flowing in his palms. The physical abilities contained within the smoke fruit Pinnacle Purple have been completely absorbed, enhancing the extraordinary demon physique Pinnacle Purple. The harvest does not end here. Another prompt sound echoed in his ears. When he forcibly took the devil fruit traits, the physical abilities contained within the fruit would also be absorbed and automatically assimilated by him. The physical abilities taken from Smoker directly caused his extraordinary demon physique progress bar to surge, significantly equivalent to saving a portion of top-tier purple upgrade material. Smoker usually trains his fruit abilities to elementalize his body, and during this process his physique was also tempered, allowing him to achieve the top-level purple standard. But now all these training results belong to Raisen. The Child of the Sea golden trait is now effective, enhancing the strength of armament Haki. The effect of the training accelerator was triggered again, pushing his armament Haki strength even further. In Daisuke's dazed gaze, Raisen's hands suddenly transformed into two swirling masses of white smoke. Smoke! Smoke! This is Colonel Smoker's ability. Why do you? Daisuke stammered, retreating in horror. No matter how many times you watch it, your ability to seize everything from others sends chills down one's spine. Raisen. Soren leaned against the wall, watching Raisen's arms dissipate into mist, shaking his head. Although he jested, cold sweat trickled from his forehead. Fortunately, Raisen is a comrade. Such means that can reduce a person to a mere waste truly instills fear in anyone with a resolute mind. This ability is indeed quite convenient. Raisen waved his hand, experiencing elemental transformation for the first time, feeling quite novel. Just as Sabo could quickly adapt after consuming the flame fruit, the powers of a devil fruit do not require mental effort to learn. Before awakening, its strength depends mainly on the user's physical capabilities, for once consumed you inherently become that material. Manipulating it is as instinctive as moving an arm with no barriers whatsoever. With the ability in hand, it's time to withdraw. Raisen dissipated the smoke and turned to Soren, saying, "Understood." Soren tossed aside the sea prism stone and stepped forward. "Stop." Daisy's anguished voice sounded from behind. Why commit such evil deeds? You are clear. I can sense that you weren't lying just now. You truly acknowledge my dreams. You respect me, treating me as an equal swordsman, not viewing me as a physically weak woman. Yet you killed Colonel Mouse of the 16 branch. And now you are committing such cruel acts against Colonel Smoker. Why? Why do these bad things? Tears welled in Daisy's eyes as she questioned in despair the first man to recognize her aspirations and regard her as an equal swordsman, yet he was a thoroughly wicked pirate. Bad things, say. Raisen stopped in his tracks, turning to look at the tear-streaked girl. Regarding good and evil. I need not explain anything to anyone. Just remember this: you have your grand vision, and I have my ambition. Raisen slightly turned his body, a wild smile on his face. He couldn't be bothered to explain Colonel Mouse's insatiable greed, nor to expose the hypocrisy of the so-called justice under the celestial dragons. Why should a king justify himself to mortals? Ambition. Daisy stood frozen. That's right. From this moment on I shall stand above the heavens. Raisen let out a bold, resounding laugh. Boom. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds rolled in, and a fierce wind rose. It seems we really— Raisen glanced at the sky, sensing the unusual wind, understanding in his heart. This was the handiwork of Luffy's elusive father, the revolutionary dragon. I refuse. You are merely grasping at straws. Daisy faced the wind, glaring intensely at Raisen's back, tears streaming down her face. Then, become even stronger than now, since you are a swordsman. Solve it the swordsman's way, whether I am good or evil. What kind of person I am. Just follow behind, and see with your own eyes. Daisy. Raisen waved his hand, without looking back, disappearing into the tempest along with Soren's figure. I will definitely, personally arrest you. Raisen. Daisy cried out desperately against the storm, her voice filled with reckless determination. He'll be waiting for you. Ha ha. Raisen's wild laughter pierced through the layers of wind and rain, gradually fading away. Wah. Looks like you can't move now, can you? Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy stood on the execution platform, letting out a series of triumphant laughs. Do you have any idea how much effort I went through to reassemble the scattered parts of your body? You damn bastard. Buggy's face twisted in rage, gritting his teeth as he vented his long-held grievances. Damn it, I can't pull it out. Luffy struggled desperately, his hands and neck tightly locked in the wooden stocks of the execution platform. Watch closely, my thousands of subordinates. The grand public execution is about to commence. Buggy loudly announced to the townsfolk gathered by his subordinates in the square. Monkey D. Luffy. You should feel honored. To die in the same place as the pirate king of old. Huh. Buggy mockingly taunted Luffy's desperate struggles. Luffy ignored Buggy's provocations, still pulling at the stocks. Monkey D. Luffy. Considering the heinous crime of provoking me, I hereby impose a grand execution. Let the festivities begin. Buggy waved his hand, and the members of the Buggy Pirates erupted in raucous cheers. Wow, how cool. This is my first time witnessing an execution live. Luffy looked at Buggy's crew celebrating, and suddenly smiled, revealing a look of amusement. But you're the one being executed. Buggy turned red with anger, transforming into a furious state, fangs bared. Me. Luffy's smile froze, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Edge. What are you joking about? Luffy's eyes bulged as he returned the furious expression, shouting back. You're the one who's joking. Buggy yelled in exasperation. This crazy kid. Always igniting his anger in the most absurd ways. The grand public execution officially begins. Buggy turned around, loudly pronouncing judgment to the crowd below. No. Help. Save me. Luffy finally realized the danger of his situation and began to wail desperately. Yaha. Hearing Luffy's cries, Buggy felt a wave of satisfaction, letting out a triumphant laugh. This is how an execution how much he had suffered to reach this moment. This was the beautiful melody he most wanted to hear. Gradually Luffy grew tired from crying, his voice weakening. I'm sorry. I want dare again. Please let me go. Luffy mumbled dejectedly. Only a fool would let you go? You idiot. Buggy was once again enraged. Even when facing death, he still said such childish things. However, do you have any last words? It's rare to have so many listeners today. Buggy raised an eyebrow mockingly, hoping to hear more pleas for mercy from this rubber boy. Luffy lifted his head and surveyed the square below. Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, you are going to die today anyway. Seeing Luffy fall silent, Buggy spat in annoyance. Luffy slowly began to speak. Oh. Buggy leaned in to listen. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy used all his strength to let out a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the square. The onlookers below suddenly fell into a deathly silence. He just said he wants to be the Pirate King. And he said it right here on the execution platform of this town. What an audacious fellow. It's time to send you on your way, rubber brat. Buggy sneered, raising his shiny long knife high. Hey, stop it. Two angry shouts rang out from the edge of the square as Luffy's face broke into uncontrollable joy upon hearing familiar voices. Zoro, Sanji, and Raisen. What's with that pathetic look? There should be limits to jokes, Luffy. Zoro tied the green scarf around his forehead, casting a disdainful glance at Luffy on the stage. If it's a grand performance, mind if I join in? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, a nonchalant smile on his face. Buggy, you really have a short memory. Raisen stepped forward, hands in his pockets, a chilling curve appearing on his face, looking at Buggy on the stage, with only one thought in his mind. Thanks to your peculiarities, I've become so much stronger, truly appreciated. Back in Orange Town, his only reliable means of powerful output was the Conqueror's Haki. Faced with Buggy's comical splitting ability, he was somewhat at a loss, and had to let Luffy the worker take the lead while he waited for an opportunity to seize the Son of the Sea. But now, the tables have turned. Raisin's cold gaze locked onto Buggy, red glints flickering deep in his eyes. Raisen, long time no see. Buggy sneered from a height. Raisen, that King Raisen, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Wise, that's him. He looks exactly like the bounty poster. Upon hearing Buggy call out Raisin's name, the townspeople in the square immediately fell into a chaotic panic, some trembling, as they pulled out Raisin's wanted poster for comparison, their faces turning pale as they realized the truth, with some even kneeling in the rain, terrified of the 100 million berry notorious demon. Damn it, even King Raisen has shown up. This is a pirate worth over 100 million. A marine officer dressed in a justice coat had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had long surrounded the square, originally planning to reap the benefits once the clown Buggy and Straw Hat Luffy were both defeated, but now with King Raisin's involvement the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Haven't we contacted Captain Smoker yet? A pirate worth over 100 million is not something we can handle. The officer barked sharply at the messenger beside him. Captain Smoker's transponder snail is still unreachable. The messenger was also drenched in sweat, fearfully looking at the man who seemed to control the entire atmosphere despite standing at the edge. King Raisen, is this the pressure of a powerhouse worth over 100 million? So terrifying. Just standing there makes one unable to entertain thoughts of resistance, only wanting to flee. Raisen, don't think your Conqueror's Haki can save this brat. It's already too late. My subordinates indeed cannot withstand your aura, but I can. As long as this rubber idiot dies, the strongest on your ship will be just Roronoa Zoro, and my splitting ability is more than enough to handle a swordsman without Haki. Buggy laughed smugly, swinging his raised long knife down fiercely. As long as I take down these pirates right. Chop down the execution platform. Sanji and Zoro sprang into action, simultaneously rushing toward the execution platform like arrows released from a bow, while the members of Buggy's pirate crew immediately shrieked and rushed to form a barrier with their bodies. It seems your Haki has no effect on me. You're at a loss now, Raisen. Seeing Raisen, even lazy to release his Haki, Buggy let out a reckless laugh. The knife's edge was already mere inches from Luffy's neck. Just before the long knife was about to fall, Luffy looked down at his companions and suddenly broke into a smile. That smile was incredibly radiant, showing no hint of fear in the face of death. Sorry everyone. I'm going to die. He's actually smiling. The townspeople who had been fleeing in all directions stood frozen in place upon witnessing this. By man. In an instant, a cold whisper resonated throughout the square. Whoosh. Raisin's arms unexpectedly transformed into rolling white smoke, shooting out at a speed beyond human perception, instantly becoming a giant smoke python that tightly coiled around Buggy on the execution platform. I didn't permit you to die, Luffy. Raisen spoke calmly. Raisen, you ate a devil fruit. Bound by smoke, Buggy didn't have time to struggle as Luffy had already noticed Raisin's arms turning into mist, exclaiming in surprise, "White blow snow." Raisen narrowed his eyes, the power of the smoke fruit erupting once more from the smoke wrapping around Buggy. Countless slender, smoke tendrils suddenly emerged, spreading around as if they had a will of their own, instantly binding all the members of Buggy's pirate crew surrounding the execution platform. Ugh. As the thick smoke gathered, the captured pirates were all gagged, their faces quickly turning red as they emitted painful muffled groans. Although the smoke fruit is the weakest among the Logia types in terms of destructive power, it possesses an extremely insidious ability to directly deprive the oxygen within its range through high concentrations of smoke, leading to suffocation and death. For ordinary pirates without Haki, once trapped in the smoke, their only fate is suffocation. Even the weakest Logia type still bears the name of a near deity in the East Blue. What is happening? Sanji kicked a random lowlife away, stunned as he looked at the white scene before him. The ability of the Logia smoke fruit. This is the power Raisen just acquired. Zoro sheathed his just-drawn sword, looking at the swirling white smoke with a complex expression. So strong. Previously, when Raisen defeated Smoker, his speed was so fast that Zoro had not fully grasped the troublesome nature of this power. But now, witnessing it firsthand, he understood that without mastering Haki, one would be at the mercy of the Logia, with even the right to breathe being stripped away. The Logia truly possesses cheating-like abilities. Moreover, hearing Raisen say that the smoke fruit is among the weakest in the Logia category, what kind of catastrophic scenes would the powers of wind, thunder, and fire bring? Zoro took a deep breath and tightly gripped Enma. It can't be delayed any longer. The training of Haki must be prioritized with the fastest speed. The Logia ability. No, isn't that Captain Smoker's ability stationed here? Why is it in your hand? Buggy, trapped in the white smoke, let out an almost horrified scream. He couldn't even perform the action of splitting his body. As a former apprentice crew member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy was well aware of the terror embodied by the Logia-type abilities. Without Haki, Logia users were indeed invincible. However, what terrified him even more was the source of this power. That white smoke was unmistakably the signature of Admiral Smoker in the East Sea. Why would Raisen possess this technique? What do you think? Raisen looked down at him with a mocking smile on his face, which to Buggy felt like the whisper of a demon. Cold sweat soaked Buggy's back, and the terror in his eyes was impossible to hide. You can take someone else's devil fruit. Buggy swallowed hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. There was only one possibility. This kind of heavenly defying technique. He seemed to have heard vague rumors about it from Captain Roger in the past. Buggy's face turned pale as he looked at Raisen approaching, as if he were gazing at the most oppressive embodiment in this world. Who knows? Raisen had no intention of clarifying his doubts, merely curling his lips in a non-committal manner. The posture of a king enhances, increasing the intensity of Conqueror's Haki. As expected, using overwhelming power to intimidate the enemy could also trigger Haki feedback. Raisen enjoyed the overflowing fear in Buggy's eyes, wearing a proud and domineering smile. The taste of dominating everything was truly delightful. Then under Buggy's horrified gaze, the white smoke poured directly into his mouth and nose. In the suffocating feeling of oxygen deprivation, the infamous clown of the EC Buggy rolled his eyes and fainted helplessly. Smoke. Smoke fruit. That was Admiral Smoker's signature ability. How could this be possible? What on earth is happening? On the outskirts of the square, the Navy officer felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Unable to get through to Admiral Smoker, how could this bounty of 100 million be using techniques that rightfully belonged to Admiral Smoker? What terrible change could have occurred behind this? Sir, what should we do now? The surrounding sailors were also thrown into chaos. Their only confidence came from Admiral Smoker, a Logia user. Now, however, the Admiral's ability appeared on the enemy's bounty criminal. Nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare. At the port of Roguetown, where the Going Merry was docked, you lot set this ship on fire for me. The Beast Master Machi rode on the back of the giant lion Ricky, waving a torch in his hand, his face full of vengeful fervor. Although Captain Buggy has been caught, I will not let the Straw Hat crew get away. Let's start by burning their vehicle, delivering them an unforgettable gift for life. Machi shouted, directing the ragtag pirates under him. You won't succeed. Try this. Bad Egg Star. Usopp lay on the edge of the ship, pulling back his slingshot, launching stinking bad eggs like rain, hitting those pirates trying to approach the Going Merry squarely in the face. Damn. So disgusting. Ricky, charge forward and bite them. Machi, overwhelmed by the stench, rolled his eyes and angrily urged the giant lion beneath him. Roar. The powerful giant lion Ricky let out a roar, digging its hooves into the ground, ready to pounce on the deck. Don't even think. Nami raised her brows, wielding a wooden stick with a wary expression. Though Usopp's distractions were helpful, facing a creature as massive as Ricky, their defense still seemed precarious. Whoosh. However, just as the giant lion Ricky was about to leap, large amounts of white smoke suddenly surged in the surrounding air. Before Machi could react, the smoke transformed into solid chains, quickly wrapping him and the lion tightly and lifting them off the ground. What is happening? Smoke. Machi struggled desperately in midair, but found it impossible to exert any strength. Thud. Raisen's figure silently descended onto the dock, the smoke swirling around his legs, gradually dissipating. Playing with fire in broad daylight is not a good habit, Machi. Raisen crossed his arms, glancing at the man and beast in the air. Smoke. Smoke ability. You are Admiral. No. You are King Raisen. Machi looked at Raisen's face, then at the thick smoke wrapping around him, his eyes nearly popping out. Having mingled in Roguetown, he naturally recognized Admiral Smoker's signature power. But why was this power appearing on King Raisen? White Fist. Raisen, uninterested in small talk, swung his arm, which had transformed into smoke. Boom. Boom. Two massive smoke fists whistled out, directly striking Machi and the giant lion Ricky in the abdomen, smashing them down into the muddy ground like meteors. The ground caved in, accompanied by several sharp cracking sounds of bones. Both man and beast rolled their eyes back, unable to even scream, before collapsing limply. It's over. Raisen clapped his hands, dispersing the smoke from his arms, gracefully leaping up onto the deck. Ray. Nami and Usopp were left agape, staring at Raisen's arms, which had returned to normal. You actually possessed. Did you eat 2 devil fruits? Nami covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. In the common knowledge of the sea, a person could only possess 1 devil fruit ability. Greed would lead to ruin, even resulting in one's body exploding and dying. Yet Raisen not only had not eaten a fruit before, but his move was also the natural power belonging to Admiral Smoker. It's just some trivial little tricks, nothing to get worked up about. Raisen shrugged nonchalantly, not revealing the existence of the system. Hey, everyone, set sail. The Navy is coming. At that moment, Luffy's energetic shout came from the other end of the dock. Sanji ran over, carrying a giant-sized elephant tuna, his face full of excitement. Namison, look what I bought. This is a rare ingredient unique to the South Blue elephant tuna. I will definitely make a sumptuous dinner with it. Forget about the tuna. Get the ship ready to go. Nami ordered urgently, noticing the navy blue uniforms appearing around the corner in the distance. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched, firmly gripping the main mast of the Going Merry, then pulling Zoro and Sanji beside. The three transformed into a human cannonball, soaring across the dock, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic screams. They crashed onto the deck, forming a human meat sack. Hurry! Raise the sails. Set sail. Under Nami's exasperated roar, the Going Merry slowly left the harbor, plunging into the vast stormy sea. In Roguetown, atop the towering bell tower, amidst the raging storm, a tall and upright figure stood quietly at the edge of the roof, allowing the rain to wash over his iconic dark green hooded raincoat. The revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, with eyes sharp as a hawk, was fixated on the gradually fading figure of a black-haired youth on the Moby Dick. More precisely, he was gazing at the back of the young man. King Raisen. The corners of Dragon's mouth barely moved, his voice sounding somewhat subdued amidst the wind and rain. To seize the power of others for oneself. Such a dangerous ability exists in this world. Will you become the destroyer that overturns the order of the world, or the pioneer that ushers in a new era? As the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon's intelligence network was far beyond that of ordinary pirates. He was fully aware that Raisen had taken everything from Colonel Mouse in Division 16 and was now seizing Smoker's Logia powers in Rogtown. This technique, which could directly usurp the cultivation results and abilities of others, sent a wave of genuine dread through Dragon upon hearing of it. At sea strength could perhaps be compensated for through cultivation, but Raisen's ability directly undermined the foundation of the strong. If he were to continue growing, all the rules of this sea would be trampled beneath his feet. A stronger gust of wind swept through, and the top of the bell tower was now empty, leaving only the relentless wind and rain ravaging this town of beginnings and ends. On board the Moby Dick, the fierce wind tore at the sails, and the waves crashed against the sides of the ship like massive sea beasts, yet the crew on deck showed no fear, instead gathering. Luffy quickly followed, placing his right foot atop the barrel and loudly declaring, to become the Pirate King. To become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, with a defiant glint in his eyes, slammed his boots down heavily to draw my own world map. Nami, smiling, lightly tapped her foot to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp puffed out his chest and stepped up with his right foot. Finally, all eyes were on Raisen. Looking at his enthusiastic comrades, Raisen stepped forward, placing his right foot firmly on the top of the barrel to stand above the heavens. Bang! With a crisp explosion, everyone exerted their strength, shattering the barrel into pieces. To the perilous were coming. Facing the torrential winds and rain, the Moby Dick roared forth, navigating against the currents of Reverse Mountain, charging towards the ultimate route that represented dreams and death, the perilous sea. The Moby Dick sped through the wind and waves, racing towards the faint guiding light in the distance. Oh no, that light has gone out. Usopp leaned over the railing, staring in panic at the suddenly dim lighthouse in the distance, shouting in alarm. The lighthouse is an artificial structure, it can go out sometimes. That's why we need an outstanding navigator, right? Raisen turned his head, smiling gently at Nami. Haha, that's only natural. Leave it to me. Ooh, I remember the direction. Hearing Raisen's praise, Nami puffed out her chest slightly, a proud blush appearing on her face, as expected of Nami. Luffy and the others simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Raisen looked at Nami's adorable and charming appearance, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting slightly. However, if we continue drifting like this, we might truly become a legend. Nami looked at the perilous sea chart taken from Buggy, her brows furrowing as she muttered softly, "What does this mean?" Luffy leaned in, blinking curiously. "Let's head into the cabin and I'll explain it to you in detail." Nami looked at the perilous sea chart taken from Buggy, her brows furrowing as she muttered softly, "What does this mean?" Luffy leaned in, blinking curiously. Nami pointed at the converging red lines on the chart, her expression serious as she announced, "Hush." Besides Raisen, everyone else displayed incredulous expressions. That's right. Although it sounds unbelievable, the records on the chart say so. That guiding light originally stood atop Reverse Mountain on the red line. Nami explained, "How is that possible? Are we going to sail into a mountain?" Usopp was so scared his eyes nearly popped out. "Wait, isn't there a waterway here?" Zoro, with sharp eyes, pointed at a narrow canal extending upward along the red line on the map. "A canal? Don't joke. Even if it's a canal, how could the ship possibly ascend the mountain against the current?" Raisen, what do you think? Usopp, drenched in sweat, cast a pleading gaze at the most knowledgeable first mate among them. "No, Nami is completely correct." Raisen shrugged with a smile. Usopp felt like he had been struck by lightning, clutching his chest and screaming, "It's over. I've caught the I die if I climb a mountain disease." "Don't panic. That place is also known as Reverse Mountain. We just need to follow the converging currents to enter the waterway, and the ocean currents will push us up the mountain. Then we can slide down the other slope and naturally enter the perilous sea." Raisen pointed at the chart, patiently explaining, "I see. It's utilizing the power of the ocean currents." With her prodigious navigational talent, Nami grasped it instantly, her frown disappearing. Zoro and the others also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the water flow there is extremely fierce. If there's even a slight miscalculation when entering the waterway, the whole ship will crash into the red line and be smashed to pieces. It's said that more than half of the pirates attempting to reach the perilous sea have perished at the entrance. Raisen looked at everyone deliberately, making a sinister expression to scare them. Usopp trembled in fright, while Sanji and Zoro's corners of their mouths twitched imperceptibly. Nami even clung to Raisen's arm, her delicate face turning somewhat pale. Facing such a catastrophic power, even this unruly group couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. "But don't worry, with my abilities it will be hard to crash into a mountain." Seeing everyone was thoroughly frightened, Raisen finally chuckled mischievously. With his current control over the Smoke Fruit's abilities, he could solidify smoke for attacks and extend it over a wide area, making it easy to correct the course of the Moby Dick even in turbulent waters. At least when entering the canal of Reverse Mountain, they wouldn't have to go through the harrowing moments of nearly losing the ship and their lives as in the original story. "Can't you just say it all at once?" Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp erupted in anger simultaneously. "Huh. My apologies, but your expressions just now were too amusing." Raisen laughed heartily, honestly. Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered somewhat disgruntledly. "The map clearly showed a detour to avoid the upside-down mountain to the south. That's impossible." Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered somewhat disgruntledly. "The map clearly showed a detour to avoid the upside-down mountain to the south. That's impossible." Nami immediately denied him ruthlessly. "That's right. Nami is right. Luffy nodded in agreement beside her, and Nami looked at Luffy with some satisfaction. This brat finally has a bit of sense. We must charge in through that entrance. That would be so thrilling. Luffy waved his fists and shouted excitedly, "You thickhead!" Not because of that at all. Nami transformed into a state of fierce indignation and punched Luffy on the head. Sure enough, hoping for this fool to come to his senses was a complete waste of feelings, huh? Raisen watched the chaos in the cabin and chuckled lightly, huh? That's strange. The wind and rain outside seemed to have suddenly. Usopp rubbed his eyes and looked outside with confusion indeed. It was a storm that seemed ready to swallow everything just now, and now there isn't even a breeze. Sanji pushed open the cabin door and walked out. Nice weather. Luffy stretched and grinned widely. Look, the dark clouds in the distance are still swirling, but this sea area is eerily quiet. Zoro pointed towards the storm on the horizon, his brow furrowed. Oh no. This is bad. We should be going towards the canal with the current. Seeing the bizarre calm, Nami's face lost all color. What's wrong? Seeing Nami like this, everyone except Raisen grew tense. This must be the doldrums. Raisen stepped out of the cabin looking at the calm sea surface, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The sails of the Mary were drooping limply, and the entire ship was stagnated on the surface like a dead object. The doldrums. Luffy blinked in confusion. That's right. It's the doldrums. Everyone quickly lower the sails. We must row back into the storm immediately. Nami urgently commanded, her expression flustered. Why should we go back? The weather is so nice, and this is a sailing ship. How can we move without the wind? Luffy was utterly baffled. Yeah, why do we have to row back into the storm? Usopp scratched his head. Don't ask so much. Just do as I say, you bunch of idiots. Nami stamped her feet anxiously, but the weather is really pleasant. Zoro yawned, stretching lazily. Raisen, you explain it to them. You must know what the doldrums are, right? Nami tugged at Raisen's sleeve, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. I know, just as Zoro mentioned, we are currently drifting off course to the south. Raisen looked at the frightened Nami and shot a slightly amused glance at Zoro. So does that mean we've already entered the extreme dangerous seas? Zoro was delighted. Idiot. If it were that easy to enter, then the extreme dangerous seas would be overcrowded. Nami transformed back into her fierce state. Is there really no one reliable on this ship besides Raisen? Listen up. The extreme dangerous seas are flanked by two narrow sea areas. That is the doldrums. As the name suggests, there is not a trace of wind here all year round. Nami urgently explained. So what? Zoro and the others still couldn't grasp the situation, because besides the lack of wind, there are also some extremely enthusiastic natives residing here. Raisen chuckled slowly, shifting his gaze to the calm sea surface. In his observation, he sensed several enormous, unreasonable auras rapidly rising from the depths of the ocean rumble. In the next moment, the calm water surface suddenly exploded and a creature as large as an island burst forth from the water. The Golden Mary was directly lifted onto its massive head, leaving the water. Is that an earthquake? An earthquake in the sea? Usopp was so scared he flipped over his soul, nearly fleeing. Fool. Where would an earthquake? Sanji yelled in shock, but when the splashing water cleared, and everyone except Raisen saw the surrounding scene, they were all rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. They saw that the Mary was surrounded by enormous sea beasts that blotted out the sky, and their vessel was precariously perched atop one of the giant beasts' heads. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp's eyes nearly popped out. This is a nest of super large sea kings, and they are all ridiculously huge. Nami screamed, clinging to Raisen's neck like an octopus, tears streaming from her eyes from sheer fright. Super large sea kings. They look quite nutritious. Sanji, are you interested in catching one for dinner? Raisen appeared composed, even joking with Sanji. The sea kings of the doldrums are on a completely different level from those ordinary ones outside. The monsters here start at hundreds of meters and thousands of meters are commonplace. In the deep sea, there are even ancestral-level giants over 5,000 meters long. They are the true rulers of this ocean. Raisen still remembered the taste of the sea beast raised by the dragon pirates, and these super-large sea kings must be even more delicious. Don't joke about it. How could a monster over 1,000 meters go into the pot? Sanji replied, his face somewhat darkened. Raisen, please, whatever you do, don't engage with them. Nami curled up in Raisen's arms like a frightened koala, pleading with her tear-streaked face. All right, I'll listen to you. Raisen smiled helplessly and gently patted Nami's little head to comfort her. After all, with the size of the Mary, it certainly couldn't accommodate such a massive amount of food. But someday I must try the taste of the sea kings from the doldrums. Raisen chuckled inwardly, and moreover, this sea area held another immense value for him. If he could swim and cross through this doldrums, the strength of the will returned by the son of the sea would be several times that of ordinary sea areas. The fact that the super-large sea kings choose to nest here already indicates that the marine energy here is far purer and richer than in other places. In the original story, one of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, could control these super-large sea kings. One can imagine how immense the oceanic power contained in this nest is. And through this son of the sea trait, Raisen could clearly sense this surging marine energy. As for crossing the doldrums, that is not impossible. In the original work, the underworld king Rayleigh once swam across the calm belt solely with his physical prowess, shocking the world. I need to find an opportunity to ask Rayleigh what kind of physical resilience is needed to swim through the calm belt with just one's body. Raisen smiled slightly. Who? Otherwise, if this terrifying individual who wields natural powers and formidable Haki were to engage in battle with this group of monsters, Raisen might escape unscathed, but their little broken ship would definitely become the remnants of sea beasts' meals. While this monster hasn't sunk, yet everyone give it your all and row. At this moment Zoro could no longer care about the dignity of a swordsman grabbing a sturdy oar and shouting at Sanji and Luffy. Luffy and Sanji nodded gravely, each snatching up a large oar. Facing the ancient beast whose size exceeded 1,000 meters, even Luffy, who usually feared nothing, knew this was not the time to show off. Achoo. At that moment the colossal beast carrying the Going Merry suddenly let out a thunderous sneeze, and the unfortunate Going Merry happened to be right near its nostrils. Wah! With a loud bang, the Going Merry along with everyone on board was sent soaring into the air by an unstoppable violent gust of wind. White Vine. Raisen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated his powers. Whoosh. His arms transformed into several wispy tentacles, swiftly and steadily catching Luffy and the others, who were flung into the sky, while Nami was gently wrapped in a soft mist, landing safely beside Raisen. Raisen pressed down in midair, gathering a thick layer of dense, white mist beneath the Going Merry, cushioning the sailing ship and allowing it to safely return to the surface of the sea. As he was not cursed by the ocean, he could wield his powers freely even on the water. Wow, Raisen, that big frog is coming. Before everyone could catch their breath, Nami pointed at a frog-like sea king, trying to leap onto the Going Merry, letting out a sharp scream. Get away from here. Raisen wrapped his arm around Nami's slender waist, his eyes glowing with a fierce light, unleashing a tangible wave of Conqueror's Haki. In that instant the air seemed to be ruthlessly squeezed by an invisible hand. Croak. The formerly aggressive frog sea king, upon encountering the residual force of the Haki, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, its eyes reflecting an extreme anthropomorphized terror, letting out a whimper as it forcefully altered its direction and dove back into the deep sea with a splash. Raisen. So cool. Seeing this scene, Luffy instantly became excited, flailing his arms and gaping in awe. This scene. It was just like the time when Shanks scared off the near sea king with just a glance. It turns out that the power Shanks used back then was also this force known as Conqueror's Haki. Is now the time to be in awe. Row the boat. Zoro and Sanji shouted furiously, their muscles tensed as they swung their paddles, leaving behind afterimages. Luffy also snapped back to reality, stretching out his arm to join the rowing effort. In this near life-and-death rowing competition, the Going Merry finally burst from the dead calm of the calm belt before the beasts could unleash their fury, crashing back into the stormy seas. Although they returned to the tumultuous environment, Zoro and the others had no complaints, collapsing exhausted on the deck, gasping for breath, their faces filled with relief for having survived. Now do you understand why you need to enter through the designated passage? Nami, somewhat drained, leaned against Raisen, casting a wary glance at Zoro and the others. Her long straight legs were still trembling slightly, nearly unable to stand. This was quite interesting. When we become stronger, let's come back here to swim next time. Raisen held the soft, jade-like Nami in his arms, looking at the others sprawled out on the ground with a teasing smile. Absolutely not. Zoro and Sanji shouted in unison, their expressions fierce. Swimming in a place like this. Are you tired of living? But, Raisen, aren't you a devil fruit user? Why can you still swim? Luffy suddenly seemed to realize something, tilting his head with a puzzled expression directed at Raisen. Because I am special, the side effects of the devil fruit do not affect me. Raisen smiled mysteriously. How sly. I'm so envious. Luffy's eyes instantly turned into green, egg-like shapes of jealousy as he thought he would no longer be the only landlubber on this ship. Yet Raisen had actually cheated. As a pirate who couldn't swim, this was undoubtedly Luffy's greatest regret after eating the gum-gum fruit. I wasn't joking earlier. If you can physically cross the calm belt, it would greatly benefit your mastery of Haki, whether in awakening it now or in future advancements. Raisen looked seriously at Zoro and Sanji. Although they did not possess the trait of the Son of the Sea, which could be considered a cheat, merely facing those colossal beasts in the calm belt with their physical bodies would be an unparalleled test of personal will and determination, unmatched by any battle. Overcoming nature is, after all, the most powerful catalyst for the mind and spirit. This is also one of the reasons why such perilous sea areas continuously produce Haki users. Hearing Raisen's explanation, Zoro and Sanji, who had initially shown resistance, fell silent. They yearned to grow stronger to master Haki, but to fight against those 1,000-meter giants in the calm belt. The two couldn't help but shiver in unison. Forget it, this kind of suicidal training could wait until they had a certain foundation. So what about you, Usopp? As long as you can swim across, you'll be a true warrior of the sea. Raisen teased, patting the green-faced Usopp next to him. I think I might need a few more days of training. Usopp stammered, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Raisen chuckled, patting his shoulder. He was just joking. This group of guys hadn't even touched the threshold of Haki yet. If he just threw them in, they'd only end up as food for the sea beasts. Raisen looked up and pointed toward the stormy horizon ahead. Get ready, we are about to see the entrance to the perilous sea area, Reverse Mountain. Following the direction Raisen pointed, a towering red earthen wall, as if it wanted to split heaven and earth apart, gradually revealed its majestic figure amidst the stormy sea. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the cover of rolling dark clouds, the vast red earth continent, an expanse that seems endless, stands majestically amidst the waves. Before Raisen and his companions lies a special waterway leading to the entrance of the final route. Most astonishingly, on this seemingly unbroken solid earthen wall, a narrow waterway flows upstream against the current. Currents from all directions converge here, transforming into a roaring torrent that flows uphill along the slopes of Reverse Mountain, which is how it got its name. As long as one rides the ocean current into the canal, they can be pushed up to the towering mountains 1,000 meters high. So cool. The ocean current is really climbing the mountain. Usopp exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. This indeed is a magnificent spectacle. Facing the waves crashing towards him, Raisen felt the terrifying force surging towards the mountain peak and laughed heartily. Only this unique sea area could nurture such an incredible natural masterpiece. Before the might of heaven and earth, the power of mortals seems as insignificant as dust. Of course, for those who stand at the pinnacle of the world, conquering the sea and taming nature is merely a matter of a moment. Raisen gazed at the river flowing upstream, his eyes burning with a domineering light. But if we can climb up through the ocean current, what if we miss the entrance? Can't we just turn around and adjust our direction? Why did you say that most pirates would perish before the entrance? Zoro furrowed his brow, voicing his doubts. Because Reverse Mountain is a winter island. Raisen turned to look at Nami, smiling as he provided the answer. I understand. Hearing Raisen's reminder, the clever navigator immediately realized. What do you mean? Luffy and the others were still confused. As a winter island, Reverse Mountain generates a downward turbulent current when the surrounding ocean currents collide with the Red Earth continent. If one cannot accurately cut into that steep canal at the first moment, the ship will be slammed against the hard stone wall by the undercurrent, leading to an inescapable doom. Nami elaborated on the principles of navigation. In short, it is a very dangerous mountain. Luffy stroked his chin and summarized with his uniquely simple vocabulary. Forget it, expecting you to understand is a waste. Nami sighed helplessly, then looked up at Raisen, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and affection. But Raisen, you are really knowledgeable. You even know these obscure navigation facts so clearly. Her dream was to draw a map of the entire world, and she had an almost obsessive love for navigation. Meeting a partner who shared her interests and even knew more than she did filled Nami's heart with sweet happiness. After all, my navigator has such a great dream, so I naturally need to learn more to be worthy of you. Raisen looked at Nami's sparkling eyes with a hint of indulgence in his expression while silently activating the trait extraction program in his mind. A prompt appeared in his mind. Nami's traits: elite navigation skills, meteorological perception. Do you wish to equip? Equip. With a slight movement of thought, due to the unbreakable bond between the two, the compatibility of the traits quickly reached its peak, and the fusion process stirred not a single ripple. Raisen. Hearing her lover's sweet words, Nami's charming face flushed with a delightful blush. So, we have no way back. Zoro looked at the faintly visible canal mountain path, a wild smile appearing on his face as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. A way back. Since we have decided to conquer this, see, the words retreat have never existed in our dictionary. We will charge forward at full speed. Raisen stood proudly at the bow of the ship, his boisterous laughter drowning out the thunderous roar of the sky. Everyone prepare. The ocean current is pulling us in. Nami's expression turned serious as she immediately displayed the decisiveness of an excellent navigator, loudly directing the crew. Due to the violent winds and waves at the confluence, Usopp alone could not control the helm, and Sanji hurried over to help steady the ship's steering. Raisen's legs slightly sank, firmly anchoring him at the bow of the ship as smoke erupted from his arms. A large cloud of powerful smoke tightly wrapped around the body of the Going Merry, and with a powerful pull from Raisen, the ship surged forward. Having integrated Nami's navigational talent, Raisen now had an almost instinctive perception of the water's flow and the ship's pressure. With the adjustments from the smoke fruit, the Going Merry passed through the rising canal, without any perilous collisions, gliding smoothly like a fish whoosh. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the Going Merry surged upstream against the current like a cannonball, shooting towards the peak of Reverse Mountain. Wow, we're in. Luffy stood at the bow, arms wide open to embrace the wild winds, cheering loudly. Extreme perilous sea, we have arrived. Sanji and Usopp hugged each other, excitedly jumping up and down in a goofy dance. Raisen, your ability, just now I felt like the helm was about to break. Thanks to your smoke, we managed to navigate it. The two hurriedly gave Raisen a thumbs up, their faces filled with relief after escaping danger. A system prompt echoed in their minds. King's stature enhanced, intensity of Conqueror's Haki increased. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a smile appeared on Raisen's face. Indeed, conquering treacherous terrain could also hone one's spiritual strength, thereby amplifying Haki. Moreover, the degree of enhancement is proportional to his leading role during this conquest. Raisen spread his arms wide, letting the wild winds billow through his clothing, laughing freely and joyously. Under the passive enhancement of the Child of the Sea trait, the concentrated ocean energy around him transformed into a warm flow, continuously nourishing his will. Raisen, look, we are through the clouds. Nami excitedly leaped onto Raisen's back from behind, pointing at the gradually shrinking sea surface below with a beaming smile. Yes, it's truly beautiful. Raisen gently cradled her warm body, a tender smile on his face. Whoosh. With one final surge, the Going Merry finally soared to the summit of Reverse Mountain, the entire ship momentarily airborne, gliding through the skies. Oh. Luffy pressed his straw hat down, his face flushed with excitement. Plop. In the next moment, gravity reasserted its dominance over the ship, the Merry smoothly descending into the downward canal, which was the destination where the waters of the four seas converged, the first stop on the way to the final route. As long as we slide down this slope, we officially enter the extreme perilous sea. Raisen held Nami close, gazing at the faintly visible blue waters beneath the mist, laughing heartily. Hawkeye is waiting for me in that sea. Zoro tightened his grip on the sword, a fierce battle intent rising in his eyes. All blue. I will definitely find you. Sanji exhaled a ring of smoke, his expression distant. I want to be the bravest warrior. Usopp puffed out his chest, proudly patting it. I also want to draw the most perfect map. Nami leaned against Raisen, feeling his heartbeat, whispering softly, it's coming. The world's most devilish sea. The ultimate treasure, the great secret treasure, is waiting for us somewhere in this ocean. Luffy grinned widely, revealing his signature brilliant smile, and shouted toward the boundless sea ahead, is it One Piece? Raisen laughed along, eager to see for himself the secrets hidden within the treasure that Roger called the ultimate on this road to becoming king. Set sail. At Luffy's shout, the Mary penetrated through the clouds below. Ya? The wondrous sensation of traversing through the mist made Nami gasp, her petite body snuggling deeper into Raisen's embrace. Moo moo moo. Suddenly, a low, mournful call echoed from the fog ahead. Did you hear that sound? Zoro's ears twitched, his expression slightly puzzled. A sound. Probably just the wind. The terrain here is so strange it's normal to hear the wind whistling. Nami, still immersed in the joy of entering the final route, waved her hand dismissively. No, that's not the wind. Raisen remained calm, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Hearing her lover say that, Nami stiffened in blind trust for Raisen. Raisen, don't scare me. She tightly hugged Raisen's neck, her face paling. Hey, everyone look ahead. There's a mountain blocking our path. Sanji, who was on lookout duty, gasped, shouting down a mountain. She tightly hugged Raisen's neck, her face paling. Hey, everyone look ahead. There's a mountain blocking our path. Sanji, who was on lookout duty, gasped, shouting down a mountain. Raisen lightly corrected her. Under his observation, the massive island-like whale Laboon was no longer hidden. It must be said that its size was astonishing, nearly rivaling some large sea kings in the calm belt. In the next moment, the fog cleared, revealing Laboon's massive green body like a giant rock suddenly appearing before everyone. Wow. What kind of monster is that? A whale as big as an island. Usopp exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, nearly collapsing on the ground. What now? Should I step in and deal with it? Raisen deliberately flexed his wrist, glancing mischievously at the person in his arms. No, we absolutely cannot fight. Nami, frightened, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Seeing the young navigator's startled demeanor, Raisen felt a surge of joy, tightening his grip around her slender waist. But it's blocking our way. If we don't slow down, we're going to crash. Zoro had already drawn his sword, his expression serious. Damn, it's too big. Our ship probably looks like a fly to it. It hasn't even noticed us. Sanji was also shouting loudly. There's a gap on the port side. Turn hard left. Zoro pointed to a waterway on the left side of the whale's massive body. The steering wheel is stuck. The current is too strong. Raisen, quickly use your smoke to help. Usopp and Sanji were sweating profusely, nearly hanging onto the steering wheel. No need for that much trouble. I have a brilliant idea. Just as the situation was critical, Luffy's forehead seemed to light up with an idea as he dove into the cabin. A brilliant idea. Everyone except Raisen was momentarily stunned. What reliable idea could this guy have? Raisen simply smiled, watching. He had originally intended to use his smoke ability to forcibly redirect the ship, but since Nami was holding on so tightly with her soft warmth in his embrace, why should he steal Luffy's spotlight? Boom. With a deafening blast, a cannonball shot from the bow of the Mary, striking Laboon's thick flesh squarely. The powerful recoil turned into a counteracting force, causing the Golden Mary to come to a sudden halt just meters away from Laboon, using the cannon's recoil to slow down. Seeing Luffy's genius invention, Usopp was left dumbfounded while Zoro and Sanji facepalmed, sighing in exasperation. Nami even closed her eyes, pressing her face against Raisen's broad chest, pretending to be dead. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the special seat's ram head at the bow of the Mary broke off due to the recoil and the slight collision from being too close. My special seat. Luffy stared at the broken ram head, his eyes lighting up with a layer of crimson rage. It doesn't seem to have reacted to— Is it because its skin is too thick, causing a delayed response? Who cares? Now's the time, let's paddle the ship away. Looking at the motionless giant whale, Sanji and the others wiped their cold sweat, hastily preparing to row away. Bastard. You owe me for my special seat. Before they could even dip the oars into the water, Luffy's elongated rubber arm with the sound of rushing wind swung a powerful punch at Laboon's eye, which was several times larger than the Mary. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp's expressions instantly turned to stone, tears flowing silently down their faces. Wah. Nami buried her head even deeper, thinking, this damn monkey can't go a day without causing trouble, can he? Moo. The injured Laboon in pain suddenly locked its massive eyes on this tiny Anna head. Come on. Luffy, unafraid, rolled up his sleeves and provocatively shouted at the giant whale. Bang. Bang. Shut up. Zoro and Usopp simultaneously sprang up, each kicking the guy away. Ha, don't worry, I'm here. Raisen gently comforted the trembling Nami in his arms, watching Luffy's antics, feeling unable to suppress a chuckle. Truly the protagonist of fate, his ability to stir up trouble was indeed unparalleled. Suck. Laboon suddenly opened its abyss-like mouth, the raging suction akin to the arrival of a black hole, pulling all the water within a kilometer radius along with the Golden Mary into its bottomless depths. Help. I don't want to die here. Rubber. Luffy kicked away, flailed in the air, and at the critical moment stretched out his arm to firmly grasp one of Laboon's massive teeth, climbing up along its enormous body. Feeling the suffocating sensation of being devoured, Nami exclaimed, White mist, send. Ren Sen's body shifted slightly, his lower half immediately elementalized, trailing a thick white smoke tail as he embraced Nami and soared into the sky, avoiding the giant teeth of Labu that were closing in. They landed steadily on the top of the whale. I thought I was done for. Nami, still trembling, was nestled against Rinsen's chest, covered in fragrant sweat. Snap! Behind them, the giant whale's mouth completely closed, leaving only a massive whirlpool on the surface of the sea. The Mary had long since vanished. Rin-san. Nami. It's great that you both are okay. Luffy, who had climbed up through the blowhole, spotted the two and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then angrily pounded the ground. Damn whale. Spit out, my friends. Stop shouting, Luffy. The inside of this whale is much more exciting than you can imagine. Rin-san held Nami, his gaze falling on a metallic hatch atop Labu's head. Let's go, they won't be dead. Rin-san opened the hatch, revealing a straight metal passageway inside. Edge. In the whale's brain. There are actually man-made waterways. Nami's eyes widened, feeling her worldview being profoundly shaken. Wow. How amazing. Did you sense it with your observation, Haki? Rin-san. Upon learning that his companions were safe, Luffy instantly regained his energy and eagerly jumped in first. Let's go, they are waiting for us at the end of the passage. Rin-san smiled, amused as he looked at the profound passage ahead. His observation, Haki not only sensed the familiar auras of Zoro and the others, but also caught the presence of two sneaky individuals. Good. Infiltration successful. Listen up, Miss Wednesday. The whale's stomach is right behind this door. That troublesome old man must be there too. A man dressed oddly, wearing a crown, whispered. Got it, Mr. 9. After all, this whale can provide a lot of meat, which is too important for us. A youthful girl with water blue hair and a curvy figure replied calmly, while holding a rocket launcher. This girl is... Boom. At that moment, the entire passage suddenly began to shake violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. I can't stop. Rin-san, help. Luffy, having lost his balance due to Labu crashing into the Red Earth continent, was rolling down the smooth sloped passageway, while shouting, Luffy, just crashed through that door ahead. Zoro and the others are right behind us. Rin-san wrapped Nami in smoke, floating through the passage, as if walking on air, glancing playfully at the two undercover agents ahead, especially the girl with water blue hair. The target was found, Princess Vivi. Zoro and the others. Look at what I've got. Hearing news of his companions, Luffy decided not to struggle anymore, and accelerated down the slope. What the hell is that coming at us? Vivi and Mr. 9 turned pale, white snake bind. Rin-san snapped his fingers, a silky white smoke shot out like lightning, wrapping around the panicking Vivi, and dragging her back to him just before the impact, while Luffy crashed through the metallic door like a solid bowling ball, taking Mr. 9 with him into the space beyond the door. Bang! The metallic hatch leading to the whale's stomach was violently broken open, and two disheveled figures tumbled out and tangled with each other. Luffy. Seeing one of them was Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who had already settled on the Going Merry, exclaimed joyfully. Woo! Then Rin-san, holding Nami and Vivi with his lower half trailing long white smoke, gracefully floated down from the passage. Rin-san, Nami, Zoro, and the others smiled broadly, their companions reunited. Let go of me. What is this power? Vivi struggled in midair, the white smoke that bound her sent shivers down her spine. Is this the power of it? Moreover, the texture of it. Vivi's heart surged with waves of turmoil. As an undercover investigator of Baroque works, she was all too familiar with this ability to transform into a natural element, the very ability that had plunged her homeland Alabasta into a 3-year drought. The mastermind behind Baroque works, Crocodile. The Sansan fruit, a Logia type. In Alabasta, that man could cover the sky with just the force of wind and sand like a god. And this man before her. Is he also a formidable Logia user? Help! Pull me up. At this moment, Mr. 9, who had fallen into the acidic lake, was flailing about in a panic, screaming for help. Shut up, idiot. Zoro irritably rubbed his ear and casually picked up a spare, or tossing it over from a distance. Phew. I made it. Mr. 9 sighed in relief, scrambling up to the deck of the Mary and collapsing there, gasping for air without any grace. So who exactly are you two? Mr. 9. That strange name sounds a bit familiar. Zoro placed his hands on the hilts of his swords, looking down at them with a cold, predatory smile. Vivi and Mr. 9's heart sank, freezing in shock. If their undercover identities were exposed here, they would face certain death. Naming themselves with numbers and days of the week fits the style of a certain secret assassin organization. Rin-san floated down onto the deck, leisurely dispersing the white smoke on his body, interjecting with a hint of mockery. I remember now, Baroque works. Zoro's expression darkened suddenly. Vivi and Mr. 9 exchanged terrified glances, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. How do you know that name? Mr. 9's voice trembled, losing all previous humor. Baroque works. What's that? Usopp looked on with curiosity. A notoriously infamous bounty hunter organization, members never reveal their real names, only referring to each other by code names, and they are completely unaware of who their boss is, or where he is just a bunch of blindly obedient tools executing orders. Zoro pressed his forehead, his gaze cold. Back when I was a bounty hunter in the East Blue, they once tried to recruit me, but I refused. It said that they are an ambitious criminal organization. Since you've noticed us, you can't be left alive. Mr. 9 gritted his teeth, attempting to raise his weapon for a last. Miss Wednesday, let's move. Hey. Before he could even squeeze the trigger, Mr. 9 noticed his partner standing utterly motionless beside him. Vivi stood frozen in place, her face as pale as bleached bone, trembling violently like a leaf caught in an autumn gale. Eliminate us. Ha ha, how delightfully absurd. Whoosh. Amid Mr. Nine's desperate shrill cry, thick plumes of smoke surged upward without warning, lifting him bodily into midair. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he remained utterly immobilized. Save your strength, Mr. 9. He's a Logia-type devil fruit user. Vivi cried out, her voice cracking with near hysterical despair. Before such godlike power they were less than insects, mere specks of dust beneath an indifferent sky. A Logia-type. Though Mr. 9 possessed only fragmented knowledge of the Grand Line's lore, he instantly grasped the sheer absolute hopelessness it implied, and recoiled in abject terror. A clever girl. Still, I know more about your organization than you imagine. For instance, that shadowy mastermind pulling every string, the president himself. His true identity. Crocodile. With serene, unshakable authority, Raisen gazed down upon Vivi, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. At that name, Vivi's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. The president. Raisen, you know that secret too. Zoro's expression hardened with shock. Never before had he seen Raisen speak with such intimate familiarity about someone he'd never met. A figure who stands shoulder to shoulder with Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Raisen delivered the answer with calm assurance. At the mere mention of Hawkeye's, Zoro's breath hitched sharply, his knuckles whitened where they gripped the hilt of his sword. The 7 warlords, eh? Incredible. Is he truly as formidable as Hawkeye's? Luffy's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance, visions flashing in his mind, a lone swordsman cleaving the ocean itself with a single stroke. No, they are not comparable. Among the 7 warlords, strength varies as vastly as heaven and earth. Raisen shook his head with a wry, quiet smile. Yet still, they are the 7 warlords. Are we truly doomed to draw the wrath of such a monster merely for clashing with one of his underlings? Usopp swallowed hard, cold sweat streaming down his temples. Worse yet, if he learns we've uncovered his identity, that merciless tyrant will exterminate every soul who knows the truth. Raisin's gaze lingered on Vivi for a heartbeat. Then Usopp clutched his head and wailed, "This is utterly terrifying. Can we still flee?" "Don't panic, Usopp. As long as these 2 never report back, Crocodile will remain blissfully unaware we've learned it." Though Nami trembled inwardly, she steadied herself and seized Raisin's arm for reassurance. "But they will report." Usopp pointed frantically at Vivi and Mr. 9. "They won't get the chance. They're fighting for their very lives right now. Am I correct? Princess Vivi of the Arabasta Kingdom." A subtle, enigmatic smile curved Raisin's lips as he unveiled her deepest secret. Princess. In that instant, not only Mr. 9, but Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp alike gaped in stunned disbelief, staring at the strangely dressed blue-haired girl before them. "Princess, the 7 warlords. What in the world is going on?" Suspended helplessly in midair, Mr. 9 flailed in utter disorientation. "Who are you? How do you know my identity, and even our nation's most guarded secrets?" Vivi clenched her teeth until her jaw ached, her eyes blazing with wary alarm. Her carefully constructed veil of secrecy laid bare before this man as transparent as thin air. "It seems my reputation hasn't yet resonated deeply enough within the Grand Line's underworld. Even professional agents like yourselves remain ignorant of me. How mildly vexing." Raisen feigned mild exasperation, rubbing his temple with theatrical flair. "Wait, hold on. That face. I've seen it somewhere before." Mr. 9 suddenly gasped, drenched in cold. "Could you possibly lower me first?" Raisen arched a brow. Then with a subtle shift of intent, the smoky restraints dissolved obediently. "Huff. Let me search." Mr. 9 rummaged frantically through his coat, producing a thick stack of wanted posters. Though his official duty was provisioning the town, he carried portraits of recent high-profile fugitives, just in case. "Found it. The Heaven King Raisen. Bounty." Mr. 9 stared numbly at the cascade of zeros on the poster, struck dumb as lightning. After confirming the digits weren't a cruel illusion, he slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Raisen with the raw trembling, all reserved for gods and demons alike. "B bounty. 100 million berries." 100 million. Vivi clapped a hand over her mouth, her mind blanking entirely. In the remote East Blue, a monster of this magnitude. It was the stature of a legendary great demon feared across the seas. "Hey, what about me? Where's my poster?" Seeing Vivi and Mr. 9 stand petrified, Luffy scrambled forward, itching with envy. This intoxicating aura of dread radiating from a mere name was precisely the glory he craved. "Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty 45 million berries." Mr. 9 glanced dismissively. Under the staggering visual impact of 100 million, 45 million, though astonishing, failed to stir even a ripple in his awe. "What's that tone for? 45 million is plenty impressive." Luffy bristled at Mr. 9's indifference. "Ugh, how do I double my bounty?" He brandished his fists, burning with the desire to wield Raisin's own terrifying presence, the kind that made enemies soil themselves at the mere utterance of his name. "I've got it. If I beat someone with a higher bounty, mine'll rise too, right?" Raisen. His eyes gleamed with predatory green fire. "If I flatten Crocodile, how high will my bounty climb?" "Guaranteed to exceed 100 million. Raisen replied with a tranquil smile. "Exceed 100 million. Exceed 100 million. Awesome." Luffy howled like a jubilant wolf. "Decision made. We're going to flatten Crocodile. You idiot. Challenging a warlord just to inflate your bounty. Have you lost your mind?" Simultaneously, Usopp and Sanji delivered flying kicks, sending their delusional captain tumbling head over heels across the deck. Raisen talked some sense into Luffy. He's gone completely mad again. Nami tugged anxiously at Raisin's sleeve. only to find his eyes alight with an intensity she'd never witnessed before. No, actually I was just thinking the same thing. Raisen placed a firm hand on Nami's shoulder, calm yet imbued with an unassailable authority. Huh. Everyone froze in unison. It's not merely about Luffy's bounty. More crucially, Crocodile possesses something I must claim. My comrades, will you lend me your strength? Raisen gazed at his crew, his voice sincere and unwavering. TCH, do you even need to ask? If it's your wish, then that 7 warlord of the sea is nothing more than a target for our fists. Zoro grinned, fiercely crimson battlelust reawakening in his eyes. Raisen had personally guided him in mastering Haki, a debt he carried deep in his heart. And to face a swordsman rivaling Dracula Mihawk, that was the whetstone he'd long sought. Oh dear. Though I loathe Luffy's attitude when it comes to Raisen's request, I simply cannot stand idle. Sanji lit a cigarette, a lazy yet composed smile softening his handsome features. Raisen wasn't only a kindred spirit who appreciated fine cuisine. He was the one who'd led Sanji out of the restaurant and into the boundless dream of the sea. I, Captain Usopp, commander of 8,000 men, shall reluctantly deign to assist you. Usopp's knees trembled violently, yet he puffed out his chest with theatrical bravado. Count me in. Nami met Raisen's gaze, her beautiful eyes resolute. Rest assured, the 7 warlords of the sea are far less fearsome than they appear. Raisen offered gentle reassurance. According to system intelligence, after his crushing defeat by Whitebeard, Crocodile's ambition had long since withered. He now pinned all hope on the ancient weapons, eroding his willpower and spiritual fortitude so severely that even basic armament Haki stagnated. For Raisen, who wielded armament Haki and possessed a Logia-type devil fruit, this would be little more than a one-sided annihilation. This isn't fair. Why do you all agree so instantly the moment Raisen speaks? Luffy scrambled to his feet, protesting with indignant pout. Because Raisen exercises restraint. Unlike you single-celled simpleton. Zoro struck without mercy. But as long as we get to knock down a 7 warlord, and help Raisen in the process. Luffy swiftly discarded his grievance, bursting once more into his trademark goofy grin. What on earth is wrong with these people's minds? Vivi, left utterly ignored, stared at this bizarre assembly, calmly debating how to hunt down Crocodile, and stood petrified, turned to stone where she stood. Defeat Crocodile? Are you all mad? Having heard their declarations, Vivi could only recoil in disbelief. That man ruled the first half of the Grand Line like a sovereign god, the revered warlord of the sea. What made these greenhorns, who couldn't even navigate the calm belt, think they could speak such audacity? Before Vivi could voice her protest, Mr. Nine trembled violently, fumbling a crumpled old newspaper from his coat. And Miss Wednesday, look at this. His voice quavered on the verge of tears as he extended the paper with trembling hands. What is it? Vivi accepted it, puzzled, her eyes scanning the front page, then froze, struck motionless as if blasted by lightning. At the top, a colossal photograph dominated the spread, black blade Yoru tearing a kilometer-long fissure across the sea's surface, while opposing it a monstrous thunderstorm blackened the heavens itself. That was the tangible manifestation of Conqueror's Haki clashing, black lightning made real. The headline blared, East Blue upheaval. Heavenly Sovereign Raisen versus World's Strongest Swordsman Dracula Mihawk. Stalemate. Stalemate. Vivi's eyes bulged from their sockets. A draw against Dracula Mihawk. And more. Intelligence confirms Raisen wields the exceedingly rare Conqueror's Haki, the royal lineage found in but 1 soul per million. Mr. Nine swallowed hard, his face pale with terror as he added. Vivi slowly raised her head, staring blankly at Raisen, who stood nearby, gently brushing dust from his sleeve. This young man, so refined, almost delicate in appearance, was in truth a monster capable of standing eye to eye with the world's strongest swordsman. No wonder he commanded a bounty of 100 million berries. No wonder Crocodile meant nothing to him. After all, even against titans like Mihawk, Crocodile would hold no advantage. As Vivi's heart raced, Nami suddenly leaned in, her gaze sharp, teasing, laced with subtle pressure. Having absorbed Raisen's observation Haki essence, she now exuded an imperceptible yet palpable aura of spiritual dominance. Up. The sheer weight of Nami's gaze sent chills racing up Vivi's spine. In that instant, Vivi realized, not only was the ship's first mate a monster, but even this radiant orange-haired girl was no ordinary being. Then, Your Highness, who has concealed your true identity, would you kindly tell us precisely what Crocodile and his Baroque works are plotting within your kingdom? Arms crossed, Nami loomed over her, pressing forward. Before the sheer confidence radiating from Raisen and his crew, Vivi's last defenses shattered. She drew a deep breath and recounted Crocodile's scheme in full, using the artificial rainfall device, dance powder, to deprive the land of rain, incite civil war, and usurp the throne of Alabasta. By the end, recalling her innocent people suffering drought and bloodshed, tears welled in Vivi's eyes, her expression heavy with sorrow. Snap! A warm, broad hand settled gently atop her head, tenderly stroking her sapphire blue hair. Vivi blinked, lifting her gaze in quiet confusion. Raisen looked down at her, clear-eyed, serene, his gaze holding a strange, calming magnetism. Leave it to us, he murmured softly. Gazing upon this foreign princess, her face etched with anguish and despair, he recalled Nami in Kokoyashi village, silent, burden-bearing everything for her people. Both fragile, both unbending in quiet resilience. To such girls, Raisen never hesitated to offer shelter. And defeating Crocodile, to claim the sand fruit, had been his goal from the start. Aiding this princess was simply fate's seamless alignment. But why? We just tried to kill the whale aboard your ship. Vivi murmured, disbelief coloring her voice. Strangers, no former enemies. Why would these pirates risk everything for her against a warlord of the sea? Since Raisen has spoken, the matter is settled. Nami stepped forward and gently pulled Raisen's hand away, casting him a faintly jealous glance before turning to Vivi with a mischievous, impish smile. But remember, we're pirates. We never work for free. Hiring us to punch a warlord. That'll cost you dearly. Then, how much? Vivi nervously clutched her pockets. Alabasta's treasury was all but depleted. She could scarcely afford even a modest sum. Normally our starting fee is 100 million berry, but since Raisen vouches for you, I'll let you pay just 1,000 berry as a deposit. Nami raised a single finger and winked playfully. A deposit, 1,000 berry. Vivi stood speechless. For hiring a crew that had once defeated Dracula Mihawk to challenge a warlord, 1,000 berry was little more than an act of charity, and she instantly understood this was Nami's gentle way of preserving her dignity. Thank you all. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Vivi tremulously withdrew a single 1,000 berry note from her bosom and placed it into Nami's palm. Miss Wednesday, you're safe. That's all that matters. Nearby Mr. 9, still bound, watched the scene and burst into tears, shouting hoarsely, I'm Mr. 9, may be a low-tier bounty hunter, but I am a true man of steel. Miss Wednesday, if Baroque Works pursuers arrive, I'll stay behind to cover your escape. Run with them now? Mr. 9. Vivi's voice softened with emotion. Enough with the melodrama. Raisen flicked his fingers, a wisp of white smoke unfurled, effortlessly severing Mr. 9's bonds. Raisen, you freed him. What if he races off to betray us to Crocodile? Usopp asked warily. He won't. Because he's a man of honor, not just in words, but in spirit. Raisen smiled faintly as he met Mr. 9's gaze. Though unremarkable in strength, this man had chosen loyalty over survival when calamity struck, truly worthy of the title Man of Steel. Such integrity always earned Raisen's quiet respect. As for the pursuers, let them come. It'll be good exercise. Raisen exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting toward the wooden hut at the center of the acid lake. Tap, tap, tap. The door creaked open, and out stepped an elderly man wearing sunflower petals like a crown, dressed like a whimsical sage. With measured, unhurried steps he emerged. Now, must you young ones bicker so loudly inside my pet's belly? That's hardly polite. The old man folded his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes sweeping over Raisen and the others. Dr. Kuratsuji. Raisen bowed respectfully, honoring the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. Oh, you know me. Kuratsuji adjusted his spectacles, surprise flickering in his eyes. The legendary physician who sailed with the Pirate King himself. The man who charted the final voyage. How could any aspiring pirate not know you? Raisen straightened, a confident, knowing smile playing on his lips. What the Pirate King's ship's doctor? In that instant, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp gasped in unison, astonished that such a titan of legend dwelled quietly at the very threshold of the Grand Line. Kuratsuji gazed upon the fiery-eyed youths before him. Nostalgia shimmered in his deep-set eyes as he gave a slow, solemn nod. Yes, I was the ship's doctor of Joel D. Roger. No wonder you hold me in such esteem, Raisen. Then, you must know where the One Piece is hidden. Zoro whispered, his grip loosening slightly on his sword hilt, a rare gesture of reverence toward one whose name echoed across maritime history. Where's the One Piece? Luffy lunged forward, eyes blazing with fervor. Wait, I want to ask too. Usopp eagerly leaned in, only to be cut short by a thunderous roar. Shut up, Usopp. Huh. Usopp recoiled in shock. If this old man tells us where the One Piece is right now, I quit being a pirate immediately. That kind of dull adventure. Not for me. Luffy pressed his straw hat firmly down, his expression resolute, his voice unwavering, charged with unshakable conviction. Hearing this absurd yet profoundly earnest declaration, Kuratsuji paused, then burst into hearty booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a delightfully brash boy. Roger said something remarkably similar long ago. Raisen watched the exchange with quiet amusement. Though his presence had altered countless threads of fate, Luffy's pure, untainted heart remained unchanged, the very essence that made this simple-minded captain so extraordinary. Still, navigating these devil's seas demands more than passion alone. Kuratsuji said, his mirth fading into solemnity. He drew from his coat a peculiar glass compass, its needle encased in swirling, iridescent fluid. Do you carry a log pose? A log pose? What's that? Nami asked, puzzled. Islands along the final voyage emit unique magnetic fields, rendering ordinary compasses useless. Only the log pose can absorb and retain the resonance of one island, then guide you to the next. Raisen interjected smoothly, retrieving Vivi's fallen log pose from her pocket. Raisen speaks truth. That is the unbreakable law of the final voyage. Kuratsuji cast an appreciative glance at the young vice-captain. His breadth of knowledge rivaled even seasoned sea dogs who'd weathered decades of storms. So, navigation here begins anew. Nami accepted the device with eager hands, her eyes alight with intellectual fire. To her, complexity wasn't a barrier, it was an invitation. Dr. Kuratsuji, beyond the log pose, I have another question I must confirm. Raisen stepped forward, placing a gentle hand upon Laboon's colossal flank, his voice low and steady. What is it? About the pirate crew Laboon has waited for 50 years long. The Rumbar Pirates. Raisen's tone remained calm, but to Kuratsuji those words struck like thunder from a clear sky. How do you know this name? The old doctor's face changed completely, That long and tragic past had been buried in the dust of history with the passage of time. Not only do I know, but I also know that they did not actually suffer a total defeat. Raisen casually dropped a bombshell. Although they were infected with the plague, one of those who consumed the yellow spring fruit is now silently upholding a promise with Labu in the form of a skeleton named Brook amidst the thick fog of the magical Triangle Sea. What a skeleton! He's still alive. Kuroko's breath suddenly caught, and his eyes became moist. 50 years of waiting, 50 years of storms and rain. He had thought it was a tragedy destined to have no ending, yet unexpectedly a miracle had existed all along in that dark sea shrouded in mist. Moh! Seemingly understanding Raisen's words, Labu suddenly let out an unprecedentedly loud cry. The voice once filled with sorrow and pain now overflowed with uncontrollable joy and hope, tears gushing like springs from its huge eye sockets. It was happy, it was cheering. The unfinished Banks sake will one day resonate again on the Red Earth continent. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Witness a classic historical event. Correct world deviation value gain. Passive trait mind barrier blue. Hearing the system's notification sound, Raisen smiled. The mind barrier greatly enhances mental defense, making one immune to most illusions and mental pressure. Although it's just a blue trait, it's better than nothing. Brook, huh? I will remember that. Kuroko's wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and bowed solemnly to Raisen. Thank you, young man, for bringing the most precious gift to Labu and to me. No need to be courteous. We were just passing by. Raisen smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. However, Labu, before we meet Brook, let's have a duel. At that moment, Luffy suddenly charged forward with a strange cry, punching Labu on the forehead, and then painting an exceptionally ugly Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates on Labu's scarred forehead with paint. Listen up. This is our duel contract. Before we circle around the final route, in return you must not strike the Red Earth continent again. When the time comes, we will have a good fight. Luffy pointed at the emblem and laughed heartily. Moo! Labu called out, happily expressing agreement. Watching this comical yet touching scene, Vivi couldn't help but show a warm expression. This group of pirates. Perhaps they are truly the only hope to save Alabasta. Then can you take us to Whiskey Peak on the way? That's our base and the closest island to here. Vivi walked in front of Luffy and asked with some anticipation. Whiskey Peak? Sure. Sounds like a place full of fine wine. Luffy agreed without hesitation. Set sail. Destination Whiskey. Under Nami's direction, the Going Merry slowly sailed out of Labu's body and back into the sunny sea. Kuroka stood under the lighthouse at Twin Cape, watching the small boat gradually drift away, and the young vice-captain, with flowing black hair and a calm demeanor, at the bow, his eyes sparkling with unusual light. Raisen, truly an unfathomable junior. Roger, the era you have been waiting for may really be coming. At this moment on the deck, Raisen faced the sea breeze, gazing at the horizon with an inscrutable smile. Alabastus Sand Crocodile, your myth will be personally ended by me. My hunt has officially begun. Somewhere in the Grand Line, the Going Merry was sailing forward. Unlike the smooth sailing in the East Sea supported by Nami's excellent skills, the Going Merry was now constantly bumping on this route. One moment the sea and sky were clear, and the next moment thick fog rolled in, followed by blizzards, strong winds, and hurricanes in succession, forming an endless and unpredictable cycle of harsh weather. What on earth is going on in this sea? Even with her talent, Nami couldn't help but sigh, holding her head in response to the strange weather. Don't panic, Nami. This is the sea we are going to conquer. Your navigation skills are fine, just practice and verify along the journey. Raisen gently comforted her, placing a hand on her shoulder with a warm smile. Theory is ultimately just theory. Without experiencing this profound and unknown sea, one cannot comprehend its dangers. However, adapting to such a brutal environment and constantly moving forward is the path to becoming stronger. This also applies to navigation skills and Haki. While command together, just remember one principle. When sailing here, do not trust the wind, clouds, or currents. The only thing you can rely on is this unwavering compass. Raisen spoke, seriously pointing to the recording compass on Nami's wrist. Having equipped Nami's navigation skills and climate perception traits, Raisen's sailing expertise was now on par with hers. However, actual navigation in this place still required practical experience. I understand, Raisen. Encouraged, Nami quickly regained her composure. Under the joint command of Nami and Raisen, although still a bit flustered, the Going Merry safely passed through that unpredictable sea, and the weather finally stabilized. Luffy and the others were exhausted, collapsing on the deck. Sailing in such conditions required constant adjustments to the course, leaving no chance to rest. Phew. Vivi leaned against the outer wall of the cabin, breathing a sigh of relief. She looked at Raisen and Nami discussing navigation, noticing the genuine smile on Nami's face, and felt a pang of envy as she pursed her lips. A sour feeling spread in her heart. During the earlier turbulent journey, it was Raisen and Nami who fought side by side. Vivi also learned that Raisen had specifically studied navigation for Nami. This touched Vivi's heartstrings. For her country, she had infiltrated Baroque works with a Karam at the age of 16. Although Vivi was very determined, otherwise she wouldn't have given up her princess life to execute such a dangerous undercover mission. She was ultimately just an 18-year-old girl, also capable of being fragile. Especially after learning that Crocodile was the mastermind behind Baroque works, the despair magnified her helplessness infinitely. Then she met Raisen and his companions. Vivi sat on the deck, her gaze directed at Raisen. Even now, everything still felt unreal, as if it were a dream. Just when she felt the most hopeless, a bounty criminal with a bounty over 100 million appeared, and he was a formidable user of a Logia-type devil fruit. He even fought against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. That duel was even hailed by the newspapers as the Battle of Kings. And now Raisen and his crew were heading to confront Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Raisen was reminded of Nami's past helplessness, which compelled him to decide to save her homeland. Nami, did you also experience such despair in the past? Thinking back on Raisen's words, Vivi glanced thoughtfully at Nami. Yet the current Nami was smiling, so joyfully protected by a strong man. Moreover, that man even learned navigation for Nami's dream. In that moment, Vivi felt a deep envy for Nami. Land ho, our first destination. Nami looked at the log pose on her wrist, and then at the island gradually appearing in the distance, a bright smile blooming on her face. Successfully guiding everyone to their first stop filled Nami with a sense of accomplishment, especially since this achievement was shared with Raisen. Her sparkling eyes gazed at Raisen, who felt his will slightly strengthened by overcoming the treacherous sea conditions. This was reflected through the sun of the sea golden peak, enhancing his Conqueror's Haki. He returned Nami's smile, navigating the ship through the perilous journey, which also tempered his spirit and strengthened his Haki. It seemed he could command alongside Nami more often in the future. Raisen had not expected navigation to bring such extra joy. No wonder navigation differs from Sanji's culinary skills, possessing a tangible characteristic level. Moreover, because his bond with Nami was fully realized, whenever Nami's navigation skills improved, Raisen's would also rise in tandem. This was yet another excellent gain. That must be Whiskey Peak, right, Vivi? Nami turned to ask Vivi, who had come to her side. Yes, that's Whiskey Peak. As I mentioned before, about 100 bounty hunters from Baroque Works are stationed there, including Mr. 8. Icolum, who is actually the captain of our royal guard. Vivi confirmed, staring at the island with a somewhat distracted expression. After just one hunting mission, everything had changed. Having the assistance of a powerful being like Raisen, Vivi still felt it was somewhat surreal. Mr. Raisen, I have a small request. Mr. After struggling with his thoughts for a long time, he cautiously spoke up. Although he realized during the voyage that Raisen and his group were different from ordinary pirates. Especially Raisen, who despite his unmatched power was laid back and willing to trust him solely based on his vow, perfectly fitting the image of a great hero in his heart. He still spoke carefully in front of such a powerful figure. What is it? Raisen asked with a smile, though his expression appeared somewhat unusual. His observation Haki sensed Mr. 9's emotional fluctuations, leading him to vaguely guess the reason. When dealing with the bounty hunters on the island, could you spare one person? Her code name is Miss Monday. Mr. 9 gritted his teeth and finally said it. Next to him, Vivi's expression turned somewhat playful. Miss C. I remember that's a code name for a female officer, right? Upon hearing a woman's name, Sanji immediately perked up. Is she yours? Usopp teased. No, it's not like that. She's just very special. Mr. 9 explained awkwardly. Show us a picture. Otherwise, how would we recognize her? Usopp and Sanji exchanged knowing smiles, displaying an expression that implied a shared understanding among men. All right, Mr. 9 hesitated for a moment before pulling out a photo of Miss Monday. The photo depicted a dark-skinned, muscular woman whose build was even more robust than Zoro's. Usopp and Sanji immediately fell silent. She really is quite special. All right, to each their own. Oh, I've made a note of it. Raisen's smile became somewhat stiff, but he still agreed. Mr. 9 let out a sigh of relief. Raisen, the townspeople will welcome the arriving pirates with a banquet, then drug them for a midnight ambush. Once we arrive, just act naturally with their hospitality. They'll go find Icolum to explain the situation. Vivi explained eagerly. Although Raisen had asked her to call him by name, Vivi still felt somewhat stiff saying it. What? That's too despicable. Luffy immediately expressed disdain for such tactics. Vivi's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Don't worry, leave it to me. Raisen smiled to reassure her, not rushing to push Vivi to relax. Seeing Raisen agree, Vivi also let out a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile. Pirates, welcome. Brave warriors of the sea, welcome. As they entered the port, they were greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the townspeople on both sides. However, everyone understood that these were disguised bounty hunters. Knowing it was fake, Luffy and Usopp felt rather disinterested, while Raisen watched the bounty hunters' performance with a smile. Welcome, pirates. Ha ha ha, cough. I am the mayor here. We warmly welcome pirates. This is the town that welcomes pirates. A burly man with curly hair approached, his overly enthusiastic smile evident. Mr. 8, Icolum, captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, looked at Icolum and smiled. Raisen's observation Haki could clearly sense the palpable unease beneath Icolum's smile. Icolum was in a state of turmoil, even fearful, as he recognized this man the moment Raisen set foot on Whiskey Peak. A pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, the King Raisen, and the one with a bounty of 45 million Luffy, especially the King Raisen. As someone responsible for gathering intelligence, Icolum knew well that this man had even battled against the warlord of the sea, Hawkeye. How could he not be anxious with such a big figure arriving here? Even more troubling was that Icolum had no idea why Princess Vivi was with this man. Did the princess not know? Icolum cursed himself for not informing the princess about Raisen's presence sooner. The news of Raisen entering this mysterious sea had already caused quite a stir. He never expected Raisen's first stop would be here, bringing the princess along. This was too concerning. At this moment, Icolum's only thought was to quickly get Raisen drunk to ensure the prince's safety. But just as Icolum prepared to mention the welcoming banquet, Raisen spoke, freezing him in place. Mr. 8, Icolum, right? Raisen asked with a smile, looking at Icolum. Hey, Ikelim's smile froze on his face and Vivi's expression also became extremely awkward. This was not part of the plan. Disguised bounty hunters posing as townspeople. Baroque works, your acting needs improvement. Raisen looked around at the welcoming party with a somewhat cold smile.